the year 2088, spirit chi was restored to Earth. Humans became able to use spiritual energy to awaken the latent abilities hidden within their bodies. While his peers awakened heaven-defying talents, this young man awakened the ability of beastification. The problem was, his beast form was the weakest of all, a white rabbit. Lamthu knew the law of this new era on Earth all too well. Only the strong can survive. And as a frail white rabbit, he could only await his fate of being crushed. For instance, while taking a walk down the street today, he came across a female streamer doing a live broadcast. Even though it was the middle of a public street, she was dressed very revealingly. This girl's outfit was so hot it caused countless men on the street to have nosebleeds, Lamthu included. His rabbit ears even shot straight up in embarrassment. And because of these two rabbit ears, Lamthu was targeted by that female streamer with ulterior motives. She made a deal with the fans watching her stream. She said that if she could take down a random man on the street in under a minute, they had to send her rockets. And the target she set her sights on was Lamb Thursday. The streamer figured that someone who beastified into a rabbit must be pathetically weak. Lamthu was approached and teased by her. He'd had little contact with girls his whole life. Plus, she was beautiful and dressed in a way that left little to the imagination, so Lamthu couldn't immediately figure out what her goal was. And then, he was suddenly hit and knocked down by her move. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye. Being turned into a laughingstock for no reason left Lamthu both hurt and humiliated. Meanwhile, the streamer was overjoyed, immediately receiving a flood of rocket gifts from her fans. Lamthu endured the pain and staggered back to his feet. But his bad luck wasn't over yet, because before he could even stand up straight, he was hit by a truck and sent flying. The truck driver stuck his head out, not to apologize, but to spew a string of insults. As he flew through the air, Lamthu couldn't help but curse his own rotten luck. It wasn't just today. His whole life had always been this unlucky. When he landed, his entire body ached as if all his ribs were broken. But the driver had no regard for his life. He even got out of the truck and demanded compensation, because hitting an unlucky rabbit like Lamthu on his first day with a new vehicle was a bad omen. Lamthu lay on the ground, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. But the driver accused him of trying to scam him, so he abused his power and hit Lamthu with another attack. Already severely injured from the truck, he was then brutally attacked by this lightning system awakener. Lamthu felt his body reaching its limit. He was probably about to die. But he was truly unwilling to accept this. If only his talent wasn't rabbit beastification, if only he could have been strong, too. In that moment between life and death, it seemed the heavens finally took pity on Lamb Thursday, and something truly miraculous happened. Lamthu was targeted by a mysterious power. It had spent 35 million years searching for a suitable host, and it finally chose him, a weak white rabbit. Just when Lamthu thought he had kicked the bucket, the space around him suddenly changed. He was pulled into a digitized space, like something out of a sci-fi movie. Around him were countless virtual windows with confusing terms like perspective, professional unlock, breeding, and spatial awakening. Before Lamthu could adapt to this bizarre situation, a voice suddenly rang out. "Robot 9527 at your service, Master." He was stunned yet again. What? What robot? Who's the master? Seeing Lamthu scared silly, Robot 9527 began to explain. He was the most suitable host it had found in nearly 35 million years. So earlier, after he was beaten by the driver, it had used all its power to bring him back from the brink of death. After learning he wasn't dead and had accidentally acquired a system, Lamthu's eyes lit up. He finally understood what the virtual windows surrounding him were. They were skills. Skills that had fallen from the heavens. So, does this mean I'm not dead? Are all these 13 OP skills mine? Can I choose any of them? Don't dream on. The system immediately poured cold water on his excitement. Robot 9527 continued its orientation, explaining that it could help Lamthu awaken one new skill each day. But that skill could only be random. After reviving Lamthu, it had used up a massive amount of energy. And its host, him, didn't have enough energy to actively select skills. Therefore, he had no choice but to rely on random selection. Lamthu's joy was short-lived, dashed by that bucket of ice-cold water. Why couldn't this stupid system have found him just 2 minutes sooner? And now he was stuck with random skills. What if, after leaving this system space, and he came back with a skill more useless than ever? Wouldn't he just get beaten up by that truck driver again and die for real? If so, what was the damn point of 9,527 saving him? Dear host, it is time to make a decision. Do you wish to awaken a skill now? Urged on by the system robot, Lamthu had no choice but to agree. After all, he'd been given a second chance at life. So, he decided to give it a shot. Who knows, maybe he'd awaken a good skill. And it seemed the heavens truly heard Lamthu's desperate prayers. On his very first try, he drew an SSS rank skill called Skill Enhancement. It could help Lamthu strengthen his own existing skills. Once the skill draw was complete, Lamthu left the system space and woke up in reality. The truck driver was completely shocked to see him still alive after his lightning attack. He was even more surprised to see that Lamthu, whom he had just beaten to a pulp, was now full of energy, leaping over 10 meters into the air with a single jump. That was because Lamthu had used his enhancement skill on his original ability, Rabbit's Kick. As a result, the power of his legs was amplified, dramatically improving his legs' attack power and jumping ability. Lamthu jumped over 10 meters high, and then landed straight on the driver's truck. The jump was so high, the landing was powerful, instantly denting the vehicle's frame. Seeing this, the driver flew into a rage. "You little punk, how dare you treat my baby like that? I see you've got a death wish." The truck was already a piece of junk, but how could he pass up a chance to extort someone? He was about to charge forward to teach Lamthu a lesson to vent his anger, but was shocked when he calmly said, "You're the one with the death wish." After saying that, Lamthu kicked him. Under the enhancement, his once powerless legs became incredibly strong. A single kick, not even at full strength, was enough to send the driver flying nearly 10 meters. This astonished the streamer standing nearby. After dealing with the driver, he didn't forget to handle her, because she was the one who had humiliated him in public, which was the root cause of him getting hit by the truck driver in the first place. Seeing Lamthu approach, she panicked, crying as she backed away. "Don't come over here," but Lamthu had no intention of letting her off so easily. He used his enhancement skill again, this time to power up his original skill, Rabbit Fist. The strength of his hands was enhanced, dramatically increasing his attack, power, and speed. But at the end of the day, Lamthu was a true gentleman. He had no intention of hitting a weak girl in front of a crowd like this. So, Lamthu only used his hand speed to play a little game of tearing her clothes to scare her a bit. Of course, Lamthu didn't rip everything off, leaving enough to cover the necessary parts. The streamer girl was so scared that she fainted on the spot. Lamthu then draped his own jacket over her. After all, walking around dressed like that was quite an eyesore. Once that was done, he picked up the streamer's phone. Because the live stream hadn't ended, her fans had witnessed the entire scene and began to curse Lamthu vehemently. Luckily, Lamthu was used to being cursed at. He ignored them all, picked up the phone, pointed it straight at his face, and said authoritatively, "I'm only going to say this once, so listen up, kids. My name is Thao, and I'm your grandpa." This incident quickly became a hot topic on social media because the streamer, named Trinman, was a pretty well-known online personality. Lamthu's classmates quickly realized that the man who appeared at the end of Trinman's livestream was none other than Thao, the weak little white rabbit, Lamthu, from their class. So today, the moment he arrived at class, a crowd of female students swarmed him. "Bunny boy, is it really you? You've gone viral on social media. You're drop-dead gorgeous. We all watched the live stream yesterday." Lamthu was a bit flustered. Yesterday, after showing off his skills, both the truck driver and the streamer had to properly apologize to him. They no longer dared to look down on his rabbit beastification talent. It was all thanks to the skill he drew from the system. Speaking of which, Lamthu just remembered he hadn't drawn his new skill for the day. So he called out for robot 9,527. Unlike yesterday, today Lamthu only received an E-rank skill called Sowing Seeds Across the World. Putting aside the skill's rank, its name was also really misleading. Lamthu thought it was some kind of ability that would let him scoop up all the beautiful girls in the world and sow his seeds in them. But the system bluntly shattered that dark fantasy. In reality, Sowing seeds across the world was just a skill that allowed Lam Thu to master all planting techniques related to seeds. No matter how difficult a seed was to grow, as long as it was in his hands, it was guaranteed to sprout successfully. After hearing the explanation, Lam Thu was thoroughly disappointed and started furiously cursing the system. If that's the case, you could have just called the skill sowing seeds. Why name it sowing seeds across the world and get people's hopes up? Hey, Lamb, the white rabbit, an annoying voice pulled Lam Thu out of his anger from being tricked by the system. The owner of the voice was Lai Nam, a classmate who often bullied him. He was a wind system awakener at the Bronze 4 star level. Just seeing him appear, Lam Thu knew he wasn't about to say anything nice. And sure enough, Lai Nam then opened his mouth to say some very unpleasant things. Seeing you so popular with the girls, I feel really sorry for you. It's a shame you have to deliver food after school every day. Otherwise, I'd introduce you to a more suitable job. If you're lucky, making tens of thousands a day wouldn't be a problem. Lai Nam's words sounded sincere, but Lam Thu didn't believe the guy who always bullied him would willingly introduce him to such a good job. So he asked suspiciously, "What job?" "Working at Club X, of course. With your looks, I bet all the patrons at the club will be flipping your card." In other words, Lai Nam was suggesting Lam Thu become a gigolo at a nightclub. This was a clear attempt to humiliate him in front of the class. Lam Thu knew he wouldn't suddenly be so kind, so he didn't get angry right away, instead continuing to ask, "Oh, it seems young Master Lai is a frequent customer there, huh? Truly a man of wealth." Lai Nam was so flattered by Lam Thu's praises like truly a man of wealth that his ears perked up. Because he wasn't actually a man of wealth, without thinking, he nodded and said, "Of course." However, it was only when he heard the snickering from his classmates that he realized his slip of the tongue and quickly tried to correct himself. "No. Why would I ever go to a place like that?" Seeing Lai Nam's flustered expression, Lam Thu was extremely satisfied. He continued to add fuel to the fire, embarrassing him even more. Lai Nam, furious from the humiliation, wanted to teach Lam Thu a lesson, but before he could make a move, the teacher walked into the classroom. "You dare to start a fight at school? Fighting at school results in punishment." Moreover, being caught red-handed by the teacher like this, Lai Nam naturally didn't dare to make a peep. "Everyone, sit down." The homeroom teacher stepped onto the podium, breathing fire, and the students obediently returned to their seats. Today, he had two important announcements for the class. First, next week, they would have their third citywide knowledge assessment. They needed to study hard to achieve high scores. Second, for ability awakeners like Lam Thu and Lai Nam, there would also be a special competition. At that time, major figures would come to observe, and their performance would directly affect whether they were accepted into Linvu University. The moment he heard the words Linvu University, Lam Thu was wide awake. Every ability awakener like him knew about this university. After the restoration of Spirit Kwai, Earth entered a new era, and Linvu University was established to specialize in cultivating high-aptitude ability awakeners. Because the school's teaching resources were limited, the number of students admitted was also restricted. Therefore, the ability competition was created as one of the measures to evaluate which students were qualified to enter the school. Previously, Lam Thu never dared to dream of getting into Linvu University, because he had only awakened a beastification talent, and a rabbit at that. His aptitude was mediocre, only at Bronze 2 star. But now, with Robot 9,527 inches hand, he could awaken a new skill every day. So, he began to dream of one day stepping into this top-tier university. Thinking of this, Lam Thu boldly raised his hand. He wanted to ask the teacher for more details about the rules of the ability user competition. However, before Lam Thu could even open his mouth, the teacher coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Lam Thu, don't bother participating in that ability competition. Your aptitude is too poor. Going would only bring shame to our school." The teacher's words hit Lam Thu like a 1,000-pound stone, but it wasn't enough to break his soaring spirit. Lam Thu was still determined to register for the exam. With 9,527's help, not giving it a shot would be a waste. He insisted on signing up, but the teacher was adamantly against it, believing his abilities were too mediocre. He used the excuse of protecting the school's honor to prevent Lam Thu from competing. This made him incredibly frustrated. These blind dogs looked down on this poor young man. Just wait until I awaken those 13 OP skills. I'll definitely hang you all up and beat you in front of the whole world, Lam Thu thought to himself. Seeing Lam Thu's frustrated expression, the homeroom teacher thought it over for a moment. Perhaps he felt that stopping Lam Thu was too unreasonable, so he changed his approach. If you can get into the top 10 inches, the third citywide competition, I'll give you a chance to compete. Lam Thu's academic results had always been at the bottom. Therefore, the teacher setting this condition was no different from flatly preventing him from participating in the ability competition. Deal. Yet, Lam Thu didn't even hesitate, replying directly, "It's a deal." All right, then let's let the results do the talking. He had never thought he could get into the city's top 10, but that was before. Now, no matter what it took, Lam Thu had to get into Linvu University. After school let out, Lam Thu dashed out of the school gate. Grades were indeed important, but tuition fees after getting into university were also very high. So, every afternoon after school, he worked a part-time job taking fast food delivery orders. Even though the pay was meager, every little bit counted. But today, just as he rushed out of the school gate, Lam Thu, who was in a huge hurry, had his path blocked by a luxury car. Moreover, the person who stepped out of the car was a great beauty. Most importantly, after getting out of the car, she looked straight at him and asked, "Are you that little rabbit?" Lam Thu didn't know who this was or why she was looking for him, but the other male students standing nearby quickly recognized her as Tan Tran Tran, the famous goddess of the entire city that every guy in their grade knew. Being called Little Rabbit by the school beauty was a massive blow to Lam Thu's ego. He was, for better or worse, a passionate man. What kind of reputation would he have being called that? And by such a stunningly beautiful woman, no less. He cleared his throat a few times, trying to salvage his image, and even had his WeChat QR code ready to show her. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lam, first name Thu, not Little Rabbit. You can call me classmate Lam. This is my contact info, feel free to scan it, don't be shy." Before Tan Tran Tran could speak, the girl beside her giggled. "You're so annoying, little brother rabbit. You really love to put on a show, don't you?" It was only then that Lam Thu realized this girl was the streamer, Trin Man. She had specifically come to return Lam Thu's jacket. She also didn't forget to tell him to keep her identity as a famous streamer a secret. The two of them were whispering, which was hard for Tan Tran Tran not to find annoying. "Hey, man. Are you saying this is the super strong beastification awakener you were talking about?" She had originally come because Trin Man had been bragging about meeting a beastified user with incredible strength. But now that she was here, seeing Lam Thu's playful demeanor, Tan Tran Tran didn't quite believe her friend's words. To add a bit more detail, besides being the #1 school beauty, this beauty was also an ice system awakener. Silver 1, star aptitude, and her grades were consistently the best in the entire city, never dropping from the top spot. She was a true, all-around top student. Seeing Tan Tran Tran's skepticism, Trin Man hurriedly spoke up to defend Lam Thursday. "I saw it with my own eyes. Little brother Rabbit easily took care of a bronze 2, star lightning system awakener." Oh, so his opponent was just a bronze 2, star. Tan Tran Tran seemed disappointed, but Brother Rabbit is at the same level and was able to completely dominate him. His strength is clearly much higher than 2, star. Trin Man added emphatically. Lam Thu also wanted to show off a little in front of the goddess, so he was ready to demonstrate a few basic moves for her. However, Tan Tran Tran seemed to have lost all interest in him. After waiting for Trin Man to return the jacket, she wanted to leave immediately. Lam Thu wasn't willing to see the beauty disappear just like that. After all, he hadn't even gotten her name or contact information yet. So he hurriedly spoke up to keep her there. "Leaving so soon, miss? Why don't we find a quiet place to discuss and exchange some knowledge?" "Discuss? Are you sure?" Lam Thu had only meant it as a way to flirt and keep her there, but Tan Tran Tran showed an incredibly troubled expression, because she heard Lam Thu's discuss and exchange knowledge as a challenge, and she had never refused any challenge. It's just that Lam Thu's strength was only bronze 2, star, while she was a silver 1, star, a pretty big gap. So, Instead of a martial duel, Tan Tran Tran suggested they settle things with their scores on the citywide exam next week. The deal Tan Tran Tran proposed was that if Lam Thu could win, she would retract all the disdainful comments she had made earlier. Furthermore, Lam Thu could make any one request of Tan Tran Tran. She offered such generous terms because she was certain that Lam Thu had absolutely no chance of beating her. Totally okay. I'll listen to whatever the goddess says, whatever Tran Tran says. Seeing Lam Thu call her Tran Tran so intimately after just meeting her, the beauty was thoroughly disgusted. Trin Man, seeing the situation, quickly tried to remind Lam Thu that Tan Tran Tran was the top scorer in the entire city. But before she could finish her sentence, she was dragged away by Tan Tran Tran. And even if she had managed to finish, the stubborn Lam Thu wouldn't have backed down. If he won, he could make any request of the goddess. How could he possibly pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? After the two of them left, Lam Thu received a message. It was an urgent delivery order from a customer. But the important part was what the order request said. I'm about to get beaten up. Help come save me at Phoenix. Internet cafe price is up to you. Bring as many people as you can, SOS. Out of that entire long order request, Lam Thu only focused on 4 words. Price is up to you. Without a second thought, he immediately revved up his bike and sped off. Client 33. I'm on my way. The person who placed that urgent order was Truong Tam. A Bronze 9, star. Healer type awakener. Right now, he had been dragged into an alley next to Phoenix Internet Cafe and was being beaten by 2 big guys. Truong Tam was all alone, while his opponents were not only aggressive but also outnumbered him. So, he could only curl up, cover his head, and beg for mercy. But his opponents showed no sign of stopping. That is, until Lam Thu appeared in the alley, armed with a baseball bat. Hey, he shouted loudly, what you're doing isn't right. What era are we in that you're still bullying people like this? Don't you know you'll get bad karma for this? His tone was aggressive, but his face clearly spelled out 2 words, arrogant. Seeing this, the thugs immediately let go of Truong Tam and turned their attention to Lam Thursday. One look was enough to tell they were the type of thugs you don't mess with. But before coming here, Lam Thu had already called for backup. With a snap of his fingers, a group of over a dozen delivery drivers appeared, each one looking fierce and ready for a fight. We're here, just say the word. Who do you want us to rough up? Who the hell dares to act tough on our turf? You tired of breathing? Is that all? Turns out it's just 2 guys. Not even enough for us to warm up. If each of them just spat a few times, it would be enough to drown those 2 thugs, let alone fight them. And they also knew they couldn't possibly win against such a large group. So, of the 36 stratagems, running is the best option. Seeing this, Truong Tam was so happy he could cry, immediately rushing over to hug Lam Thu's leg. Whoa, I can't believe ordering express delivery could get me the boss of this territory. As he spoke, he turned towards the 2 thugs who were running for their lives and deliberately shouted loudly to threaten them. Don't you ever let me see your faces again, otherwise, for every time I see you, I'll call my big bro to beat you up. Lam Thu, who had inexplicably become Truong Tam's big bro, was a bit disgusted by him wiping his tears and snot all over him. But after seeing Truong Tam take out his phone and transfer him a whopping 30,000 yuan for the job, he didn't find him so annoying anymore. What an enormous sum 30,000 yuan was to Lam Thu. Earlier, he had called for help and promised to pay each person 100 yuan. In total, calling a few dozen people only cost him a few thousand. The remaining money was enough for his university tuition. My name is Truong Tam, a student from number 1 high school. From now on, you're my big bro. If big bro tells me to go east, I'll never dare to go west. Having been saved by Lam Thu, Truong Tam immediately started worshipping him like a god. And Lam Thu, who was in desperate need of money, was suddenly gifted a rich little brother by the heavens. Only a fool would refuse, so he happily started calling him brother. All right, little brother. Tell me, how did you end up provoking those thugs? At this, Truong Tam looked a bit embarrassed. The reason was that while playing a game, he pretended to be a girl to marry another player, even using a voice changer. Today, the other person insisted on meeting up. Truong Tam planned to meet him once to clear things up and apologize. He didn't expect the guy to bring another thug along. As a result, Before he could even apologize, he was beaten to a pulp. Luckily, Lam Thu arrived just in time. Lam Thu didn't know what to say in this situation, so he just gave a polite laugh and let it go. The rescue mission for Truong Tam was complete. He said goodbye to him to continue with his other delivery orders. Truong Tam even wanted to escort Lam Thu in his supercar, but of course, he was rejected. On his way back, Lam Thu was in high spirits. His luck today wasn't bad at all. He met the goddess Tan Tran Tran and pocketed over 20,000 yuan. He didn't have to worry too much about money for the time being. He decided to treat himself to a day off from his part-time job. Instead, he would go home and study for the upcoming competition. That was the only way he'd have a chance to beat the goddess. That night, Lam Thu stayed up all night studying. He had never worked so hard on his schoolwork before, so the next morning, Lam Thu felt as if all his strength had been completely drained. He couldn't even keep his eyes open. But today the teacher was going to cover key points for the exam, so he forced himself to stay awake. Since it was a new day, Lam Thu didn't forget to summon Robot 9527 to draw a new skill. But he happened to call it while it was sleeping, so Lam Thu got an earful. Damn, even systems sleep? Lam Thu muttered, wanting to get it over with quickly so it could go back to sleep. Robot 9527 immediately initiated the draw, and fate smiled on Lam Thu once again. Today, the skill he received was photographic memory. This would allow him to remember everything he had ever seen, even if just once. Although it wasn't very useful in combat, for someone like Lam Thu who was preparing for an exam, it was the perfect ace up his sleeve. Lam Thu was so happy he was wide awake now. He continuously flipped through the book, page after page. All the physics formulas were instantly imprinted in his mind, making him grin from ear to ear. Whether it was images, text, or even punctuation marks, Lam Thu could remember it all with just a single glance. With this skill in hand, he would no longer have to struggle with studying like he did last night. The homeroom teacher noticed Lam Thu's unusual behavior in class. So, without a word, he walked straight down to his desk and slammed his hand on it, startling him. "Lam Thu," he roared. Yes, Lam Thu jumped in his seat, nearly leaping to his feet. "You've got some nerve, daring to read a physics book during literature class, and what's with that idiotic grin on your face?" Lam Thu felt like his eardrums were being pierced by the teacher's roar, but it couldn't dampen his cheerful mood. After all, that skill was just too overpowered. He wouldn't mind if the teacher yelled at him a little more. "With your current grades, you still have the nerve to smile?" He continued to yell in his face. "Have you forgotten that if you don't get into the top 10 inches next week's citywide exam, you won't be qualified to participate in the ability competition?" "Actually, I did forget. It was so simple that I couldn't remember it." Lam Thu scratched his head and replied. His nonchalant attitude sent the homeroom teacher's blood pressure skyrocketing. The word simple would have been fine coming from any other student, but from Lam Thu, it was a slap in the face to the homeroom teacher. In the past, every time he had a literature test, he'd write for a few minutes before chewing on his pen and dozing off. Not to mention, for this exam, the number of literary works he had to memorize was historically unprecedented. The teacher kept nagging in his ear, and Lam Thu started to get annoyed. Earlier, the teacher had given each student a literature textbook that noted all the required sections. Lam Thu handed the book to the homeroom teacher and told him he could ask him any question from it. He had only skimmed through it once earlier, but thanks to that divine skill, the entire book's contents were already in his head. The teacher, of course, thought he was just joking. So, he continued to advise Lam Thu to give up hope of participating in the ability competition as soon as possible, because with his puny rabbit beastification ability, competing would only make him a laughingstock for the world and bring shame to the school. "Don't underestimate me. Stop wasting your breath and ask the question." Lam Thu waved his hand dismissively, looking impatient. Seeing his determination, the teacher decided to humor him. "Fine, let's try a simple one first. What's the second half of the line? 'A knight-errant cannot swim.' Is that all? But he can be a great strategist, sir." The teacher was completely astonished. Normally, Lam Thu couldn't even remember half a line of poetry. Reciting it so fluently today, had he taken the wrong medicine or something? Consider yourself lucky. Then, the next question. The teacher was fired up, wanting to one-up him, but he had barely said the first word of the line when Lam Thu cut him off. Stop, no need to continue. The people of Qin have no time to mourn for themselves, so later generations mourn for them. Of all the classical texts we need to memorize, only this one starts with a character for Qin. The teacher was dealt a heavy blow, and the other students stared with their mouths agape in astonishment, trying to save face. The homeroom teacher even gave Lam Thu a question on a classical text that wasn't part of the required memorization. Unfortunately for him, he had read it the night before, so he could still recite it flawlessly. That's all for today, classmates. See you at the ability competition. Lam Thu left the classroom in a cheerful mood, leaving behind the completely knocked-out teacher, who was so angry he was about to cough up blood. The city-wide ability assessment took place soon after, and not long after that, the scores were publicly announced. The students of number 18 high school were extremely surprised that their school had produced the top scorer in the entire city this time. Moreover, the person who had successfully kicked the goddess Tan Tran Tran out of the number 1 spot was the weakest awakener in the school, Lam Thursday. Lai Nam stared at the announcement board for a long time, seemingly unable to believe his eyes when he saw Lam Thu in first place. How is this possible? He roared. Life is unpredictable. The mighty fall and the weak rise. It's a common story. Lam Thu stood beside him, casually cleaning his ear and speaking nonchalantly. As expected, his newly acquired ability had helped him successfully achieve first place, and it also made Li Nam so angry he nearly fainted. But no matter how angry he got, Lam Thu didn't care. His deal with the homeroom teacher was complete. He was now qualified to participate in the next exam. Now it was time for him to focus on researching his opponents in the upcoming ability user competition. 10 days later, the competition for ability awakeners officially began. The venue was bustling with excitement. Everyone was eager to witness the rise of new young talents. Attending this competition were, just as the homeroom teacher had said, all big shots and important figures. This included the representative of the 30th Military District, principals of top universities nationwide, and executives from leading global corporations. After they entered the stands, the awakeners from 13 high schools participating in the competition and the representative of the school with the best results in the third knowledge assessment were also invited onto the field. Today, Tan Tran Tran was not in a good mood. To say it was bad would be an understatement, and everyone could see it. It was understandable, as she had always been the top scorer in the city, and this time her number 1 spot was snatched away. What's more, the person who did it was a pathetically weak little white rabbit. As Lam Thu entered the competition arena, he spotted Tan Tran Tran with a single glance. He took the initiative to greet her, but the beauty's attitude was extremely hostile. Tan Tran Tran thought Lam Thu was here to collect on their bet. This made her even more annoyed. All right, according to our bet, you won. If you have a request, spit it out. Lam Thu chuckled and replied, I was wondering what was bothering the great beauty Tan. If it's about the bet, I was just kidding back then. Don't take it to heart. How about you treat me to a meal? Or I can treat you. That works too. Seeing Lam Thu's relaxed demeanor, Tan Tran Tran felt even more embarrassed. She had always been arrogant, never paying anyone any mind. But now, she had to humble herself and apologize for looking down on him for being weak. Tan Tran Tran's attitude was clearly a mix of reluctance and embarrassment, yet, through Lam Thu's eyes, it transformed into the shy demeanor of a girl in love, a perfect 100 on the cuteness scale. Before he could even reply to Tan Tran Tran, the two of them were caught by the competition's live camera. A reporter also popped out of nowhere, his teasing tone making the beautiful Miss Tan blush even more furiously. Well, isn't this the champion and runner-up of the third citywide exam? I can't believe you two are together. Lam Thu had yet to react, but Tan Tran Tran's hair was already standing on end from embarrassment. What do you mean? Together? No, absolutely not. Seeing the goddess's fierce reaction, the competition's MC didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he turned his attention to Lam Thu, speaking with a seemingly aggressive tone. I hear our champion here is an awakener of the beastification type, and a small white rabbit at that. To come and compete despite being so weak, your courage is truly commendable. Lam Thu knew he was being mocked, but he had long grown accustomed to such words. So, not only was he not angry, But he also responded very clearly. Not only did I dare to come, but I'm going to win this competition too. The moment Lam Thu's words left his mouth, the audience below burst into tears of laughter. Because even if he was the champion of the knowledge competition, it didn't mean he would become the champion of the ability competition. They all thought Lam Thu must have crammed so much knowledge into his head that he'd gone stupid, which was why he dared to say such nonsensical things. Even the MC of the program was frozen stiff. It seemed he never expected the word champion to come from the mouth of a weaker-than-ever little white rabbit. Lam Thu didn't care about their reactions. He directly snatched the microphone from the MC's hand and continued to declare boldly in front of the live camera. I don't have much to say to everyone. Just one thing. I am number one. You'd better pray for your favorite contestant. Hope they don't run into me. As he spoke, Lam Thu also raised his middle finger. This gesture was clearly a challenge to the entire stadium. His audacious attitude made the MC immediately snatch the microphone back from the competition to stop him from continuing his nonsensical rant. But what Lam Thu had just said was crystal clear, and everyone had heard it. The audience in the stands and the other contestants all felt insulted. Because Lam Thu was just a low-level beastification awakener, yet he dared to be so arrogant and look down on others. Despite their furious curses, Lam Thu just played deaf. They'll see what he's made of once he gets in the ring. To diffuse the tense atmosphere, the MC quickly explained the competition rules. This competition operates on a direct elimination basis. Contestants will be drawn for one-on-one matches in the arena. The winner advances. The loser is eliminated on the spot. This time, a total of 257 contestants are participating in the competition. The organizers have sent the competition numbers to the contestants' phones. And because the number of participants is odd, one random contestant will get a bye straight to the next round. The lottery process is happening now. Hello and see you again in the next videos. And the lucky number is 66. And it just had to be Lam Thursday. Those who hated him now had even more reason to curse him. They thought Lam Thu was not only weak but also lucky. Lam Thu continued to play dumb. If the heavens wanted him to save his strength for the later rounds, he would respectfully obey. Each round of matches will take place in 4 arenas: A, B, C, and D. Lam Thu only had time to hear the announcement that Tan Tran Tran was competing in the first round. But before he could even see which arena she was in, he heard the roar of the crowd. An instant kill has appeared. Immediately after, the MC announced that Tan Tran Tran had won her first match. The other awakeners weren't too surprised. For a long time, Tan Tran Tran had been famous as a superstar among the new generation of awakeners. As for Lam Thu, this was the first time he had witnessed the goddess's power with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In fact, Tan Tran Tran's successful battle put a bit of pressure on Lam Thursday. He didn't want to be inferior to the goddess, so he began to immerse himself in researching his next opponents. That was the only way he could be sure to defeat them and become a man worthy of the goddess. 10 minutes later, Lam Thu really couldn't take it anymore. The flashy, flowery skills of the other contestants were so boring to watch that he was about to fall asleep. To fight off the drowsiness, Lam Thu had to call Robot 9527 to work. Even though it was his personal system, Lam Thu felt it had been getting lazier and lazier recently, even ignoring him, its host. Robot 9527 was too lazy to talk and went straight to the skill drawing process. For the past few days while studying for the exam at home, the system had been giving Lam Thu low-level farming skills. It got to the point where he felt this useless system was only capable of that. But today, at the competition venue, it drew an S-rank skill for Lam Thu, moving him to tears. Today's skill was called Body Enhancement, and its function was just as the name implies. Lam Thu was incredibly eager and started the enhancement process right away. When this process was initiated, Lam Thu once again entered the digitized space opened by the system. Here, all the muscles in his body were reconstructed, becoming much stronger. The effect of this skill amazed even Lam Thu himself, because it far exceeded his expectations. With the physique of a muscular man like this, Lam Thu felt that even the goddess Tan Tran Tran would have to fall for him. For the next round of competition, they once again drew a lucky contestant to get a bye. Because several people had dropped out during the first round, the number of advancing contestants was still odd. And unbelievably, this time they still drew number 66. Lam Thursday. His luck didn't stop there, because on the second day of the competition, the name Lam Thu was still called when drawing the lucky contestant to get a bye. By the third day, he still hadn't fought a single match, entering the top 35 without breaking a sweat. It got to the point where the competition's MC had to come over for a special interview to ask Lam Thu how he felt about constantly getting a bye. Sigh, don't say anymore. I didn't want this to happen either. To be honest, my greatsword is thirsty for battle. Hearing Lam Thu say this, the contestants below who had to fight tooth and nail to advance became even more frustrated, especially Li Nam. They started to think Lam Thu was getting special treatment, which was why he didn't have to fight in the qualifying rounds and went straight to the top 35. And if he got a bye again this time, they would probably die from anger. After some thought, Li Nam, fuming with rage, snatched the microphone from the MC's hand. He expressed his extreme frustration that while he was risking his life to compete, Lam Thu was at the arena as if he were on vacation. We fought through so many matches to get this far. Yet this chicken hasn't fought a single battle and still gets to stand on the same level as us. I refuse to accept this. To prevent Lam Thu from getting another bye, I voluntarily withdraw from this competition. Li Nam's speech left both the audience and the MC at the scene with their jaws dropped in astonishment. They never expected a contestant who had made it this far to voluntarily give up their spot just to force Lam Thu into the ring. Everyone thought his luck had finally run out, and that this time he couldn't avoid fighting anymore. Little did they know that Lam Thu himself was incredibly grateful to Li Nam for giving him a chance to get on stage and perform. Lam Thu's opponent in his first match was contestant number 88, named Loi Dien. A Bronze 8 star Lightning System Awakener, he seemed to be quite a formidable person, because when he stepped onto the stage, the audience all felt that this time, Lam Thu would be instantly killed by Loi Dien. Loi Dien himself was not a humble person in the slightest. The proof was that as soon as he got on stage, he made a throat-slitting gesture to warn Lam Thursday. Faced with his opponent's aggressive attitude, Lam Thu could only let out a long sigh. As a little white rabbit who had also gotten a bye for 3 consecutive days, it was understandable that he would be targeted. Lam Thu, right? Loi Dien spoke, his voice full of arrogance. You've used up all your luck. Running into me in your first match, you're truly unlucky to the core. After the match starts, you won't even have a chance to show off, because I'll defeat you in the blink of an eye. Lam Thu responded with a nonchalant "oh." This sent Loi Dien into a rage. He quickly changed his mind, wanting to slowly torture him and make him fail in utter humiliation. Lam Thu just said "oh" again, clearly not very concerned. This reaction made Loi Dien even more furious, and he immediately launched his first attack. It was a punch carrying all his strength along with a surge of lightning, aimed straight at Lam Thursday. A normal person hit by this move would either die from the pain or be shocked to death. But Lam Thu was able to dodge it with ease. Seeing that full power strike hit nothing but the ground, he suddenly felt a bit of pity for Loi Dien. You charge up for way too long. Were your previous opponents made of clay? Otherwise, how could you have ever hit them? Loi Dien seemed stunned that his opponent could dodge his attack, and he was also furious from the blunt criticism. He launched another wave of lightning attacks, but Lam Thu continued to rely on his quick reflexes to dodge. Loi Dien was overexerting himself, sweat beading on his forehead, and since none of his attacks were landing, his anger had reached its peak. I didn't expect you, a rabbit, to be so good at running. You forced my hand. Lam Thu saw his opponent's entire right arm begin to glow, a clear sign that Loi Dien was gathering his power, preparing to unleash a full-force attack. It's true that lightning system skills have very high damage, several times that of skills of the same level from other systems. Last time, Lam Thu was hit by the Bronze 2 star truck driver, and it hurt so much he wanted to cry for his mommy. And Loi Dien was a Bronze 8 star. If he got hit by this move, he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Since his opponent was definitely going for a wide area attack this time, Lam Thu had no intention of continuing to dodge. In that case, he just needed to take him out before he could unleash his move. With that thought, he utilized his strength and speed, rushing forward and throwing a simple rabbit fist. Loi Dien was frozen in place, shocked by Lam Thu's wind-like speed. At that moment, he couldn't dodge, only thinking that, as a rabbit type, Lam Thu might be fast but his strength was weak, so he could still block the blow. But he never expected that Lam Thu had enhanced himself since the first day of the competition. His muscles alone were enough to choke Loi Dian out. How could he possibly block his punch? Loi Dian was sent flying out of the ring by a single move from Lam Thursday, and Lam Thu himself didn't think that the body enhancement skill from before would increase his strength so much. Regardless, Lam Thu had officially secured a victory in his first appearance on the stage. As for the audience's reaction, utterly astonished was the only way to describe it. They couldn't believe Lam Thu was strong enough to knock out Loi Dian with just a single punch of pure physical damage. Many people quickly changed sides and started cheering for him. And because of this match, the university leaders began to take notice of Lam Thursday Luke Chan, the vice principal of Linvu University's M-City campus, was eager to recruit Lam Thu under his wing. Because during the last match, he had observed very carefully and realized that he hadn't used any spiritual energy at all. Huang Van, the vice principal of Linvu University's Dai City campus, felt that his old friend was talking nonsense, because the force of that punch was at least equal to the strength of a Bronze Echt, Star Awakener, and Lam Thu was just an Awakener with a pathetic Bronze 2, Star Aptitude. On the next day of competition, Lam Thu's first opponent was contestant number 12, named Tham Kwai, who was also a beastification-type Awakener like Lam Thursday, but he was at the Bronze 9, Star level, and his beast form was a wolf. A wolf versus a rabbit. The audience was eagerly anticipating the match. Lam Thu also felt that his opponent's aura was overwhelming and terrifying. He was still debating whether or not to transform when Tham Kwai suddenly knelt before him and surrendered. "Don't fight, don't fight. I give up." Lam Thu had no idea what was happening. Perhaps Tham Kwai had also realized yesterday that he had defeated Loi Dian with pure physical strength, not spiritual energy, and knew he couldn't win. But in any case, saving his strength for any match was a good thing. So Lam Thu happily moved on to the next match. But the next match also followed an easy script. Lam Thu hadn't even had a chance to make a move before his opponent forfeited. Perhaps because his opponent was a girl and was afraid of getting her face punched in, she took the initiative to surrender. Yet even in the match after that, he still didn't get to fight. Because his opponent not only surrendered the moment the match started but also brought a pen and paper to ask for Lam Thu's autograph. He started to feel exhausted. Why was it so hard to find an opponent? I really want to have a proper fight. Just like that, Lam Thu won several matches without expending any effort, advancing straight to the top 8 with unbelievable ease. Before the final day of competition, the top 8 contestants were allowed a day of rest. And on that day, Tan Tran Tran took the initiative to find Lam Thursday. Being sought out by the goddess, the smile on his face gradually became more mischievous. Tan Tran Tran, of course, didn't come just to chat. She said she was planning to form a Bronze Spirit Ruin exploration team for the summer break, and if Lam Thu was interested, he could join her. Spirit ruins, much like secret realms, appeared in countless numbers across the world after the restoration of Spirit Chi. They were filled with rare treasures, but they were also home to many dangerous spirit beasts. However, the entire body of a spirit beast is a treasure. Not only are their pelts valuable, but some spirit beasts also contain spirit beads that are very useful for cultivation. Therefore, awakeners often form teams to venture into these spirit ruins to make a fortune. The place Tan Tran Tran invited Lam Thu to was a bronze rank spirit ruin, perfectly suited for his current abilities. A chance to search for rare treasures and a personal invitation from the goddess herself. How was this any different from a date? How could Lam Thu possibly refuse? He was still fantasizing about a romantic time for just the two of them when Tan Tran Tran continued, shattering his dream. Besides you, there are still 6 other teammates, so you don't need to worry about safety. Lam Thu was on the verge of tears. He just wanted some private time with the goddess. Where did all these third wheels come from? In the end, Lam Thu still agreed, but he wanted to haggle with Tan Tran Tran about not inviting anyone else. However, the beautiful Miss Tan left as quickly as the wind. Because tomorrow was the final day of the competition, she didn't want to waste any time, and she had no intention of losing to Lam Thu ever again. The next day, the stands were packed with spectators. Half of them were Lam Thu's new fans, while the other half remained steadfast in their hatred for him to the very end. They were just hoping that the goddess Tan could quickly crush that rabbit under her heel. Among the final top 8, Lam Thu and Tan Tran Tran unfortunately didn't face each other in any of the matches. So, they each defeated 3 other opponents, finally meeting in the championship match. When they both stepped into the ring, Lam Thu could see the burning fighting spirit in the goddess Tan's eyes. It seemed that today, she was absolutely determined not to lose. And sure enough, just as the MC announced the final match, Tan Tran Tran aggressively pointed straight at Lam Thu's face and declared, "This time, I will definitely not let the champion's title fall into your hands." This fierce demeanor was completely different from yesterday when she invited Lam Thu to join her team. Tan Tran Tran was competitive and refused to lose. As for Lam Thu, he wasn't keen on competing with his crush. It's just that when he first got here, he had foolishly given the entire audience the middle finger and declared that he would become the champion. If he couldn't make that happen now, he wouldn't know where to hide his face. Therefore, even though his opponent was the goddess, his crush, Lam Thu would not hold back one bit. When both contestants were ready, the MC announced the official start of the final match. Tan Tran Tran got into her stance, ready to attack first, but not without threatening her opponent a little. "Lam Thu, not only has my ability reached the silver rank, but I also got my Taekwondo black belt years ago. Whether it's spiritual power or physical strength, I'm not inferior to you. Is that so? In that case, you should be even more careful." Lam Thu seemed completely unfazed. In fact, he was even more excited. Unlike the previous rounds, this time he took the initiative to attack first, wanting to strike before she could. But a goddess is a goddess for a reason. Tan Tran Tran also easily dodged the blow. She even smoothly circled behind Lam Thu and kicked him. Although this one blow didn't take Lam Thu down, it did make him stumble and fall awkwardly. Turns out Tan Tran Tran wasn't lying. She looked slender, but her strength was not weak at all. If it weren't for the body enhancement skill that increased his muscle and strength, that one kick from the beautiful Miss Tan would have been enough to defeat him. However, the match had only just begun, and that kick from his crush had truly flipped Lam Thu's combat switch. He stood up straight and then rushed towards Tan Tran Tran once more. This time, Lam Thu used Rabbit Fist, launching one punch after another, but all of them were intercepted by Tan Tran Tran. She even looked completely at ease. Once again, Lam Thu was outmaneuvered as his opponent vanished and reappeared behind him. He took a full elbow from Tan Tran Tran to his right shoulder. Lam Thu immediately collapsed to the ground. He felt like his shoulder bone had shattered from that last hit. Meanwhile, Tan Tran Tran stood over him with an arrogant posture and began to taunt him. "You should give up, Lam Thursday. Although your physical condition isn't bad at all, your skills are truly pathetic." Lam Thu lay flat on the ground, his expression clearly showing his unwillingness to give up. Getting beaten black and blue by the beautiful Miss Tan like this was too humiliating. Moreover, from start to finish, she hadn't even used her ice system ability once. Tan Tran Tran was right. If this continued, all his bones would soon be broken. Lam Thu staggered to his feet. Then, he suddenly thought of something. He quickly raised his hands above his head, making an X sign. He signaled for a timeout and rushed out of the ring. Lam Thu saw a floor mop nearby, casually grabbed the handle, and asked the MC, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask, are weapons allowed in the match?" The competition's MC was momentarily stunned. Although there had never been a rule explicitly forbidding contestants from using weapons, no contestant had ever resorted to such a shameless method to win. He wanted to advise Lam Thu against choosing this path, as it would only bring shame upon himself. But Tan Tran Tran coolly agreed to the unreasonable request. In fact, she felt that Lam Thu using a mop handle to fight her was equivalent to insulting her. If that was the case, Tan Tran Tran intended to be a little more ruthless, just to shatter his pride along with his fighting spirit. "Can we start yet?" Tan Tran Tran asked impatiently. "Let's go." Lam Thu raised the mop in his hand to meet the challenge, looking utterly ridiculous. This is called the mop spear, forged by the hands of a janitor, weighing 1.2 kilograms. "I am ready to fight you." This posture of his made Tan Tran Tran even more annoyed. His fighting skills were like a cat's scratch, yet he held a mop handle, as if he were a general wielding a spear on the battlefield. This was truly an insult to her. Lam Thu swung the spear towards Tran Tran and taunted, "Here I come, don't cry when you lose." Tran Tran felt his attitude was incredibly strange. Something's not right. After picking up the spear, Lam Thu feels like a different person, like a renowned general charging onto the battlefield, without a single opening. Quick as a flash, Lam Thu leaped up to attack Tron Tron, forcing her to retreat several steps. If you're not going to attack, then I'll go first. The spear in Lam Thu's hand aimed straight for her face. Watch this move. Suddenly, it changed direction towards Tran Tran's slender waist, causing her to hastily dodge. His two hands gripped the spear tightly. Lam Thu's eyes were cunning, and the corner of his mouth curled into a foxy smile. Suddenly, he swatted her butt, making her yelp, but she couldn't help but admire in her heart. Wow, his spear technique is incredible. Turning her shame into anger, she cursed, "Shameless, I'm going to kill you." Lam Thu scratched his head, trying to explain. That was just by habit. It wasn't intentional. I couldn't stop myself. With the power of a legacy-level skill, Tran Tran angrily ordered Lam Thu to shut up, her hands still casting powerful spells relentlessly. Lam Thu, slightly panicked, knew she was angry and tried to calm her down. Let me explain. Though he was talking, he was constantly looking for ways to dodge Tran Tran's attacks. Ice Seal, Water System Chi. She showed no mercy and continued to attack relentlessly. You forced me to do this. Lam Thu used all his strength to block her spell, muttering, "So cold," feeling his body freeze up. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Tran Tran's spellcasting is too fast. Ice lances began to surround Lam Thursday. He calculated in his head, if I don't transform, I can only stall for time. The blocks of ice rushed to attack Lam Thu, who was gradually being forced into a defensive position. The ice solidified, freezing Lam Thu into a solid block. Tran Tran stood silently watching. At this moment, she was confident she had won, and requested, "MC, call an ambulance." "You can announce the result now." Not seeing any sign of Lam Thu, the MC thought it was real and complied. "All right, the winner is," however, before he could finish, a figure nonchalantly emerged from the slowly melting ice. Lam Thu flashed a roguish smile from behind the dissipating mist. "It's rare for us to have a chance to be alone. What's the rush?" He held the spear tightly, pointing it at his opponent, his rabbit ears standing straight up as he joked, "Hey now, your big brother Bunny has arrived." This time, it was Tran Tran's turn to be caught off guard. She quickly summoned an ice armor to defend. So fast, Lam Thu rushed forward like a gust of wind, giving her no time to react. Tran Tran nimbly used her ice armor to block the sudden spear attack. "Damn it, I can't believe Lam Thu is strong enough to shatter my ice armor after transforming. My arm is almost numb." The more she thought, the more unwilling she was to accept it. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Am I going to be runner-up again? I won't accept it. In a situation where she was being overpowered, Tran Tran still used all her strength to fight back. I won't accept it. "Breakthrough, Silver 2, Star Tran Tran shouted, and the ice she formed was powerful and majestic. Lam Thu was slightly alarmed, worriedly thinking, this is a mid-battle breakthrough. If I'm careless now, she could suffer from cultivation deviation. Seeing Tran Tran's fighting spirit surging, Lam Thu turned to the MC and shouted, "Referee, pause the match. Someone is cheating." He mysteriously leaned in and whispered to the MC, breaking through mid-battle, "Isn't that cheating?" The MC looked at him helplessly and said, "You again? Calling for a pause? This isn't cheating, it's a breakthrough, you idiot." He patiently explained further that the biggest cheat in this ability competition is you. You know that? Now stop talking. Tran Tran looked at him, speechless, thinking, I can't believe he didn't attack me while I was breaking through. However, for some reason, she suddenly let out a gentle smile, silently praising him. This rabbit is actually pretty cute. She clenched her fists, her fighting spirit restored, and boldly challenged Lam Thu. Stop clowning around. Come on, let's have another round. Lam Thu held his spear tightly, ready for battle. Fine by me. Let's fight. Tran Tran pointed straight at him, launching a preemptive strike. Be careful. I'm much stronger now than I was before. Wherever she stepped, ice formed. Lam Thu used his spear as leverage to advance. He suddenly launched himself high into the air with great force. Lam Thu's pupils contracted, his movements still swift, as he thought, so this is a breakthrough? Her move speed and attack power have increased so much. The spear slammed into the ground, shattering the platform. Sharp ice pillars relentlessly attacked him, forcing a pained grunt from Lam Thursday. Tran immediately cast a spell, and the pillars powerfully coiled around her. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and swung her arm forcefully. Lam Thu was hit by a series of blows, and he couldn't help but worry, this is bad. This is really bad. He used his bare hands to block the incoming ice shards, letting out a pained grunt. Looking at his injured, frozen arm, Lam Thu gritted his teeth in frustration. My hand is so frozen it's numb. Even though my physical body is at the Bronze 9 star level, my spirit power is only at Bronze 3 star. I can't withstand these continuous attacks. He bit his lip hard, his face pale from the pain. He had to risk it all. This isn't good. I have to go all out. Then, Lam Thu shot forward like a flaming arrow. Tran was shocked, her eyes wide. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of burst power. Tran leaned back to dodge Lam Thu's burst attack, prompting a quick reaction from him. I can't let her continue attacking. Suddenly, he grabbed her tightly from behind, freezing Tran in place. She tried to struggle out of Lam Thu's grasp. Damn it, what are you doing? Let go. He stubbornly held on tighter, replying, I won't. All of a sudden, Lam Thu felt his hand touching a soft, ripe peach. Tran blushed furiously from embarrassment because of his inappropriately placed hand. Turning her shame into anger, she thrashed around wildly, screaming, You bastard, let me go! Now, this made it hard for Lam Thu to hold on, and he thought helplessly, she's so strong. If she keeps struggling, we'll both. Lam Thu saw Tran about to fall and quickly caught her, shouting, Hey, be careful. Lam Thu quickly pulled her into his arms, taking the brunt of the fall himself with a painful thud. Tran saw the wound on his arm, furrowed her brow, and gently scolded him, You're bleeding. Let go. But in her heart, she was deeply moved. Even in that situation, he still protected me. Lam Thu's face was battered, but he still held her tightly, shouting, I'd rather die than let go, unless you surrender. Tran was just as stubborn, yelling, Don't force me, let go. If you let go, I'll surrender. Lam Thu just held her tighter, threatening, You're the one forcing me. I have an ultimate move. A cornered rabbit will bite. If you don't surrender, I'll really bite Tran. Tran's eyes widened in fear as she stammered, A rabbit? This is an ability competition, and you're going to bite someone? Lam Thu shamelessly shouted, Who cares what kind of competition it is? I just want to win. Tran blushed and looked at him, whispering, You? She let out a sigh, a look of helplessness clear on her beautiful face. To the utter astonishment of the judges, Tran raised her hand and shouted, I surrender. At that moment, Lam Thu relaxed his grip and fainted. Seeing him collapse, Tran cried out, Lam Thu. His vision blurred, but he could still see Tran's worried face as she constantly asked, Lam Thu, are you okay? His vision faded, and he could only hear the sound of sobbing. Lam Thu, a pink scene appeared, his head hazy. Who's calling me? He vaguely saw a sweet, gentle, and coquettish Tran. You're so mean. How could you treat me like that? Lam Thu reached his paws towards her two peaches, making Tran blush as she wondered to herself, What's wrong with me? Tran shyly covered her chest and shouted, You pervert, stay away from me. Lam Thu, who had turned into a rabbit, thought in surprise, What the hell? Why have I turned into this? Lam Thu, his head wrapped in bandages, woke up in a panic, drenched in a cold sweat and couldn't help but scream. Host, you are awake, the system announced. Lam Thu gave it a sarcastic look. How could I not be? I was dreaming about the system cut in. Congratulations, host, for drawing the SSS rank skill enhancement. The intelligence server has chosen to enhance your beastification, Great White Rabbit skill, successfully evolving it into Hooligan Rabbit. The system displayed a notification. Hooligan Rabbit. Skill summary. Don't mess with this rabbit. He's a special kind of hooligan rabbit. Lam Thu's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with anger. So it was your doing. The system nonchalantly continued, because the host was unconscious yesterday and was about to miss the chance to draw a card. So, Lam Thu rubbed his head and made his selection, muttering, Missing one draw isn't a big deal. Besides, Recently they've all been useless E-rank skills. Oh well, since I'm awake, I might as well draw for today to avoid you. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for receiving the SSS rank skill. Space System Awakening." Lamthu was stunned, thinking, another SSS rank skill? My luck is insane today. The system combined the beastification and space skills, announcing, "Host has been detected to possess the beastification skill. Perfect fusion opportunity. Commencing skill fusion now." Lamthu panicked, his eyes wide as he quickly raised a hand to stop it. "Fusion? What do you want? Are you making decisions for me again?" The system transferred the space skill to him, replying, "Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Hooligan Rabbit has successfully evolved into Doraemon." Lamthu was baffled. Huh? The system screen displayed a notification. Doraemon. Skill summary. The evolved version of Hooligan Rabbit, fused with space system abilities, possesses the common advantages of both space and beastification systems. Only Doraemon can lead you to achieve your dreams. Lamthu noticed a pocket had appeared on his stomach and asked quietly, 9,527. "What does this thing do?" The system replied. "This is a storage pouch. Inside is an empty alternate dimension. You can put things you need inside it." Lamthu gave a thumbs up in praise. "Isn't this basically a bag of holding? That's so cool." The system announced, "Besides the alternate dimension, the host has also awakened a new skill, Anywhere Door." The system explained, "Anywhere Door can open a door nearby that can then transport the host to any location within a 5-meter radius." Lamthu sat on his bed, amazed as he saw the system emit a light, connecting to another dimension. Lamthu cautiously approached the alternate dimension created by the system, wondering aloud, "It can transport me anywhere within 5 meters? Let's give it a try." A voice said, "Host, please imagine a destination within 5 meters while opening the Anywhere Door." Lamthu curiously looked around, wondering, where do I want to go? He shouted just before being swallowed by the dimension. Downstairs, the sparkling streaks of light gradually faded. The light forcefully pushed him downwards. He landed on the floor, rubbing his head and yelping, "Ow, that hurts," which startled a girl on a bed, waking her up. The girl's hand gripped a sharp knife. Lai Tuyet, 20 years old, the landlady's daughter, pointed the knife at him and shouted, "Lamthu, why are you here?" Lamthu waved his hands frantically, trying to explain, "So, downstairs is the landlady's house?" "Sister Tuyet, calm down. Let me explain." Lai Tuyet's eyes were red with fury as she roared, her voice echoing through the building. "What's there to explain? I'll kill you, you pervert," Lamthu wailed. "This is a misunderstanding. Stop hitting me. I'm a patient." The second day, at a coffee shop. Lamthu rubbed his bruised cheek, thinking, "Ow, that hurts. Luckily, Sister Tuyet let me go. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to my appointment with the goddess. It's rare for her to suddenly text me today." The pot-bellied guy, Trin Man, and another classmate were already waiting for him. Tran waved her hand and called out, "Lamthu, over here." Lamthu's mood sank. "There are other people here," Tran asked with concern. "After a night's rest, how did you get even more injured?" Lamthu rubbed his bruised head and mumbled, Something came up." She replied, "It's okay. We're about to go to the spirit zone, so you need to take good care of yourself." Tran gestured and said, "I asked you here today so you could get to know the exploration team. You probably already know Truong Tam and Trin Man." Lamthu thought to himself with tears in his eyes, "So that's what this is about. I'm so happy." The team support duo, a 9-star sound system user and a 9-star healer, Truong Tam, comforted him worriedly. "Big bro, are you okay? I'll heal you in a bit." Trin Man looked concerned. "Poor Thao." Tran looked towards a muscular young man in a red shirt and introduced him to Lam Thursday. "This is Trang Thon, our team's main attacker." Trang Thon, a bronze 9-star fire user, put his cup on the table and replied cheerfully, "Hey, Brother Lam, I saw your match. It was awesome." Tran sat on her chair, concerned. There are 2 other team members who had to take care of university admission procedures and couldn't make it today. She whispered to Lamthu, "By the way, You must have received your admission notice from Linvu University, right? He sat down and replied, Yeah, I got a whole stack this morning. Remembering the delivery guy from this morning, he thought to himself, the famous Linvu University, which I never dared to dream of before, is now fighting to recruit me. It's like a dream. Tran wanted to confirm one more time. So, Lam Thu, she looked at him and asked softly, Which school are you planning to attend? Lam Thu blushed, thinking, Why is the goddess suddenly asking about my university plans? Could it be that she wants? He didn't know how to answer Tran. After thinking for a moment, Lam Thu winked, raised his hand, and told Tran, I'm leaning towards the Tianwei campus of Linvu University. What about you? Want to go to the same school as me? Hearing this, Tran spoke up. You're actually right. I do want to go to the same university as you. I'm not satisfied with losing to you. I want to defeat you fair and square at the university. Lam Thu replied cheerfully, No problem. As long as the goddess gives the order, I'm ready to fight any time. Tran shot up from her seat, crossed her arms, and waved it off. Stop messing around. Let's get down to business. She pointed to a book and said, Although the place we're exploring is a bronze spirit ruin, our target is the spirit beast inside, the ice fox. The ice fox's spirit beat is what I need, but ice foxes tend to gather in packs. It's impossible for one person to handle them, so I want to ask for everyone's help. Tran explained gently. She frowned slightly and asked for everyone's opinion. I know that you all are coming to this spirit ruin for training and don't need anything from inside. You're mainly joining the team to help me, and I'm truly grateful. Tran smiled and replied, Tran, you're making it sound so formal. Trang Thon nodded in agreement. That's right. For us, this is also a form of training. Truong Tom chimed in. Exactly. Besides, being on the same team as Big Bro Lam to learn from him is our good fortune. Lam Thu smiled at Tran and replied, Haha, being invited by the goddess is my good fortune. I'm honored to be in a team with all of you. Lam Thu thought to himself, Your group has 2 bosses, one level 8 and one level 9, and you still want to learn from a level 2 chicken like me? Tran cleared her throat. Ahem, stop calling me goddess. Just call me by my name. She stood proudly with her hands on her hips, her newly formed exploration team behind her, and announced, All right then, departure time is in 3 days, 10 a.m., meet downstairs at Lam Thu's place. Everyone responded in unison. Got it, departure day, 9:30 a.m. Lam Thu was packing his things, muttering, 9,527, skill. The system appeared swiftly and said, Congratulations, host, for receiving the E-rank skill. Proficient in arts. The system announced, E-rank language proficiency, mastered. Host can understand all human languages on Earth. A-rank medical proficiency, mastered. Host is proficient in all Eastern and Western medical arts that have ever appeared on Earth. Lam Thu looked on, bored. E-rank again? Why have all the skills these past few days been so useless? Language proficiency. Medical proficiency. You want me to go be a principal in the West? It comforted him. Host, you are already incredibly lucky. You've unlocked the space system in such a short time. Remembering that, Lam Thu asked, Oh yeah, speaking of space, how do I use this pocket? The system replied, Try putting your backpack into it. Lam Thu held his backpack up to the magic pocket. Miraculously, the backpack was sucked into the magic pocket. Lam Thu exclaimed in excitement. Awesome. Lam Thu thought happily to himself. A backpack this big was put into the storage pocket in an instant, and it doesn't weigh a thing. The system continued. There's still plenty of space inside. Everything in this room can fit. Lam Thu looked skeptical, glancing around. Are you serious? From upstairs, Lam Thu heard someone from the group waving and shouting, Big bro, we're here. He waved back happily, replying, I'll be right down. Trinman stared intently at the pocket and asked curiously, A space system skill? Before the curious eyes of everyone, Lam Thu took the alloy staff Truong Tam had given him and put it into the magic pocket, replying, don't look at me like that. I'll get shy. The chubby guy immediately asked, A dual system awakener? The bag slowly and magically entered the magic pocket. Truong Tam exclaimed in surprise. It really fits, as expected of my big bro. Tran, holding her chin, asked in amazement. The space system is very rare. For you to have this is just heaven-defying. Trinman was still staring at the pocket with fascination. Trinman raised her paws playfully. Let me try to touch it. Lamthu blushed and pulled back. Hey, don't take advantage of the situation. He thought to himself. A boy has to protect himself when he's out and about. But Trinman replied with a straight face. What? It's the first time any of us have seen a space system skill. The driver up front saw this and laughed heartily, praising, haha, Brother Lam is really funny. Tham Kwai, the B system user, excitedly announced. Everyone, pay attention. We're about to reach our destination. Lam Thu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead. Before them was a swirling, purple spirit ruin, flowing like a powerful waterfall. Lam Thu thought in amazement. So this is a spirit ruin? No one knows how spirit ruins appear, but all evidence suggests it's related to the restoration of spirit chi. While the spirit ruin is filled with various types of spirit beasts, the rank of the ruin is determined by the rank of its spirit beasts. Although spirit beasts can enter the human world, for some unknown reason, they rarely take the initiative to do so. Mankind cannot let its guard down, nor does it dare to. Therefore, although the country doesn't place extreme importance on bronze and silver spirit ruins, it will still arrange for government personnel to be responsible for recording and guarding them, becoming humanity's last line of defense into this unidentified space world. The staff member blocked Lamthu's group and said, The number of entrants for today is full. If you want to enter, register for tomorrow. Tran next to him replied, All right, I'll register our team for tomorrow. Lamthu stood pensively before the spatial rift of the spirit ruin. He had an indescribable feeling, thinking to himself, The spirit chi at this entrance feels much denser than elsewhere. Meanwhile, Tran was registering with the staff here. Trinman came out of nowhere, linked her arm with his, and whined, Thou, what are you doing? Which startled Lamthu into exclaiming, Ah, Trinman. Lamthu helplessly rubbed his head as he listened to Trinman's sweet voice. How annoying. Just call me Man, okay? You call Tran that way too, don't you? He chuckled and replied, It's not the same. Where are you dragging me? Man cheerfully continued to pull him along. Of course, back to the car for a nap. And before that, I want to study your magical belly a little. Neither of them noticed someone secretly observing them. That person looked at Truong Tam, his eyes wide, and silently assessed. These little brats look very rich. I remember the guy next to the car. The thugs who had been lurking all this time were whispering among themselves. Big bro, this group is a bunch of fat sheep. Should we do it or not? Look at their gear and their car. The one called Big Bro smirked and replied, Do it. Look at that guy over there. I think he's the young master of the Dingsheng group. The leader of the Hunglan squad, a silver 5 star, ordered his underlings, tail them. As soon as they enter the spirit ruin, follow them immediately. Scarface replied, Don't worry, Big Bro. I'll keep my eyes glued to them. The scar-faced man was very excited at the thought of the fat prey. A field trip for rich kids, huh? Falling into the hands of the Hunglan squad, you can only blame your bad luck. Ngu Tin crossed his arms, his eyes fierce as he replied, We of Hunglan are regulars here. We specialize in taking care of weak, rich little adventurers. Just you wait, you little brats. Their footsteps made the entire forest tremble, sending birds flying in a panic. Ngu Tin glanced around menacingly and said sinisterly, This spirit ruin will become your grave. The next day, Lam Thu's group officially entered the spirit ruin. Stepping through, they found a land of lush green grass and trees. In front of them were rolling mountains shrouded in mist. The 6 of them stood there, surprised by the scene before them. Lam Thu thought in amazement, So this is the world of a spirit ruin? The space inside is so vast. Tran turned back and said to him, Let's go. Our target is the inner area of the spirit ruin. It's a snowfield, still a 2-day journey from here. He replied, Oh, okay. Tran turned to Trinman and said, Man, keep an eye on our surroundings. Trinman replied affirmatively. Don't worry. I've already turned on my little radar. Her sound system spirit skill acted like a bat's radar, conducting real-time surveillance of the surroundings. Lam Thu turned and said, That's some careful surveillance. Tron gave a signal and said, "All right, everything is ready. Let's move out." Lamthu agreed. "Okay." As the three of them turned to leave, he added, "That should be enough." Behind a tree, someone was peeking. Tin asked, "Boss, should we make a move now?" Tin replied, "What's the hurry? We're still on the grassland. It's too open. We'll be easily exposed." At this moment, Tin revealed a cunning expression and said to Tin, "Wait until we get into the forest. We'll give them a proper welcome then." Deeper into the grassland was a herd of large horned sheep, low-level bronze spirit beasts that eat grass and dislike humans approaching. They will actively attack any creature that gets near. One of the large horned sheep was eating when it lifted its head, seemingly sensing something. The next second, that large horned sheep was blown to bits. In the cloud of smoke after the huge explosion, a group of people gradually became clearer. Lamthu walked in front and said, "You two destroyers. This skill burned the spirit beast completely. These hides are all money, you know." The two behind him bowed their heads and said, "Sorry." He sighed and said, "See if there are any valuable parts left." Over here, Trinman jumped up and down happily, saying, "I found 2 spirit beads without even needing a skill." Everyone around was quite surprised to see this. Over on this side, Lamthu and Tran noticed that behind them, a pack of fierce beasts was watching their group. Becoming clearer, the pack of fierce dogs was growing larger and approaching from above. Tron turned back and ordered, "It's a sawtooth wolf. Everyone, be careful. They're ambushing us, but don't attack recklessly." The pack instinct of this wolf species is extremely strong. Everyone got into a fighting stance, facing the wolf pack. Tron continued, "If they find their packmates injured, they will become even more ferocious. Then they will attack us more aggressively." Suddenly, Lamthu asked, "What if their leader dies?" Tran turned around in surprise and said, "You mean, to catch the bandits, first catch the king?" The person behind them heard this and was also alarmed. Tran turned and said, "It's not that easy. Wolves are very cunning, and the pack leader won't actively attack us." Lamthu activated his anywhere door and said, "If it won't come to us, I can go to it." Tran asked in shock, "What?" Lamthu stepped into the anywhere door, not forgetting to say, "You guys stay here and protect yourselves. I'll be right back." Lamthu, holding his staff, jumped high to gain momentum, aiming straight for the alpha wolf and said with a fierce voice, "You're the pack leader, aren't you?" The wolf pack below, not understanding what was happening, looked up at him menacingly. After he spoke, he landed, delivering a powerful blow. On this side, the alpha wolf took the full force of his powerful strike. Its head caved in. Lamthu stomped his foot on the alpha wolf's head and glared fiercely at the pack. The wolves backed away in fear, whimpering. They stared in terror at the demon in human form standing on their leader. They whimpered to each other, "Run, now." Tam watched the fleeing wolves, then looked back at Lamthu with adoration, his voice filled with excitement. "Bro, that was so cool. Your space skill is awesome." Lamthu stroked his chin pretentiously and said, "Just a simple move." He walked over, grabbed the alpha wolf's pelt and ripped it off, causing the wolf to writhe in pain. Lamthu paid it no mind and called out, "Hey, kid, come over here and check this out. This spirit beast is much stronger than those sheep from before. See if there's anything inside." Lamthu's hand held a brilliantly glowing golden stone. Everyone was surprised. Lamthu felt a sense of accomplishment, looking at the stone in his hand with a hint of doubt. "A spirit bead?" Tran replied in shock. "This is a skill bead. The skill is stealth." Tam also exclaimed in amazement, "Awesome, we just entered the spirit ruin and already got a skill bead." Lamthu stared intently at the glowing spirit bead. "Stealth, huh?" Without a moment's hesitation, he handed the spirit bead to the person who had just run over. "This is for Tham Kwai. Your beastification is a wolf. Besides, you're in charge of scouting." This action made Truong Tom and Tran stare in disbelief, while Tham Kui was flustered, fumbling with his hands and feet. He said frantically, "What? This is too valuable." Tham Kui took the spirit bead, blushing with excitement, and said, "I'll take this spirit bead. Although it's only bronze rank, the additional skill is very useful. The estimated market price is around 2 million. I'll transfer the money to everyone after we leave the spirit ruin. His words made Lam Thu's excitement over the spirit bead grow even more. It was as if what was in front of him wasn't a spirit bead, but a pile of money. He did some quick calculations in his head. So that's over 300,000 for each person. We've struck it rich. He held the spirit bead, calmly closing his eyes to feel it. The spirit bead in his hand gradually dissolved into thin air. Everyone was amazed, exclaiming, "It really disappeared. That's incredible." Tham Kwai was also stunned to receive the stealth spirit chi. As one side celebrated joyfully, Lam Thu secretly felt regret, tears streaming down his face. Damn it. If I knew it was this awesome, I would have kept it for myself. The system appeared. Lam Thu quickly composed himself as if nothing had happened, waving his hand. Whatever, it's just a skill. I've got 9,527 every day. As he spoke, he activated the system. A mechanical voice rang out, drawing skill. The system screen appeared. Received body enhancement. S. Rank skill. Congratulations, host, for receiving body enhancement. Lam Thu looked at the system screen in bewilderment. This skill again. I've drawn it twice before. I remember it usually rips my clothes. As soon as he finished speaking, the shirt on Lam Thu was torn by some force. Tran looked over and blushed beet red. Lam Thu, why aren't you wearing clothes? Remembering the time before, right in front of Man, when he was also in a situation with his clothes torn to shreds, he cursed the system viciously in his heart. You did this to me again. You've made me lose face like this before. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? The system immediately retorted. Bullshit. You have no idea how lucky you are to draw this skill 3 times in such a short period. Lam Thu, red-faced with embarrassment, covered his upper body and quickly ran off, saying to the others behind him, "It's getting dark. Let's rest here. I'm going to deal with my clothes. I'll be right back," Tran said helplessly. Honestly, while putting on his clothes, he communicated with the system through his thoughts. So my body has been enhanced 3 times. What's my strength like now? The system replied, the host's current strength is estimated to be that of a Silver 6 Star Awakener. Lam Thu couldn't help but be amazed. Silver 6 Star, that's way too strong. The system replied contemptuously, it's the ultimate cheat. Just enjoy it. That evening, as night fell, in the forest, Lam Thu's group set up camp and sat around a fire. Lam Thu had a blissful expression, laughing brightly and loudly. Tran, sitting next to him with an indescribable expression, asked gloomily, "Hey, you." Her volume suddenly increased as Tran angrily shouted into Lam Thu's ear, "Ever since you came back from that little forest, what have you been so happy about?" Lam Thu laughed shyly and covered his mouth, waving his hand. It's nothing, he thought to himself. I can't help it. I'm too pleased with my power increase. I'm already looking forward to what tomorrow's skill will be. Man walked over and whispered in Tran's ear, "Big sis, I think we're being followed." Tran's face also darkened. Are you sure? It's not just other adventurers heading the same way? Man glanced behind them and replied in a low voice, "After observing, I've noticed they've been consistently following us. Moreover, each of them is very cautious, always maintaining a distance of 800 to 900 meters from us, neither approaching nor disappearing." The 3 of them, Tran, Man, and Lam Thu, all raised their guard, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Tran said grimly, "Then we have to be very careful. I heard from the elders in my family that there are some illegal organizations that specialize in hunting other adventurers in the spirit ruins." Lam Thu was a bit bewildered. Hunting? Tran envisioned those hunters with the sharp, demonic eyes of a beast. By dawn, the group was no longer sober. Casualties are a common occurrence in the spirit ruins. After they kill and plunder, as long as they clean up their tracks and destroy the evidence, it's very difficult to catch them. Tran was worried, and her words became more cautious. If it's them, they will definitely make a move when we enter the forest. Out here, it's too easy for others to spot them. Lam Thu was a little surprised to hear this. He took a few steps forward, patted her on the shoulder, and gently comforted Tran. Don't worry. If they make a move, we'll handle it. I'll protect you. Tran blushed and looked away, pouting. Who needs your protection? I mean, we need to be well prepared. Lam Thu, walking behind her, smiled indulgently. Yes, yes, we'll listen to whatever Tran Tran says. The second day, in the tent, a voice rang out, 9,527. A mechanical voice replied, drawing skill. The screen showed, received taming, E-rank skill. Lam Thu lay in the tent, disappointed. He sat up, still groggy, and yawned. Sigh. Don't bother congratulating me. I had such high hopes for today's skill. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Ah, Lam Thu was immediately on alert, his heart pounding. What happened? That was Tran Tran's voice. Two gigantic, crimson pythons. Their poisonous mouths stared intently at Lam Thu's group. Lam Thu's jaw dropped in horror at the scene before him. The system analyzed the python that was baring its fangs and charging to attack. Eyeglass snake. Extremely fast, venomous, and difficult to tame. Lam Thu seemed to understand the issue. Through taming, I can get information on this snake species. This is bad. Lam Thu quickly shouted to stop everyone. Everyone, fall back. You can't attack it up close. One of the two pythons spat venom, attacking Tran Tran's group. Luckily, they all dodged in time. Diane Lei, let's combine our attacks from a distance. Diane Lei, standing nearby, acknowledged the order. Got it. Diane Lei unleashed a lightning strike. Tran Tran launched ice spikes. They simultaneously attacked the python. The python took the full brunt of the attack and roared in pain. The python, electrocuted and impaled with ice spikes, writhed in agony. Both pythons collapsed. Tran Tran breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Man, beside her, complained, Ugh, this snake is so gross, it stinks so bad. Lam Thu, holding a dagger, walked over. At times like this, it's best to let a man handle it. Trong Tom, following behind, noticed something and reported it to Lam Thursday. Big bro, something's moving inside, he pointed to the snake's belly. Lam Thu knelt down beside the bulge in the python's belly. Wait a minute, everyone, stay back. The dagger had just made an incision when blood immediately spurted out. Inside, two glowing red eyes stared out. A mouse suddenly leaped out of the incision, pouncing towards Lam Thursday. At the same time, the system displayed, Prairie Gopher, gentle temperament, extremely easy to tame, specializes in earth system skills, a little expert at digging. Tran Tran, Man, and Trong Tam also gathered to look at the new creature in front of Lam Thursday. The two girls said in unison, so cute. Lam Thu still had a look of horror on his face. What is this thing? Trong Tam looked at the adorable little mouse in front of him, somewhat in disbelief. A prairie gopher? The little mouse quickly warmed up to Lam Thu and hopped onto his arm. Lam Thu was a bit speechless. This little thing probably isn't dangerous. As soon as he finished his sentence, the gopher leaped towards Tran Tran, making her exclaim in surprise. Oh, Lam Thu couldn't stop it in time. Tran Tran hugged the adorable little mouse, saying happily, Aw, so cute, so well behaved. The mouse looked content being held by Tran Tran, but Lam Thu suddenly roared, You little rat. Get down from there, he thought to himself. This is a huge threat. Lam Thu looked on helplessly and clicked his tongue, then continued to dissect the python. He pulled out two pristine white gems, like pearls. There are 2 spirit beads, Lam Thu announced. The gopher behind him also squeaked. Yay! The mouse in Tran Tran's arms squeaked excitedly. Yay, 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 Tran Tran guessed its meaning and translated, It seems to want the spirit beads in your hand. Lam Thu immediately replied, No way, in your dreams? The gopher scrambled to the ground, looking very hurried. It dug around for a bit, squeaking yay yay. Lam Thu seemed to understand and replied to it, What? You're saying you can trade something for them? I don't believe you. Man and Trong Tom, watching from the side, had the same thought as they listened to their exchange. They can actually communicate with each other? The gopher turned into a thief, quickly darting forward to snatch the spirit beads from Lam Thu's hand. Lam Thu could only watch as it made off with his prize, exclaiming, Damn it! He couldn't react in time and could only watch helplessly as the stinking mouse ran off with his belongings. Lam Thu had tears in his eyes. Trong Tam came over to comfort him. Big bro, it's just 2 spirit beads. Lam Thu retorted in his heart. Damn it. What does a rich person like you understand? Tron detected a sound not far away and said alertly, I think I hear something. A large explosion echoed through the forest, rapidly approaching Lam Thu's group. Man, shouted. Everyone, look! Everyone went into a combat stance. Man, slightly panicked, said, I sense a group of spirit beasts surrounding us. There are a lot of them. A hole suddenly appeared in the ground. From the hole, many gophers jumped out. They were carrying various colored, slightly yellowish gems on their heads. The whole group was speechless with surprise. The little mouse that had stolen Lam Thu's items earlier was holding a gem and waving its hand behind it. The other mice immediately formed neat rows. Each one held a gem in its mouth and dropped it in one spot, quickly forming a small mountain of gems. The gopher held the spirit bead in its hand and offered it to Lam Thursday. Lam Thu couldn't believe it, kneeling down and pointing to himself. Are all these spirit beads for me? The gopher nodded eagerly, squeaking, as if to say, to thank you for giving me 2 Earth System spirit beads. Man took out a notebook and started writing 70 red spirit beads, 4 with skills, 52 blue spirit beads, 3 with skills, 61 green spirit beads, 3 with skills, 30 purple spirit beads, 2 with skills. Man tallied up the total. A total of 213 spirit beads, some of which carry spirit skills. Trung Tam reached out to count the mountain of spirit beads, marveling endlessly. Even though they're all bronze rank, the quantity is just incredible. Lam Thu picked up a red spirit bead to examine it, calculating in his head. There are no rare or Earth System ones. They were probably all absorbed by these gophers. The ones left that match our team's attributes are only... At this moment, Lam Thu extended his hand towards Trang Thon. The fire system skill bead should go to Trang Thon. Trang Thon, now holding a spirit bead, quickly thanked him. Brother Lam, I just need 1 spirit skill. Great fireball will do. You can have the other spirit beads. Tran quickly spoke up to him. He then turned back and asked, all of them? At this moment, she gratefully remembered the moment he commanded everyone to fight the eyeglass snake. Responding to his question, she quickly added, yes. The main reason we were able to deal with the eyeglass snake so easily was thanks to your command. Truong Tam, excited, put his hand on his shoulder. That's right, big bro, you should take them. Man also chimed in with praise. He kept his word. It was only by talking to this mouse that we were able to trade for them. Receiving so many compliments, he could only scratch his head and reply shyly, I didn't really do anything. The other spirit beads are useless to Earth System spirit beasts, so it gave them to us. No longer shy, he quickly gathered the spirit beads and put them in his pocket, chattering away. Since it's everyone's wish, I won't be polite then. Tran, seeing this from behind, quickly offered a suggestion. By the way, do you want to try absorbing one? Hearing her words, he paused for a moment in thought. Immediately after, he quickly tried to absorb a spirit bead. The energy from the bead enveloped him. The powerful pure energy surrounding him was being absorbed, but he couldn't help but wonder, I've never absorbed a spirit bead before. How do I do this? His hand touched the spirit bead, and the energy radiating from it gave him a strange and somewhat surprising sensation. After absorbing a large amount of powerful energy from the spirit bead, Lam Thu broke through to Bronze 3, Star, and his body felt much more comfortable as a result. Truong Tam, standing with Man, were both incredibly excited to witness Lam Thu's breakthrough and couldn't help but shout, congratulations on your breakthrough, big bro. Tran, standing beside them, couldn't help but be impressed by the power of the spirit bead. He had broken through just by absorbing it. The power of this spirit bead is immense. Hearing the compliments, he puffed up his chest. It's not that. I've been cultivating for the past month and was already on the verge of a breakthrough, so, before he could boast further, she quickly cut him off. In any case, congratulations. This will increase our team's combat power a little more. Thank you, little guy, she said. She continuously patted the little guy's head in praise. She announced to the little guy that they were about to leave and that it should go home. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the little guy by the scruff of its neck and pulled it out of her arms. Wait a minute. I still need this little guy's help with something. The little guy let out a small yelp of pain. Immediately after, he brought his cunning face close to the little guy and threatened, "You'll have to come with us for a bit. I'm sure you won't mind, right?" Faced with his irresistible offer, the little guy could only agree. At this moment, behind them, Ni-tin and Ngu-tin were watching from behind a cliff. The aggressive Ni-tin spoke up. "Boss, they've entered the forest. Should we make a move now?" Tam-tin, not to be outdone, quickly spoke up. "Let me. They're just a bunch of newbies. I can handle them myself." But Ngu-tin stopped them. "Don't be hasty." Ngu-tin observed Lam Thu's group, then told his accomplices, "Our team has 3 silver rank experts. Dealing with them won't be difficult. This is the only entrance to the forest. Not a good choice. We need to let them go a little further." At this moment, Ngu-tin revealed a sinister face as he explained his scheme. "Wait until those little lambs are deep in the forest and have let their guard down to rest. Then we'll make our move." Night had fallen. Lam Thu's group had set up camp to rest. Outside the camp, Tran Tran and Lam Thu were gathering firewood. Lam Thu quickly created a man-powered barrier, specifically powered by Jia Huo, by having it tear up a patch of ground in front of them, creating a deep pit. The final step was to stick some stakes into the pit. "Got it?" Upon receiving the command, Jia Huo quickly grabbed a sharp stake and jumped into the deep pit. Okay. In a flash, countless wooden stakes were planted in the pit by Jia Huo. The sharp stakes now formed a solid protective layer for Lam Thu's group. "See? Very pleased with the result," he praised Jia Huo. "Very good, very good. Now go call your other little mouse brothers out." In his hand was the venom of the eyeglass snake. He then began to search. After that, he immediately poured the vial of eyeglass snake venom into the deep pit, his cunning face becoming more apparent. Just add a little of the snake venom from before. Even if they don't die falling in, they'll be crippled. The drops of eyeglass snake venom dripped into the pit. Drip, drip. Soon after, he praised Jia Huo's coordination. "And with that, the job is done. You guys can go now. Be careful not to get caught by other spirit beasts in the future. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Jia Huo also quickly said goodbye to him and left with its companions. He had known all along that he would go with his companions. Tran Tran's voice from behind made him turn around instinctively. "The traps are all set. Trin Man has some news for everyone." Standing beside him, by the fire, Man Man called Tran Tran and Lam Thu over. Tran Tran asked, "Any new information?" Man Man continued in a serious tone, "That group is getting closer and closer to us. They've now stopped 500 meters away. I can hear their conversation clearly. They said they want to attack us tonight." As she said this, Man Man's serious expression was clear. Trong Tom, beside her, quickly asked in alarm, "What?" Fear was evident on his face. Man Man continued, "The opponent seems to be the infamous Hung Lang squad." Hearing Man Man's words, Truong Tam cried out in alarm, "Hung Lang? I heard they specialize in killing new adventurers in the Bronze Spirit Ruin. Moreover, their team has several members who are at the silver rank." The more he spoke, the more unsteady Truong Tam became. In contrast, he just sat there, deep in thought. Everyone seems very worried. This isn't good. He quickly spoke up to boost everyone's morale. "Listen, your current state of mind is all wrong." He seriously stated his thoughts, his face grave. "I hope everyone remains absolutely calm, because next, we won't be facing opponents in an arena." Hearing his words, Tran Tran and Man Man calmed down a bit to think. Trong Tam also listened intently to him. He continued, "They will not show mercy. A slight mistake, and our lives will be lost here. Tham Kwai. When the time comes, you'll be in charge of protecting Truong Tam and Trin Man. Their combat power isn't great, so we need to prevent the enemy from prioritizing them." Lam Thu calmly assigned roles and laid out a detailed defensive strategy. Seeing him like this, Tran Tran's heart was moved, and she called his name. She thought to herself, "These are words that I, as the captain, should have said. I also unconsciously fell into a state of panic just now." Lam Thu did his best to encourage Truong Tam. "You are our important support. Protect yourself well." Thanks to his words of encouragement, everyone gradually regained their spirits. Even the most frightened one, Trong Tom, was invigorated and replied, Understood. Seeing the scene before her, Tran Tran couldn't help but admire his leadership ability. Even in a dangerous situation, he remains composed. He's truly amazing. Suddenly, he turned to her and started a conversation. "Oh right, Tran Tran. Later, if you're scared, my chest will always be open for you." As he spoke, he put on a smug face. She just listened, speechless. At this moment, she let out a small laugh, and her face also turned a shy red. Tran now looked directly at him, blushing as she said, "Then I'll be counting on you." Hearing her trusting words, he couldn't help but spurt blood from his nose. He screamed internally, "My goddess is too cute." Everyone rushed to support him after that emotional blow from Tran Tran. Time slowly passed. Soon, it was 2 o'clock. Outside Lam Thu's group's camp, Nu Tin's group was also lurking and watching them. The hunt begins. Over in the bushes, Nu Tin started the battle plan with Tam Tin and Ni Tin. Ngu Tin's group was at the edge of the bushes, listening to their assignments. Ngu Tin assigned specific positions to begin the hunt for people. Lao Er, Lao Chi, you take the north. Lao Lu, the south. Lao Si, Lao Wu, you take the west. Ni Tin quickly asked, "Boss, how do we attack?" After discussing the hunting strategy, Ngu Tin's group quickly moved to surround Lam Thu's camp. That Tin charged towards Lam Thu's group's location, his face full of aggression. Behind him, Ngu Tin relentlessly boosted their morale, continuously telling everyone to surround them. Ni Tin, standing by, was a bit worried. "Boss, isn't this a bit overkill?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ni Tin was startled by the scene before him, his eyes wide in panic. An energy with a blue glow enveloped his leg. Just like that, the pure energy seemed to cover that Tin's entire body, sending him flying. As he flew, that Tin fell right into the stake-filled trap that Lam Thu had set. Countless stakes pierced through his body. Over here, Ngu Tin finally saw the danger and shouted to his men in the distance. What happened? That Tin, now in the pit, was screaming non-stop. His men were thrown into chaos. Nu Tin, therefore, ordered everyone to regroup in the face of the ambush. Ni Tin quickly reported the losses from the ambush. Lao Chi and Lao Lu are dead. Ni Tin supported the injured Tu Tin after the ambush by Lam Thu's trap. Lao Si's stomach was pierced by a wooden stake in the pit. It was also poisoned. The situation is not good. Ngu Tin angrily cursed. "Damn it, these brats actually." Over here, Lam Thu let out a series of yawns and complained, "So rude. It's the middle of the night and they won't even let people sleep." On the other side, Nu Tin gave a pained laugh at his carelessness. "After hunting geese all day, I never thought I'd get my eyes pecked out by a few geese." The more he thought, the angrier he got. Ngu Tin was now burning with rage. "But based on your ranks, you can just go die now." Over here, Lam Thu raised his hand to the sky. Behind him were Man Man and Truong Tam. He raised his hand and shouted at Ngu Tin's group, "Who's going to die is not yet certain." Immediately after, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, on Ngu Tin's side, something was approaching them from above. It made his group stare in astonishment. It was Tron Tron's ice energy crashing down on them, leaving sharp ice pillars in the ground. Tron Tron's ice power encased the legs of Ngu Tin's group, and they couldn't help but be startled. At this moment, a ball of fire appeared above, heading towards Ngu Tin's group. The powerful energy sent them flying. Nu Tin turned to Ni Tin and heard the report. Tu Tin had died in Ni Tin's arms. Nu Tin was furious, his powerful energy completely unleashed. "Good, very good. Next, I'll let you see what hell is really like." In front of Lam Thu's group now were 2 sources of energy, 3 silver ranks and 1 silver rank over here. Tron Tron was startled by the energy she felt. Such strong spirit chi. The opponents are all silver rank experts. Lam Thu looked at the group before him, not taking them seriously, and warned, "It's like we're the villains." Let me say this first, we're acting in self-defense. Tron Tron, beside him, was on guard, reminding Lam Thu, "Stop talking nonsense and be careful." Looking at the 2 groups before them, one blue and one red, a sense of fear arose in Tron Tran's heart. Their strength is much greater than ours. Tran Tran got into a stance, ready to attack, and said loudly to Lam Thu, "I'll hold off the leader. Let the others hold off one person." and you deal with the rest. Lam Thu turned to look at Tran Tran and realized, is Tran Tran putting on a brave face again? He raised his hand and patted her shoulder to reassure her. Tran Tran looked at Lam Thu, and he struck a cool pose, his voice comforting, don't be afraid. The great cool rabbit is here. Tran Tran shyly turned her face away, her voice bashful. I'm not scared. The two of them went in separate directions, leaving behind the words, I'm going first. You guys do your best. Lam Thu also shouted to rally them. Brothers, let's go. He had a plan in mind. Her strength is a bit lacking to deal with the leader. I have to end this fight quickly to help her. Truong Tam said to Lam Thu, Bro, give the order. Lam Thu replied, Truong Tam, find a safe place. Truong Tam quickly responded, Yes. Then Lam Thu assigned the others. You guys protect Truong Tam. They all blurted out the same question, huh? The two opponents immediately spoke up in frustration. What do you mean? You, a bronze-level newbie, wanna die? Lam Thu replied without a care, just a bunch of lackeys who talk too much. Tam Tin was enraged upon hearing this. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand, preparing a move. Get ready to die, Lam Thu shouted. Everyone, be careful. He unleashed his move, spirit skill, cyclone. A terrifying cyclone immediately appeared and swept towards them. Truong Tam shouted, Big bro, be careful. Lam Thu rushed forward, dodging the cyclone and thinking scornfully, Is that all? Too slow. Tam Tin's group was terrified, their mouths agape and speechless. Then came the scene of Lam Thu, holding an iron rod, sweeping aside the two hunters. Take a blow from my staff, the hunters cried out in pain as they were struck. Both of them were knocked out and pinned under Lam Thu's foot, one hand on his hip, the other shouldering his staff. He said contemptuously, I haven't even used 10% of my strength, and you're already down. Truong Tam laughed and shouted, Big bro is mighty. Lam Thu turned and smiled humbly, saying, Not at all. It's thanks to the quality staff you gave me. On the other side, Tran Tran wasn't having such an easy time, her eyes highly alert. The Silver 5, Star Leader was charging to attack Tran Tran, but she seemed to be injured, weak, and without the strength to fight back. She could only stand there, her eyes wide, waiting for the blow to land. Lam Thu's expression became urgent, and he rushed over. All right. He quickly got behind Ngu Tin, his staff already in position. It all happened in a flash, leaving both Tran Tran and Ngu Tin in a state of disbelief. Lam Thu, enraged, gathered all his strength and smashed it straight into Ngu Ting, creating a shocking explosion. The Ngu Tin leader managed to dodge the blow, then turned in shock to find the corpses behind him. What happened? Lao and Lao San are both dead? Lam Thu showed him no courtesy and charged directly to attack. Come and have a taste of this. He quickly unleashed a 3-hit spear combo, aiming for Ngu Tin's vital points, which made his face turn pale with fear. Be careful where you're hitting, you little punk. You only know how to sneak attack. Ngu Tin quickly jumped back, barely dodging one of Lam Thu's strikes, and cursed. Damn it! Ngu Tin was now furious. He channeled all his power and executed his spirit skill, Tiger's Fury Roar. You little brat, you've really pissed me off. Roaring, he leaped high into the air, extending his sharp claws as he lunged towards him. Ngu Tin's face was now incredibly fierce. I'll slaughter the rabbit first. Lam Thu instinctively raised his staff to defend himself, but due to the massive power disparity, Lam Thu struggled to hold his ground. He was sent flying backwards by Ngu Tin's attack. At this moment, Lam Thu bent his knees, trying to anchor himself to the ground. He panted heavily, his teeth clenched. His strength is too great. I can't meet it head-on. I have to think of another way. Seeing Lam Thu not fighting back, Ngu Tin became even more arrogant. You dare to get distracted? Ngu Tin launched another attack. Then 1 blow, 2 blows, he relentlessly attacked Lam Thu, but none of them landed. Watching his attacks being perfectly dodged, Ngu Tin thought to himself, this kid is agile. I have to finish him quickly. Otherwise, my Tiger's Fury won't last much longer. Ngu Tin gathered all his strength, wanting to end it with his spirit skill, Tiger Whip. You little punk, still trying to run? Have a taste of my Tiger Whip. Lam Thu looked at Ngu Tin with a helpless expression and said, Wait, You're not planning to attack me with that indescribable thing, are you? Lam Hu didn't say much more. He leaped into the air, spun around, and whipped his long tail towards Lam Thursday. Lam Thu tried to block, his mind racing. A real tiger tail. As long as it's not that disgusting thing, I'm good. At this moment, Lam Thu could no longer hold his ground, and was sent flying into the air. Fortunately, he landed safely. As expected, the power of a silver rank can't be underestimated. It seems I can't hide my ace in the hole any longer. Lam Thu stepped into the anywhere door, thinking, come on out, anywhere door. Stepping out of the anywhere door, he said to himself, your good days are over. Ngutin said in shock. Why did he suddenly disappear? Lam Thu jumped from the air and attacked him from behind. He asked in shock, what? Since when? Ngutin also turned to follow up, saying, but that's fine, you've brought yourself to me. As he threw a punch at Lam Thu, he said, let's see how you'll dodge this. Suddenly, he turned and said, now is the time to attack. At this moment, 3 people with 3 different spirit skills, including Icebound Earth, Great Fireball Rain, and Lightning Strike, were already prepared. Lam Thu had already jumped into the anywhere door, leaving Ngutin shocked, thinking, how is this possible? How did that kid disappear? It's over. Ngutin finally realized, thinking, could it be that this newbie is a space system user? As for Lam Thu, with his sharp eyes, he said, we meet again, Big Kitty. Everything before them exploded. Lam Thu stepped through the anywhere door and said, good coordination. The 5th elite was lying battered on the ground. Truong Tom approached Ngutin to check on him and said, big bro, he's dead. Seeing him dead, Tron Tron had a strong reaction. She covered her mouth as if she was about to vomit, which caught his attention. She slumped to the ground. Lam Thu patted her back and asked, are you okay? Looking at Truong, Tam, and Man Man, he thought, it seems this first kill has had a significant impact on everyone. Lam Thu stood up and said, I know this is the first time for all of you killing someone, but this is a spirit ruin. He continued seriously, if we don't kill them, they will kill us. We're just defending ourselves. Besides, I don't regret killing this scum, thinking about how their hands are already stained with blood. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he continued to reason with them. We have put an end to their crimes here, preventing more casualties from occurring. Lam Thu continued, let's just compose ourselves a bit and find another place to rest. I'm sure none of you want to sleep next to this pile of corpses tonight, right? Truong Tom replied. At a critical moment, we still listened to Big Bro. He gave the order, let's go. Tan Tran Tran's adoring gaze had been fixed on Lam Thu this whole time. Lam Thu urged everyone, go rest. Truong Tam and I will stand guard. Then he and Truong Tam sat outside the tent talking. After being treated by Truong Tam, Lam Thu felt his strength multiply. Amazing, I'm fully recovered. Truong Tam smiled humbly. It's just a small trick, nothing compared to Big Bro. Lam Thu smiled proudly and encouraged him. You are our strong healer. What's there to be humble about? Truong Tam blushed at the praise. Could you call me a male healer instead? Suddenly, a voice called out Truong Tom's name. Truong Tam looked up and saw Tan Tran Tran coming out. He asked in surprise, Big sis, why are you out here? Tan Tran Tran suggested. You go rest. Lam Thu and I will take the watch. However, Truong Tom didn't dare. How could I do that? Or maybe I should. However, the look in Tan Tran Tran's eyes said it all. I just happen to have a few things I want to say to him. Truong Tam quickly got the message and retreated. Understood. Then I won't disturb you two any longer. Farewell. Lam Thu was so shocked his jaw dropped. What is this situation? As he sat there, he grew restless, wondering to himself, what's with the goddess all of a sudden? Lam Thu couldn't help but glance over at Tan Tran Tran. What does she want to talk to me about? Suddenly, their eyes met, startling Lam Thu and making him blush beet red. He decided to break the silence first. Don't keep staring at me just because I'm handsome. I'll get shy. In reality, Lam Thu was ecstatic. Oh my god, why is Tran Tran staring at me too? His excitement was written all over his face. Being stared at by my crush is really embarrassing. Tan Tran Tran chuckled at Lam Thu's words. Such a thick-skinned guy, still boasting about himself like that. However, a second later, she had to admit, "But honestly, looking at you like this, I've discovered you're actually a little handsome." Lam Thu was so startled he fell backwards, blurting out in a panic, "Whoa, who are you?" The normal Tran Tran would never compliment me like that. To his surprise, Tan Tran Tran didn't deny it. Instead, this time she took the initiative to extend her hand to Lam Thursday. "What I said is true. Today, when everyone was panicking, you stabilized the team's morale, and even dealt with that dangerous group of silver-rank criminals." She was incredibly impressed by that. "You were really cool like that." The more Lam Thu listened, the more he couldn't believe it. Tran Tran. Finally, his emotions swelled up so intensely that Lam Thu grabbed Tan Tran Tran's hand and his voice softened as he asked with extreme awkwardness, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Tan Tran Tran, caught off guard by the sudden attack, blushed as red as a tomato, and beads of sweat began to form. "Huh?" Tan Tran Tran quickly pulled her hand back and gave him a playful glare. "Why are you asking that?" Lam Thu froze and immediately tried to cover his tracks. "That's not it." He deeply regretted his words. "I screwed up. Tran Tran is just too cute, so I wasn't thinking." He tried to change the subject. "You suddenly complimented me like that. I suspect you have a crush on me." Tran Tran, flustered, shouted, "What do you mean, crush?" Somehow, the two of them turned it into a competition. Tan Tran Tran advised Lam Thu, "You should give up. My standards for a significant other are not low at all. He has to be stronger than me in every aspect." After hearing this, Lam Thu smiled. "Then isn't that just me?" He thought to himself, "Great, so that means she doesn't have a boyfriend." As expected, after hearing that, Tan Tran Tran couldn't argue back. She tried to be stubborn. "Humph. You're only a little stronger than me now, but when it comes to academics, I won't lose. We'll have to wait for the new exam results to see who the real citywide #1 is." Lam Thu accepted without any hesitation. "So, what if my score is still higher than yours?" He knew full well that since he had already received his university acceptance letter, he wasn't planning on taking the exam. Now he had to seriously prepare for it. Seizing the opportunity, Lam Thu made a proposal. "If I win again, will you be my girlfriend?" Tan Tran Tran tried to maintain her pride on the surface. "In your dreams." A moment later, someone came out to help Lam Thursday. "Big bro, we're here to switch shifts." Knowing it was late, he said goodbye to her and headed back. "All right, Tran Tran, see you tomorrow." Tan Tran Tran pretended to be sulky and didn't reply. The others just watched and wondered, why is Big Sis angry again? The next morning came quickly. As soon as his eyes opened, Lam Thu opened the system. 9,527. Awaken today's skill. 9,527 announced. Drawing skill. Suddenly, a second later, a massive notification exploded from the system. "Congratulations, host, for receiving Spirit Chi Enhancement. Enhancement will begin immediately." On the screen, in huge letters, it read, "Spirit Chi Enhancement, S rank skill." Lam Thu froze in shock. Spirit Chi can be enhanced too? Could it be? He tried checking his current power and discovered he had broken through to bronze. 5-star. It increased, and it went up by 2 levels at once. Lam Thu gave 9,527 a cunning look, as if he wanted to ask for countless things. "This is so awesome. How about you be a little more generous and boost me to silver, or maybe gold?" His greed was so much that even 9,527 couldn't stand it and snapped, "In your dreams, the host's luck is already supernatural. And your requests are getting more and more ridiculous. See you tomorrow." Lam Thu stepped out of the tent, feeling exhilarated. Bronze 5, star beastification. Silver 6, star strength. "This is too awesome." Seeing Lam Thu step out, Trong greeted him. "Big bro, you're awake." However, he immediately sensed something different about Lam Thursday. This spirit he couldn't help but ask, "Big bro, did you reach bronze 5-star? Truong Tam's mind was in such a turmoil that the knife he was holding slipped and cut his finger, drawing blood. Everyone around ran over worriedly. "Hey," Trin Man gently took out a cloth to wipe Truong Tam's hand, frowning with concern. "Be careful." Lam Thu chuckled and asked about his condition. "Are you okay? Why are you so surprised?" Truong Tom's eyes were wide. Damn, big bro, you leveled up twice overnight. Isn't that enough to surprise someone? Hearing this, everyone crowded around to see for themselves. What? Lamthu broke through 2 levels? Are you even human? It was the first time Lamthu had felt so much pressure from being surrounded. He explained, "Yesterday's battle gave me some sort of epiphany, which is why I broke through so quickly this time." After speaking, Lamthu humbly scratched his head. "You experts shouldn't laugh at me." Loi Dian gave him a sidelong glance and exclaimed, "You're just too heaven-defying." Truong Tam and the others praised him endlessly. As expected of Big Bro, suddenly, Trinman's expression became wary. "Everyone, prepare to defend." In front of them, a large, panicked crowd was stampeding towards them. "A group of spirit beasts is heading our way." Lam Thu, caught off guard, shouted, "What?" Lam Thu had a panicked expression. "This is bad." Over there, a horde of ghouls charged forward to attack the humans. Lam Thu used the system to analyze them. Ghost ghoul. Lives in packs, hot-tempered, extremely difficult to tame. Furthermore, they are extremely lecherous. These ghouls will almost certainly swarm and tear at any female they see, their actions incredibly perverted. Seeing this, Lam Thu immediately turned to warn everyone. "Everyone, run, these are ghost ghouls, especially Tran and Trin Man. Ghost ghouls are extremely perverted. If you get caught, you'll be made into a bandit bride." Hearing this, the whole group turned and fled. The ghost ghouls quickly caught up from behind. Truong Tam, while running, panted heavily. "Huff, huff, I can't run anymore." The others weren't much better. Me too. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Lam Thu thought, "We can't keep going like this. We can't outrun these beasts." In the end, the group decided to stay and face the ghost ghouls. "Damn it, I'm out of energy. In 18 years, I'll be a hero again. Let's just go all out against them." Lam Thu broke a tree branch, ready to fight alongside everyone. "It seems this is the only way." Tran turned to face Lam Thu, her voice laced with fear. "Lam Thu, I have a favor to ask you. You must promise me." Hearing Tran say this, Lam Thu's face grew confused. Tran said slowly, "If, in the end, we can't beat them." At this point, Tran's face suddenly blushed red as she imagined herself being captured and made into a bandit bride. She said shyly, "I would rather die than fall into the hands of these beasts." The girl beside him shyly chimed in, "And me." Lam Thu stepped forward and announced, "Don't worry, we'll all be fine." He silently vowed, "I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life." Lam Thu charged forward, shouting orders. "I'll hold them off. You guys get ready to amplify your power." The 2 girls replied, "Got it." Lam Thu quickly plunged into the horde of monsters. "Just a pack of uncivilized beasts. You think you can bully my goddess?" Lam Thu slammed his weapon into the demons one by one, his expression utterly decisive. The demons shrieked in pain as the entire horde swarmed towards Lam Thursday. Watching from behind, Tran suddenly noticed something. This is bad. Lam Thu is still fighting the spirit beasts, but a few of the demons have already broken through. Noticing Tran was alone, a demon tried to seize the opportunity to grab her. In that critical moment, a massive explosion completely obliterated the lecherous demon. It was Lam Thursday. He had arrived just in time to block its attack. Lam Thu wasted no words, striking the demon with his staff. "Get lost." Suddenly, another demon lunged from behind. Lam Thu couldn't react in time and was struck by the demon's blow. His face contorted in pain. Tran saw this and grew extremely worried. She called out, "Lam Thu, we're ready." At that, Lam Thu clutched his injured arm and replied, "Okay." The 3 of them joined forces to drive back the monsters. The echoing screams of the demons, combined with the power of the 3, created a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. Seeing the demons annihilated, Truong Tam let out a relieved smile. "Great, we took care of them." Trin Man used her special spiritual power to scan the area, her voice filled with panic. "Wait, I sense another wave of spirit beasts approaching." As she spoke, she pointed forward. In the distance, a massive horde of monsters was aggressively marching toward them. "Damn it, there are so many of them, and that one must be their boss." Truong Tam stammered timidly, while Trin Man was so scared she burst into tears. The situation was incredibly tense. This is bad for Lam Thu and the others. Our spiritual energy and stamina are almost depleted. This is going to be tough. Trin Man was so terrified she could barely speak. I don't want to die here like this. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Truong Tam turned, looking at her with a dazed expression. Man? Seeing Trin Man cry made him feel heartbroken, and he decided to stand up and protect her. For Man, there's no other choice. He took out his phone to call someone, not forgetting to comfort Trin Man. Man, I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing Truong Tam's sudden change in demeanor, Trin Man was a bit surprised. Who? Truong Tam stared intently at his phone, then raised it high and yelled, Come on out, Trio 2. He pressed a button. Instantly, a man appeared from out of nowhere, shouting, Fear not, Tro 2 is here. Standing before Truong Tam was a tall, imposing man. Lam Thu immediately used his system to identify the man. Name, Tru 2. Rank, Gold Tier Awakener. Ability, Ape Beastification. Truong Tam pointed at him and yelled, Hey, Tru 2, you stole my father's cigars again. Tru 2 casually replied, Young master, don't sweat the small stuff. Truong Tam didn't beat around the bush and directly ordered him, Go kill these damn beasts. If you don't, I'll tell my father you stole his cigars when we get back. Trio 2 replied frankly, No problem. These smelly apes aren't even enough for a toothpick. After speaking, he took off his outer jacket and began to unleash his beast form. Tran watched with an impressed expression. Such powerful momentum. A gold tier. Truong Tam, his eyes never leaving the man, replied proudly, That's right. He's my gold tier butler. Lam Thu's face went slack when he heard gold tier. What? Gold tier? Truong Tam took the opportunity to give his order. Tru 2. Go teach these beasts a lesson for me. Following his master's command, Tro 2 ferociously charged toward the horde of monsters. Trio 2, bursting with rage, rushed at the apes. The ape leader roared, Move aside, let me handle him. Meanwhile, his underlings chattered nervously. That big gorilla looks really strong. With his eyes glowing, Trio 2 charged forward like a hurricane, straight into the furiously roaring ape leader. Tro 2 grabbed the ape's arm and twisted it with immense force. Tro 2 violently slammed it left and right with incredible strength. The apes watched in terror as their boss was mercilessly thrashed. Unable to land a single hit, one panicked. This gorilla is terrifying. Another, with tears in its eyes, cried out, The boss is getting beaten to a pulp. Let's run, let's get out of here. Trio 2 used an incredible amount of force and threw the ape leader a great distance. The ape leader landed hard on the ground, writhing in pain from the impact. Its underlings shrieked, Boss. While the ape leader was still in shock from the throw, its terrified underlings saw Tru 2's giant shadow looming over them and screamed, Don't come over here. Trio 2's entire body radiated fury, his eyes blood red, and his mouth roaring non-stop to intimidate the apes. Tro 2 unleashed his full power, transforming into a gigantic figure as his spiritual energy surged. This sent the apes fleeing in terror, scattering in every direction and screaming endlessly. The apes ran for their lives, their red butts on full display as they fled from Tru 2. Lam Thu watched as Trio 2 casually brushed off his jacket, sizing up his opponent. So this is the terrifying power of a gold-tier expert. Tro 2 reverted to his handsome, suave human form and waved to Truong Tam. Young master, the job is done. I'll be taking my leave. Truong Tam crossed his arms and smiled in response. Good work, and don't worry about the cigars. Tro 2 leaped away, leaving one last sentence behind. Thank you, young master. Trin Man turned to ask Truong Tam, Has Tro 2 been with us this whole time? He smiled mysteriously and explained, Yes. Actually, it wasn't supposed to be just him. Truong Tam looked at Loi Dien and continued, Your families also wanted to send someone to secretly protect you. In the end, they discussed it and decided to send only Old 2. Just as Truong Tam said, after some discussion, the parents of the young masters and ladies sent a single representative to protect them. Truong Tam scratched his head. Sorry, the family agreement was only told to me, and I was repeatedly warned not to tell anyone. Loi Dien put a hand on his hip and replied, Brother, we don't blame you. A dense spiritual aura enveloped Loi Dien's body. If we knew we were being protected, we wouldn't have put any real effort into this trial. But it's different now. The training these past few days has made me realize many things. Loi Dian had broken through to Bronze 9-star. He declared confidently, "The spiritual energy in my body is overflowing." Lam Thu was shocked, his eyes wide and his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg. Wow, he broke through just like that? Lam Thu turned to see Trin Man also breaking through, exclaiming, "Me too." Lam Thu held the orb of spiritual energy in his hand, pondering, if everyone else has broken through with this training, then maybe I can too. Lam Thu closed his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy swirling around him, and thought, let's give it a try. He felt his entire body become light and full of energy. A powerful force surged excitedly within him. A warm current was flowing through his dantian. Could I also? Lam Thu opened his eyes, feeling the change in his body. Lam Thu strained with all his might, but all he got in return was the sound of a fart, which left Trontron's group staring at him in bewilderment. After a moment, Lam Thu could only give up in defeat. He said sheepishly to the others, "I thought I could break through, but after all that effort, all I produced was a fart." They all laughed at him. Just then, a notification appeared from the system. Host broke through to Bronze 5-star not long ago. You want to break through again? In your dreams. Those words made his heart sink. So in the end, I'm still just a worthless Bronze 5-star. However, just when Lam Thu thought it was hopeless, an idea flashed in his mind. Huh? The Spirit Pearl. Thanks to the system, he knew its details. Silver Tier Spirit Pearl, Sound Type Skill. Lion's Roar could immobilize an enemy for a few seconds. The duration depends on the tier. All of this amazed him. A Silver Spirit Pearl, and it contains a rare sound type skill. Lam Thu turned his head and called Truong Tam over. Hearing his name, Truong Tam quickly walked over. Here, big bro. What's up? Holding the Spirit Pearl, he boasted. Kid, I just picked up a sound type skill, Spirit Pearl. This is as far as I can help you. Hearing this, Truong Tam was stunned. He asked hesitantly, Big bro, this Spirit Pearl is very hard to come by. Are you trying to? At that moment, Lam Thu recalled Truong Tam's gentle actions towards Trin Man. He immediately made a deduction. Based on my observations, you have feelings for Trin Man, don't you? Want to use this to win her over? Truong Tam didn't hide it. He scratched his head shyly. Big bro, your observation skills are truly sharp. My feelings for her are genuine. The memory of Trin Man gently serving him food suddenly flooded his mind. The rice is ready. Ah, being fed by you, he was ecstatic. Man is so gentle, a great cook, and kind-hearted. She'll be a good wife. Hearing him jump to conclusions, Lam Thu was exasperated. You're already thinking about marriage? In exchange for the Spirit Pearl, Truong Tam didn't forget his debt. He promised, Brother Lam, I'll transfer you 2 million when we get out. This made him happily agree. Oh, I might accidentally become a millionaire. Nice. Now, he was happily holding the Spirit Pearl. I'm so happy. How should I give this to Man? Her voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you up to? This startled Truong Tam. Man, when did you? She explained. I saw you two whispering and laughing, so I got curious and came over. As he tried to hide the Spirit Pearl, he stammered, No, it's nothing. That is, but Lam Thu, from behind, wouldn't let him hide it so easily. He nudged him with his shoulder, pushing him toward Trin Man. This kid gets shy at the critical moment. I guess I'll help him out. This made him momentarily lose control of his body and stumble forward. I'm about to fall. Truong Tam knew this was the perfect opportunity and didn't want to hesitate any longer. He knelt on one knee before Trin Man. Man, please accept this. This caught her completely by surprise. After seeing the Spirit Pearl in his hand, she gasped in astonishment. This is a sound-type skill, Spirit Pearl. Truong Tam, did you get this specially for me? He answered shyly. Yeah, I got it for you. It took a lot of effort to find it. This, of course, made her feel very favorably toward him. Trin Man gave him a tight hug. You're so good to me. This made him incredibly happy. It's nothing. This scene forced Lam Thu and the others to witness their public display of affection. A little later, Tran was holding a piece of paper. She studied the information written on it, then quietly addressed the group. All right, all right. The show's over. Everyone, pack up. We're moving out. Lam Thu immediately agreed. Okay. Seeing they were about to leave, Truong Tam called out, wait for us. And so, Lam Thu's group of 4 set off together. After walking for a while, Tran Tran informed them, this is the intersection between the forest and the snowfield. We'll rest here for the night. Lam Thu readily agreed. Sounds good. So they divided the work, some setting up tents, others starting a fire. While working, Lam Thu glanced over at his goddess, Tran Tran. He saw that she was only wearing a light shirt despite the cold. Like a gentleman, he took off his own jacket. Holding the jacket, he walked over to her and said, here, wear this for now. Be careful not to catch a cold. This warmed her heart. As she offered her thanks, thank you, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The next day, early in the morning, a spirit beast approached their camp and let out a roar. At that time, they were still unaware of the spirit beast's presence. When Truong Tam saw Lam Thu leave his tent, he cheerfully called out, good morning, everyone. Come get some breakfast. He just grabbed a small piece of bread and notified System 9527. Time to get to work. As usual, the system drew a skill for him. Drawing skill, spear mastery, E-rank skill. Such a low-level skill immediately disheartened him, even as the system congratulated him. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the E-rank skill. Nurturing. He wasn't happy at all. E-rank again? I shouldn't call you 9527 anymore. I should call you useless. His words infuriated the system. It didn't hold back in cursing him. Jerk. Lam Thu thought to himself, today's skill is pathetic. I need to find some other benefit. Then he called over to Truong Tam. Pass me the honey. Truong Tam immediately handed him the honey jar. As he passed it over, Truong Tam praised, big bro likes this too, huh? Bread with honey? Good taste. After a moment, Lam Thu still hadn't received the honey jar. He thought Truong Tam was slacking and complained, what's taking so long? This confused Truong Tam. Huh? Didn't I already pass it over? But in reality, the honey jar had been snatched by the spirit beast. It let out a ferocious roar at them. This roar was enough to snap the drowsy Lam Thu wide awake. However, before it could cause any trouble, Trin Man appeared. She used her skill, spiritual energy, lion's roar, while encouraging Truong Tam and the others. Don't be afraid, watch me. She wasn't the only one to act. Lam Thu and the other 3 joined the attack. Take this. Just like that, the ferocious spirit beast from before was now just a tiny little thing. No, don't. A short while later, the spirit beast lay beaten and battered, motionless on the white snow. At this point, Tron Tron didn't hesitate to praise Trin Man. With your immobilization skill, our combat formation is much more relaxed. This made her very happy. Afterwards, Tran Tran opened the paper again and quickly announced to the group, let's get ready and continue on our way. We should be able to reach our destination today. Hearing this, Trin Man was delighted. We can get to the fox's den today? How exciting. Lam Thu looked down at the spirit beast at his feet and had an idea. He took out a small knife, seemingly to cut the ropes binding the spirit beast. Tran Tran saw him busy at work and walked over to ask, how's it going? We need to get moving. He glanced at her and replied, almost done. Then he said, this spirit beast is a treasure trove. I plan to just throw it directly into my space. As he spoke, he tossed the spirit beast into his bag, which greatly surprised her. No way, you're carrying this bear with you? He calmly said, it's fine, it's not heavy at all. Hearing this, Tran Tran didn't ask any more questions. She pointed ahead and said, if you like it, that's fine. Let's go then. About 3 hours later, they had already traveled a very long way together. At this moment, Tran Tran opened the paper to look again. The map shows we must be near the snow fox's den. Trin Man also used her skill to sense the area. A moment later, she announced to the group, I can feel it. There are 32 snow foxes nearby. Everyone, be careful. This made Truong Tam exclaim in disbelief. That many? Just then, something nearby caught their attention. Tran Tran and Lam Thu turned their heads slightly to look. Suddenly, a A small spirit beast walked toward them. With its white fur mixed with a few black spots and its adorable expression, it quickly captured the hearts of the two girls in the group. So cute. Lamthu just quietly observed it from the side. This spirit beast doesn't seem dangerous, the system agreed. Normal silver tier snow fox, gentle in nature, easy to tame. Unless you're absolutely certain, do not harm its clan, or you will be hunted relentlessly by the snow foxes. So, he thought things over. Tran's purpose in this spirit ruin is to obtain the snow fox's skill, Spirit Pearl. But it seems she really likes this little one. He wondered what she would choose. Then, he slowly walked over to her. Tran, he stated frankly, the spirit fox has a gentle nature. Dealing with this one shouldn't be difficult. This made her feel regretful. Her face clearly showed her reluctance to harm the small spirit beast. But he still asked, seriously, do you need us to help you do it? So, she could only thoughtfully place the small spirit beast down on the snow. After a moment of thought, Tran told the group, let's just forget it. If we kill an innocent creature for a spirit pearl, then are we any different from those who ambushed us before? She gently watched its small figure. A moment later, she had shaken off her reluctance. Tran said happily, just being able to see such an adorable spirit beast has made me very content. Hearing this made Lamthu feel happy for her. As expected of my goddess, beautiful and kind. Trong Tam, at his side, also praised her. As expected of our big sister, truly extraordinary. Once that was settled, she suggested to everyone, then let's head back. But Lamthu suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wait, he gallantly stood in front of the girls. It seems we can't go back just yet. It turned out that two large snow tiger-type spirit beasts had appeared before them. They suddenly roared angrily at the group. As someone with keen insight, Lamthu quickly figured out the problem. From their roars, I can tell they've misunderstood and think we've captured their child. Hearing this, Tran asked him how to resolve the situation. Then what should we do? Just then, the small spirit beast quietly approached its parents and explained everything to them. After hearing the explanation, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved, and the large spirit beast was no longer angry. Observing the situation, Lamthu happily informed them. That little snow fox is really smart. It explained things for us. Hearing this, Tran breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That's great, Trong Tam added. Good thing we didn't do anything just now. But then he had a big question for him. Getting back on topic, big bro, you can understand the language of spirit beasts? He just made something up. Not really. I just really like animals. But in his heart, he was glad to have a skill like that. It's all thanks to the previous E-rank skills related to animals. Then he bravely approached the two parent snow foxes. I want to try and see if I can get a skill Spirit Pearl. This made the group very worried for him. Be careful. They're silver tier spirit beasts, after all. He reassured them in return. Don't worry. Standing before a large spirit beast like an adult snow fox, he was still able to confidently state his purpose. Hello, we came here seeking your spirit pearls. If you have any, I hope you can give one to me. I can trade something else for it. After hearing him, the two spirit beasts cried out, indicating that they did have them, which made him very happy. You really have them? But then they let out a mournful cry. With his skill, he quickly understood their words. Oh, so you're saying if we help you deal with an enemy, you'll give us one? Lamthu clenched his fists and asked with great vigor, who is this enemy that dares to trouble adorable spirit beasts like you? We will help you eliminate it. He heard them cry out a name. Snow Peak White Bear. This stunned him and the entire group. What? You're saying the enemy is a silver tier snow bear? Could it be? He immediately reached into his bag to find the spirit beast from that morning. Then he threw it out directly in front of them. He pointed at it and asked, this one? They couldn't believe he had defeated it himself. That's it. You are our great benefactor. For this deed, as thanks, the spirit beast parents gave him 2 spirit pearls. Take them. He happily accepted them. Thank you. Then he brought them to Tran and explained, these spirit pearls are gifts left behind by the previous generation for the Snow Fox family after they passed away. They gave us 2. Hearing this, she became very excited. Thank you so much. I just need one to learn the skill. The rest of the group was also eager to see her learn the new skill. Big sis, Try learning it now and let's see how powerful it is. Lam Thu, off to the side, also quietly said, I want to see, too. Though a bit shy, Tran Tran still agreed. This all right. She held the spirit pearl out in front of her, closing her eyes tightly to absorb it. Just a moment later, she conjured a large bow and arrow made of ice. Holding it in her hand, Tran Tran calmly said, I'm done watching. Lam Thu followed the path of her arrow. It flew past him as fast as a flash of lightning, making him exclaim, so fast. Her arrow flew in a straight line, destroying every obstacle in its path with incredible ease. After the arrow passed, a blue circle immediately appeared, wrapping around the trees it had pierced. Lam Thu's group watched this scene and had to marvel once again. So powerful Loi Dian even said helplessly, It's over. Looks like I have no hope of surpassing Big Sis in the future. At that moment, Lam Thu walked up to Tran Tran and praised her. Congratulations on getting such a strong skill. This made her blush, and she modestly replied, It's nothing. We should get ready to head back. Suddenly, Trin Man had an idea. She called out to everyone, Wait, it's rare for us to get together like this. Let's take a souvenir photo. Hearing this, Trong Tam immediately agreed. He scurried over to the two large spirit beasts. Man, that's a great idea. I'll ask our Snow Fox friend to hold the phone for us. He placed the phone securely in the spirit beast's thick fur. All right, set a 10-second timer. Done. Trin Man called him over to her. Truong Tam, hurry up. A moment later, a click was heard. They got an incredibly beautiful photo. The photo even included the little spirit beast. And 3 days later, Lam Thu had returned home. He was looking at the photo on his phone, and even deliberately zoomed in to get a better look at himself and Tran Tran. He couldn't stop grinning as he looked at the picture. The more I look, the better we look together. A notification popped up on his phone. Ding ding, funds deposited. When he opened his account, the screen showed a series of deposits. You have received a transfer from Truong Tam. Amount, 2 million yuan. You have received a transfer from Trom Kwai. Amount, 300,000 yuan. You have received a transfer from Tan Tran Tran. Amount, 3 million yuan. Account balance, 6,108,000 yuan. Looking at the amount, he did a quick calculation. The money from my friends has arrived, and I still have one Ice Arrow Skill Spirit Pearl worth 5 million. So, this trip to the Spirit Ruin earned me over 10 million. He then boasted to himself, as long as I place first in next week's exam, I'll completely meet Tran Tran's requirements for a partner. This made the system feel helpless. In heat again. With your current strength, she wouldn't even want to talk to you. He looked at the system with disdain. What's wrong with my strength? I've been working very hard lately. Lam Thu lied without a hint of shame. I absorb spirit pearls and study every day. I'm already at Bronze 8 star now. His average daily schedule was as follows. 1. Morning. Lam Thu absorbs spirit pearls. 2. Afternoon, Lam Thu reads books. 3. Evening. Lam Thu sends a message to Tran Tran. Good night. Lam Thu proudly exclaimed. And I've even memorized the textbook. No one understands the high school textbook better than me. He then urged the system. So stop wasting my time and draw a skill. The system could only obey. Drawing skill? Damn. I've been set up by this kid. After a moment of drawing the skill, the system immediately announced, Congratulations, you damn lucky host, for obtaining the A-rank skill. Clairvoyance. This skill left him a bit stunned. I'm already a top student. It seems this won't be useful during the exam. Then he thought of another purpose for this skill. But in the future, I can use it to help my goddess check if any perverts are peeping into the dorms. This made the system retort, Isn't that you? A month after the exam results were announced, Lam Thu's group gathered at the Phoenix Cafe. Tran Tran looked at the screen with some confusion. In the end, were we the only ones who took the exam? Truong Tam explained, We already got our acceptance letters anyway. We just took the exam for fun, to support you two top students. Trin Man, at his side, proudly said, I took the exam seriously, you know. I'm confident I can get into the top 10. Hearing that, wasn't Truong Tam happy? He put his arm around her. My man Ni is so amazing. Lam Thu watched this affectionate scene and felt a pang in his heart. Their relationship is progressing so smoothly. How sour. A moment later, he adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. It's time for the results to be posted. Tran suddenly leaned in close to him to look at the screen together. Hurry up and check. She didn't realize her two large grapefruits were pressed right against the side of his face, making him very embarrassed. He was so thrilled, he even got a nosebleed. Who could resist this feeling? When she saw his score, Tran's expression immediately darkened. Darn it, Lam Thu, you really are. This left him confused for a moment. Huh? She then flew into a rage and shouted, unforgivable. This made him wonder, what's going on? She composed herself, pointed at the screen, and quietly asked him, how is this score even possible? He looked at the screen, still in disbelief himself. Heh. His test results were displayed on the screen. He had scored a perfect 150 on every single subject. This left them all dumbfounded. That's a perfect score. Truong Tam saw his score and immediately showered him with praise. Brother Lam, you may look human, but the things you do are not human at all. This made him very happy. Well said. This phrase comes from the star of literature. Only Tran said nothing, quietly checking her own score on the side. When he tried to see her score, Tran's score as she shyly blocked him. Don't check. Tran turned away. A deal's a deal. I admit you're a better student than me. This greatly surprised Truong Tam. Oh, wow, Big Sis is actually admitting defeat. As for Lam Thu, he was so happy his nose started bleeding again. Oh my god. A moment later, he showed her his phone. Well, Tran, you see, I'm better than you at everything. I have money now, too. When can we go to your house to propose? This immediately made her scold him. Propose what? I've never seen anyone so shameless. Truong Tam, seeing him get scolded, could only say, looks like Big Bro's path to love still needs a lot more work. He dejectedly admitted. You're right. Afterwards, Truong Tam and Trin Man left first. Before leaving, he reminded him, see you in half a month, then. Don't forget we have to take the car to Mo Do together. He smiled and confirmed, I won't forget. One day before his departure to Mo Do, he was in his room packing, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. This should be enough. Even though I've only stayed here for 2 years, I've unconsciously come to see this place as home. I don't know when I'll be able to return from this trip. In this situation, the system appeared to tease him. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a sentimental side. This annoyed him greatly. You always ruin the mood. Just draw the skill. The system displayed, drawing skill. A moment later, the words spiritual energy enhancement, S-rank skill, appeared on the screen. This made Lam Thu overjoyed. Lucky I can enhance my spiritual energy. I remember I'm currently at. While he was still thinking, the system displayed. System will automatically enhance the host's spiritual energy. This panicked him, and he loudly stopped it. Wait, don't you always do things on your own? This made the system wonder what he wanted. Huh? The host doesn't want to enhance? After today, the unenhanced skill will automatically disappear. Lam Thu held a spirit pearl in his hand and explained, it's not that. I've been stuck at Bronze 8 star for days and I feel like I'm about to break through. Using the spiritual energy enhancement at this moment would be a waste. I want to try a little harder and see if I can absorb it. He quickly moved to the bed. He sat on one side, with a few spirit pearls on the other, and immediately began his training. Though he still felt hesitant, he had to tell himself, I'm betting everything today. I'll absorb one more silver spirit pearl. Let's risk it. And with that risky move, he managed to break through again. Success. Immediately after successfully breaking through, he ordered System 9527. You can use the spiritual energy enhancement now. It quickly accepted the command. Yes. Lam Thu looked down at his hands. Once again, he had broken through. He always felt incredibly comfortable whenever he broke through. Breaking through to the silver tier was effortless. There were no obstacles at all. At that moment, the system notified him of a new skill. Because the host has advanced to silver, the space system will grant an additional new skill. Remote object retrieval. The host can use the power of their mind to pull objects into their hand or control their movement from a distance. This new skill excited him greatly. Remote object retrieval is so cool, I'll try it now. Lam Thu quickly tried it on his backpack. Backpack, come to Papa. But at that moment, he could only lift the backpack slightly. He couldn't move it even an inch closer to himself. This frustrated him. What kind of useless skill is this? My spiritual energy is almost depleted. The system on the side started laughing, mocking him. You think teleporting objects is that easy? This requires constant practice. Being laughed at, Lam Thu angrily yelled at it. What are you laughing at? 9,527. The system didn't back down and retorted. Besides, for a novice, the weight of this backpack is considered difficult to manipulate. The fact that you could even shake it is a testament to my generosity. However, he was very stubborn and refused to believe it. Again, I don't believe it. Come here. You, come over here. The next day, Li Tuyet was strolling down the hallway. She suddenly noticed his room door was open. Lam Thu, you didn't close your door. She peeked inside. Tu Thu, where are you? She only saw a piece of paper and an envelope placed neatly on the table. So she walked in and picked up the paper to read what it said. The paper was a letter left by Lam Thu for her. In the letter, he wrote, Sister Tuyet, I'm going to Shanghai to study. 2 years have passed in a flash. I've come to see this place as my home. To avoid the sadness of parting, I didn't notify you in advance. When I have free time later, I'll come back to visit you. Lam Thursday. After reading it, she understood why he had left, but she couldn't help but complain. So he's going to college in Shanghai. Seriously, he didn't even say a word. Afterwards, Lai Tuyet picked up the envelope next to it to take a look. As soon as she opened it, she saw a thick stack of cash. This greatly surprised her. So much money? A bold thought popped into her head. He's so young. Where did he get so much money? He didn't commit a crime and run away, did he? On Lam Thu's end, as if he was just being bad-mouthed by her, he sneezed several times. Tran, who was beside him, asked with concern, What's wrong? Shanghai will be a bit colder. Be careful not to catch a cold. He just denied it. I'm fine. Now, the phone in his pocket began to ring. Lam Thu immediately picked up the phone. Hello? Without preamble, Lai Tuyet on the other end raised her voice. Tu Thu, you didn't commit a crime, did you? Don't scare me, turning back is the answer. Lam Thu had to quickly explain to her, I'm fine. That money is money I earned honestly. Lai Tuyet had no choice but to believe him. All right, now that you're a college student, you're different from before. Then she reminded him, Lam Thu, you have to study well at school. Your foundation is weak, but hard work can make up for it. He politely agreed with her. Yes. She also reminded him, when you find a girlfriend, you must bring her back for me to see. Lam Thu smiled and agreed. Okay. Just then, an announcement was heard. Attention all passengers. Hearing this, he told Lai Tuyet, Sister, we're at the station. I'll call you back later. When the announcement came on again, arriving at Shanghai Station, please secure your luggage. Their entire group had already disembarked. Trong Tam then spoke up. Big bro, your family really cares about you. This made him very happy. Let's go. Under the sweltering weather today, it was beautiful outside. There were still many people standing by the gate waiting for the train to arrive. A man with a white beard slowly walked through the crowded throng. He was the vice principal of Mo Du Lin Vo, Luke Tran, a true martial tier expert. Just then, he saw Lam Thu's group of 4 approaching. He broke into a friendly smile and welcomed them. Lam Thu, Tan Tran, Truong Tam, Dien Loi, over here. Seeing him, Lam Thu was a bit surprised. Principal, why are you here? He placed a hand on his shoulder and said proudly, I knew you'd come to our Lin Vo. There's no way that old geezer Quang Van could have snatched you away. I also saw the others who competed with you. Their aptitude isn't bad. However, at this moment, he felt something was strange. This feeling isn't right, he asked excitedly. You've already reached the silver tier? It's only been a few days. So, before leaving, Luke Tran told him, Kid, after you finish the enrollment process, come to my office for a visit. This left him confused about what was happening. His face darkened. He thought to himself, what the hell? I just got here, and I'm already being summoned to the principal's office. A little later at the school dormitory, standing in front of room 303. A senior informed Lam Thu and Trong Tam. You two will be in this room. Your other two roommates will be here shortly. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Yes, senior. Take care. Upon entering the room, Trong Tam couldn't help but praise him. Big bro, your growth rate is just too exaggerated. You broke through to silver in just a few days, he replied modestly. You noticed. At this, Truong Tom said joyfully. But since we're in the same room, maybe I can bask in some of your glory and get on the fast track to leveling up. This left him feeling helpless, thinking to himself, I should hurry up and put my things away, then go find the vice principal. A little later, after tidying up the room, he summoned the system. Before I head out 9,527. Hearing him call, the system appeared instantly. Here, its screen already displayed. Drawing skill. A moment later, it quickly announced, Congratulations, host, for receiving the S-rank skill. Body enhancement. Enhancing body. This caught him by surprise. I got body enhancement again? The system added, enhancement successful. So he told System 9,527 to check his current physical strength. A moment later, it quickly displayed, host's current strength attribute is equivalent to that of a gold 2-star expert. He was very happy after seeing this. What? So theoretically, I'm already a gold tier expert? The system answered without hesitation. That's right, because the host's physical constitution has reached the gold tier. The S-rank body enhancement will automatically upgrade to an SS rank skill. This made him very happy. Yes, a gold tier physique, and it can still be upgraded. Just then, Truong Tam, who was tidying his things, was a bit surprised that he was still in the room. He called out, Huh? Big bro, why are you still here? Don't forget, the principal is waiting for you. Hearing him, he suddenly remembered and rushed off. Right. A moment later, he was at the vice principal's office door. He knocked gently. From inside, Luke Tron's voice rang out, Come in. Seeing it was him, he immediately invited him to sit. Tu Thu, have a seat. As soon as he arrived, Lam Thu got straight to the point. I wonder why Teacher Luke called me here. What are your instructions? He simply said, It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Lam Thu replied casually. Please, go ahead and ask. Luke Tron began. You probably already know about the current tier divisions. He recalled the pyramid chart of the 7 tiers and asked him, There are 7 tiers: Bronze, Platinum, Diamond, True Martial, and Supreme. If I remember correctly, you are a beastification type expert, right? He confirmed, That's right. The man then asked seriously, A white rabbit? This made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but he still replied, Yes. At that moment, the man became curious. You didn't happen to have some sort of fateful encounter, did you? Lam Thu quickly pretended not to understand. Teacher Luke, what are you talking about? I don't understand. But in his heart, he was worried his identity had been exposed. Why would Luke Tran think that? Could it be that 9,527 has been exposed? No way, right? Unexpectedly, the man listed a series of scenarios that could explain his rapid breakthrough. It's not like you slipped and fell off a cliff and found a celestial being's cave, right? Or perhaps you ate some kind of divine spiritual medicine. Otherwise, why would your rank increase so quickly? How did you reach silver in such a short time? He helplessly waved his hands. After hearing his explanation, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, So the vice principal has been reading too many overpowered protagonist novels. I thought for a second my system was discovered. I'll just think of an excuse to get through this. So he said, Actually, it was thanks to the spirit pearls from my last trip. However, the man's face clearly showed his disbelief. This advancement time is just too short. How many skills does a beastification type like you have? He thought for a moment and replied, 7. Luke Tran leaned in closer and asked intently, 7? He loudly refuted everything he said. How is that possible? I'm considered an authority figure at Linvo University in this country. I've seen my fair share of white rabbit awakeners. Why do you have so many skills? Unless you're not a white rabbit. Lam Thu waved his hands and quietly explained to him, Teacher Luke, My beastification has actually undergone an evolution. After evolving, I can use some space-type abilities. This greatly surprised the man. What? He quickly asked him again. Space system? Beastification can evolve into another system? He answered seriously. Although it's hard to believe, it's the truth. He then picked up the suitcase beside him and said, Look, this is the suitcase I placed in my space system. This astonished the man even more. What? Luke Tran took his suitcase and examined it carefully. It's a physical object. It seems you really do have a space system skill. Then he said hesitantly, I don't know much about the space system, but you came to the right place by coming to our Linvo University. Then he introduced him to the school's principal. Because the only known true martial tier space system expert in our country is our school's principal, Ao Duong Trach. After hearing this, he was very excited. Our principal is a space system awakener? The man quickly avoided his enthusiastic gaze. He made up an excuse. Unfortunately, he's not at the school right now. I'll introduce you to him later so you can learn from him. Afterwards, he curiously asked him, Besides me, does anyone else know about your evolution into a space system? He didn't hide it and said, Tan Tran Tran and Trong Tam, who went through the spirit ruin training with me, both know. So he reminded him, tell them they must keep it a secret. Lam Thu agreed with him. Yes, Teacher Luke. Just then the man's shadow moved again. Come on, stand up. Try hitting me with a full power punch. This shocked him. What? The man said. During the last competition, I felt that your physical constitution was not simple. Let this old man test your true strength. So, Lam Thu didn't hesitate any longer. Teacher Luke, my apologies. He then delivered a powerful blow to the center of the man's body. Seeing the man say nothing, he spoke up and asked, Teacher Luke, are you all right? Luke Tran felt the punch from earlier and was slightly afraid of him. Gold tier, this kid looks weak on the outside, but his body hides the strength of a monster. Now he asked again, Kid, has your physical constitution reached the gold tier? He politely answered, Yes, Teacher Luke. Should I continue? However, the man got angry and even threatened to deduct his scholarship money. Continue my ass. The cost of repairing the floor will be deducted from your scholarship. This made him very upset. You can't do that, I respect my elders. How can you treat me like this? At that moment, the man pulled his foot out of the cracked floor from earlier, then informed him of something. There's one more thing. The Linvo University competition in 3 months has nothing to do with you. But if your physical constitution has already reached the gold tier, I've decided to register you. His hand pointed straight at Lam Thursday, but he showed no interest. I'm not going. Not after you said you'd deduct my money. The man then listed the benefits of the competition to entice him. This competition is much more prestigious than the previous Linneng High School competition, but the answer he received was still no. I'm not interested. Luke Tran then used material incentives to persuade him. The prize for the champion is very generous, not to mention an exclusive Platinum Spirit Pearl. The cash prize alone is 5 million. At that moment, as if he had a great sense of responsibility, he agreed. Rest assured, Teacher Luke. For the honor of the school, I will definitely do my best. This made the man so angry he was speechless. This kid, afterwards, he returned to his dorm room. As soon as he opened the door, Truong Tam inside looked at him with excitement. Brother Lam, you're back. Our other 2 roommates just arrived too. He looked over and saw a friend with hair the color of green broccoli. He tried to stifle his laughter to greet him. Hello. Seeing Lam Thu's expression, the guy understood what he was thinking and explained loudly. I'll only say this once. This hair color is natural. I was born with it. It is absolutely not dyed on purpose. His words initially made him think he could read minds. Hey, how did you know what I was thinking? Are you a rare mind reader type? The guy yelled in frustration. Mind reader, my ass. Your thoughts are written all over your face. This person was Truong Hong Duong, a bronze 9-star plant type. Just then, Lam Thu looked at his second roommate. Unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and said, Is this your father? Here with you to register. Hello, uncle. This made Hong Duong's face freeze. Being mistaken for a friend's parent made his other roommate furious. Kid? Lam Thu quickly sensed a sinister killing intent. He wondered to himself, "What's wrong with this uncle?" The blonde-haired friend just asked angrily, "Are you mistaken?" Just then, Trong Tam quickly spoke up to explain, "Brother Lam, this is also our roommate." This genuinely shocked him. Huh? The guy also took out his ID card to show him. Lam Thu looked at the blonde friend in front of him, filled with questions. He's really 17? Half a year younger than me. How did he grow up to look so mature? The guy had no interest in explaining. I refused to answer that question, although many people have said the same thing. A moment later, Hong Duong spoke up. "All right, no more joking around. Since everyone's here, let's establish the pecking order in the dorm." Truong Tam also agreed. "Okay, everyone take out your ID cards." And so, the four of them took out their ID cards to compare their birth dates. After comparing, Lam Thu was the oldest. He laughed proudly. "Look at this, I'm definitely the boss now." Hong Duong said resentfully, "Damn it, I thought it was me." Truong Tam even suggested, "Then I'll call you second brother from now on." But Hong Duong didn't agree. He fumed, "Call me old second." Though he didn't understand why, Lam Thu agreed. "Huh? Fine. Old second it is." A little later, someone came to their door and called out, "Fellow students, the advisor has announced a class meeting." Hearing this, they quickly replied, "Okay, we're coming, let's go." A little while later, the four of them arrived at the classroom. Many other students had already arrived. They stared intently at Lam Thu's group. They then looked at Lam Thu's blonde-haired friend and said in unison, "Hello, ma'am." This left him feeling helpless. "I'm your classmate." Hearing this, Lam Thu burst out laughing. A moment later, the teacher appeared behind Lam Thursday. She coughed to get their attention. This beautiful teacher was Hang Quan Wong. Rank, Platinum 8. Star, type, extremely rare 9, tailed fox. She ordered them, "Take your seats, students." She then stood at the podium and first introduced herself to the class. "Hello, everyone, I am your advisor, Hang Quan Wong. In the time to come, if you need any help, you can find me." She then got to the main point. "I've called you all here for a class meeting today, mainly for two reasons. First, I hope you'll all get to know each other and elect a class president. Let's start with self-introductions. I'll demonstrate once." She began to reintroduce herself as an example for the class. "Hello everyone, I am Hang Quan Nuong, from Shanghai. I'm a Platinum 8-star Beastification Awakener, a 9-tailed fox type, and I enjoy sports." Then she pointed at Chuang Tam, calling on him to go first. "Now, I invite the students below to come up to the podium one by one to introduce yourselves. Let's start with the male student in the first seat." Although a bit surprised, he introduced himself very smoothly. "My name is Truong Tam, a silver 2-star support type healer awakener. I'm from City B, and I like fellow student Trin Man." Hearing him profess his feelings in front of the whole class, Trin Man was very embarrassed. After hearing his introduction, she chuckled. This kid is really straightforward. Next. Her eyes shifted to Lam Thu below, and he understood her meaning. He quickly stood up to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Lam Thu, a silver 2-star beastification type awakener from City B. I like all the beautiful things in the world." Right after he finished his introduction, she smiled and wanted to add a bit more information about him for the class. "Wait a moment, do you all remember him? He's the only one who got a perfect score on this exam. His beastification type is a rabbit." With just that bit of information, before she could even finish, the whole class knew his identity. They whispered behind his back. "I heard a pervert with a perfect score popped up in this exam. I didn't expect him to be in our class. But his awakening is a rabbit? Did he get in just based on his academic scores?" Although he was a bit angry, he didn't want to bother arguing with them. "Say whatever you want. It's not like I'm losing any skin off my back." At this point, Quan Wong invited the next students to introduce themselves. "Next student, please introduce yourself." After a round of introductions, she moved on to the second issue of the class meeting. "All right, everyone has introduced themselves, and I believe you all know a little about each other now. Next, we will elect the class president." "Regarding academic performance," she said, "since you all got into Linvo Modu, your grades must all be excellent." Then, she looked at the class's overall performance and decided, "I will select the 4 most outstanding representatives. You are all platinum tier." Furthermore, your exam scores were all above 700. You are Tan Tran Tran, Ao Duong Thien, Tuma Viem, Lam Thursday. Hearing their names, they quickly stepped up to the podium. Quan Nguang held the mic and announced the next agenda item. Next is the election. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. Which student wants to go first? The student with light blonde hair was Tuma Viem, awakening type, eagle, beastification type, silver 2-star. Ma Viem spoke up. I'll go first. She agreed. All right, student Tuma Viem will speak first. He held the mic and spoke clearly. Hello everyone, I am Tuma Viem. First, I must thank our advisor for giving me this opportunity to run for class president. He proudly listed his achievements. Since elementary school, I have always been the class president. I have extensive management experience, and I believe that if I become president, I can make our class the best at Linvo University. He finished sincerely. Thank you, everyone. I hope you will vote for me. The blonde-haired friend from Lam Thu's dorm sneered from below. Everyone here is a top student from their respective places. Why should we choose him? Trong Tom agreed. Exactly. Afterwards, Quan Nguang pointed at Lam Thursday. Good. Thank you for that clear speech, student 2 Ma Viem. Next, I invite student Lam Thursday. In complete contrast to Ma Viem's enthusiastic spirit just now, he looked extremely weary as he replied, Yes. He thought to himself, this position is so troublesome. I have absolutely no interest. He gave his speech reluctantly. Hello everyone. I'm Lam Thursday. I don't want to be class president. Then he told the other students, if you want to cast a vote, please vote for student Tan Tran Tran. Thank you everyone. This greatly annoyed Quan Nguang. Outwardly, she just said politely, in all my years as a teacher, this is the strangest campaign speech I've ever heard. Next, Tan Tran Tran, but inwardly, she was furious. Is this kid here to cause trouble? When Tan Tran stepped up to speak, she only said briefly, please vote for me. Thank you. Then she walked right back down, surprising Quan Nguang. Here is your speech over? She confirmed, yes. After hearing her speak, Trin Man's group below all cheered for her. As expected of our big sis forever, a fan of the Ice Queen, the coolest #1, with a unique presence. As Quan Nguang was telling the class, this is the shortest campaign speech I've ever heard. Our final student, Ao Duong Thien. Duong Thien glanced at Tran Tran and thought to herself, the popularity of this cold girl is very high. However, Duong Thien wasn't intimidated. But for me, Ao Duong Thien, she poses no threat. When Ao Duong Thien walked up, everyone's attention was on her, and the crowd roared relentlessly. It's Ao Duong Thien, so beautiful, she feels so hot. She gently brushed her hair and said to everyone, hello everyone, I'm Ao Duong Thien. I don't have any fancy words either. Please send your lovely votes my way. In the end, she didn't forget to send a cute look to everyone. This action made the male students in the class extremely excited. They all shouted in unison, determined to vote for her. The class was now clearly divided. On one side was the cold and proud Tan Tran Tran, and on the other was the playful and hot Ao Duong Thien. Both had their own unique charm, and for a moment, Lam Thu was torn on who to vote for. He thought, student Ao Duong and Tran Tran's styles are complete opposites. Both are very popular. After a round of voting, the results were finally in. The teacher held the results in her hand and announced clearly, all right, after counting the votes, it's a bit of a surprise. Our class president, the one who received the most votes, is student Tan Tran Tran. Let's congratulate her. Even as the winner, Tran Tran maintained her cool demeanor throughout the class. As for Ao Duong Thien, after the teacher announced that second place went to student Ao Duong Thien with 29 votes, making her the vice president, she became extremely angry. Damn it, don't let me find out who didn't vote for me. Lam Thu, who was nearby, felt a bit guilty. A chill seemed to run down his spine. It suddenly feels a bit cold. After the election, the teacher said, all right, the selection of the class president is over. I hope you two can cooperate well with my work. Next, we'll talk about the second matter of this class meeting, which is your military training. Our military training is different from that of ordinary high school students. It is extremely strict. First, attendance is mandatory. Anyone found absent will be immediately disqualified. Second, the instructors we've invited are soldiers who have truly experienced life and death. Elites from the True Tuk squad. They will train you just like they train soldiers. Hearing this, Lam Thu turned to Tuma VM in confusion and asked, "Is that True Tuk squad famous?" Tuma VM looked at Lam Thu in surprise. "You don't know about the True Tuk squad?" Seeing that Lam Thu seemed clueless, Ao Duong Thien explained for him. The True Tuk squad is the only aerial unit in our country. It's said that the members of the squad are either flight-type beastification awakeners or possess spirit beast mounts. As Lam Thu was deep in thought, Ao Duong Thien found herself drawn to him. She stared at Lam Thu and thought, "Suddenly, this top scorer seems quite handsome. I should try talking to him." She put on a cute act and approached Lam Thu to start a conversation. Besides the Chu Tuok squad, our country also has the Thon Long and Bok Ho squads. Unexpectedly, Lam Thu paid her no mind. His head was currently filled with thoughts about the True Tuk squad. They even have spirit beast mounts. At this thought, Lam Thu's spirit suddenly soared, his eyes filled with a desire to conquer. "I seem to have quite a few spirit beast skills. Maybe I can get a mount for myself too." In a flash, the day of the training arrived. All the students gathered punctually and in an orderly fashion. Man noticed Truong Tam looked a bit different and asked kindly, Tam, have you lost weight?" Being cared for by his beloved like this, Truong Tam was overjoyed. He replied, "After not seeing Man for a few days, I lost my appetite." Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Lam Thu suddenly felt something in his heart. A bit of annoyance. Lost weight where? These two are always showing off their love. Then he turned to sneak a peek at Tron and thought to himself, "I wonder when my spring will arrive. My goddess looks so cute in form-fitting clothes too." While he was lost in thought, Tu Ma Wiem suddenly shouted, "Look, you guys." Hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked up at the sky. Thousands of massive spirit beasts were slowly flying towards them. Their wings exuded an incredibly powerful force. Riding on them were members of the True Tuk squad. Lam Shung, standing majestically on the head of a spirit beast, shouted, "Everyone, land." Following the command, the flocks of spirit beasts slowly descended to the ground. Lam Sung landed lightly and powerfully declared, "This training officially begins now." The squadron leader of the True Tuk squad, Lieutenant Colonel Lam Xuan, the chief drill instructor, introduced himself with an annoyed tone. "I am the commander-in-chief of this military training, Lam Sung. Frankly, I am not happy about being sent to train a group of students like you. People like you, who live in leisure and luxury, are not what soldiers strive to be." After a pause, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the fat guy with a beer belly with a deep voice. "You are all flowers in a greenhouse, and you have no idea how cruel this world really is." Lam Sung turned to the soldiers lined up in neat rows and announced, "But since it's an order from our superiors, we will obey." Next, the instructors will explain the training tasks for each class. They will train you no differently than they would train soldiers. A Metal Attribute Awakener, Gold 3-star, Instructor Tan Min, looked straight at Lam Thu and introduced himself formally. "Hello everyone, I am Tan Min, and I will be your training instructor for the next month." Lam Thu, with an innocent expression, asked quietly, but loud enough for everyone to hear, "One Lam Sung, one Tan Min. Did they come from Liangshan?" This made everyone burst out laughing. Only Tan Min frowned, thinking angrily to himself, "This batch of freshmen is quite rebellious. I hope you'll still be laughing later." After scanning the group of freshmen, Tan Min looked at his files and said, "Very good. Everyone seems to be in high spirits. Well then, next up is..." Raising his hand to call roll, Instructor Tan Min shouted, "Today's first item. Everyone runs 10 laps around the training ground. No use of spiritual energy is allowed. If anyone is caught, everyone will be penalized with an extra 5 laps." The freshmen exclaimed in unison, "10 laps?" Lam Thu stood still, cursing inwardly. "Damn, why is it so intense right from the start?" Tan Min crossed his arms, tucking the clipboard under his arm, and watched the freshmen run like charging bulls, shouting, "Very good. Everyone run for me. If you don't finish, you don't get to eat lunch." Tan Min glanced at a freshman who was running and panting heavily. "Instructor, I can't run anymore. Tan Min opened his notebook and thought to himself, just as expected, people are starting to fall behind after the 5th lap. Tan Min looked at a freshman who was struggling to run and assessed. Everyone's physical fitness, both strong and weak, can be seen from their running. Tan Min looked at Lam Thu's file as he ran past the instructor. Tan Min watched Lam Thu run with ease and thought, but this student named Lam Thu, Tan Min silently assessed. He's just a silver-tier rabbit-type beastification. How can he still be running at the front of the pack? Tran Tran and Ao Duong Thien were running under the hot sun, their bodies exhausted, panting heavily with fatigue. Lam Thu glanced at her with a worried look. Tran Tran seems very tired. She's having trouble keeping up. Lam Thu intentionally slowed down and ran back to wait for Tran Tran, who was struggling to run. He extended his hand towards Tran Tran. Are you tired? If not, I can help you run for a bit. Tran Tran, while panting, said in a weary voice, I'm fine. You go on. Lam Thu thought to himself with admiration. As expected, my goddess is still so strong. Ao Duong Thien grabbed Lam Thu's hand, batting her eyelashes coquettishly. Handsome, I'm out of strength too. Can you help me? Lam Thu got goosebumps and tactfully refused. That's not really appropriate. She put on a pitiful expression. Why not? Seeing this scene, Tran Tran's anger flared up. Lam Thu gave up and ran ahead, waving to Tran Tran. Tran Tran, I'll run ahead then. Call me if you need anything. Hearing that, she managed a strained smile and replied, Okay. On the 9th lap, Tuma VM was panting, his face purple with sweat pouring down, running unsteadily. Lam Thu was still running effortlessly beside him, his expression unchanged. Tuma VM looked at Lam Thu's calm face as he ran and whistled, thinking angrily. Finally, the last lap. I'm in first place, but this damn rabbit has been keeping up with me the whole time. Losing the class president election was one thing, but I don't want to lose to him in a run too. Tuma VM glared at Lam Thu, gritting his teeth, thinking, unforgivable. This startled Lam Thu, who thought with wide eyes, it's suddenly a bit cold. Seeing Tuma VM's exhausted but determined expression, Lam Thu chuckled to himself. To hide my physical strength, I've had to modestly run alongside this guy. If I were going at my real pace, I would have finished 20 laps by now. Lam Thu glanced back and saw Tran Tran and Ao Duong Thien glaring at each other, and thought to himself, looking at this, my physical fitness seems to be much higher than everyone else's. Tuma VM saw Lam Thu looking distracted and sprinted forward with all his might, silently cursing. This damn rabbit is looking down on me, looking around while running. Lam Thu and Tuma VM both ran forward with all their might. He thought to himself, I am a mighty eagle. How can I lose to a rabbit? The finish line was right in front of them. Tuma Thien gritted his teeth. I can't stand it anymore. I have to go all out. Tuma VM sprinted like a madman, not forgetting to glance at Lam Thu, which made him wonder, why did this guy suddenly speed up? Lam Thu watched Tuma VM run like a charging bull and thought to himself, calm down. I'm not competing with you for first place. I'm fine with second. Why are you running so fast? Lam Thu caught up to him and thought, no, I have to stay humble. It's fine to just stay steadily behind him. Tuma VM, enraged, thought, you can still run? He closed his eyes, his teeth clenched tightly. Tuma VM madly accelerated, leaving Lam Thu far behind, shouting nonstop, I'll risk it all. I absolutely cannot lose to a rabbit. Running so fast, he didn't notice a large rock in his path and tripped on it. Thud times Tuma VM went sprawling forward. Lam Thu saw this and couldn't stop cursing in his head. Damn it, I just sped up and now I can't stop. His strides grew longer and longer as he prepared to cross the finish line. Lam Thu, on the verge of tears, thought to himself, why is this kid so weak? I went so easy on him, and he still couldn't take first place. Tuma VM lay sprawled on the ground, moaning endlessly. I worked so hard. And what for in the end? To get second place? Tan Min looked at his list and called out to Lam Thu. Congratulations on finishing first. Your name is Lam Thu, right? Tan Min looked at him with an excited expression, hands on his hips, and said, not bad. You ran 10 laps and it seems like it was no pressure at all. Lam Thu thought to himself, crap, Did I overdo it? Tan Min's eyes widened. The freshman who had been so energetic and rosy-cheeked just moments ago now looked like an old man, trembling all over, bent over and leaning on his back, moaning endlessly. Ah, I'm dead tired. My arms, my tail, my waist, they hurt so much. Lamthu thought to himself, can I fake it a little more? Tan Min paid no attention to the freshman's foolish act. He wrote directly in his notebook and concluded with one sentence. In short, I've remembered your face, kid. Lamthu sighed in frustration, his face dark. My plan to run modestly has been ruined. Looking at the dejected Tu Ma VM, Lamthu silently blamed him. It's all his fault. I went so easy on him, and he still couldn't take first place. Useless. Absolutely useless. Tu Ma VM looked up and saw Lamthu staring at him, and angrily shouted, What are you looking at? If I hadn't fallen, first place would have definitely been mine. I let you have it this time, he thought with annoyance. This kid has no humility at all, does he? Lamthu immediately put on a smug look, crossing his arms to provoke him. To me, you look more like a piece of trash who can't stand being looked at. Tu Ma VM was provoked to the point of rage, his mouth wide open. He gritted his teeth and said with contempt, Don't get cocky. We're both beast types. A rabbit like you can never beat an eagle. You're only fit to be my food. Lamthu looked at him, not bothering to argue, and replied, Ha, I'm afraid you don't know anything about my beastification. All the freshmen had completed their 10 laps. Tan Min smiled with satisfaction and thought, They all finished. This group at least has perseverance. Tan Min shouted, Everyone, assemble. After everyone had assembled, Tan Min said, Now that I have a certain understanding of each person's situation, the next training item is divided into 5 sets of push-ups, 100 inches each set. The fat guy with the beer belly slapped his forehead, his mouth moaning non-stop. Oh God, this is demonic. My legs were just destroyed, and now it's my arms. Lamthu and Tu Ma VM just stood silently, listening to the instructor's announcement. Tan Min, holding his notebook, stared at Lamthu and ordered, Everyone, spread out for individual training. No slacking off. Count out loud for me to hear. Tan Min stared intently at the group of freshmen, among whom Lamthu and Tu Ma VM stood out the most, and his mouth never stopped moving. I will be watching you all. If I find anyone doing less, then congratulations, you've won the lottery, because the whole group will have to do it again. Tan Min opened his thick notebook and said loudly, All right, begin now. After the instructor's command, everyone began to train seriously. Tu Ma VM's movements were extremely fluid. With a face full of confidence, he thought, Push-ups? I've trained in this before. I can probably win. Those thoughts instantly crumbled when he turned to look at Lam Thursday. Seeing Lamthu's fast and decisive movements, Tu Ma VM's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? How can he do them so fast? Not just Tu Ma VM, but even the training instructor was amazed by Lamthu's strength. Seeing that he had attracted attention, Lamthu thought, Forget it. Who cares about being modest anymore? My strength has probably been seen through by the instructor anyway, and so what if he sees through me? He's only seen the tip of the iceberg. The instructor was surprised that Lamthu was so young yet possessed such strength. He immediately opened the list and looked at Lamthu's name, thinking for a long time. This kid is very outstanding. I need to keep a close eye on him. Then the instructor announced, Final set, everyone, finish up. Everyone, their bodies completely exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Tu Ma VM sat slumped on the ground, panting and complaining. This instructor is a demon. Ao Duong Thien lay on the ground, gasping for air. I'm dying, I can't go on. They hadn't rested for long when the instructor said, All right, the morning training is over. You all have 2 hours to rest. We'll continue this afternoon. Everyone was worried. Tu Ma VM heard this and spoke up. What, we still have to train today? Another student sighed in despair. The instructor's face darkened when he saw this. Well, I get the feeling you're not quite satisfied. How about this? I'll give you a chance. This afternoon, you can challenge me. I will suppress my cultivation level to be equal to yours. As long as you can beat me, you can be exempt from this month of training. He then held up the tracking notebook. Furthermore, all your scores for this training period will be marked as excellent. So, does anyone want to challenge me? Tu Ma VM looked at the instructor and asked, Instructor, are you sure you will suppress your cultivation level to match ours? Tan Min immediately replied, Yes. I am currently a gold 3-star and will suppress it to mid-tier platinum. Tu Ma VM replied with great confidence. All right, instructor, we accept your challenge. Haha, good. Hearing the instructor's offer, Lam Thu thought for a moment. Challenge the instructor? A bit interesting. He then turned and asked the instructor, Instructor, can we use weapons in the spar? Can my weapon be anything? Lam Thu said it in a casual tone. When Tan Min heard this, he thought he meant a gun and his face showed a bit of fear. Student Lam Thu, using a gun in a spar isn't quite right. Even though I'm gold tier, I can't handle bullets. Lam Thu quickly explained. Reporting, Sir, it's a long spear. After hearing that, Tan Min breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's fine. See you this afternoon. He muttered under his breath, Stinking kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Lam Thu cheerfully bid the instructor farewell. See you this afternoon. Trong Tam excitedly ran after Lam Thursday. Big bro, you want to challenge the instructor too? I'll cheer for you. Lam Thu didn't know that his every move was being recorded by the True Tuk squad. Lam Sung looked at the screen and asked Luke Tran, puzzled. That kid seems to have better physical fitness than the others, but why are you paying so much attention to him? Luke Tran replied, He is my most promising freshman this term. He stared intently at Lam Thu and said, This trap was set by him. Hearing Luke Tran's words, Lam Xuan couldn't help but be curious. He dared to make a move right in front of you? If I get the chance, I must get to know him. Luke Tran continued, There are a few others that I personally selected for you to train. Lam Sung smiled happily. Yes, sir, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Luke Tran gently patted Lam Sung's shoulder. All right, don't be so formal with me. Then he looked at his face and said, Tu Lam, that scar on your face has been there for a few years. Why don't you let someone from the healing system help you recover? Lam Sung's expression immediately changed as he replied, Sir, I have sworn an oath. As long as the culprit remains unpunished, his eyes turned sharp. I will not heal the wound on my face. I keep it as a constant reminder of the pain from that day, so I can never forget. Seeing Lam Sung's deep-seated hatred, Luke Chan could only sigh. It's been so many years, and you still can't let it go. I can only wish that you find him soon. Lam Shung turned his head and said loudly, I will find him. I already have some clues about this matter. I believe that day is not far off. At exactly 1 p.m., all the students gathered at the training ground to watch the spar. This must be the training ground. Lam was rummaging for something in the bushes. Trong Tam saw this and approached him, asking, Big bro, what are you doing? The challenge match is about to start. Lam Thu, engrossed, looked at the broom in his hand and said, I'm looking for a suitable weapon. Then he turned to look at Truong Tam and continued, Didn't the long scroll you gave me before get damaged? Truong Tam suddenly remembered and quickly replied, Oh, right. Then he reached out and high-fived someone. A person holding a long spear suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Trong Tam, with an excited expression, showed off to Lam Thursday, Brother Lam. This is a long spear made from a rare alloy. Take it and use it. Lam Thu was delighted to see it. Oh, you prepared this especially for me. He then took the spear and examined it carefully. It looks very deadly, and the design is also beautiful. Truong Tam, you're really thoughtful. Seeing that Lam Thu really liked the gift he had prepared, Trong Tam's face was full of joy as he shyly replied, As long as you like it, Brother Lam. Just then, the instructor arrived, looking very expectant. It seems you're all ready. Who's up first? Hearing Tan Min's voice, Lam Thu was startled and turned around. Looks like they're starting. First up is, Tu Ma VM said confidently. I'll challenge you first. He calmly said to Tan Min, I am a silver 2-star, a beastification type awakener. My beastification form is an eagle. Please give me your guidance, instructor. Tan Min found this somewhat interesting and thought to himself, the True Tuk squad, aside from having mounts, also has a unit of beastification experts who are birds. I've sparred with them quite a few times. He said to Tuma Wiem, Oh, is that so? Then transform. Remember to take off your clothes. Tuma Wiem focused his power and began to transform. His arms transformed into the wings of an eagle. He then immediately soared into the sky. From the air, Tu Maviem skillfully unleashed the spiritual skill Azure Light Slash. Trong Tum watched in awe, his mouth agape. Lam Thu, seeing it for the first time, couldn't help but admire it. This is the first time I've seen a beastification like this. He can fly and attack at the same time. It's so cool. Tan Min saw this and just scoffed. Then he unleashed metallization. Seeing his attack blocked so easily, Tu Maviem was furious. Damn it, he immediately unleashed the spiritual technique. Azure Light consecutive slashes. Lam Thu watched Tan Min from the side, filled with admiration. The instructor is a rare elemental attribute awakener. No wonder he dared to say that anyone who could defeat him wouldn't have to participate in the training. With such a high defense from the metal attribute, who could possibly attack him? Seeing that his attacks were completely useless against Tan Min, Tu Maviem was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Tu Maviem nearly exhausted, Tan Min proactively asked, "Kid, you're low on spiritual energy, right? Will you admit defeat yourself? Or should I defeat you?" Though unwilling, Tu Maviem could only say helplessly, "I admit defeat." Tan Min turned around and said nonchalantly, "Next." Ao Duongthien walked up without a word. Ao Duongthien, Silver 3-star, Fire Attribute Awakener. She smiled arrogantly. "Please give me your guidance." Tan Min replied in a cold voice, "All right, begin." Duongthien started with a fireball attack. Tan Min easily dodged it, but he thought to himself, "The damage of this little fireball isn't great, and it's easy to dodge. But since this girl dared to challenge me, she can't possibly only have these skills." Then, suddenly, a firestorm appeared. Tan Min used the spirit skill Steel Wall to defend. This flame made a metal-type awakener like Tan Min feel a bit of difficulty. He thought to himself, "She's still using a spiritual skill. I don't feel like there's a possibility of failure." He thought the temperature of this flame must be around 1,500 degrees Celsius. A bit difficult. Duongthien put all her strength into the spiritual technique and soon felt tired. She panted and said, "I." Then she dropped to one knee, her voice weak. "I can't go on. I admit defeat. I'm out of spiritual energy." Tan Min wiped the sweat from his face and told Duongthien, "This student, your skills are not bad." Tran, from a distance, looked at Duongthien with a puzzled expression. Tan Min thought simply, "No matter how many there are, I'll just attack proactively." With that, he charged straight towards Duongthien. Unexpectedly, Duongthien used this tactic to lure Tan Min closer. Seeing her prey had taken the bait, she smiled triumphantly. She launched a fire yang attack towards Tan Min, not forgetting to remind him, "You should be careful." Caught off guard by the trap, Tan Min was momentarily frightened and shouted, "What?" But with years of experience, a small trick like this couldn't faze him. Tan Min instinctively used his wood attribute to defend. Duongthien saw Tan Min struggling to defend and looked smug. She arrogantly said, "I can't show mercy, you know. Instructor." Then she used all her strength to unleash the Fire Yang Strike Cannon. Tan Min's face turned pale with fear as he saw the fireball hurtling towards him. Damn, this batch of freshmen is terrifying. Of course, despite trying her best, Duongthien still had to admit defeat. After Duongthien, Tran was the next to take on the challenge. She stepped forward and said coldly, Tran, Silver 4-star Awakener, Ice-type Awakener. Please give me your guidance, instructor." Tan Min looked at Tran and praised her inwardly. "A freshman who's already at 4-star? Impressive." Tran asked Tan Min, "Instructor, do you need to rest? I don't want to take advantage of you." Hearing this, Tan Min quickly replied, "No need. I am a gold-tier expert, after all. I still have plenty of spiritual energy." Hearing Tan Min's words, Tran immediately got into a fighting stance and reminded him, "Then, instructor, be careful." Tan Min stood ready, his face serious. "Begin." Tran, holding her ice arrow, shot straight at Tan Min. Tan Min carefully blocked her attack, feeling that it was very powerful. Tran didn't hesitate, continuously firing ice arrows, forcing Tan Min to be on guard. He thought to himself, "What kind of monsters are these? Each one is stronger than the last." The arrows were fired continuously, making it impossible for Tan Min to use his wood attribute to block them. He could only move nimbly to dodge. Damn, this ice skill requires a full-body metallization to resist. I should switch to close combat. While he was focused on finding a way to get closer, Tran unexpectedly leaped high and fired an arrow directly at Tan Min. He thought, but getting close to this little girl is also dangerous with her high-damage ice arrows. Unable to remain calm, Tan Min could only do his best to defend, silently telling himself, my composure has crumbled. This is too painful. He was sent flying like a kite. Lam Thu watched from a distance, feeling overjoyed. This instructor, Big Bro, couldn't get within 3 meters of Tran the entire time. Our Tran is amazing. Tran's shadow raised an arm to signal. I lose. I'm out of spiritual energy. Tan Min, after a strenuous defense, could finally take a break. He panted heavily. Ha, I'm exhausted. I finally managed to hold on. After composing himself, Tan Min turned towards Lam Thu and said, anyone else? Lam Thu raised his arm and shouted casually, me Lam Thu, Silver 2-star Beastification Type Awakener. Tan Min looked at Lam Thu with a suspicious gaze. So you're finally taking the stage? Among this batch of students, I'm most curious about this kid's strength. Tan Min looked at Lam Thu and just replied with an O. Seeing Tan Min approach, Lam Thu felt a bit worried and asked, Instructor, don't you need to rest for a bit? You used up quite a bit of energy in the last fight. Tan Min replied, it's fine. I recover quickly. He thought that fighting a Silver 2-star Beastification type wouldn't cost him much spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lam Sung stepped out from behind to stop him. He told Tan Min, restore your spiritual energy. Go all out later. Otherwise, you will lose miserably. Hearing this, Tan Min couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? He asked Lam Shung again. Go all out? Lam Shung affirmed it, and replied coldly, When the students heard this, they were extremely shocked. One student said, I didn't mishear, did I? Instructor Tan is a gold 3-star expert. Another student chimed in, that's right, the instructor is very strong. He didn't even go all out when he sparred with the class president and vice president. Ma Wiem, seeing how much Lam Sung valued Lam Thu, showed a jealous attitude and cursed inwardly, damn rabbit, just wait till you get beaten up. Tan Min sat down on the ground and replied softly, then I'll rest for a bit. Lam Sung turned and walked towards Lam Thu, speaking urgently, kid, Teacher Luke told me about you. Lam Thu heard this and quickly asked, he told you? Lam Sung replied, yes, he told me. Your physical fitness is truly strong. Lam Thu asked further, did he also mention the space system? Lam Thu was a bit puzzled. What space system? Lam Thu, realizing he was about to be exposed, feigned ignorance. You must have misheard. I said beastification system. Lam Sung thought to himself, kid, I clearly heard you say space system. If you have a space system, maybe you can help me with that matter. He clapped Lam Thu hard on the shoulder and said, kid, help me teach that brat Tan Min a good lesson later. I feel like he's gotten a bit arrogant lately. Tan Min was a bit unhappy when he heard this. I say, Squadron leader, you're looking down on me too much. Do you think I'd lose to a platinum tier brat? Lam Shung turned to Tan Min and said, if you lose, you do 500 push-ups. Dare to make a bet? Tan Min's voice was full of confidence. With my esteemed status, just wait for those push-ups. Lam Thu was terrified when he heard their conversation. He thought to himself, what are they trying to do? I don't want to be famous. I want to be low-key. How can I be low-key like this? Tan Min held the spear, his aura surging. He said to Lam Thu, kid, transform. Lam Thu replied hesitantly, reporting, instructor. That is, my strategy doesn't lie in beastification. Tan Min was a bit confused by Lam Thu's words. What did you say? He thought to himself, a beastification type ability user whose main strategy isn't beastification? Who is he kidding? The more Tan Min thought, the angrier he got, feeling that this kid was just looking down on him. This is unbearable. Then, Tan Min took the initiative and attacked Lam Thursday Kid. I hope you don't regret this. Seeing the flame approaching, Lam Thu immediately raised his spear to block. He thought, Instructor Tan clearly hasn't learned spear techniques systematically. He's just using his cultivation to control the long spear. He only knows a few simple moves like stabbing, blocking, and sweeping, but an outsider probably wouldn't be able to tell. Seeing Tan Min continuously attack, a student standing nearby shouted, "The instructor is amazing." Lam Thu, while dodging the attacks, focused his thoughts. It's easy to counter this kind of unordered attack. I just need to find an opening. This is my chance to turn the tables. He swung his spear decisively. Lam Thu's strike shattered the spear in Tan Min's hand into many pieces. Seeing this, Tan Min shouted in alarm, "What?" Lam Thu's powerful kick sent Tan Min flying into the air, and the spear in Tan Min's hand was also shattered. The students standing on the side were utterly stunned to see Tan Min defeated by Lam Thursday. One student shouted, "Is this the boss of our dorm? He's too strong, boss. From now on, I'll be your loyal little brother." Trong Tam, beside him, looked on with a proud expression. "That's right. This is our invincible big bro." Lam Sung's face was grim. 3 moves, teacher was right. This young man named Lam Thu, his physical constitution has definitely reached gold tier. Tran Tran stared blankly at Lam Thu, thinking to herself, he's gotten stronger again. From a weak rabbit, he's constantly getting stronger, so strong that I can't surpass him. But that's okay. Having such an exemplary friend by my side is not a bad thing. With that, she boldly shouted, "Lam Thu, you can do it." The other students, hearing this, also chanted in unison, "Lam Thu, you can do it. Lam Thu is so awesome." The crowd's cheering startled both Lam Thu and Tan Min. Lam Thu was so scared by this situation that his face turned pale. "What is this situation?" He then turned to face the students, who were cheering non-stop. "That was a great move, Student Lam Thu." Tan Min refused to give up. He frowned at Lam Thursday. "I can't let this kid overpower me." 2 short swords materialized in his hands, and he said to Lam Thu, "Kid, you know, my specialty isn't actually the long spear." Tan Min stood up powerfully, gripping the 2 sharp short swords, and said in a hoarse voice, "My true specialty is the short sword." Lam Thu paid no attention to Tan Min's words. He held the spear in one hand and picked his nose with the other, replying nonchalantly, "So?" Tan Min was furious that Lam Thu had ignored his words. "So, get ready to be beaten." Annoying brat, Lam Thu couldn't help but think, "Actually, your spear technique is just too terrible. If I couldn't see that, why would I even bother using a spear?" Lam Shung, standing on the side, began to analyze. Tan Min is getting serious now. The long spear and short sword are both weapons, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. The long spear is suitable for long-range attacks, allowing one to fight enemies without getting close. Its weakness is that it's inconvenient for close-quarters combat. The short sword is the complete opposite. These two are testing each other. Tan Min and Lam Thu, one with a spear and one with a sword, began to charge at each other. Tan Min's stance was firm, his body enveloped in flames, taking advantage of his line of sight. Lam Thu also moved nimbly and quickly charged forward. Lam Thu looked at the situation before him and calmly thought, a metal attribute awakener is indeed not bad. High defense and can transform weapons. Seeing that Lam Thu hadn't made a move for so long, Tan Min grew a bit impatient. This kid dares to be distracted? He then rushed towards Lam Thursday. Lam Thu, who was lost in thought, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. Crap. In a critical situation, Lam Thu managed to split his spear in 2 just in time. By doing so, he spectacularly blocked Tan Min's attack. Tan Min stared at the scene before him, stunned. Impossible. He looked up in surprise. A long spear can be split? Before Tan Min could react, Lam Thu suddenly leaped up, his eyes blazing, and charged forward with the broken spear to counterattack. Tan Min held out his hand and focused his internal energy. He then crossed his arms in front of him, his body emitting a powerful light, metallization. Tan Min's eyes were tightly shut. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, his strength is incredible. Good thing the squadron leader reminded me to recover my stamina. Otherwise I would have lost badly this time. Although Tan Min defended with all his might, he still couldn't block Lam Thu's powerful attack. He was directly sent flying into the air by Lam Thursday. Everyone who witnessed this scene was speechless, staring with wide eyes. Tan Min was kicked far away, then landed carefully, one leg extended and the other bent. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. This kid's strength is not inferior to mine at all. A beastification ability user with this much power, Lam Thu was now so tired that he was drenched in sweat. He bit his lip and looked at Tan Min. So tiring. The metal attribute is really strong. This clash has no end. Lam Thu looked at Tan Min with a hesitant gaze. Should I keep fighting or just give up? Tan Min, at this point, was a bit scared and silently cried for help. If I keep fighting, I'll lose. Someone come save me. The two looked at each other for a while. Finally, Lam Thu extended his hand and took the initiative. Instructor Tan, seeing as we are evenly matched, how about we call this spar a draw? Seeing this, Tan Min agreed and shook hands with Lam Thursday. He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "All right. Because you are a student, there are many skills I couldn't properly display." Lam Thu replied politely on the surface. "Thank you, instructor, for going easy on me. If we had persisted a little longer, the winner would surely have been you." However, he thought to himself, if I could use my space system, I could have completely defeated you. Tan Min smiled and said, "Although we tied, I said before that I would suppress my spiritual energy during the match. But fighting you, I didn't suppress it. Therefore, you still won. I will grant you special permission to be exempt from this military training." Hearing that he didn't have to participate, Lam Thu's face lit up with joy, happy as a puppy with a squinty-eyed smile. "Wow, thank you, instructor. Although I still want to listen to your teachings, my body has been really tired these past few days. So, it would be rude not to accept your kindness." Truong Tam held a handkerchief and sobbed. As expected of Big Bro 2, Maviam said with a jealous expression, "Why is Lam Thu so outstanding? I won't allow a man more outstanding than me to exist." Meanwhile, Duong Tian beside him stared at Lam Thursday. "Amazing, I must get to know this handsome guy well." While everyone was discussing Lam Thu, Tan Min suddenly said sternly, "What are you all standing around for? Have you run your 10 laps for the afternoon yet? If you don't finish running, you don't get to eat dinner." Truong Tam heard this and clutched his head, crying out, "Save me, I want to be exempt from training like Big Bro 2. Ma Viem beside him also lowered his head and sighed, "Oh God, we have to run again." Tan Min dragged the crying Truong Tam away, not forgetting to remind him, "You, hurry up and run." Lam Thu smiled and encouraged Truong Tam. "Run well. You can do it." After bidding farewell to Truong Tam, Lam Thu suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. He suddenly turned around and saw Lam Shung. Lam Thu was a bit surprised. "Chief Instructor." Lam Shung frowned and lightly touched Lam Thu's shoulder, saying, "Are you interested in taking a walk with me?" Lam Thu was a bit curious after hearing this and asked, "Ah, a walk? Just the two of us?" Lam Sung replied, "Yes, just the two of us." Hearing this, 7,749 scenarios flashed through Lam Thu's mind. His face turned red as he quickly replied, "Chief Instructor, maybe we shouldn't. I have something to do." Lam Sung replied with a cold face, "Is that so? I was going to take you for a flight." Lam Thu looked at Lam Sung in surprise and asked, "A flight? Do you mean riding the storm giant eagle to go sightseeing?" Lam Sung was very curious that Lam Thu knew so much. "Oh? How did you know my mount is a storm giant eagle? You surely haven't studied spirit beastology yet." He then turned around, raised his arm, and summoned his spirit beast. Lam Thu, standing nearby, smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Well, a senior named Mai Chet Nam once taught me a lot about spirit beasts. The storm giant eagle was one of them." Lam Sung turned his head back. Mai Chet Nam. From afar, a giant eagle was gradually flying closer. It landed majestically, kicking up a cloud of dust. Both Lam Thu and Lam Sung looked towards the eagle. Lam Shung asked Lam Thu, "So, from your perspective, little brother, what do you think of these storm eagles?" Lam Thu looked up at the storm eagle and replied, "Well, I'll tell you what I know first, and you can see if I'm right." He then got closer to it and observed it carefully. If I'm not mistaken, these storm eagles have probably lived in the military since they were young, or were brought here from the spirit ruins as chicks, or were hatched outside. Lam Shung looked extremely surprised. How did you know that? Lam Thu leaned his head against the bird's beak and said seriously, I can tell. Frankly, the storm giant eagle is truly being wasted in your hands. This statement from Lam Thu made Lam Shung furious. He shouted in a cold voice, What do you mean? As protectors of Huaxia, how are we not worthy of the storm giant eagle? Lam Thu calmly explained, Chief Instructor, calm down. I'm not saying you're the problem. I'm saying your method of raising them is the problem. He then turned to look at Lam Thu and said seriously, The storm giant eagles you're raising are smaller than the ones in the spirit ruins, right? Hearing this, Lam Sung was stunned, speechless. Lam Thu continued, Do you still have to periodically go to the spirit ruins to capture young birds? The normal lifespan of a storm giant eagle is 100 years. But the ones living with you guys only live for about 50 years at most, right? Also, Lam Sung thought to himself, these are all intractable problems that the research team has yet to solve, but this kid can see them at a glance. Lam Shung stammered as he asked Lam Thu, how do you know such details? Lam Sung smiled on the surface and replied, I can just tell. It's what the esteemed Mai Trikhnam taught me. But in his heart, he thought, thanks to the nurturing skill I drew before, I can now be considered an expert in raising spirit beasts. Lam Sung placed a hand on Lam Thu's shoulder and asked with a serious expression, Is there a way to solve the problems you mentioned? Lam Thu immediately replied, This is probably possible. Seeing this, Lam Sung quickly said, Is that so? Then come with me. Lam Thu felt a bit tense when he heard this. I can't. I still have to go to class. Lam Sung turned back and said to Lam Thu, Isn't it convenient that your training has been waived? Don't worry, I'll talk to the principal. After that, Lam Shung immediately called Luke Chan. Hello? Teacher, it's me, Lam Shung. I'm borrowing the kid Lam Thu for a few days. Yes, don't worry, I'll return him in a few days. I won't break him. Then Lam Sung grabbed Lam Thu's hand. Lam Thu hesitated. Can I not go? Seeing Lam Thu's reluctance to follow him, Lam Xuan issued a few threatening words. You can't. If you don't go, it'll be considered an absence from the training. I don't think you want to be expelled, do you? The two of them sat on the spirit beast's back. Lam Shung reminded Lam Thu. Sit tight. Lam Thu, with a pitiful expression, cursed inwardly. Men really are all liars. Lam Thu looked surprised and eager. Before he could prepare himself, the bird soared into the sky. Lam Sung told Lam Thu, We're about to take off. Lam Thu cried out in fear. Save me. The two of them rode the storm giant eagle towards the secret base of the True Thuok squad. Seeing someone approaching the base, the command center immediately issued a notification. Target detected. It is squadron leader Lam Sung. The giant eagle landed its colossal body on the ground, and Lam Thu quickly jumped off. The scene before him stunned Lam Thursday. This place is amazing. In front of him, countless giant eagles were soaring in the sky, flanked by towering mountain ranges. This majestic scene looked as if it had stepped right out of a painting. Chan Vudung was surprised to see Lam Shung suddenly return and asked, Squadron leader, why are you back? Weren't you in Linvo, Shanghai leading those kids? Before Lam Thu could understand what was happening, he was pushed forward by Lam Thursday. This time, I brought back a treasure. When Lam Thu heard the word treasure, his face turned pale. Treasure my ass, can someone please explain to me what's going on? Lam Shung and Lam Thu glanced at Vudung. Lam Shung spoke up and asked, Want to know why I brought him here? If you want to know, come with me. You'll find out when we meet Team Leader Tham. Chan Vudung waved his hand and smiled lightly. No thanks. You two go ahead. Lam Sung walked ahead and called to Lam Thu. Lam Thu, let's go. Follow me to the logistics area. Lam Thu replied politely, Yes. The two of them, one in front of the other, climbed a very long path. At the end of the road, they were blocked by a stone wall. Lam Thu saw the wall in front of him and thought to himself, He said we were going to meet Team Leader Tham, but isn't that a stone wall ahead? An image of a monkey suddenly jumping out flashed through Lam Thu's mind, saying, I am Team Leader Tham. Do you think Team Leader Tham will pop out of a rock? While Lam Thu was lost in thought, Lam Sung pressed some kind of switch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone wall in front of them suddenly moved violently to the sides. It revealed a secret door nestled within the mountain. Stepping inside and seeing everything before him, Lam Thu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that scared me. This is really high tech." Seeing Lam Thu so surprised, Lam Sung urged him on. "Stop gawking and let's go. There are even more shocking things down below." Lam Thu observed his surroundings and thought deeply. So there's a whole different world in here. Within this base are all the experts in raising storm giant eagles. The storm giant eagles here are raised in strict glass enclosures with the most advanced equipment. They come in all shapes and sizes. Lam Thu looked for a long time and exclaimed, "This place is big enough to supply flying spirit beasts and support the activities of researchers." The base has taken over the entire mountain. Lam Sung asked Lam Thu, "Kid, what do you think? Isn't the logistics department of our Chutuk squad magnificent?" Lam Thu was too busy looking around to notice what Lam Sung said. Suddenly, Lam Thu approached the cage of a giant eagle and shouted, "What a sin, this is a real sin, you're feeding the storm giant eagle pork? That's harming it, and that eagle, there's nothing wrong with this one." Lam Thu was dragged away by Lam Sung by the collar and quickly said, "I'm not done yet, the way you're raising these spirit beasts is wrong." Lam Xuan glanced at Lam Thu and thought to himself, so this kid wasn't scared and even noticed quite a few problems. This will be easy to handle. The two of them arrived in front of a room. Lam Thu was curious. This is Lam. Sung glanced at him and said, "We arrived unannounced. That crazy Tham is probably lost in her own research again." Lam Sung lifted his leg and said, "If that's the case, then, without another word, he kicked the door, sending it flying." Lam Thu looked at the deformed door with a bit of fear. Through the thick smoke, the figures of Lam Thu and Lam Sung gradually appeared. Lam Thu covered his mouth and coughed. So violent. Unlike him, Lam Sung calmly assessed the scene, clenching his fists. A girl with blonde hair appeared before them. The two of them approached slowly. Lam Sung pondered. The tricky problem is how to wake up Tham Tin, who is engrossed in her research. Lam Thu pointed at the girl, puzzled. "I heard Team Leader Tham is her?" He nodded in agreement and began to introduce Team Leader Tham. Tham Tin, Demon-type Awakener, Gold Tier. Lam Thu doubted in his mind, is there really a demon system? He then asked about his speculation. Demon system? Does such a system exist in this world? Lam Sung replied to him. Tham Tin's rarity is comparable to Lam Thu's space system, but it has flaws. He was surprised because his words had exposed him as a space system user. He snorted, "You think you can fool me with that fake acting?" The two of them got serious. Lam Sung pointed behind him and told Lam Thu to go hide, which made him wonder why he had to hide. He explained that if Tham Tin was disturbed while deep in thought, she would enter a demonic state, and he wasn't sure if he could win against her. He got into a ready stance and slowly approached her, one hand gently preparing to touch her shoulder. Suddenly, Tham Tin pulled a gun from her waistband. She pulled out 2 guns and pulled the triggers, aiming at Lam Sung. Fortunately, he had been prepared and easily dodged. She didn't stop, firing several more shots. Lam Sung retreated and jumped continuously to avoid the direct gunfire. Hiding on the side, Lam Thu secretly observed the situation ahead. He was startled and scared by the continuous gunshots. He cursed inwardly, "Damn, is this woman crazy? One wrong move and it's over." After a moment of silence, Lam Thu peeked out to continue watching the fierce battle. Tham Tin was exuding a murderous aura. The anger emanating from her was not to be underestimated. At the same time, Lam Sung was also on the defensive. It seemed Tham Tin's gun was out of bullets. Tham Tin was furious. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with killing intent as she stared at the man opposite her. Her fingernails began to grow longer, appearing like a set of black claws ready to tear apart any obstacle. 2 sharp, black horns sprouted from her head. Tham Tin launched herself forward, charging at her enemy. Lam Sung was startled. He was surprised by this new ability. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his internal energy. Spiritual skill, Earth Wall. A giant rock mountain appeared, shielding him. Tham Tin's sharp eyes assessed the situation before her. She easily broke through Lam Sung's ultimate move, shattering the boulder with her sharp claws and landing gracefully. Stone armor technique. Lam Sung frowned, thinking, He was also struggling to defend. She seems to have gotten stronger. Maybe she broke through to Gold 9-star. The two sides clashed relentlessly. Thom Tin was on the offensive, while Lam Sung tried to defend and cast spells to escape the situation. He glanced at Lam Thu hiding in the distance and called out, "Chu Thu, I don't think I can hold on much longer. Go get reinforcements for me." Lam Thu signaled his agreement. He stood up and ran straight for the computer desk. Looking at the screen displaying data on the incubation process of the fire spirit bird's egg, he wondered, could this be wrong? After a moment, he became more certain that the parameters were wrong. Even if the fire spirit bird hatches, it will be extremely weak. Lam Sung shouted, "Kid, what are you spacing out for? Go get help." He turned to face him and stammered, Chief Instructor." Lam Thu pointed at the computer screen and noted that there was a problem with the fire spirit's parameters. His words caught Tham Tin's attention, and she was slightly startled. Tham Tin turned towards him, her expression a mix of suspicion about his words. His voice rang out, "I know the correct way to hatch a fire spirit." The horns on her head broke in half, causing her to revert to her normal state. She asked her first question of the day, "Are you telling the truth?" Lam Thu was surprised to see that she had come to her senses. Tham Tin grabbed her notebook and continued, "I've been researching for a long time but still can't hatch the egg, and I can't figure out where the problem is." Seeing her, Lam Sung breathed a sigh of relief that she was finally awake. He clutched his forehead in anguish and sighed. So it was that simple to wake her up. "I've been doing all this for free for so long." Tham Tich looked at Lam Sung. "Squadron leader, you woke me up? Is there something urgent?" He pulled Lam Thu in front of him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and introduced him to her. "I knew you were having trouble with your research lately, so I brought a spirit beast expert here." She burst out laughing and waved her hand dismissively. "Him? He hasn't even grown all his feathers yet and he's putting on airs." This comment annoyed him, and he thought to himself, "Feathers not grown? You can look down on me, but you can't insult me." Lam Thu gritted his teeth, stuck his hands in his pockets, and stood his ground. "I'm so mad. If the chief instructor wasn't here, I'd pull down my pants and show you." Abruptly, he pulled a small, black-covered notebook from his pocket and slammed it on the table. He growled, "The parameters are wrong. The incubation temperature is too low for a fire-type fire spirit." Lam Thu continued to voice his thoughts. "It already has a strong fire resistance. When the mother bird incubates the egg, she often breathes fire to speed up the process, so the temperature should be set to 500 degrees Celsius. He sketched a picture of a mother bird incubating an egg in his notebook and continued his presentation. "After that, it needs spiritual energy. You have to place a spirit pearl next to the egg, and the fire spirit bird will absorb the spiritual energy on its own." He glanced at her. "I can't believe you're incubating the egg in a vacuum. Aren't you afraid the egg will suffocate?" Tham Tin explained in confusion. "We've observed them breathing fire, but we've never seen them place a spirit pearl next to the egg." Lam Thu turned to look at her and asked if she had ever been to Linshu before. "What is the biggest difference between Linhu and the outside world?" Without waiting for her to answer, he continued, "It's the spiritual energy." After hearing Lam Thu's profound analysis, Tham Tin's gaze gradually turned to admiration. She didn't hesitate to express her awe, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at him. In the Linhu, the egg will automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. "Why didn't I think of that? You're amazing." Lam Thu smugly wiped his nose with a smile, showing his arrogance. "Just so." Tham Tin ran over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him along. "Come with me. Let's go create a new life." He asked back in confusion. "Create a life?" She tilted her head and asked hesitantly, "Or do you not want to help me incubate the spirit beast?" His eyes were hazy as he looked at Tham Tin shyly. "Help the spirit beast." Lam Thu looked at Tham Tin with a serious expression, his other hand grabbing her wrist. "There's something more important than incubating the egg right now." She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lam Thu turned and pulled team leader Tham's hand, running away. "We can't delay. We have to go," Lam Swan called after them. "Where are you two going?" An announcement echoed through the research lab. "Everyone, attention. I have something to say to you all." Two curious researchers looked towards the source of the voice. All three of them appeared at once. Lam Thu approached and began to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, I am Lamb Thursday. I'm here to offer some suggestions. Afterwards, he began to present his views. I took a look earlier, and there are many mistakes in your breeding process. The researchers in the room gathered in one spot, standing opposite Lamthu's group. One of them spoke up to refute his words. Who are you? Every one of us is an expert in this field. What does a brat like you know? Seeing the situation becoming tense, Lam Sung quickly stepped in. Quiet down. What's all this commotion? Is this how you conduct yourselves? After speaking, he turned and asked, do you have a way to make everyone believe you? Lam Thu, who had been silent until now, replied, I know just talking is not enough. I will use a practical demonstration to show everyone their mistakes. He looked at the group of researchers and requested to borrow a storm giant eagle for an experiment, promising not to harm it and that it would benefit everyone there. The man who had just criticized him spoke up again. All the spirit beasts are very precious. We can't let you do whatever you want with them. Lam Sung thought to himself. The people in the team don't understand this kid yet. I'm afraid they won't be willing to cooperate. A moment later, he pointed towards the door and ordered, I'll go first. Bring my storm giant eagle in. The researcher heard this and disagreed. Squadron leader, that's not a good idea. Lam Sung remained firm in his decision. He turned to look at Lam Thu with a trusting gaze. It's fine. I believe in this kid's abilities. After a moment, another researcher announced loudly, your little darling has been brought in. A giant bird appeared in the room, its body tall and its sharp eyes looking at everyone. Its brown feathers and yellow beak stood majestically. Lam Shung was surprised by this adorable name. He pointed at the precious beast and asked again, the storm giant eagle's nickname is Little Cutie? Lam Shung nodded. Got a problem? It's really cute. The chief instructor was still not at ease. He stood in front of the giant eagle and continued to try and stop the squadron leader. Think carefully, please. Is it difficult for little darling to have reached the peak of the gold tier? Lam Thu crossed his arms and observed the situation. He suddenly suggested, I need an awakened one. A healing type awakener, anesthetic, and a surgical knife. The squadron leader agreed to the request. Coincidentally, he was a healing type, and he had all the other necessary equipment. After speaking, Lam Thu turned and walked in another direction, his hands in his pockets. You, follow me. The chief instructor said, Hey, don't tell me to go. If anything happens to little darling, we can't take responsibility. He approached the storm giant eagle and gently stroked its head with his hand. Little darling cooperated and lowered its head to his hand's level. Lam Thu thought to himself, thanks to my taming skill, I understand spirit beasts very well. I probably know what it's thinking. His hand gently rubbed it. Just massaging this spot will make the giant eagle feel close and safe. Little darling showed a look of enjoyment, closing its eyes in comfort. He smiled with satisfaction. Good boy Lam Sung, standing by, was stunned. It's that obedient? Lam Thu continued to give orders. Now, slowly lie down. He reluctantly shed tears as he looked at the one person and one beast, feeling unconvinced. A proud spirit beast like the giant eagle was tamed by this kid? Damn it. The little darling obediently lay down as instructed. Lam Thu's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the giant eagle, then turned and said, Now's the time, climb up with me. The chief instructor immediately agreed. Wait until both feet are firmly planted on the giant eagle's body. He then held out his hand and said, Anesthetic. The chief instructor immediately took out a giant syringe filled with a blue liquid anesthetic and handed it to him. At the same time, both the instructor and Lam Xuan also began to approach to observe. Lam Xuan was suspicious. Is that kid all right? Lam Sung looked at Lam Thu, who was busy with a giant syringe, and thought to himself, no matter how skilled he is, he's still just a student. He's even using an anesthetic. Lam Thu turned and said, Pour hot water around its belly. Lam Sung, from behind, thought in alarm, What? Is this kid preparing to boil my little darling? Seeing Lam Thu and the chief instructor plucking feathers together, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, so it was just plucking feathers. Facing the chief instructor, Lam Thu said, I finally pulled out the scalpel. The chief instructor turned back to ask for Lam Sung's opinion. Squadron leader, this. He thought to himself, are you really going to use a knife? Lam Thu turned to explain, Chief Instructor, if you choose to trust me, I will definitely not disappoint you. Lam Swan nodded, indicating, good kid, I trust you. He ordered the Chief Instructor to give him the knife. The other man immediately brought a tray of knives to him and said, here you are. Lam Thu picked up a knife from the tray. The instructor covered his eyes with his hand. Lam Thu calmly held the knife and said, I have to start operating. Under the astonished gazes of the three, Lam Thu spoke. This is, inside Little Darling's belly was a thick layer of golden yellow fat. As expected, it's all fat. Lam Thu licked his lips and his hands moved swiftly, cutting away. We need to remove all this fat. Come over here and help me. The instructor quickly assisted, tossing the excess fat he had just cut to the side. Got it. Blood splattered on Lam Thu's face, making him squint to avoid it. Lam Thu reminded him, now use your recovery skill. The instructor quickly said, no problem. Our healing system is on it. His hands moved quickly, using a healing technique. Lam Thu jumped down from Little Darling's body. While the healer was treating it, Lam Swan asked why they had to remove Little Darling's fat layer. Lam Thu explained in detail, because a storm giant eagle doesn't need that much fat. Your giant eagles haven't had any babies yet, right? He patiently added, this is the main culprit. Once all the fat is gone, the giant eagle's strength will not only increase, but it will also be able to reproduce naturally. Lam Xuan asked another silly question. Then why does the storm giant eagle have so much fat on its body? He recalled scolding Lam Sung when they first met, saying it was a sin to feed the storm giant eagle pork because it was harmful. He shook his head helplessly. You're asking me? Isn't it because you've been feeding it pork? From now on, you have to switch to goat meat. Although it also has fat, they can digest it themselves. Lam Sung crossed his arms and said, goat meat, huh? We'll have to wait and see how Little Darling is doing. If it doesn't work, we'll see how I deal with you. Thom Tin suddenly spoke up. Look, Little Darling slowly opened its eyes, drowsy. Its eyes opened wide, as if it realized something was missing. Hey, it jumped up and down. My soft, snowy fur is gone. Everyone was overjoyed and cheered. Great Little Darling is awake. Little Darling entered a state of platinum breakthrough but was filled with anger. Damn it, I'm not cute like this anymore. Lam Sung watched the eagle transform into a gigantic creature, worried. Little Darling is suddenly going through a second puberty. Not only has its body grown to 15 meters, Lam Sung's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing with Little Darling. It even suddenly broke through to platinum. Lam Thu heard Little Darling's continuous chirping and reminded him, Chief Instructor, this little guy wants to take you for a flight. Lam Sung was surprised. Really? He couldn't help but admire him. You can understand the language of spirit beasts. Lam Sung clapped Lam Thu on the shoulder a few times and praised. Good kid, I'm starting to believe you're the legendary spirit beast expert. The instructor beside him also had to praise. Little brother is really amazing. We misunderstood you before. Lam Thu smiled and replied, hey, it's okay. Now I'll point out some mistakes for everyone. I hope you can correct them in time. After making the changes, I believe the combat effectiveness of the Trutuk squad will be raised to another level. The instructor nodded in agreement. Okay. In the base's rest area, Lam Sung pointed to the room and said, you can rest here tonight. Lam Thu sat dazed on the bed. I'm exhausted. I spent half the day talking to the researchers, and by the time I snapped out of it, it was already dark. He lay down on the bed and sighed wearily. Finally, I can sleep. A small hand pressed down on Lam Thu's. He was startled and opened his eyes, on guard. Tham Tin leaned over, her enormous chest right in his face, and looked at him with a gentle gaze. He asked drowsily, Team Leader Tham? Lam Thu's eyes went wide, his mouth agape. He shot up in bed, clutching his legs and shouting, oh my God, big sister, it's the middle of the night. How did you get into my room? Tham Tin winked and teased. Of course I opened the door, but let's not talk about that. She casually sat on the bed and said, take a look at this. Lam Thu reminded her, don't just casually lie on a boy's bed. She held a notebook in her hand. Lam Thu, she said, the fire spirit bird egg has hatched. Lam Thu immediately replied, the egg hatched? Even though the parameters were correct, it can't be that fast. Tham Tin honestly confessed, I used a gold tier spirit pearl. Hearing this, Lam Thu thought to himself. A common tier spirit pearl would have been fine, but she used a precious gold tier one that I've never even seen. Without any hesitation, Lam Thu lay straight down on the bed and replied, "So it hatched. Why did you have to rush over here and disturb my sleep?" Tham Tich gritted her teeth and said irritably, "I didn't come here for that. I have something I want to discuss with you." Tham Tin leaned in close to him and smiled. I, smiling, got straight to the point with Lam Thu, saying, "I want to be your disciple. Please teach me about spirit beasts." He replied immediately, "That's not a good idea. I'm still just a student." Thu Tin suggestively showed off her enormous, heaving chest. What's wrong with being a student? For example, Lam Thu thought to himself, this woman is truly from the demon system. He sat up, swung his legs out, and looked straight at Tham Tin, saying reluctantly, "Then I'll reluctantly accept you." Tham Tin knelt on the bed, her face half hidden by her hair, but the other beautiful half was still visible, her eyes sparkling as she said coyly, "Master, please accept this disciple's 3 bows." Lam Thu quickly refused. "There's no need for that," he thought to himself. "You're an exhibitionist. I can't handle this kind of image." Lam Thu looked at Tham Tin with a complicated expression, trying to figure out how to deal with this troublesome woman. He kicked Tham Tin, who was staring blankly, out the door, not forgetting to throw a sentence back at her. "You go out first. I'll teach you tomorrow." The next day, Lam Thu, with panda eyes, muttered wearily, I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. The chief instructor seems to have ridden little darling out. What should I do?" Thinking of Lam Sung, he yawned and sighed. When a shadow approached sweetly, "Good morning, master." Tham Tin held her notebook tightly and got straight to the point. "Can you teach me today's lesson?" Lam Thu nodded and replied, I can. How long have you been here?" She replied, "Not long." Looking at the notebook in front of him, Tham Tin glanced at it and said frankly, "I don't know how to teach you either. Just ask, and I'll answer." The two of them walked down the corridor, with Tham Tin right in front of him. "Okay, our icebird eggs failed to hatch. These are my research data. Can you see where the problem is?" Lam Thu looked at Tham Tin, who was holding the notebook tightly, and explained, "There's no major problem. It's mainly the temperature. The icebird doesn't need such a hot incubation temperature. Just lower it, and it'll be fine." Nyat Tin agreed. So what then?" Lam Thu rubbed his hair, annoyed, and thought to himself, "She's like a walking 100,000 whys." Finally, they reached the lab. Unfortunately, it was out of the frying pan and into the fire. As soon as the door opened, several people were already waiting. "Expert Lam has arrived." Each person said one thing. "Teacher Lam Thu, there's still a storm eagle that hasn't had its fat removed. We need you to perform the surgery." Before he could say anything, Tham Tin interrupted. "Master, our red-tailed lovebirds can't live. They can eat and drink but still want to commit suicide." Lam Thu was cornered and yelled so loud the whole building could hear. "Help me, so many problems. It's so annoying. Line up and I'll deal with you one by one." Teacher Lam has been working hard for many days. At this moment, he was dejectedly resting his head on his hand, lying exhausted on the bed, looking weary. Suddenly, the PA system let out a long series of beeps. The noise woke up Lam Thu, who had just dozed off. He had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. The loudspeaker blared, "Everyone, please gather on the field." Lam Thu, sleeping on the bed, looked out at the school grounds where everyone was rushing to gather and thought to himself, why did that PA system suddenly go off? He was surprised and couldn't help but wonder. Did something happen? He ran outside and met Tham Tin, who was also rushing towards the field. He asked, "Tu Trong Tham, what's going on?" Chu Kai stood in the middle of the bustling crowd and said, "I will now announce some urgent news." Tham Tin turned to Lam Thu and said quietly, "Our captain suddenly returned and even alerted everyone. This means something big is about to happen." He thought to himself, "The captain of the true Tuok squad? Beastification type, diamond tier, bat form. Trio Kai, the captain of the Trung Tuk squad, announced solemnly, a few days ago, Squadron Leader Lam accidentally discovered a transnational criminal gang in our country with unknown motives." Lam Sung, leaning against a nearby bush, was startled when he heard Trio Kai's announcement. After several days of surveillance, Captain Lam Sung has finally found their hideout. Chu Kai raised his hand high before the crowd and said clearly, word by word, "But I and the other members have an important mission that is difficult to handle at the same time. Therefore, we need to select 10 team members to provide support. This mission is extremely dangerous. Is there anyone who will volunteer?" One person shouted loudly, "I'll go, I'm at the peak of gold tier." A few others raised their hands high, shouting, "Me." Chu Kai cleared his throat and replied, "Very good. As expected of my soldiers, Chu Kai." Oh, and Lam Sung specifically sent a message saying that for this operation, we need to bring a person named Lam Thursday. Lam Thu stood silently, his brow slightly furrowed. From the crowd, he raised his hand and slowly approached, shouting, "Reporting, I am Lam Thursday." Chu Kai looked Lam Thu over and then turned to ask Tham Tin, "Tu Tin, what's with this kid? I feel like I've never seen him before." She enthusiastically introduced him. "Master Lam is the expert that the squadron leader brought back." Hearing this, Lam Thu scratched his head shyly. Tham Tin proudly recounted, "He's very impressive." As soon as he arrived at the base and went on about Lam Thu's glorious achievements. After hearing this, Chu Kai clapped Lam Thu on the shoulder and laughed heartily, replying, "Ha ha ha, kid, you're quite a talent." This made Lam Thu force a smile. Chu Kai's eyes narrowed, his tone serious. But he crossed his arms and looked at Lam Thu sternly, reminding him, "How can such a talented person be sent on such a dangerous mission? If something were to happen, how would I explain it?" Recalling what Lam Shung had discussed with him, he said seriously, "Reporting, Lam Thu volunteers to participate. I will bear any consequences myself." He thought to himself, "The chief instructor has done me a great favor. I hope I can help him." Chu Kai stared at Lam Thu and said bluntly, "What can you bear? Kid, although your qualities are not bad, if I say no, it's no." Tham Tin looked at him with an extremely displeased expression and couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, just let him go. I'll protect him well." Chu Kai was speechless. Team leader Tham, you. He looked at him and asked sternly again, "Lam Thu, this mission could very well cost you your life. Are you sure you want to participate?" Lam Thu nodded firmly. "I'm sure." Chu Kai was pleased and praised him. "Good, you're not a coward." He handed him a thick file. "This is the intelligence Lam Shung sent back. You two, read it carefully on the way. I'm going to pick the team. We'll leave shortly." Chu Kai turned and shouted, "Attention." When your name is called, Lam Thu held the file in his hand, excited, thinking, the mission is about to begin. Tham Tin and Lam Thu sat on a giant eagle, flying over a forest with a clear, gurgling stream below. Ahead were high, rocky mountains, the sky clear and the sun bright. Tham Tin said quietly, "This mission is a bit difficult to handle." Lam Thu looked at the file, which clearly detailed the information. Leader Bok Taekyur is an extremely dangerous Platinum 8-star Beast-type ability user. Very strong attack. Deputy Leader Macro is a Platinum 5-star Wind-type ability user, specializing in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Team member Enjo Ka, a wanted criminal in Country Z, has carried out many massacres in various places, then joined the Taigo mercenary group at the peak of gold tier. A formidable ability, specializing in assassination. Team member Park Bojong has no abilities and is a top sniper in Country H, an expert in explosives. Team member Mimiko Matsushita, a peak gold tier healing ability user. The brains of the mercenary group. Team member Itoo, a peak gold tier beast-type ability user, the muscle of the mercenary group. After reading, he muttered, "The opponent is the Taigo mercenary group, a notorious transnational criminal organization known for arson, robbery, and murder. There's no evil they won't do." Lam Thu rubbed his chin and said, "The opponent's strength is formidable, but our people are not weak either." Tham Tin replied, "The problem is that these guys always stay in crowded places. If we attack them, it could very well cause unnecessary casualties." Seeing that Lam Thu didn't understand what she was saying, Tham Tin explained clearly. "Among them is an explosives expert. We must act carefully. It would be great if we had a space system awakener." Lam Thu crossed his arms and thought to himself, "I think I understand why the chief instructor specifically named me. That old fox. Beep, beep, Beep. The slow ticking of a clock was heard. Tham Tik looked at her phone and announced, "We're almost at the squadron leader's location." On the town's border, they arrived just as night fell. The moon was bright and the stars twinkled. The eagle landed in a clearing in the forest. Lam Sung greeted them eagerly. "You're finally here." A group of people with several giant birds were also waiting. Tham Tin replied sassily, "Sorry to keep you waiting, squadron leader. By the way, how did you find that rascal?" Lam Xuan replied, "Ngoka? It was a coincidence. That day, Tioka and I wanted to take a spin, and we happened to run into him on the way back." Lam Xuan glanced at Lam Thu and explained, "Ngoka has been a wanted criminal in Country Z for a long time. Of course, I remembered his face, so I followed him." Lam Thu then asked, "Why did it take you so long to contact us?" Lam Sung, while walking, announced, "Fortunately, I got something out of it." After Ngoka didn't notice anything unusual, he felt safe enough to return to the Taigo mercenary group's hideout. Lam Sung pointed to the hotel on the high hill and said, "That's the hotel." This made Lam Thu stop, his head full of exclamation marks as he stood in the middle of a bustling, crowded street. Lam Sung clapped him on the shoulder and reminded him, "Don't show any expression. Their men are always watching this road." Lam Xuan, Lam Thu, and Tham Tin pretended to be pedestrians strolling down the street. He quietly gave an order. "Everyone, get some rest. We'll take turns on surveillance. After all, there might be a fierce battle waiting for us." They replied in unison, "Yes." The next day, Lam Thu crossed his arms and asked Tham Tin, "Team leader Tham, how is it? Any movement?" She looked through the binoculars and reported the situation. Nothing. Early this morning, Enjo Ka went out to buy breakfast and then returned. There's been no movement since then. At that time, Engo Ka had already gone home. Lam Thu saw Lam Xuan sleeping soundly on the bed and said quietly, "General, the chief instructor has been on surveillance for several days straight and is exhausted. I don't know when he'll get a chance to rest this time." Lam Thu leaned against the chair and whispered to Tham Tin, "Just watching from a distance like this isn't a solution. Why don't you and I go take a closer look?" She agreed with his idea. "All right, but we were in such a hurry to leave, it seems we didn't bring any plain clothes." Lam Thu pulled out a set of clothes as if from Doraemon's magic pocket and said with a smile, "It's okay, I brought some." He couldn't help but feel pleased. "Tran Tran left some clothes at my place before." Lam Thu pointed at Tham Tin and instructed, "Remember to tidy up that chicken's nest of yours." She held the clothes, giggling, and nodded. "Don't you worry." The ancient buildings bathed in the bright sunlight. The streets were still bustling with people under the sweltering heat. As if on fire, Tham Tin confidently tossed her long, silky hair, causing a young man to blush and praise, "So beautiful." Everyone looked at Lam Thu and Tham Tin and thought, "What a fresh flower." Lam mumbled, "You don't need to hold on so tight." She playfully rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, "Aren't we supposed to be playing lovers?" Lam Thu leaned close to Tham Tin and whispered, "We're here." Tham Tin quickly got into character, acting coy with Lam Thursday. "I want to drink this." Lam Thu glanced behind him, activating his clairvoyance skill. The ancient building, the bright sunlight. Lam Thu spotted a sniper rifle at the building's window, ready to fire. The criminal group is indeed there. That must be a dedicated sniper rifle scope. Lam Thu pretended to wrap his arm around Tham Tin's waist and whispered a reminder. "The scope is pointed this way." The two acted like a loving couple. Lam Thu said softly, "Don't move around. The enemy is watching this place." Tham Tin nodded. "Okay." Tham Tin leaned on Lam Thu's shoulder, acting coyly. "Master, we can't just stay here like this. It's very difficult to observe, and I don't have such good eyesight. How about we go up and take a look?" This startled him, making his eyes widen. Lam Thu flashed a mischievous smile and agreed. "I think so too." Well then, Tham Tin pretended to lean heavily against Lam Thu, her huge chest alluringly exposed. He held her waist tightly and whispered, "Little darling, it seems you can't wait any longer. Let's go get a room." Her long legs rubbed against his as she acted coyly. Lam Thu stood at the reception desk and said clearly, "Get me a room. I want to be on the third floor." The receptionist replied politely, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but the third floor has been completely booked by someone else, Lam Thu then suggested. Then get me a room on the fourth floor. I want the fourth room facing the sun. The feng shui of that room is good. The receptionist smiled at the two of them with a fake smile. Of course, sir. May I see your identification? We need to register you. Tham Tin glanced at Lam Thu and said, I didn't bring my ID. He leaned in close to the receptionist. Miss, please make an exception. Lam Thu let out a breath and mysteriously whispered to the receptionist, We were in a hurry and forgot to bring it. Besides, I took some medicine, so that's why I'm like this. This startled the receptionist, her eyes wide with surprise. The receptionist tried to remain calm and tapped on the keyboard. That's still not possible, sir. It's our hotel's policy. One price. Lam Thu threw a wad of red cash on the counter with a thud. The receptionist bowed politely and replied, Yes, sir. Room 404 on the fourth floor. Here is your room card. I hope you enjoy your stay. Our hotel is famous for its soundproofing. He silently praised her. Very practical, huh? Lam Thu walked away in a daze. Tham Tin looked at him like he was an alien. The room number 404 was on the wooden door. Lam Thu put on the headset and thought, What's the use of good soundproofing? We're here to eavesdrop. Tham Tin was setting up the equipment on the table. Lam Thu pressed the headset to his ear, listening intently for any movement, and muttered, I've been searching for half a day and can't hear anything. Suddenly, a loud ah was heard. He was startled and thought, There's a sound. It seems to be a woman. Tham Tin twisted the control knob, her ears still strained to listen. There's a sound. It's nearby. Honey, a woman's sweet and seductive voice moaned. The piercing scream, ah, startled both Lam Thu and Tham Tin, who looked at each other, speechless. Tham Tin blurted out, Are they? Lam Thu quickly covered her mouth and whispered a reminder. Be quiet. There are other sounds. Tham Tin was bewildered, but Lam Thu was still focused on listening and paid her no more attention. The sound they were eavesdropping on was of two men conversing in another language. Tham Tin couldn't understand and said in frustration, What are they saying? I know 7 or 8 languages, but what they're saying is completely. Lam Thu put a finger to his lips, cutting her off. Shh, I can understand. Lam Thu thought to himself, Good thing I got the language proficiency skill before. He remembered the system notification. E-rank language proficiency. Host can master all human languages on Earth. A-rank medical proficiency. Host can master and be proficient in all Chinese and Western medical techniques that have ever appeared on Earth. Tham Tin looked at him, puzzled. Master, you can understand? What did they say? Lam Thu placed a finger on his forehead and explained, They're speaking Fulani. Aside from some useless chatter, I picked up on 3 key points. Ignoring Tham Tin's dazed expression, Lam Thu held up one finger and said, First, they didn't come to Huaxia on their own initiative this time. They were hired by someone else. He held up 2 fingers, continuing from the previous point. Second, their original intention wasn't to come here, but to pick something up. Their mission is to transport that thing to Country Z. Third, to be prepared for the worst, they have prepared a large quantity of explosives. If we can't deal with them quickly, the consequences will be unimaginably dire. Lam Thu held up 3 fingers, providing information that alarmed Tham Tin. I have to report this right away. A mercenary group this ruthless isn't even the main force. It seems someone wants to make a big move in Huaxia. As Tham Tin spoke, he stopped her and whispered, Shh, they're on the phone. In another room, a man was holding a phone and saying, The goods have arrived. They'll be delivered in 1 day, right? We'll take it to Country Z. That man gave an order to his underlings. Brothers, rest well today. The goods will arrive tomorrow. As long as we get it out, we won't have to worry about food anymore. He received a curt reply. Got it. Tham Tin asked Lam Thu anxiously, Well, did you hear anything? He took off one side of his headset and replied, They seem to have finished their conversation. They said the goods will be delivered tomorrow. Ring, ring. The sound of the phone startled Tham Tin. She whispered, What? The phone screen showed the caller's name. She was startled and said, It's the captain. Tham Tin quickly asked, Captain, what's wrong? Did something happen on your end? Chukai announced grimly over the phone. We've fallen for their trick of luring the tiger out of the mountain. The item we were protecting is gone. Lam Thu thought to himself. The item the captain was protecting is gone? Could this be related to them? He held Thom Tin in his hands and said, Captain, I have an urgent situation to report. We just found out who hired the Taigo mercenary group. The item will be delivered tomorrow. It seems the person who attacked you is the same one who hired them, but the target we were tracking didn't go in your direction. On the other end, the captain's face turned serious. This is bad. We've fallen for their trick again. But we can't leave now either. There's a true martial tier enemy here. If we let them know we've seen through their plan, I'm afraid they'll do something crazy, but I'll have someone else support you. Lam Thu and Thom Tin heard this, and she curiously asked, Captain, can you tell us what was stolen? Recalling the blueprint, the captain didn't hide anything. Things have come to this, so I won't hide it from you anymore. What was taken was Truong Hong Tuyet Din's life's work, the final blueprint for the Linvo weapon. Over the phone, the captain continued. Our mission was to bring this information to the capital. Unexpectedly, the news was leaked. Tham Tin was also surprised and asked, The Linvo weapon Old Master Truong actually managed to develop it? The captain replied, That's right. I don't know who leaked the information. This data absolutely cannot be lost. Hearing this, Lam Thu and Thom Tin said enthusiastically, Don't worry, Captain. We guarantee we will complete the mission. During the phone call, Lam Thu asked curiously, What is this Linvo weapon? Thom Tin answered without hesitation, It's the newest weapon developed by the country. Linvo users use their spiritual energy to fill the Linvo weapon, thereby greatly improving its effectiveness. It was always in the research phase before. I never expected Old Master Truong to actually succeed. Lam Thu exclaimed in admiration. Old Master Truong is amazing, while Thom Tin said with regret, It's a pity Old Master Truong couldn't see it. Lam Thu comforted her, saying, The reason the country is strong is because of pioneers like him. We can't fall behind. This time, we must bring the data back, Tham Tin replied. In the room, Tham Tin told the other 4 people. That's all the information we've gathered. Tham Tin told Lam Shung, Captain, how about we cooperate with the fire department? With this excuse, the public can be evacuated. Lam Thu lay on the side, thinking, There's nothing for me to do for now. He thought, 9,527. Awaken today's skill. The system announced, Drawing skill. E-rank Master Ground Control. Can skillfully operate all ground vehicles. Note, armored tanks can also be operated. E-rank Repair. Proficient in repair techniques for all types of ground transportation. E-rank Electric Welding. Hearing this, Lam Tin said irritably, It's been more than 10 days in a row of E-rank skills. Can't you let me be lucky just once? Look at what you've been giving me these past few days. The system replied, The host was too overpowered before. Our skill-granting mechanism emphasizes balance. The system continued to announce, Congratulations, host, for awakening the E-rank skill, Vocal Mimicry. Lam Thu froze and thought, Vocal Mimicry can imitate the sounds of all things perfectly. He said, E-rank again? A sound imitation skill? What's the use of this? Suddenly, he thought, Wait, it seems it's not entirely useless. A guide, reaching for Lam Sung, he said, Squadron leader, I have a question. Lam Sung. Lam Thu then asked the question, Tell me, where do you think the Taigo mercenary group has placed that pile of explosives now? Lam Sung replied, I believe they would definitely keep it close by for protection. Lam Thu continued, If that's the case, it'll be easy to handle. I have a plan. Would the squadron leader like to hear it? Lam Xuan didn't put on any airs and said, Let's hear it. He said, Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Thinking of the whole scene engulfed in a sea of fire, Thom Tin asked, What do you mean, remove the firewood from under the cauldron? Lam Thu said slyly, It means I want to set the hotel on fire. Hearing this, Thom Tin was shocked and yelled, What? Are you crazy? Lam Sung, however, said, Keep talking. Thinking about the bombs, Lam Thu said, Squadron leader, you know my ability. After the hotel catches fire, the Taigo mercenary group will surely panic. In this situation, they definitely won't bring the explosives out. Doing so would easily attract attention. Lam Thu continued thoughtfully. Squadron leader, you lead a man to pose as a police officer and immediately go to the scene. Take back and the others away under the guise of protecting foreign nationals. I believe they will definitely not refuse, because they know there are explosives in the hotel. They must think the hotel will explode soon. If the hotel explodes, they will definitely want to leave quickly. He continued with determination. After the squadron leader takes the group to a place with no people, then we won't have to hold back anymore and can act freely. Lam Sung asked, if we eliminate them, how do we get the data tomorrow? Lam Thu held up his phone and said, for this, you all need to get your hands on Bak's phone, or at least his SIM card. Lam Sung asked again, what's the use of getting his phone? He said, if I can get the phone, I can pretend to be Bak. I can make the contact person appear tomorrow. Lam Sung asked again, what guarantee do you have? Lam Thu's mouth tried to mimic a sound. Lam Sung continued, this is no joke. The person behind this might recognize Bak's voice. Lam Thu then said confidently, as long as I have Bak's phone, I can imitate his voice and lure the enemy over. Then we can definitely retrieve the data. Tham Tin, at his side, exclaimed in admiration, as expected of my master, is there anything you don't know? Knowledge of spirit beasts, multiple languages, vocal mimicry, Lam Sung added. If you can mimic sounds like that, maybe this plan can actually work. Lam Xuan continued to ask, Lam Thu, can you guarantee that you can wipe them all out before the explosives detonate? Hearing this, Lam Thu confidently replied, I guarantee it. I will teleport there to handle the explosives. Hearing this, Lam Sung thought to himself, there's no better way for now. Immediately after, Lam Xuan turned and gave an order. Good. All squads, listen to my command. We begin the operation at 8 p.m. tonight. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. At 5 o'clock, in room 404 of the Eros Hotel, Tham Tin and Lam Thu were huddled in a corner. Lam Thu thought with frustration, there's still a little time before the operation. Eavesdropping all the time is making me so sleepy. Tham Tin turned and asked, Master, what's all that noise downstairs? Hearing that, he quickly replied, playing poker. They've probably been playing all afternoon. Tham Tin asked again, do they need to use Fulani to play cards? Tham Tin, Master, you look very tired. Why don't you go rest for a bit first? Hearing this, Lam Thu didn't refuse. All right, I'll put on my headphones and take a short nap. Lam Tin then fell asleep right after. In his dream, he saw Tham Thu lying on the bed, saying demurely, you can't do that. He thought, what's going on? Tham Tin whispered, Master, don't, Hearing these words, Lam Thu was stunned and thought, why am I doing this? Suddenly, Tham Tin spoke up. Master, you're awake. Lam Thu, at this moment, was flustered, muttering a few, ahs. At this moment, he sighed in relief, thinking, damn, it was a dream. It's all because of that shameless group downstairs. Tham Tin still didn't understand what was going on and said, since you're awake, let's get ready to move. Seeing her quickly turn to leave, he asked, is it almost time? Why didn't you wake me up? She turned back and replied coquettishly, isn't there still a few minutes left? I wanted to let you sleep a little longer. Lam Thu stood up and thought, this apprentice of mine is actually starting to care for her master. The kid is teachable. Lam Thu turned and said, find the walkie-talkie. Wait for the squadron leader's command to begin the operation. Tham Tin picked up the walkie-talkie and said, everyone, get ready. The surroundings were engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Shouts of warning echoed, it's on fire. On the third floor, a voice gave an order, everyone, don't panic. Cover your mouths and noses with wet cloths, then go down the stairs one by one. This surprised the red-haired man. He immediately reacted, shouting, Ngo, what's going on? We haven't been exposed, have we? Ngo immediately replied, no, it seems like the hotel is on fire. What should we do? Nguo also shouted in panic, why is it on fire? There are a lot of explosives here. Everyone, follow me downstairs immediately. The blonde-haired man also asked, Captain, what about the famous president? The captain immediately waved his hand and ordered, what else can we do? Get out of here now. Do you want to carry it out with you? Wouldn't that completely expose us? The red-haired man at the door urged, stop talking and everyone get out of here. The blond man let out a savage smile. His hand pressed the button, activating the bomb. The bomb's timer began to count down, with 9 minutes and 55 seconds until detonation. He tossed the bomb into the room and walked away, saying, "Explosions are an art." Outside, firefighters were working hard to extinguish the blaze. The three individuals from before had just dashed out of the hotel. Lam Thu, hiding behind a fire truck, reported into his radio, "They're out." Watching the group get into a black car, he continued, "Our people took the opportunity to help the foreigners get them into the vehicle. The plan was a success." Lam Sung ordered over the radio, "Good. The squad responsible for the fire, get away from the third floor immediately. You two, deal with the explosives." Lam Thu replied, "Excellent, we're starting our operation now." Lam Thu and Tham Tin raced through the sea of flames. Tham Tin said, "Don't worry, Captain." The two stood before Bak's room on the third floor. Lam Thu moved forward to inspect the bomb, while Tham Tin reported, "We've found them. All the explosives are in their room." Suddenly, Lam Thu noticed something. He picked up one of the bombs and examined it closely. He asked grimly, "Tham Tin, do you know how to defuse a bomb?" She replied, "Defuse a bomb? I don't know how. I'm only interested in spirit beasts." "Why do you ask?" Lam Thu gritted his teeth and said, "They activated the timer on one of the bombs and there are only 3 minutes left." Tham Tin asked in horror, "What?" Her expression changed drastically. He scratched his head and said, "My good disciple, think of something. There are still a lot of people downstairs." Tham Tin replied, sounding deflated, "What can I do? 3 minutes is an impossible deadline. I guess I'll just ascend to the heavens with you." Lam Thu said sharply, "That's not a bad idea." Tham Tin asked happily, "Master, have you thought of a way?" A system notification appeared. Arbitrary gate. Because the host has broken through to the silver rank, arbitrary gate's range is now 50 meters. Lam Thu activated the arbitrary gate, thinking, "I remember its range increased to 50 meters. This is much safer now." He took Tham Tin's hand and asked, "Disciple, do you like watching fireworks?" Tham Tin asked, confused, "Fireworks?" The two stepped through a spatial door onto the rooftop. Lam Thu said, "That's right." Tham Tin praised, "Master, you're amazing. We're directly on the rooftop." Lam Thu calculated mentally. Gravitational acceleration plus my spiritual energy and the range of the arbitrary gate. His eyes snapped open. Calculated the best time to act is in 15.37 seconds. Factoring in all uncertainties, the acceptable window is 17 seconds. With 30 seconds left until detonation, Lam Thu calmly said to Tham Tin, "Do me a favor. Use all your strength to throw this as high as you possibly can." This surprised Tham Tin. She held his arm, asking worriedly, "Throwing Master into the sky is easy, but is this really okay?" He reassured her, "It's fine." With 20 seconds left, Tham Tin began spinning Lam Thu around, saying, "All right." Tham Tin yelled with all her might, "Go." At that moment, Lam Thu was launched high into the air, thinking, "I've seen Tham Tin's strength before, but this speed is incredible." Lam Thu thought, "But this way, I can get higher faster, so it's a good thing." It's 10 seconds until detonation. He opened the arbitrary gate while thinking, "I just need to open the portal as I start to slow down and begin to fall." He created a shield in front of his hand. The shields became platforms for him to jump even higher. Lam Thu thought, "The only way is to keep going up." Looking at the bomb in his hand with only 5 seconds left, he thought to himself, "It's almost time." He raised his hand to the sky, opened a portal, and shouted, "Arbitrary gate." Then he forcefully threw the bomb into the portal, saying, "Go lava stream." After throwing the bomb, he let himself fall, thinking, the bomb will be instantly transported 50 meters higher. Tham Tin's eyes lit up in amazement as she thought, "It's become a firework in the night sky." The bomb exploded mid-air in a brilliant flash of light, just like a firework, as Lam Thu plummeted downwards. Below, Tham Tin looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "It really is a firework, and it's beautiful." From the sky, Lam Thu shouted down, "My dear disciple, get to the edge and pull me up." But this shout immediately caught Tham Tin's attention. Meanwhile, Lam Thu looked at the distance between himself and the ground and thought with worry, I forgot to factor in the blast wave. It's doubled my falling speed at this rate. In the distance, he saw Thamteen running at top speed, but Lam Thu was still calculating. It'll be very difficult for Thamteen to catch me. I should just give up. She was running with all her might, shouting, "Master!" In that instant, just as Thamteen arrived, Lam Thu fell. Luckily, at the very last second, Thamteen caught Lam Thu's leg. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I caught him. The current situation. Thamteen held onto the skyscraper's railing with one hand, while the other held onto Lam Thursday. But as Thamteen swung back onto the building, Lam Thu's back slammed onto the ground. His face contorted as he cried out, "Ah, that hurts." Finally, he let out a sigh and said, "But thankfully, my disciple successfully saved her master. I'm so moved." Thamteen was lying on top of him, her chest pressing against his face. He blushed and said, "Hey, I need to recover a little spiritual energy. I still have to find that Tai-Go-O mercenary group. Daring to detonate a C4 bomb here, they clearly have no respect for our country," she immediately said. "Master, acting so quickly won't do. It's nothing serious. My physical constitution is very strong." Hearing that, he coughed and replied, "Not at all. My spiritual energy is depleted. I need to recover a bit." Thamteen stood up and suggested, "If you're recovering spiritual energy, using a spirit pearl is best." Thamteen didn't hesitate to fib, touching her nose as she said, "Here, I'll give you a gold rank spirit pearl. I find them an eyesore. Someday, I'll take you to the spirit ruins and get a whole bag of gold rank spirit pearls." Hearing this, Lam Thu asked, "A gold rank spirit pearl?" Lam Thu took the spirit pearl and began refining it, saying, "You measure gold rank spirit pearls in bags? You have to take me with you when you get the chance." After refining it, he felt his spiritual energy overflowing and said, "Recharged. Now, shall we go take down the Tai-Go-O mercenaries?" Thamteen replied, "Let's do it." Below, two flashes of light exploded in the sky. A car sped down the road, smoking heavily. The members of the Tai-Go-O mercenary group were now in Lam Shung's car. The green-haired man spoke up. "That's the sound, I love that sound." The purple-haired man ordered, "Sit still and shut up." Lam Shung, while driving, wondered, why didn't the bomb explode? Weren't they supposed to be able to stop this incident? That explosion, I wonder if Lam Thu and Thamteen are okay. Lam Shung continued to ponder. The town must have suffered severe casualties. I need to end this job quickly. The purple-haired man interrupted his thoughts with a question. "Officer, where are we going?" Lam Shung turned and said, "My apologies. There was a small incident up ahead that we needed to handle. We didn't inform you, but we'll be at our destination soon." This left the purple-haired man speechless. He turned and spoke to the man beside him in Fulani. "Be careful. I feel like something's not right. Lam, get ready to fight." The other man replied in Fulani. "Understood." Lam Shung drove on, thinking, "We're here. The other team members should be ready to move." Lam Shung's eyes became determined as he thought, "Your time is up." Lam Shung turned and struck the green-haired man. The purple-haired man reacted instantly, shouting, "They aren't ordinary police. The Tai-Go-O mercenaries. Western Sniper, Northern Bomber, Puzong." Lam Shung opened the car door and jumped out. Looking at the scene before him, Lam Shung thought, everyone fought together, but the enemy only lost their least threatening member. In the sea of fire, a group of people fought chaotically, making it impossible to tell who was who. Matt Lee approached Lam Shung and said, "Squad leader, I feel like something is very wrong." She ran over. "There are poison weapons all around us. I think we've been poisoned. I can't use my healing spiritual energy." The speaker was Matt Lee, the peak gold rank healer of the Zhuke squad. Lam Shung shouted in shock, "What?" A man emerged from the smoke. "A squad leader, you say? I wonder which squad. My ability is poison. I realized you were trouble early on, so I poisoned you along the way." He was the captain of the Tai-Go-O mercenaries. He continued, "Anyone with a cultivation level lower than mine will be poisoned. Even those with higher cultivation will be affected. Unfortunately for you, I've just activated it." At that moment, Duong Pham and his teammates were poisoned behind Lam Shung. They were completely exhausted, able to do nothing but lean against the police car. As Lam Shung stood there with a storm of thoughts in his head, a strange man appeared out of nowhere. When he asked who Lam Shung was, He didn't hesitate to introduce himself as the squad leader of the Juk squad. The man smugly and cryptically said that he had heard a few rumors about Lam Sung, such as where the scar on his face came from. Lam Shung was a bit surprised. He raised his voice and asked, "You know him? Where is he?" This mysterious man was Ngo Ka. He had a beastification ability, transforming into a large beast with a sharp rhinoceros horn and a body covered in thorns. Then he said with a grim look, "Does knowing these things even matter now? You're about to die here anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded the massive rhinoceros beast with its fiery red horn to charge toward squad leader Lam. He wasn't flustered at all. Calmly, he used a spirit skill, as solid as a rock, Earth's blessing, which enveloped his hands in a sturdy golden aura. He reached forward, firmly gripping the horn of the rhino beast that was several times his size, and then gracefully spun around. He forcefully threw the massive rhino beast, sending it flying far away. Because it was so large, the moment it landed, the ground cracked and shattered, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Nuka rushed to hold his dazed rhinoceros, feeling distressed. He then turned to stare at the people nearby and said, "All of you, get them. The low-level ones are poisoned and can't use their skills anyway." Vice Captain Mark Rui appeared. He was a 5-star platinum rank wind ability user. He stepped forward to help Ngo Ka. Without hesitation, he began to control his wind ability, creating a tornado. Lam Sung could only try to quickly form a large boulder to block this attack. But unexpectedly, the rhinoceros suddenly woke up, its eyes looking even more bloodthirsty than before. Faced with the terrifying assault of the monster and the man with glasses, Lam Sung activated his protective barrier, which clashed with a powerful shockwave, while his poisoned comrades behind him worried endlessly. 2 members tried to convince him, "You have to get out of here. Only by staying alive can you avenge us." "That's right, squad leader. We probably won't make it. We can't drag you down with us." Lam Sung just said coldly to his opponent, "If you want to touch them, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Because he had committed the act of betraying his comrades once before, he had lived in self-reproach for years. The man with glasses continuously used his attack skills, and with the monster's destructive power, the squad leader's protective shield gradually weakened. The man with glasses saw his chance and used his ultimate move. Mark Vest stood behind with his arms crossed smugly and said, "Stepping over your corpse is fine by me. It looks like the squad leader won't be able to hold on for much longer." Although he tried his best, faced with this kind of power, he couldn't avoid being at a disadvantage, getting himself injured as blood splattered everywhere. Mark continuously unleashed attacks, leaving Lam Shung unable to fight back inside the protective shield, his body covered in wounds. Lam Sung couldn't take it anymore and was pushed backward. In just a moment, he was thrown back, and then, due to the immense pain, he was completely defeated. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing his comrades behind him to panic. At the same time, Ngo Ka, with a knife in hand, rushed forward with murderous eyes, wanting to end Lam Shung's life. It felt as if time stood still. Lam Sung thought to himself, "In the end, I still can't escape my karma. It's just a shame that this time, I still couldn't save my comrades." From the sky, a bright red car flew straight towards Ngo Ka. Lam Shung stared blankly at this scene, unable to comprehend what was happening. In the bright moonlight, from the supercar that had just flown in, a young man carrying a long-legged girl jumped out of the car and then vanished. That person was none other than Lam Thu, carrying Tham Tin in his arms with a cooler-than-ever expression on his face. As soon as they landed, Tham Tin quickly jumped down and asked him if Lam Shung was still okay. Lam Thu naively looked around with wide eyes, then turned to ask squad leader Lam what happened to make them beat him so badly. Lam Shung grimaced and replied that they were poisoned by Ngo Ka, who was a poison-type ability user, so everyone was poisoned. While Lam Thu was talking to Lam Shung, the enemy was stunned by the car crash that had just occurred. Team leader Ngo Ka seems to have been hit pretty hard by that police car. Ngo Ka was lying motionless near the car, the front of which was also heavily damaged. The bearded team leader, Bak, pointed and ordered Mimiko to quickly heal Ngo Ka and the others. He spoke in Fulani. Suddenly, Lam Thu raised his hand to signal them to stop and said in Fulani, "Wait a moment, let me prepare for a bit." The 3 on the other side looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. "We're speaking Fulani, but this kid can understand, and even communicate with us. Bak ordered his subordinates not to listen to him and to charge immediately. After saying that, the man with glasses immediately began his attack. Lam Thu told squad leader Lam Sung to retreat behind the large tree while Thom Tin held them off. Thom Tin immediately transformed into a demon. The black man and the man with glasses were shocked to see Thom Tin's demon form. She shouted a single word, "Kill," then ferociously rushed towards them at high speed. The black man with red hair was Ito. He calmly used his ability, which was peak gold rank earth type. Although Edo was trying his best, the person behind him kept criticizing his technique. Thom Tin leaped high and flew towards Ito, her overwhelming power radiating around her and enveloping him. Taking advantage of the moment, she raised her claws towards Ito. He broke out in a cold sweat in horror as she slashed his arm. Luca and Bax saw this and fell into deep thought. I can't believe this is the attack power of a gold 4-star. Luca was even more astonished. The explosive power of the demon system cannot be underestimated. It's best if we attack together. After saying that, both of them charged forward to attack Thom Tin, but she handled both of them alone without any trouble. Meanwhile, Lam Thu watched them fight and thought to himself that it seemed a winner couldn't be decided in just a short time. Behind Lam Thu was squad leader Lam Shung, lying unconscious, and a female member, Mat Lee, trying to awaken her healing ability. She leaned against a tree, coughing violently due to the effects of the poison gas. Lam Thu glanced over at the people lying poisoned behind him. Lam Thu then walked over and sat down, looking them over, which made Mat Lee blush shyly. However, she kept explaining the critical condition of her teammates. Lam Thu hurriedly pulled Mat Lee to her feet, but because she didn't understand his intentions, she was a bit surprised by his action. Then he sat down in front of her. Of course, this scene looked a bit intimate, so Mat Lee became even more shy. Suddenly, Mat Lee looked up with a flushed, intimate expression. Lam Thu calmly said, "Bear with it for a moment. We need to resolve this quickly." In his hand, Lam Thu held an acupuncture needle for the girl, while thinking to himself how lucky it was that he had learned some medicine before and had conveniently bought some commonly used medicines and needles. After he finished, he explained to Mat Lee that he had just checked her pulse to understand the poison and had quickly taken steps to eliminate it, so there shouldn't be any problem. After speaking, Lam Thu stood up. Mat Lee came to her senses, looked at him with admiration, and said, "It's nothing. Unlike you, who is so young but not only understands spirit beasts but also knows about medicine." He politely put his hand in his pocket and said, "Oh, it's just that my interests are quite broad." He thought to himself, "After all, I get to draw a new skill every day." The girl, leaning against the tree, asked curiously, "What are you looking for? Is my treatment over?" Lam Thu rummaged through his pocket for a moment, found a small knife, and continued, "There's still one more step that requires Miss Mat Lee's cooperation," which made her stare at him with wide eyes. Mat Lee was bewildered and tried to move but couldn't budge. She thought, what is this kid doing with a knife? Poison doesn't require surgery, and after the acupuncture, I can't move. Lam Thu looked serious, raised the knife, and said to Mat Lee, "Relax, it'll just be a moment." Lam Thu's hand moved very quickly. The glint of light reflecting off the knife onto his eyes made his face look very sinister. After a moment, Lam Thu put the knife back in his pocket and held Mat Lee's hand, pointing it towards the ground. Lam Thu saw a child standing on the ground. Lam Thu had only made a small cut on Mat Lee's finger, but a lot of poisoned blood had already begun to flow out. Mat Lee touched her head, surprised and overjoyed, and said to him, "My headache and dizziness are gone, and my spiritual energy is flowing smoothly again." Lam Thu gently assured her that the poison would surely be completely eliminated soon. While Lam Thu was putting away his acupuncture tools, Mat Lee grabbed his hand and urged, "Student Lam, please quickly give acupuncture to the others too." He turned his face and looked at her with a puzzled expression, asking, "Aren't you a healing type awakened one?" Hearing that, Mat Lee scratched her head and blushed. "So embarrassing. I was so shocked by your superb medical skills that I forgot about my own ability. I'll go do it right away." Immediately, the poisoned and unconscious people were quickly healed by the light healing technique performed by Mat Lee. Ngoka slowly opened his eyes, then sat up abruptly and asked Mimiko, "How long was I unconscious? What's the situation now?" Suddenly, he looked over at Lam Shung's team, who were also being healed. Lam Thu was standing guard beside them. All his teammates were awake. He began to stammer, "Why are they okay?" He shouted in surprise, repeatedly asking how the healer over there could dispel the poison. How was the poison in her body neutralized? Lam Thu stared grimly at Ngo Ka, while beside him, Matt Lee was healing squad leader Lam Shung. Ngo Ka turned to look at his comrades and saw that they were also losing their fight against Tham Tin. He said, "The boss is at a disadvantage. This is not good." Ngo Ka immediately awakened his poison ability, placing one hand on the ground. Releasing his ability caused a patch of pure purple poison to spread widely. He thought to himself, "I have to release more poison, or we'll all die here today." A large area of purple spiritual energy ability was released and gradually spread. Ngo Ka thought that his team had an antidote, so they weren't afraid of the poison. Even if Lam Sung's team could cure the poison, it would be useless because he would just release it again. Tham Tin, who was fighting two of them, suddenly stopped and looked towards the spreading poison. The man with glasses quickly turned around and called for Mimiko to assist him. Their squad leader Bak praised Ngo Ka. Well done. He knew that as long as Tham Tin was poisoned, she would be no match for them. Suddenly, Bak broke into a cold sweat and said in a panic, "Wait, look quickly." Behind him, Mimiko stared at Tham Tin in terror. Before their eyes was the scene of all the poison gas being sucked into Tham Tin's delicate mouth and into her body. As soon as she finished, she transformed into a demon again, with black horns and claws appearing. Tham Tin's face flushed with satisfaction as she praised, "Truly delicious, so delicious." Through the poison smoke, Tham Tin gradually walked towards Ngo Ka, her eyes turning a fierce red after absorbing the poison gas. She had acquired a new skill, Netherworld Ghost Claw, with an attack power increase of 1,000 points and an added poison effect. Ngo Ka stumbled backward in fear, not understanding why she wasn't afraid of the poison. He trembled all over, his face pale, and collapsed, not knowing what to do. With just a gentle tap, Tham Tin sent Ngo Ka flying. She just calmly said, "I still want to eat more." Bak's face turned ashen, and he broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he looked at this demon system user, thinking to himself, "This is insane. She can actually convert poison gas into her own power." The man with glasses and the squad leader showed fear on their faces as they watched Tham Tin gradually approach. The man with glasses spoke up, telling the squad leader, "She's coming over here." In an instant, Tham Tin rushed towards them like the wind. The squad leader and the man with glasses screamed in terror, hugging each other. Under the bright moonlight, in a corner below, two men were being tormented by Tham Tin, who kicked them repeatedly. Their piercing screams in the dark night shattered the silent atmosphere. Lam Shung, Lam Thu, and Matt Lee watched the scene, each with a different expression. Lam Thu remarked, "What a shame. Even a peak platinum rank squad leader couldn't withstand this kind of damage. It's only a matter of time before the opponent surrenders." Lam Shung stood beside him in silence, just watching the torture. He turned away. "I'm going to report to the captain. When you clean up the scene, remember to keep Ngo Ka alive. I have some questions for him." Matt Lee, standing next to Lam Thu, said, "Understood." A moment later, Lam Thu asked her, "Miss Matt Lee, why do you want to keep Ngo Ka alive?" She glanced at him and explained, "It's probably because Ngo Ka might know the whereabouts of the enemy the squad leader has always been searching for." He leaned his face surprisingly close to Matt Lee's. She replied, "That's right, but that was a story from 8 years ago." Matt Lee continued, "At that time, Big Brother Lam had just advanced to the gold rank when he was entrusted with a mission by his superiors to participate in the mission with the then squad leader, Nguyen. She visualized the scene. Their mission was to escort a very precious item back to the country, but there were countless people who coveted it. An image of Captain No trying to protect Lam Sung while holding tightly onto a briefcase appeared, but on their way back, they were ambushed by a mysterious force. At that time, squad leader Njo and the other brothers were already covered in injuries, while the enemy had a diamond rank and a platinum rank member. Although squad leader No was also diamond rank, he was weakened and basically no match for the other person. In the end, except for Big Brother Lam, everyone else died heroically. It was because they desperately held them off, that Big Brother Lam was able to escape and escort the item back to the country. Recalling the image of Matt Lee sitting by Lam Sung's sickbed, she continued to narrate, "The scar on Big Brother Lam's face is from that time, when he was injured by that diamond rank expert. He never let us heal it, saying it was to discipline himself, to remind himself at all times. Big Brother Lam always considered himself a deserter and constantly brought it up." Matt Lee could only look with heartache at Lam Shung, who was blaming himself after everything that had happened. Ending the story, Matt Lee said, "But we don't think so. He is a hero who completed the mission." Her fists were clenched and trembling. Matt Lee added regretfully, "I think at that time, squad leader Nahai Win's choice to let Big Brother Lam escape must have been very difficult for him." She looked up at the sky sadly. "After all, sometimes the living suffer more." Lam Thu looked at the squad leader and replied, "That's right. Judging by the squad leader's reaction, he hasn't given up." While Lam Thu was thinking, Manly said that so many years had passed, she wondered what level that diamond rank expert had reached by now. After torturing them, Tham Tin stomped hard on the vice captain of the mercenary group. One hand lifted the other guy up. With one hand, she used her ability to kill the vice captain of the Tai Go O mercenary group with a fatal blow. Suddenly, Lam Thu turned to look at Tham Tin and noticed that her condition was a bit strange. Her body was reacting to the unexpected breakthrough, so it looked a bit unsightly. After Tham Tin finished, Lam Thu happily said, "Congratulations." Lam Sung quickly looked over and told her, after a demon system user breaks through to platinum, they can maintain their own consciousness. Behind her was Mimiko, healing No Ka, who was unconscious, while Ito stood beside them, exhausted. Tham Tin coldly asked, "Squad leader, how should we handle these three? Do you need me to take care of them too?" Upon hearing this, Mimiko and Ito immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Squad leader Lam Shung glanced at them and then said to Tham Tin, "Take them back for interrogation. But before that, I have some questions for them." Lam Shung continued to question them. "Do you know about the origin of the scar on my face?" They were foreigners, so they didn't understand. They waved their hands and spoke in Fulani, replying that they didn't understand. During the confusion, Lam Thu, the bloodthirsty translator, spoke up and asked in a threatening tone in Fulani, "He's asking if you know the origin of the scar on his face. If you dare to lie, I'll deal with you directly." They immediately replied, "Spare us. We don't know." After hearing their answer, Lam Thu turned back and said to the squad leader, "They don't know." Lam Sung heard this and fell into thought. Mimiko pointed towards Ngoka, who was lying unconscious on the ground. "He's been afflicted with the mixed toxins of the demon system. I have no way to treat him." Lam Shung continued, "It seems we still have to find the answer from Ungo Ka." Tham Tin stepped forward and said, "Leave the task of waking him up to me." She placed her hand on the shoulder of No Ka, who was lying on the ground, and drew the poison back into her body. Ngo Ka gradually and weakly opened his eyes. Before him was the face of Tham Tin. He fearfully recalled the moment she sent him flying into the sky. He thought, "It's that violent demoness." The moment he saw Tham Tin, No Ka leaped away from her and hurriedly said, "Don't eat me." Squad leader Lam ordered Tham Tin, "Quick, take those two to the corner." Under the bright moonlight, Lam Sung stood seriously in front of No Ka. "No Ka, tell me everything you know." Lam Shung asked again, "About this scar." Hearing this, Nugo Ka looked at him grimly and hesitated. "This." He hesitated, then turned his face away and said, "If I tell you, I'll lose my leverage. Do you think I'm that stupid?" Squad leader Lam Sung was calm. "Don't worry, we won't kill Ito and Mimiko, and the same goes for you." He looked at Lam Sung with sharp eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not like them. Having committed so many crimes in Huaxia, do you think you people will just let me go?" Lam Sung looked serious. "Then what will it take for you to tell me about him?" Upon hearing this, Ngo Ka set a condition, that after he revealed the information, they would not harm him. Squad leader Lam Shung looked at him and asked back, "Aren't you afraid we'll go back on our word afterward?" Ngo Ka said, confidently, "I know you people value rules and oaths, and would even protect them with your lives." Without further ado, Lam Shung raised his hand to make an oath, pointing to the sky. "All right. I swear that all members of the Zhuka squad present here will not lay a hand on you after you give the information." If we do, the Juke squad will face disaster. Is that good enough? Hearing the oath, Nuka gave a faint smile. I didn't expect you to actually make an oath. He stood up and said seriously, though I, Ngoka, am not a good person, I will definitely keep my word. Lam Sung listened intently as he began to tell him about that man. Ngoka remembered the person who left that scar. His name is Capella, a U.S. special agent and a beastification ability user. I don't know his current cultivation level, but the last time I saw him, he was already at the peak of the diamond rank. Lam Shung surprisingly asked Ngoka back, how do you know this? He crossed his arms and said, I know one of his subordinates named Jabari. He let it slip once when he talked too much. Squad leader Lam Shung thought uncomfortably. What he said is probably not wrong. The leads I've been investigating for years all point to Capella. It's just that I didn't have any evidence. Then, Lam Shung's expression changed, and he cheerfully sent him off. Ngoka narrowed his eyes smugly and said, You military folks are really old-fashioned. After letting me go, you'll probably have to face punishment when you get back. This immediately made Lam Sung annoyed. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll get rough. But the person opposite him just chuckled softly. For someone who's been dead for so many years, is it worth it? Just as Ngoka turned to leave, Lam Thu chuckled lightly. No, it isn't. Now that we have the information, there's no reason to let a disaster go free. He turned back, shrugged his shoulders, and mocked squad leader Lam Shung and Lam Thu. How could you? Aren't you afraid the oath will really come true? After hearing him, he continued, raising his fist menacingly. The squad is definitely afraid, but I'm not a member of the Juke squad. Noka's face turned pale with fear. He backed away, stammering incoherently. Lam Shung used his ability, awakening the little white rabbit beastification. He raised his fist high and rushed toward Ngoka. You deserve this beating. A punch precise to the millimeter landed on his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, able only to scream in agony. He lay unconscious on the ground. Lam Thu stood proudly with his hands on his hips, while Lam Shung calmly held Ngoka's phone and said, I got Back's phone. Lam Thu cheerfully took the phone and said, That's great, squad leader. Lam Shung looked at the person opposite him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Kid, thank you for this. If it weren't for you, we might have died here. Continuing the squad leader's words, Lam Thu replied, Squad leader, you're being too formal. Lam Shung asked, That's right. We heard an explosion earlier. Did something happen? Lam Thu gave a confident thumbs up and said, Don't worry. We managed to move the explosives to a safe area in time. There were no casualties. Those beasts set a timer before they left. Lam Thu rubbed his head and said, But the hotel's losses are not small. We'll have to give everyone some compensation later. Lam Sung affirmed, Definitely. Lam Shung knelt and bowed his head respectfully, saying, Thank you. This surprised Lam Thursday. Lam Sung continued, It's thanks to your actions that we had a good outcome, and this time, I didn't abandon my comrades. Lam Thu stepped forward to help Lam Sung up, saying, Squad leader, don't say that. With your status and abilities, I can't accept this thank you. Lam Sung placed a hand on Lam Thu's shoulder and said firmly, That's because you're outstanding. From now on, don't call me chief instructor or squad leader anymore. It feels too distant. If you respect me, Lam Shung, just call me Big Brother. Hearing that, he cheerfully agreed. Big Brother Lam. Then, as he walked, he continued, Let's find a place to rest and also interrogate those two foreign mercenaries. The next day, the sky was crystal clear, with layers of white clouds drifting lazily in the cool weather. Lam Thu was standing opposite Mimiko, talking to her. He asked her, Are you a foreign mercenary? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say from now on will be used as evidence in court. Will you confess or not? Mimiko was flustered and hurriedly said, I'll confess. I'll confess. She began to sway, showing off her charm. My name is Mimiko Matsushita, from country L. My measurements are 34, 23, and 35. I was originally a woman of the night. Later, after awakening my healing ability, I was taken away. I haven't done anything bad. During the interrogation, Mimiko moved closer to Lam Thu, pushing him down onto a chair, which made his face flush red. She said in a flirtatious voice, Don't be too rough with me. Right after that, Thom Tin slammed the table, reminding the two over there. This is an interrogation. Be a little more serious. Lam Thu was startled like a cat caught doing something wrong. He nervously said, "Yes, ma'am," and pushed Mimiko away. Lam Thu finally got serious and said, "I'm interrogating you now. If I find that you're hiding anything, I will use force." Mimiko's face turned serious, and she lowered her voice in agreement. "I will answer truthfully." Lam Thu stood up, holding a notebook and a pen, and began the interrogation. "Who was your employer for this operation?" Mimiko quickly shook her head. "I don't know, but I saw Ka before." She recalled the scene at that time, was silent for a few seconds, and then continued. "A person from Country M once talked to the boss. At that time, I heard him say he was someone from Country M. I couldn't hear the specifics clearly." Lam Thu thought for a moment. "Country M, huh? Good. Do you know who the contact person for you guys is?" She replied, "I know of him, but I've never seen Ka. I only know his alias is Big Mister, and he seems to have a very high status." He suddenly thought again. If his status wasn't high, how could he access such a confidential document? He continued, "How much did they pay you for this job?" Mimiko calmly announced the payment for the last mission was $100 million, such a huge number that it surprised Lam Thu so much he broke the pen he was holding on the table. He was so shocked he stammered, How much?" Mimiko calmly confirmed, $100 million. Lam Thu breathed heavily and asked, "How was it paid?" Mimiko leaned back slightly and answered, "They said they'd pay $30 million up front, and after the mission was completed, the money would be directly transferred to our mercenary group's account." Lam Thu broke out in a sweat and pressed on. "The mercenary group's account, don't tell me only that guy back knows the password to that account." Mimiko cheerfully pointed to herself and said, "I know it because I'm the treasurer of the mercenary group." Lam Thu said decisively, "That's great, Tham Tin. Do we have anyone in our team who is good with computers?" Tham Tin, with her legs propped up on a chair, replied, "We have Pham Duong. He's a very skilled hacker. Do you need me to call him over?" 10 minutes passed quickly since Pham Duong was called. Pham Duong walked in carrying a laptop and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Lam? Is there anything I can help with?" As soon as Pham Duong entered, he saw Lam Thu and Tham Tin standing right there, eagerly waiting for him. Lam Thu said, "Of course there is. Making money. Transfer the mercenary group's treasury to our account." He leaned in close and whispered in Tham Tin's ear, "Team leader Tham, see if you can give me a small cut. For the rest, you guys can have it. I only need the change." Tham Tin smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "No problem, Master. You've helped out a lot this time." All three of them were staring in surprise at the computer screen. After watching Pham Duong finish his work, Lam Thu looked eagerly at the computer. But then he was so surprised his eyes went wide. So much money. He silently counted the units of the amount. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Suddenly, his jaw dropped when he realized he had just said he only wanted the change, but the change was only $1.5. Pham Duong and team leader Tham stared blankly at Lam Thu's expression. When he realized the amount of money he would receive was only that much, he covered his face and cried. Who could have guessed? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said anything about taking the change. Tham Tin ran over to comfort him. "Master, how about this? I'll make the call and give you some extra money." After hearing those words of comfort, Lam Thu tearfully declined. No need. You guys need this money more than I do. I just wanted to experience this feeling for a bit. You can take the $1.5 too. I don't need it." Tham Tin naively said, "If Master doesn't care about it, then forget it. I was going to give you 10 million. I guess I'll just have to make it up to you in another way." Lam Thu felt like he had been struck by lightning, speechless. He sulked alone in a corner like a ghost. $10 million, that's 67 million yuan. Meanwhile, Pham Duong and Tham Tin were happily looking at the money on the computer. Lam Thu was still too sad to speak because missing out on such a large sum of money was so heartbreaking. "I have to find something to console this broken heart. I guess I'll use today's skill awakening system." But who would have thought he would only get an E-rank life skill? At this point, he was almost completely numb. As soon as he saw the new skill, he thought about trying his luck at an antique shop. 250 yuan turned into. Just like that, I could make a profit of 50 million yuan. All Lam Thu could see in front of him was money. While Lam Thu was still lost in his daydream, feeling like he could see money beckoning to him, suddenly, squad leader Lam appeared behind him, patted his shoulder, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lam Thu turned to look. Lam Sung held up the phone and said, "Get ready. Their scheduled contact time is almost here." Everyone Lam Thu, the squad leader, Thom Tin and three others gathered seriously in the middle of the room. Lam Sung reminded him that they would meet again later. In the quiet space, the phone in squad leader Lam's hand rang. A call was coming in. Lam Sung handed the phone to Lam Thu to answer. He spoke softly and put it on speaker for everyone to hear. He took the phone, turned on the speaker, and used his voice-changing ability, saying, "This is me." Everyone listened quietly to the conversation. Back asked, "There was a little problem at your place yesterday. Is everything all right?" Lam Thu, using a voice changer, altered his voice and replied, "It's fine. It was just a case of dry wood catching fire. Our place burned down. We've already found a new hotel." Hearing Lam Thu's disguised voice, Ito and Mimiko were surprised. "It's the boss's voice." The call continued. The person on the other end of the line said, "That's good. I'll be there in 2 hours. I'll let you know." Lam Thu was calm. "I know." Ito and Mimiko looked at Lam Thu with admiration. The call ended with a long beep as the phone was hung up. Lam Thu turned to squad leader Lam and gestured that everything had gone smoothly. Tham Tin said happily, "That's great, we can finally meet that guy." Lam Sung added that she shouldn't be careless, and as for Lam Thu, he analyzed. Although he spoke English on the phone, his accent suggests he's from country Z. Then he reminded everyone to be careful. After the discussion, Lam Shung turned to threaten the two mercenaries, Ito and Mimiko. "You two must cooperate and perform well. Don't try anything clever. If you get exposed, your fate will be very miserable." As for the two of them, because they were threatened, their attitude was very serious. After all, they had to stay alive first. Money was just fleeting. "We will cooperate well." After a while, the appointed time had passed, and there was still no movement. Tham Tin looked at the clock. 20 minutes had gone by. Lam Thu suspiciously suggested calling them directly. Lam Sung, sitting in his chair, thought for a moment and then said, "Let's wait a little longer." While waiting, Lam Thu frowned and thought to himself, "Could we have been exposed? Impossible." The ringing of the phone shattered the quiet atmosphere. Lam Thu quickly picked it up. He answered immediately, "Hello? Why are you so late?" Lam Shung listened intently to the conversation. The person on the phone explained, "There was some trouble on the road, so I'm late." Then, the person on the other end of the line suddenly changed the subject, saying, "The item I ordered is in locker number 035 at the Tuqua supermarket. Send someone to get it." Lam Thu asked back, "Aren't we doing a direct exchange?" The person on the other end of the call interrupted, "It's better to keep some things secret." Then, before Lam Thu could ask for clarification, the other person gave no further response. Everyone gathered around. Tham Tin asked, "What should we do? Should we go get the data directly?" Lam Thu immediately thought, "When our person goes to get it, someone will surely be watching." His expression changed instantly. He thought to himself, "If that's the case, then we've been exposed and we also don't know if they have any defensive measures." Lam Sung clenched his fist. "So what should we do? Are we just going to watch the documents sit there?" Lam Thu looked at Ito and replied, "Of course not." After saying that, he placed his hand on Ito's shoulder and said, "Don't we already have a recipient right here?" Ito was bewildered, with question marks floating above his head, not knowing what was going on. But Lam Thu put on the classic cunning expression of a villain and looked straight at Ito. About 10 minutes later at the Tuqua supermarket, the city had now entered twilight, and small stars began to appear in the sky. The female employee handed a bag to the last customer and said with a smile, "Thank you, valued customer." Ito glanced towards the lockers and guessed, "It must be here." He recalled the moment of his promise with Lam Thursday. "You have a chance to atone for your crimes. When the time comes, I'll arrange a private cell for you." Ito had firmly assured him, "I'll do a good job." Ito thought to himself, "I've found the locker, but how do I open this thing?" Suddenly, a figure passed by and accidentally bumped into him. Ito was startled and looked up, but now, in front of Ito, there was nothing but empty space, not a single person in sight. Ito suddenly noticed something. He looked down at the small remote control lying at his feet. Ito picked up the remote and tried it out. It seems the delivery person is very cautious. After opening the locker, Ito reached in and took out the bag inside. He opened it curiously to take a look and seemed quite surprised by what he found inside. At the Veen Hotel, Ito's voice echoed in the brightly lit room. "I've brought the item back." Before handing the item to Lam Thu, he carefully reminded him, "Brother, don't forget my private cell." Lam Thu nodded and replied, "How could I forget?" Duong Pham took the USB and inserted it into the computer. He stared at the computer screen for a while and finally had to admit defeat. "This is too complicated. I can't figure it out." Lam Thu also looked at it seriously. "Anyway, this USB data seems to be real." Duong Pham took his hands off the computer keyboard. "It's too much for me." Although what he said was true, Lam Shung came up from behind. He lightly patted his shoulder and chuckled a few times. "Even though we couldn't find out who the mole is, getting the data into our hands can be considered a completed mission. Next, we just need to wait for reinforcements to deliver the item to them." Lam Thu turned to talk to Lam Shung, "Big brother Lam. The enemy still thinks the data is in the hands of the Tigo-O mercenary group. Do you think we can give them a surprise?" Lam Sung also thought this was a great idea. "I can't believe I didn't think of that." He pointed towards Ito and Mimiko. "Ask these two where their mission was to deliver the item." Hearing that, Lam Thu went over to them and told Ito that he had secured his own private cell. "Whether you get one or not depends on your cooperation." Mimiko let out a soft, surprised sound. She struck a seductive pose that made Lam Thu's nose bleed. "I want a private room too. I'm willing to do anything." Lam Thu hastily backed away several feet from Mimiko. Covering his mouth with his hand, he loudly demanded that she put on some clothes and then asked, "After you get the item, where do you have to send it?" Only then did Mimiko understand Lam Thu's true purpose. She answered honestly, "Send it to Chowthi City on the coast. They said there's a contact there. The specific coordinates are in the phone." Lam Shung praised her. "Well done. It's time to make them feel the pain." Lam Thu remained silent, thinking, if the transaction is interrupted like this, is there something fishy about the Tigo-O squad's 7 billion fee? He suddenly spoke up, "I've got it." Lam Sung watched Lam Thu's actions with wide eyes. "That's Bak's phone." "What do you want to do?" Lam Thu said. Lam Thu raised a finger to his lips as a sign of silence. "I suddenly have a bold idea." A somewhat harsh voice came from Lam Thu's phone. "Hello? Have you gotten the item yet? Hurry up and send it to the designated location." Lam Thu gave a triumphant smile. "I'm not calling you to talk about that. Transfer all the payment to us." Tham Tin and Lam Sung exclaimed in unison. "This kid is trying to catch a wolf with his bare hands." The person on the other end of the screen continued to ask, "Didn't we agree to pay upon delivery?" Lam Thu replied softly, "I've changed my mind now. Tell me, are you going to send it or not? I believe a lot of people are interested in this thing." The person on the other side issued a threat, causing his expression to instantly turn steely. Lam Thu quickly regained his composure. "Then I'll send you this message. I don't need the 70 million anymore. Just send the 100 million directly." The person on the other end of the line became hesitant. "Wait a moment. I need to ask for instructions from above." Lam Sung raised his index finger to signal Lam Thursday. He also gave an OK sign back. A sudden thump sound was heard. Lam Thu looked curiously at the phone screen. A booming sound erupted from the phone, forcing Lam Thu to hold it several inches away from his ear. "The money has been transferred. Bring the item quickly." He just slowly replied, "We'll send it over soon." The other side didn't say anything more and immediately hung up. Lam Thu gritted his teeth in anger. So rude. They've hung up on me several times. Duong Pham, after checking for a moment, happily announced, "We got it 100 million. Tham Tin was overjoyed. "This move is brilliant. Not only did we get the data back, but we also scammed the opponent out of 130 million. Lam Sung stood looking at Duong Pham's computer. "Soon we will ambush the opponent's contact." Tham Tin hurriedly gave an order. "Duong Pham, quick, transfer all the money to my account." Hearing this, Lam Thu frowned and asked her, "Where's mine? Where's mine?" She lightly nudged Lam Thu's elbow. Don't worry, master. I said I would compensate you. When the time comes, I definitely won't let you down. At this point, he really couldn't even cry. I specifically wanted an extra 30 million to save for getting married. You just take it like that? What about my wife? Tham Tin was so embarrassed by him that her face turned completely red. She struck a seductive pose in front of Lam Thursday. You can think of me as your wife. That way, you won't even need to get one. Lam Thu remembered the beautiful image of Chan Chan in his mind and flatly refused Tham Tin's offer. No need. I already have someone in my heart. You don't have a chance. She waved her hand dismissively, as if to say she would compensate him handsomely later anyway. A few hours later, the support team arrived. Large helicopters flew arrogantly in the sky, causing a significant disturbance to the scenery. The leaves of the trees rustled continuously in the wind. From inside the luxurious helicopter, someone who looked very formal was stepping down. All three, Lam Thu, Tham Tin, and Lam Sheng, watched intently as the person stepped down from the helicopter. Mu Dongdu, one of the three supreme experts of Country Z, was slowly approaching with a dazzling aura. Lam Sung was a bit surprised to see him and spoke up. Old Du, why have you come here in person, sir? While Lam Sung went over to bow and greet Dung Du, Tham Tin on this side was explaining the person's background to Lam Thursday. This man is the idol of all soldiers. Mu Dung Du is known as the fierce tiger of the army, one of the three supreme experts in our country. After hearing this, he thought to himself about the 4 words, supreme expert. Dung Du glanced at Lam Shung beside him with his eyes half closed. Kid, you did well this time. Very well. At this, he stammered, unable to speak. A few seconds later, Lam Sung stood before him gratefully. For this operation, Lam Sung dares not take the credit. Hearing that, Dung Du showed a puzzled expression. He quickly mentioned the person behind him. The credit for this operation should go to little brother Lam Thu and team leader Tham Tin. Lam Thu and Tham Tin, who were standing not far away, were startled for a moment. Dung Du happily praised, truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Little girl Tin, your performance was not bad. Tham Tin quickly went over and clung to his arm, asking, This time, why did we have to trouble you to come in person, sir? He pondered for a moment before speaking. We've been bullied right at our doorstep. I can't stand it. This time, the other 2 supreme experts are also eliminating traitors. None of these criminals will escape. Dung Du suddenly remembered something. That's right. You just mentioned someone named Lam Thursday. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? Tham Tin turned and pointed to him standing solemnly. It's him, old Du, let me tell you. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran to Dung Du's side and told him many stories about Lam Thursday. After listening intently to what Tham Tin said, Dung Du nodded in admiration. Oh, this kid is really good. Impressive. She continued to introduce Lam Thu, Grandpa Du. He's also my master. Dung Du sized him up for a moment. Little girl Tin took a first-year student as her master. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let me sort this out first. He is your master, which also makes him your elder. Dung Du crossed his arms and continued. I understand. Based on seniority, he can be considered my grandnephew. From now on, you are my eldest grandnephew. Lam Thu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Is it really that simple? He didn't think any more about it and clasped his hands in thanks. Grand uncle. Above. This eldest grandnephew is truly blessed. Dung Du chuckled softly as he looked at Lam Thursday. I like this kid. Thick-skinned. With the same style I had back in the day. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Dung Du quickly answered the phone. Hello, old man Tham. Little girl Tin is doing very well. Is there something wrong on your end? While he wasn't paying attention, Lam Sung ran over and whispered in Lam Thu's ear. The person talking to old Du is probably old Master Tham. He is also Tham Tin's grandfather. He's also a supreme expert. This time, he helped eliminate the reinforcements from Chow Hai. At this moment, Dung Du's voice couldn't hide his joy. The enemy has been completely annihilated. 2 true martial ranks, several diamond ranks good. After hanging up the phone, Dung Du immediately turned to inform the 3 of them that the enemy who came to steal the Linvo weapon data this time has basically failed completely. Lam Sung and Lam Thu were full of excitement and shouted, "That's great." Lam Shung handed a small USB drive to Deng Du. This is the data they wanted to steal. Deng Du took it and praised him. The image of Chuang Hong appeared in his mind again. They were considered to be from the same era. His talent was not inferior to anyone's. If he had focused on his abilities, perhaps our Huaxia would have had 4 supreme beings. Chuang Hong and the 3 supreme beings were quite familiar with each other from a young age. But after breaking through to the gold rank, Tru Hong gave up cultivation and was determined to devote himself to researching spiritualized weapons. Under the sky, a series of helicopters were constantly flying around. Deng Du was clutching the USB tightly. He kept telling himself, "The results of your research have been protected by us." Deng Du turned his face towards Lam Thu's group and said loudly, "This old man has to go back first. I also want to see Tru Hong's research results come to light soon. Although this operation can be considered a success, the mole is still out there. We must quickly investigate which wolf is the traitor." Lam Thu said nothing, just looked up at the vast sky. Deng Du's helicopter gradually flew further away. Ato and Mimiko were taken away by Mu Deng Du. Old Du wanted to see if he could find any new clues on them. A few eagles were spreading their wings and flying, carrying Lam Thu, Thum Tin, and many others on their backs. On the way back, Lam Thu's mind was filled with thoughts. They didn't linger and quickly packed their luggage, riding their beasts back. Soon, the eagles landed in front of a large school. After a long journey back, by the time everyone returned to the Zhuke squad's logistics department, it was already dawn. Grand Captain Chu Kai had returned, but his actions surprised Lam Thu a little. As soon as Chu Kai saw Lam Thu, he rushed over to invite him. "Are you interested in joining our Zhuke squad?" Faced with this unexpected invitation, Lam Thu's eyes widened, but he didn't rush to speak. A moment later, he waved his hand in refusal. "There's no need for that. There are too many rules in the army. It's not suitable for me." Chu Kai's face fell a little. He patted Lam Thu's shoulder lightly. "I say, kid, think it over carefully. Our benefits are extremely good." Lam Thu started to get a little excited. "I'm really not suited for this place. Forget about joining. If there's a special reward, I won't refuse." Chu Kai gave him a thumbs up. "Don't worry, I've already applied to the higher-ups for you. A first-class merit commendation for you." Lam Thu clapped his hands happily, his eyes shining like car headlights. "Can't you give me something more practical?" Chu Kai became angry when he saw him demanding so much. "You kid, what do you know? Do you have any idea what a first-class merit means to a soldier?" But clearly, Lam Thu was not a soldier, but a student. Hearing that, he angrily pointed at Lam Thu's face and criticized him for not being ambitious. Tham Tin quickly stood in front of Lam Thu to protect him, because she had something more suitable to reward him with. She pushed Chu Kai a little away from Lam Thu and then pointed out, "It's our squad's ultimate treasure." He hesitated for a moment. "This isn't very good. Although it's called the squad's ultimate treasure, it hasn't hatched for so many years. I don't even know if it's dead or not." Tham Tin continued to discuss, "But it's useless for us to keep it. If we don't give it to him, we'll have to give him $30 million. Chu Kai felt there was no better way and agreed. "Although I know this is a huge waste, it's useless to us if it doesn't hatch." Seeing the two of them whispering, Lam Thu spoke up irritably. "Can you two not discuss this in front of me? If you're not going to deal with it, just give it to me. Or better yet, just give me the 30 million. Chu Kai crossed his arms and looked at him. "This money is better off in our hands where it can be used to its fullest potential." Then he ordered Tham Tin, "Go get the squad's ultimate treasure." Tham Tin didn't answer but turned and ran off immediately. "But I haven't even agreed yet." Tham Tin looked at him, a faint, incredibly cute smile on her lips. "Master, don't worry, it's absolutely a great treasure. This is my compensation to you." Lam Thu stared intently at the squad's ultimate treasure shining before his eyes. "This is the compensation?" Tham Tin replied proudly. "This is the ultimate treasure of our Juke squad." Lam Thu's eyes widened and his mouth hung open as he said loudly, "Isn't this just a spirit beast egg?" Tham Tin looked at him with innocent eyes. "We don't know what kind of egg it is yet. It has never hatched, and we can't figure it out." The system suddenly appeared and exclaimed, "To think that dragons still exist in this world. When Lam Thu saw the system appear, he thought to himself, "Are you saying this is a dragon egg?" It confirmed with precision. Theoretically, this species should not appear in this world. Lam Thu looked at the image of the bright golden dragon on the system panel for a while and thought, "Is this the legendary flying dragon from our country's myths?" The system quickly replied, "That's right. The ones in the West are just mutated lizards. How are they worthy of being called dragons?" Lam Thu placed his hand on his chin and thought, "System, if there's an egg, does that mean this little guy has a mother and father?" The mechanical voice quickly continued, "Nonsense, of course it does. They're just dead. Otherwise, I would have sensed their aura." He laughed to himself happily. "I've really hit the jackpot this time. This will be my mount in the future." A pair of judgmental eyes suddenly appeared on the system. "Dragon eggs aren't that easy to hatch. You're on your own." The system gradually disappeared. He looked seriously at the squad's ultimate treasure. "From the egg hatching skill I got before, the method to hatch it is very simple. It's just a bit expensive. If I had known dragons still existed in this world, I wouldn't have considered egg hatching an E-rank skill." Before Lam Thu could even touch the egg, Tham Tin bumped into it first. He caught the egg in his arms and snapped at Tham Tin. "Aren't you afraid of breaking it?" She aimed the gun in her hand at the ceiling. "If I could break it, I would have made it into fried rice long ago. Even bullets can't pierce its shell." As soon as she finished speaking, Tham Tin charged straight at it like a witch, clawing at the egg violently. At this moment, Chokai finally spoke up. "This egg was studied by team leader Tham for 3 whole months. I heard that because she couldn't figure anything out. Team leader Tham went berserk, transformed into a demon, and beat this egg for an hour." Hearing this, Lam Thu gently caressed his treasure. "Poor little dragon egg." Tham Tin coughed a few times. "That's all in the past. By the way, Master, do you know what kind of egg this is?" Lam Thu honestly told her and Chukai, "I know. It's a dragon egg." Chukai suddenly slapped him on the arm. "Is it like the legends that fly in the sky?" Even Tham Tin was shocked to hear that. Lam Thu was very certain of his answer. "That's right." Chukai began to regret giving this treasure to Lam Thursday. He scratched his chin and negotiated. "Is it too late for me to regret this now?" Lam Thu didn't refuse his request, but of course, he couldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. "It's still not too late. Give me 30 million now, dollars, and I won't take this egg anymore." Chukai still found his words hard to believe. "You'd give up this egg so easily?" Tham Tin immediately felt that this egg must be very difficult to hatch. He held up 2 fingers as an example. "No, hatching the egg is very simple. All it needs is spiritual energy. There are 2 ways." Lam Thu explained the first method to the 2 of them. First is, if a supreme expert transfers spiritual energy to it every day, it will probably take 10 years for the egg to hatch. The second way is to use spirit pearls, which is much faster. 2 supreme-grade spirit pearls can make it hatch. You can even use spirit pearls. After hearing this, Tham Tin's face showed considerable displeasure. "Are you kidding? Which supreme expert is idle enough to continuously transfer spiritual energy to it for 10 years? Chukai also felt that the second method didn't seem very promising either. After hearing Lam Thu's methods for hatching the egg, Chukai sighed helplessly. "Little Thu, our Juke squad has already given it away. How could we take it back?" He patted Lam Thu's shoulder as if to encourage him. "I think this egg has a fate with you. Just take it." Lam Thu accepted it without any politeness and with a happy reply. "Thank you, Grand Captain. I'll take it." He thought to himself, "I also thought about giving up this egg, but how cool would it be to become a dragon rider? Anyway, I'm still young. At worst, I'll just slowly nurture it with spiritual energy after I become a supreme expert." That night, back in his room, Lam Thu was diligently transferring his own spiritual energy to his precious dragon egg. He was very persistent with this action, transferring a little spiritual energy to the dragon egg every day. Who knows, it might save some time. Every little bit counts. Suddenly, Lam Thu felt a strange sensation in his body that seemed to remind him of something. In the next second, a dazzling light emanated from his body. Lam Thu's entire being felt as if it were being infused with a new, incredibly powerful source of strength. It was the breakthrough to Silver 2-star. After the successful breakthrough, Lam Thu was exhausted and out of breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead in waves. Another breakthrough. He suddenly remembered a spirit pearl that Thom Tin had given him before and reached into his pocket to take it out. I remember Thom Tin gave me a gold-grade spirit pearl before. An idea popped into Lam Thu's head. Should I absorb it now, or use it for the dragon egg? Before the light of the spirit pearl, Lam Thu hesitated for a moment, then decided to use it himself to level up first. After saying that, he turned to caress his precious egg. My dear dragon egg, it's not that I don't want to let you use it, but this thing is nothing to you, right? So Lam Thu absorbed the entire palm-sized spirit pearl in the blink of an eye. Once again, a blue light appeared. The sweat on Lam Thu's forehead continued to flow. Breakthrough to silver 3-star. He clenched his fist. As expected of a gold-rank spirit pearl, I almost advanced to 4-star. Lam Thu tried to search for any more spirit pearls on him. After rummaging around for a bit, he found no more ordinary spirit pearls, only a few skill spirit pearls. In the end, he had no other choice but to find an opportunity to sell all these spirit pearls. I wonder if the Juk squad will take them. Lam Thu's precious eggs slowly slipped into his pocket. Lam Thu lay down on the bed. I'll ask Big Brother Lam after I wake up. Early the next morning, under a sky filled with sunlight, a very familiar voice was heard. Not here. Not here. Still not here. Lam Thu was furious. All my spirit pearls are gone. Lam Shung saw his anger and asked what was wrong. Right now, he just wanted to cry his eyes out. Big brother, my spirit pearls are gone. A thief broke into the Juke squad. Hearing that, Lam Shung was a bit calmer. A thief? Who has the ability to enter your alternate dimension? Lam Thu thought he had a point and scratched his head in agreement. Finally, he suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Wait a minute, the dragon egg. Lam Thu could very clearly imagine the scene of the dragon egg secretly eating all of his spirit pearls while he was sound asleep. Lam Thu angrily lifted the egg. So the culprit is you. Give me back my hard-earned money. You ate all my skill spirit pearls, didn't you? He couldn't bear this anger and kept punching the egg. You couldn't even wait for me to sell these things to buy you some without skills. That would have saved a lot of money. Lam Sung, standing beside him, smiled faintly at Lam Thu's somewhat foolish actions. It's just a few skill spirit pearls. Why get so worked up? The dragon egg then displayed a very expensive number. But of course, it was hard for Lam Thu to swallow this anger. Big brother, this damn thing. It ate over 10 million worth of my spirit pearls. Lam Sung heard this and offered a few words of comfort. What kind of spirit pearl is so expensive? Weren't they just bronze and silver? Lam Thu was weak. Inside, there was a silver rank ice arrow. Lam Sung now understood his regret. Then it's definitely over 10 million. But what's done is done. You can't get new things if you don't let go of the old. Just look forward. In a little while, you'll probably be heading back to school, right? Lam Thu turned and said to him, That's right. I've been away for so long, they're probably about to finish their training. Lam Shung pointed behind him. There's a lot of work to be done first. Look, the line of people waiting to ask you questions already stretches to the gate. Thom Tin, along with 2 men, smiled and looked towards Lam Thursday. He also looked in that direction. Back to being a tool again? Suddenly, military training at the wall seems pretty good. Lam Shung laughed loudly. Don't mess around. Do a good job on this last task. When Thom Tin heard him say that, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. She couldn't help but run over and ask Lam Thu, The final job, master. Are you leaving soon? He scratched his head, a bit hesitant. Well, probably. After all, I'm just a freshman. Team leader Thom, you are. Thom Tin blushed and said nothing more, her eyes darting away. Seeing this, Lam Thu was curious. What's wrong with team leader Tham? Tham Tin suddenly clung to Lam Thu's arm and sobbed. You can't go. If you go, what will happen to the spirit beasts we're researching? Lam Thu was taken aback, feeling like he had overthought things. I was so startled. It turns out team leader Thom's reaction is because of the research. A young logistics team member agreed with Thom Tin. That's right, expert Lam. If you leave, we'll have to take a lot of detours. Hearing these words, he felt a bit troubled. Although I'm willing to help, explaining everything one by one is really a waste of time. I need to think of a way. Lam Thu hurriedly said to the crowd, Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I see that you have a lot of questions. I can't solve all of them in a short amount of time. He smiled about his upcoming plan. Therefore, I've decided to help everyone write a book before I return to school. Lamthu asked. This way, we can solve all the problems at once. Does anyone have any objections? The logistics team staff were very happy with this decision. That would be great. Thousands of people cheered in unison. Long live Expert Lam, long live Expert Lam. So after that, Lamthu had to bury his face in books every day to both research and write a book for everyone. In the following days, I devoted myself entirely to writing this Spirit Beast book, but the system seemed to be taking revenge on me. The system suddenly displayed Spirit Beast maintenance and Spirit Beast care. Lamthu mused. Every time I'm about to finish, it awakens a new skill related to Spirit Beasts. First care, then maintenance. After completing the book, Lamthu immediately brought it to everyone. He had finally finished this book. The logistics staff frantically copied it, and soon everyone in the Juk squad had a handwritten copy. Inside Lamthu's resting room, as he was packing his things, Tham Tin stood leaning against the wall, silent. After a moment, she slowly asked, Master, are you leaving tomorrow? Lamthu turned his head to look at her. That's right. Classes will start after the military training ends tomorrow. Tham Tin curiously asked further, Master, sometimes I'm really curious. Why do you know so much? At your age, how do you know so much? Like these spirit beasts, you must have seen them before, right? Faced with this series of questions from Tham Tin, Lamthu was flustered and stammered a few times, sweat continuously trickling down his face. He scratched his head. Isn't it because I have a good master, who is also your grandmaster? His name is Mai Trick Nam. Tham Tin gave Lamthu a sharp glance. Mai Chet Nam, there's no such person, right? Is the grandmaster deceiving you, or are you deceiving me? He quickly escaped from Tham Tin's grasp and dodged. My dear disciple, you're overthinking it. Why would I deceive you? I couldn't have been born knowing all this. In the end, she didn't press him further. Forget it. I trust you, Master. Master, I came tonight mainly to thank you. Lamthu sat down beside her. Oh? Thank me for what? Tham Tin also sat on the table. Thank you for doing so much for the squad. If we had to research the knowledge you taught us on our own, it would take at least several decades. Her expression changed slightly. Also, about the Linvo weapon this time, we couldn't have done it without you, Master. Tham Tin revealed a charming expression. Master, if you have nothing to do, remember to come visit me. We will really miss you. Lamthu smiled softly and agreed with her. Definitely. If you all have any problems, you can also find me. After all, it's not far from my school. Early the next morning, the sun had begun to cast its first rays down on the towering buildings and wide streets. Lamthu glanced inside. Although he had grown fond of this place, it was time for him to leave. He tried to sneak away while everyone was still asleep. To leave quickly. Lamthu flipped over the blankets on the bed, looking dumbfounded when he couldn't find the item. How can it not be here? It's not here either. He walked lightly, completely unaware that Shukai and his group were behind him. It's strange. I woke up this morning and found my headphones were gone. Chukai spoke up at this moment. Forget the headphones. Leaving is more important. I'm not good at handling farewell scenes. Lamthu was surprised and whipped his head around to look back. A loud voice shouted, echoing through the air, Salute. All the people behind Chukai raised their hands in a salute. Seeing this scene, Lamthu was completely stunned. He didn't know how to describe his feelings, because he had never thought he would receive this kind of treatment. After calming down, he also raised his hand in a salute. Then, he resolutely ran straight towards his spirit beast. I will never forget this special time in my life. Chukai watched Lamthu with a regretful expression. We couldn't pull this kid into our Juke squad. Tham Tin lowered her head slightly. The Juka squad might not be suitable for him. She looked up at the sky, watching the spirit beast spread its wings and fly. Perhaps joining our team would have limited his growth instead. Chukai agreed with Tham Tin. Perhaps so. In the clear blue sky floated fluffy white clouds. Soon, the spirit beast landed at Lamthu's university, and he jumped off its back. At Mdu Linvo University, Lamthu spoke up and asked, You didn't leak the news that I wanted to leave early, did you? Lam Sung frankly admitted it. That's right. You deserve for us to do that. If your brothers couldn't see you off, they would definitely feel bad. After hearing this, Lam Thu not only didn't thank him, but also got agitated and yelled loudly. But that makes me feel a little bad too. Liang Huang remained calm and agreed. He pointed at Lam Thu. Your reputation in the Zhuk squad now is probably no less than the Grand Captain's. Hearing that, he was surprised. Really? Does that mean I should be proud of it? Lam Sung quickly added. You have every right to be proud. He pointed into the distance. What do you say? Want to come with me to the instructor's dormitory? To tell that kid Tan Min about what happened during this time? Lam Thu quickly waved his hands in refusal. He looked at Lam Shung with a very serious expression. Right now, I'd rather see my classmates. Goodbye, Chief Instructor. Lam Shung couldn't stop him, so he just agreed and said, see you later. At dormitory room 303. Lam Thu stood in front of the room and knocked on the door a few times. He was happy to be seeing his classmates again. I wonder how everyone is doing. Hearing the knock, the person inside the room opened the door while yawning non-stop. It's so early. What's with all the knocking? Don't you want people to sleep? Lam Thu peeked in. Here we go. That's Truong Tom's voice. But in the next second, Lam Thu was inexplicably stunned. Truong Tam stood in front of Lam Thu, only able to utter a single word. Truong Tam was overjoyed when he realized the person in front of him was real, flesh and blood. Big brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? But Lam Thu was stunned and thought for a moment. This is room 303. But who is this person? Lam Thu didn't think any further and was about to turn and leave. So sorry, I think I've come to the wrong place. Meanwhile, Truong Tam was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. He tried to explain to him, Brother Lam, you didn't go to the wrong place. I'm Truong Tam. Lam Thu couldn't believe the person in front of him was Truong Tam. Impossible. At that moment, another voice came through. Ah, Brother Lam, you're back. The man patted Truong Tam's shoulder lightly. This guy is indeed Truong Tam. Hearing that, Lam Thu was so surprised he said loudly, What? The young man next to Truong Tam explained, I don't know what happened to this kid. Every day after training, he sleeps. A little less. And after a month, he became like this. Lam Thu no longer felt suspicious. He gently pinched Truong Tam's cheek. There's such a thing? Are you sure it's not a different person? Truong Tam crossed his arms and replied, Brother Lam, after a month of hard training, I've slimmed down as fast as before. An image of Lam Thu fighting fiercely on the battlefield appeared, along with a series of excited comments. I want to know everything about this handsome guy. If I had this kind of skill, I wouldn't need to train anymore. His name is Lam Thu. He's my roommate. The girls became even more excited because of Lam Thu's charisma. Truong Tam walked while praising Lam Thu endlessly. Big brother, you're the hot topic of our school now. Lam Thu smiled and replied, I thought that after I left, everyone would gradually forget about me. Truong Tam came over and picked up a piece of blue fabric. How could that be? The forum and your friends' circles are all discussing you. There's a performance report meeting later. Are you going? Lam Thu muttered softly. Performance report meeting. He blushed, thinking to himself, will I get to see her? At the school's performance report meeting, people were coming and going in a lively and bustling manner. Lam Thu glanced around with a very impatient look. Seeing this, Truong Tam asked, Big brother, are you looking for the goddess? Lam Thu, having been hit where it hurts, was startled and denied it. Suddenly, a sweet voice calling him made Lam Thu's heart skip a beat. The beautiful Chan Chan slowly walked over. You're back. Although Lam Thu was very happy to see Tron Tron, he still tried to maintain a cold attitude. I'm back. Duong Thien saw him from afar and walked over. Student Lam Thursday, he saw her and exclaimed, The first-year goddesses are all here? As soon as Duong Thien arrived, she leaned in close to Lam Thu, her large, round, and glossy chest brushing against his arm. You just got back? She kept trying to strike up a conversation with Lam Thursday. It's been so boring without you around. Lam Thu paid no attention to Duong Thien. In his eyes, there was only a furious Chan Chan. Oh no, Chan Chan is angry. Lam Thu wisely moved away from Duong Thien's arms and went to Tran Tran's side. Is that so? I just got to school, and I came to see Goddess Tan right away. The performance report meeting is now starting. Lam Thu no longer paid attention to Duong Thien but focused on the meeting. The dean of Linvo Mdu University, Duong Truck, a space-type user, arrived with his assistant. As soon as Lam Thu saw him, he noticed him. It seems that person is Dean Duong Truck. Suddenly, he smiled cheerfully and waved at Lam Thursday. He was surprised and wondered, "Me?" Lam Thu respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Dean." Duong Truck pointed to the chair next to him. "Sit." He glanced at the bustling crowd behind him. "This isn't very good. So many people are watching." He remained very gentle in his reply. "I told you to sit, so sit. Kid, you're very good. You've brought great honor to our Linvo Mdu University. Old Luke also told me about you. When I have time, I'll give you some guidance." Seeing this, Lam Thu smiled smugly. Is he trying to teach me about the space system? He obediently sat down next to Dean Duong. "Headmaster, you're too kind. These are things I should do." Ma Wiem, standing below, showed a look of dissatisfaction. "Why is Lam Thu sitting there?" The underling standing next to him also chimed in. "Is he watching our performance with the leaders? We're all new students. Why is he so favored?" Chan Chan looked up at where he was sitting. "I can't believe Lam Thu can sit there now. The distance between us is getting bigger and bigger." She shyly turned her face away. But strangely, I don't feel disappointed or jealous. Instead, I'm happy for him from the bottom of my heart. The MC's clear voice rang out. "The final score for Class 2? Lam Thu put his hands behind his head and thought to himself, "So boring. What should I do?" He suddenly remembered the system and called out softly, "System, awaken today's skill." A transparent screen gradually appeared with the words "Drawing Skill." After spinning for a while, it displayed a series of skills on the screen. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the A-rank skill. Lightning System Skill Awakening. Lightning System Skill Awakening. After use, you can successfully awaken the lightning type ability." The system continued to display a question prompt. "After successfully using the lightning type ability awakening, do you want to use it immediately? Yes, no?" Lam Thu was in so much pain he couldn't even cry. Finally, no more E-rank, only an idiot would choose no. Finally, no more E-rank, only an idiot would choose no. In the end, he decided to click yes. The system asked again, detecting that the host already possesses the beastification skill. "Do you still want to fuse?" Lam Thu hesitated for a moment and then replied, "This I've already fused beastification into space. Can I fuse again?" He pressed the button on the system. Lam Thu gently ran his fingers through his hair. "Of course, my good brother. Help me strengthen it once we get back." The system joyfully announced. "Congratulations, host." It continued. "Fusion successful. Congratulations, host Dormon has successfully evolved into Dormon." Lam Thu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" 9.527 explained. "For glory let the thunderclap shatter the darkness, Dormon. For the glory of the northern gods. Let the thunderclap shatter the darkness." Lam Thu looked at his hand, then back at the system's notification panel. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. "System, the name and lines for this second form, are you serious? But does this mean I can use lightning-type skills now?" The system nodded in response. "That's right. 4 words to vividly represent all of your systems. Space, lightning, beastification. Is there a problem?" Lam Thu helplessly put his hand to his forehead. "Whatever you say. It's not like I need to call out the name when I transform anyway." The light from the system panel shone directly on his handsome face. 3 new skills have been added. The system delved deeper into this skill. Masak Singdian can only be used in the beastified state. By massaging the palm of your hand, you can generate an electric current. The intensity of the current is determined by the speed of the massage. A sincere reminder, Mama also doesn't need to worry about your phone running out of battery anymore. Lam Thu carefully read what the system displayed. Hand massage speed. He was so excited he couldn't help but laugh. A gift for single men, single for 20 years. I am, of course, very confident in my own speed. The system continuously transmitted more new skills. Lightning Strike, a normal lightning attack skill for a single target. Heavenly Punishment, a strengthened single target attack skill. It can summon 7 bolts of heavenly punishment to destroy the enemy. The power of the heavenly punishment will grow stronger and stronger. Lam Thu couldn't take his eyes off the notification panel. Nike, finally, I have a long-range attack. He suddenly imagined himself fighting a very large crowd of people. There are too many people to fight. Lam Thu became contemplative. It's a pity these skills are all single-target attacks. It seems I'll have to find some spirit pearls with multiple spirit skills when I have time. He spoke up and asked, System, what level is my ability at now? The system announced, it is now considered S rank, almost breaking through to SS rank. Lam Thu looked at his hand, which held immense power, and exclaimed, not bad. I finally feel myself getting stronger. The MC loudly declared, this performance concludes successfully. Lam Thu stood up tiredly and stretched deeply. The performance is over, which means this military training session is also over. A voice from afar reached his ears. Chief Instructor, you are truly my second parents. Tan Min hugged one of his friends. We have to go. From now on you must control yourself. Otherwise you might get fat again quickly. That friend replied happily, yes, Instructor. For Man, I won't get fat again. He saw this and smiled faintly. Although I was always looking forward to the end of the training, at this moment, it feels a bit sad, doesn't it? Luke Chan approached from behind and called out, Lam Thursday. He said to him, come with me. Ao Duong is waiting in the training room to guide you. Lam Thu turned his head in surprise. Guide me? Lam Thu followed Luke Chan to the training room and found only Duong Trok diligently practicing. Because classes hadn't officially started yet, the training room was temporarily closed. The Dean's 5 lightning-fast punches flew past Lam Thu's face. Seeing the visitor, he stopped. You're here. Lam Thu felt something was strange. What's going on? Didn't he say it was guidance? Why do I feel like the Dean is about to give me a beating? Duong Trok looked at him and spoke softly. Come here. Use all your skills and attack me with your full strength. After hearing him speak, Lam Thu's face darkened completely, devoid of light. Fighting the Dean? Do old men these days like to be so direct? He stood there motionless and stammered. This. In the end, Lam Thu closed his eyes and accepted this offer. There's no other way. His footsteps began to emit a powerful, bright sound. Come out, Dormon. Lam Thu's entire body was enveloped in a bright, crackling current of lightning. His eyes turned a milky white, brimming with vitality. After a moment of transformation, Lam Thu had become a Dormon with incredibly cute bunny ears. Luke Chan and Duong Trok couldn't help but be amazed by this magical transformation. This kid's explosive power seems to be even stronger than before. This rabbit is too cool. Lam Thu chuckled and began to raise his hand, preparing to unleash a move. A large, spinning vortex appeared in front of him right after. Lam Thu didn't wait long and immediately launched it at the Dean. Caught off guard, he was hit by a very powerful sneak attack from Lam Thu from behind. The Dean's entire body felt dazed, and his mind began to go dark. He entered the strange beam of light and gradually disappeared. Duong Trok turned his head to look. I can't believe this kid actually has a lightning-type skill. The power of this punch is at least at the gold rank. Lam Thu's foot stepped out from the beam of light from before. Duong Trok softly called out to him. Kid, he stood in a ready stance. If you have any other attack skills, just use them. I won't fight back. Lam Thu imagined the Dean angrily hitting him hard on the head and shouting, How disrespectful you dare to ambush your elder. He patted his chest. Old sir, you didn't say so earlier. I thought you wanted to give me a beating just now. Lam Thu began to attack again with a large bolt of lightning. His whole body was now radiating a power several tens of times stronger than before. A powerful voice boomed. If that's the case, Lam Thu focused his power in his hand, and sparks of lightning continuously shot out around him. Then I won't be polite anymore. Lightning strike, heavenly punishment. Lightning bolts continuously struck towards Duong Trok. He was quite surprised when he felt the power of the lightning bolt. Interesting. The final strike of this heavenly punishment can even rival the strongest strike of a peak silver rank. Lam Thu was still focused on unleashing his strongest lightning strike. A few drops of sweat had appeared on Duong Trok's face as he provoked him. Is there more? By now, he was also getting tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. These attacks don't seem to be hurting him. Perhaps the Dean just wants to see what level I can reach. He calculated in his heart, and Lam Thu clenched his teeth, his hand forming a fist. All right, Then I'll let him see a bit of my true ability. Lam Thu relentlessly punched Duong Tra. Just as he expected, he only used his hands to block the blows. Not bad. Not bad. More. At this moment, he smirked. Lam Thu held out his hand and warned, "Be careful, this is the final move." The teacher stood still, a bit confused, but he didn't notice that his hand was already above his head. Kid. What are you trying to do? Why aren't you attacking anymore?" For the sake of Duong Troc's few remaining hairs, but when he wasn't looking, Lam Thu didn't hesitate to pluck one, just a forceful pull. He was a bit smug as he waved the strand of hair. Heh, I'm just a little silver rank, yet I was able to hurt a true martial expert, even if it's just a single strand of hair. That still counts as hurting him. Duong Troc looked at his smug expression and screamed internally. This kid actually dared to pull my hair. Lam Thu showed off the strand of hair, very pleased with himself. Dean, I've used up all my skills. His face was covered in dark lines. Although his methods are a bit mischievous, his mind is very sharp. I remember old Luke said before that he was only a silver 1-star. He slapped his shiny head and praised him silently. I can't believe he became a silver 3-star in just a short month. He's truly a rare and good seed. Duong Troc crossed his arms. I'm very satisfied with you. Do you want to become my disciple? Lam Thu didn't hesitate at all. He immediately knelt down. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Duong Troc rummaged in his clothes. Your space system lacks attack skills. Consider this a meeting gift from me. Lam Thu looked in astonishment at the colorful orb in his hand. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. This is a gold-rank space system spirit pearl, carrying the skill Dimensional Slash. Duong Troc's expression was extremely serious. Learn it. Lam Thu focused and felt a source of energy radiating from the spirit pearl, continuously flowing into his body. He stared at him intently. Hua Sha has never had a second person with a space system. With this kid's appearance, I can be considered to have a successor. Lam Thu's whole body radiated a huge source of power. Even his hair was affected and stood on end. Mid-silver 4-star breakthrough. Duong Troc observed his disciple's breakthrough process. Suddenly, a wooden training dummy in the distance was targeted. Lam Thu's eyes flashed with a red light. His 2 feet were firmly planted on the ground, while his hand clawed at the air. A beam of power shot out, not unlike a sickle. Dimensional Slash. The Dimensional Slash moved quickly, and then suddenly disappeared. Lam Thu was bewildered. He speculated. It disappeared. Could the attack range of the Dimensional Slash be that short? He had no choice but to ask Ao Duong Troc, who was observing the last attack with his arms crossed. Master, this skill is a bit weak. But unexpectedly, the training dummy naturally shattered into many pieces. Lam Thu's heart trembled, and he didn't know how to react. Lam Thu was extremely pleased. This skill is really amazing, great power, long range, and it's also stealthy. Duong Troc was no less surprised. Little Thu, in the recent battle, I found that your space system is very different from mine. Tell me the specific effects of your skills. He began to explain. My space system skills mainly have 3 types. The first is the arbitrary gate, which can help Lam Thu went on, and he nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Duong Troc suggested, have you ever thought about opening the arbitrary gate in other places? I guess you always use the arbitrary gate for instant teleportation. Master, you mean? Lam Thu felt as if he had been enlightened. If I use the arbitrary gate in other places combined with spirit skills, then its practical use is not just limited to that. Duong Troc praised. Not bad. Your comprehension is very high. Why don't you try it out? He was very excited. Yes. He waved his hand and began to use the arbitrary gate skill. A blue slash was created. After leveling up to silver 4-star, the range of the arbitrary gate has also increased from 50 m to 70 m. The blade glided through the air. Lam Thu's eyes were extremely focused. Now is the time. A blue portal appeared. The slash pierced through the portal. It seemed to have amplified its attack power, and the ground was also affected by it, turning into rubble with smoke flying everywhere. Looking at the scene in front of him, he sighed. It worked. Dutroc praised again. Not bad, not bad. The ground was affected by the attack and had a small hole in it. Luke Chan also saw this power. He exclaimed, This skill combination is used beautifully. He thought to himself, with the arbitrary gate, the dimensional slash can not only appear and disappear twice, but can also change direction. It's truly heaven-defying. Lam Thu imagined the scene of him suddenly attacking his opponent. He gave a sly smile. This isn't just about attacking wherever I point. If the enemy dodges my attack, I can even add another strike. Lam Thu was very pleased with himself. Haha, if I open the arbitrary gate under the enemy's feet, wouldn't he? Before he could think of the final result, he heard Duong Thien's voice. Grandpa, let's go home for dinner. They looked at each other in surprise. Why are you here? Duong Trok was a bit surprised and asked, You two know each other? He replied, We're classmates. Duong Thien was a bit confused. Grandpa, weren't you looking for a space-type awakened one? She was a little annoyed. He's clearly a beastification-type ability user. He looked at his granddaughter. Thien Nhi, why would you say that? I saw it with my own eyes. Could it be fake? Grandpa has already accepted little Thu as a disciple. From now on, he is your martial uncle. Greet him quickly. Duong Thien muttered, Grandpa is so scary like this. She reluctantly and stammeringly called out, Ugh, martial uncle. Lam Thu was happy. Haha, good niece. Don't be so unconvinced. Tham Tritone's granddaughter is also my disciple. This martial uncle title isn't bad. After hearing this, the Ao Duong grandfather and granddaughter were no less surprised. What? That little girl Tham Tin is your disciple? Duong Trak became even happier after hearing it, while Duong Tian looked extremely annoyed. That's great then. Little Thursday, in class, take good care of your niece, and teach her more. Haha, yes sir. The sky had gradually turned orange-red. He bid farewell to Lam Thursday. Little Thu, I have things to do these next 2 days. I'll be back when classes officially start. I'll give you more guidance then. Yes, master. He watched him leave. Master, take care. Trung Tam called from behind. Big brother. He wiped the sweat from his face. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for half a day. He was a bit confused. Oh, I was also suddenly called over. What's wrong? Trung Tam happily pulled him along. Aren't we on break for the next 2 days? You must have some time. Come on, let's go play at the Din Thin group. Hee hee. At a skyscraper with countless bright lights, the tall buildings could be called skyscrapers. In the luxurious scene before him, Lam Thu was a bit impressed. This is the Din Thin group, ranked 3rd in the country. He thought to himself, I almost forgot. This kid Truong Tam is a second-generation rich kid. At this moment, he waved and called someone, Second brother hi. Chu Yen Eng He slowly walked up to them. Truong Tam pointed to his brother and introduced, This is my brother, Truong Ni. After hearing that, he was a bit speechless. Your father is really casual with naming. But on Truong Di's face, there was still a hint of suspicion. You are third brother? He confirmed. That's right. He was quite surprised by his younger brother's change. He must have been wondering how a fat person could transform into someone like he was seeing now. Lam Thu showed a look of understanding. I get this feeling. A normal person wouldn't believe that this kid could get this thin in just a month. Truong Ni crossed his arms and asked, What's our eldest brother's name? Truong Tam answered without thinking, Truong Jia Te. This time, it was Lam Thu's turn to be confused. Shouldn't your eldest brother's name be Truong Not or Truong Dai? Just one question verified their identities, and the two brothers affectionately shouted, Second brother, third brother. Perhaps he was the most bewildered person there. The eldest brother, Tat Tok, must be the biological one. You two were definitely adopted. At this moment, Truong Tam finally introduced him. Second brother, this is Lam Thu, my brother Thursday. He's always looking out for me at school. Truong Ni shook his hand. So you're Lam Thursday. I've heard so much about you. Just call me second brother like Truong Tam does. Hello. He led the way. Why don't we go inside and chat? In his heart, Lam Thu sneered. Heard so much about me? Businessmen are certainly smooth talkers. I bet this is the first time he's heard my name. The elevator had a total of 61 floors. The golden light all around blinded him, as expected of a wealthy family. Even the elevator is so luxurious. Chuk Ni went ahead and opened the door. What greeted them was an incredibly luxurious room. Truong Tam took the initiative to introduce him. My second brother, besides managing the company, likes to dabble in a few things. He looked around. So many antiques. Trung Ni appeared polite. Brother Lam Thu, what do you think of these treasures of mine? He looked up at the vase placed on the shelf. This is actually, the system helped him use appraisal. Counterfeit artifacts, filling an entire room. So many fakes. He replied nonchalantly, they're okay. Although most of them are fakes, overall, they're not bad. Truong Tam seemed unable to believe it. How is that possible? But Trung Ni was angry and pointed at his face. I spent a lot of money to buy these things. I even specially invited a master to appraise them. He immediately stepped in front of his brother. Big brother, calm down. Lam Thu's expression didn't change. Second brother, if you don't believe me, you can just pick a few and I'll appraise them for you. After hearing that, he immediately put on gloves. All right, for someone so young, I really don't believe your eye is sharper than those experts. He picked up an ancient vase. Immediately, Lam Thu pointed out its characteristics. Second brother, what you're holding is a Yuan dynasty stem bowl with a blue dragon and white clouds. It has a wide mouth, a deep belly, and 3 raised strings around the high foot, with a bamboo joint shape. The rim has a grass pattern, and the inside is printed with 2 dragon figures. He continued. The outside is painted with 2 dragons fighting, with a flame pattern. The blue and white colors are very vibrant, and the lines are fluid and powerful. It can be called a genuine blue and white porcelain piece, representative of the Yuan dynasty. If it were real, this thing would be worth at least 20 million. Chuani patted his shoulder. I didn't realize you had this kind of skill, little one. This is real. I had to spend 25 million. He cut him off. Second brother, don't celebrate too soon. Let me finish. He shattered Chuang Trin's pride, making his face darken. The decorations of the Yuan dynasty were specially designed. The layers and spots on the glaze are very unique. Although this piece of yours is exquisitely crafted, it is a fake. You could say it's a counterfeit, worth about 100,000. Lam Thu's words were like an arrow straight to his heart. What? You mean I spent 25 million to buy a 100,000 knockoff? Seeing Trung Ni's gloomy face, Lam Thu patted his shoulder in consolation. Second brother, my condolences. Let's continue the appraisal. With each point of his finger, Truong Tam's tears streamed down in 2 lines. This fake is worth 18 at most. It's ruined. If this one cost more than 30 million, it's a huge scam. His face darkened. He couldn't help but shout. Enough, don't say any more. Lam Thu also felt a bit startled. So sorry. He was a little scared in his heart. All right, he's not going to get so angry from being hit too hard that he'll fly off the handle, right? But he didn't expect that Truong Ni would be very happy and put his arm around his shoulder. Thu, tomorrow afternoon there's an auction. Come with me and let's find some treasures. I'll give you a cut. The next day at 10 o'clock. Lam Thu lay on the bed thinking, it's only 10 o'clock, Truong Tam probably isn't awake yet. He called out, System, awaken today's skill. The system sound rang out. Drawing skill, please wait. Congratulations, host. On obtaining the B rank skill, clairvoyance. Immediately, a pink bubble with the image of a hot girl appeared in his mind. This thought made his nose bleed. Damn, clairvoyance, my dream. When the system asked if he wanted to learn it now, he didn't hesitate to confirm immediately. Hurry up, let's go. The sound of the system still echoed in his head. Clairvoyance can see the true nature of things. Lam Thu's expression darkened. Clairvoyance is only a B rank skill? This should totally be an SSSS rank skill, right? He could clearly see inside the flower vase and the fish a distance away. Amazing. The internal structure of the parts can be seen clearly. At this moment, Truong Tam walked in. Brother Lam, are you up yet? Out of habit, Lam Thu turned to look. Instantly, he saw the shock of his life. He felt like his eyes had been tainted. Oh my God, my eyes are going to go blind. This isn't a human X-ray machine, is it? Lam Thu quickly rubbed his eyes. How is this clairvoyance completely different from what I imagined? But he didn't understand the shock of his life. Brother Lam, what are you spacing out about so early in the morning? He lied to himself and thought, forget it. Let's just pretend I didn't get any skills today. Lam Thu took the bag of things he brought. Nothing. Why are you here? Didn't we have a date today? He smiled. My brother told us to go sell some things. At that moment, Lam Thu suddenly remembered. Today the weather was clear and the wind was gentle at Tien Bao Kak. The bodyguards were lined up neatly in front of the door. Lam Thu walked with the two Truong brothers. He glanced at the bodyguards, a little envious in his heart. Amazing. The bodyguards here even have spiritual energy. The rich people's area always opened his eyes. An employee saw them and quickly led the way. Mr. Truong, this way, please. The vast space always made a commoner like him marvel. Sitting on a chair, Trung Tam whispered, "The people who can come to this auction are all rich bosses, not to mention they also." Before he could finish, his eyes fell on the newly arrived girl, Chan Chan. His heart blossomed with joy. I can't believe I met the goddess here. Chan Chan was also quite surprised, not understanding why he was here. Lam Thu's eyes lit up. Chan Chan is so beautiful today. While he was happy, he heard another voice. Chan Chan, do you know him? She immediately introduced him. Mom, he is Lam Thursday. Thi Ham was a little surprised. Oh, so you're Lam Thu. He was even more bewildered. What? This is my future mother-in-law. She crossed her arms and looked at him appraisingly. So you're the kid who has beaten my precious daughter multiple times. Trung Ni also hurried to greet her. Auntie, you're here too. She glanced over. So it's Trung Ni. Do you all know each other? He quickly introduced them. Yes, this is my younger brother, Truong Tam. Lam Thu is my younger brother's classmate. Thi Ham smiled. So that's how it is. Lam Thu, right? My daughter often mentions you. Lam Thu quickly tried to curry favor. Is that so? This is my honor. She was very proud. There aren't many people that Tran mentions to me so often. He skillfully used his flattery. Auntie, if you hadn't said so, I would have thought you were Chan Chan's sister. You're both so beautiful. Although Thi Ham smiled on the outside, her inner thoughts were different. Haha, you really know how to talk. Such a smooth-talking kid. However, she then thought of the scene of a talented man and beautiful woman standing together, looking picturesque. Chan Chan pouted. Don't talk nonsense. Listen to Goddess Darren. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she felt. She silently approved. This kid is very much to my liking. I feel like Chan Chan also has a good impression of him. At this moment, an announcement was made. The auction is about to begin. Before that, there are a few things we'd like to remind everyone. The owner of Tien Bao Kak, Li Chan Vu, reminded everyone. Although these antiques have all been appraised, there are always some things that can be a mix of real and fake. Everyone should know the rules of antique collecting. Once the silver is paid, there are no returns. Lam Thu silently raised his middle finger, contemptuous. So what you mean is, if there are fakes, it has nothing to do with you. He clapped his hands and called for the staff. Without further ado, I declare this auction officially open. Please welcome today's first collection. On the table was an ancient bowl, a Song Dynasty white-glazed plum blossom bowl. He held up 2 fingers, valued at 2 million. Each bid increase cannot be less than 100,000. Friends who are interested can make a bid. Below the stage, Truong Ni curiously asked Lam Thu, "What do you think?" "Brother Lam, is it real?" But Lam Thu looked at Truong Ni's eager expression and sighed inwardly. "Big brother, this is just the first item. Do you have to be so impatient?" Although reluctantly, Lam Thu still had to appraise the item on the stage. He focused on the bowl on the auction block, and after observing it for a long time, Lam Thu looked at the item and said, "It's real, but it's not worth more than 5 million. Upon hearing Lam Thu's words, Truong Ni immediately stood up and said loudly, "I bid 5 million. Lam Thu was speechless at Truong Ni's action. He helplessly covered his face with his hand. On the stage, after hearing Truong Ni's bid, Li Tranvu looked below and asked, "Does anyone else want to bid?" The crowd below was silent. No one answered. Some were sleeping. Some were pretending to be deaf. After a while, no one reacted. Li Tranvu tapped the announcement board. "Congratulations, young Master Truong, for winning the first item for 5 million. Down here, Lam Thu curiously asked Truong Ni, "Second brother, Does the auction house also have a gambling section? Trong Ni turned to look at Lam Thu and replied, Yes, but I'm usually not interested in gambling. Brother Lam, are you interested in gambling? After hearing Trong Ni's words, Lam Thu's gambling blood quickly boiled. Trong Ni and Trong Tam looked at Lam Thu's shining eyes in astonishment. Ignoring the gazes of the two Trong brothers, Lam Thu smiled smugly and thought to himself, If I'm not interested, wouldn't that be a disservice to the clairvoyant skill I worked so hard to awaken? On Chan Chan's side at this time, suddenly a person appeared from nowhere and said in a flirtatious tone, Auntie Van, little sister Chan Chan, how are you? You're all here too. The person who arrived was named Tong Ka, the young master of the Hoi Dong clan. He looked at Tron Tron with a contemptuous gaze. Tong Xie looked at Tron Tran and praised, Sister Tron Tran is getting more and more beautiful. Tron Tron, however, was nauseated by Tong Ka's praise and gaze. She glared at him without saying a word. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a slender hand appeared and grasped Chan Chan's delicate wrist. Tong Xie was startled when he saw it. The owner of that hand, it was none other than Lam Thursday. He took her hand and placed it on his neck. Lam Thu looked at Chan Chan with affection and said in an intimate tone, Chan Chan, so you're here. I've been looking for you for half a day. Chan Chan was made shy and red by Lam Thu's strange action and attitude. Face, Chan Chan asked doubtfully. Lam Thu? On the stage, Lai Tranvu continued to speak. A bronze wine cup from a wealthy merchant. Starting price 300,000. Lam Thu looked at the green cup and, with a bored expression, declared, It's a fake. Next is the mountain and water painting. Starting price 400,000. Lam Thu looked at the painting with half-closed eyes. After examining it, he quickly replied, Real. Moving on to another painting, depicting a girl with a seductive face and a somewhat creepy blue fish, Li Tranvu announced on the stage, Starting price 500,000. After appraising it, Lam Thu said, It's a fake, but it's nice to look at. After auctioning off the items, Lai Tranvu, as usual, opened with his speech. People often say, one cut to poverty, one cut to riches, one cut to heaven, one cut to hell. In the adjacent hall, many raw jadeite stones have been prepared. He pointed in one direction and continued. Furthermore, this time, Thien Bao Kak has found a strange stone. There is definitely a treasure inside. The listed price is 100 million. If any of you are interested, please move to the main hall. After hearing Lai Tranvu's introduction, everyone in the auction room quickly moved in the direction he pointed. Back to Chan Chan and Lam Thu. She had been watching his strange actions and suddenly understood something. Chan Chan blushed, speculating in her mind. Lam Thu? Is he trying to help me? As for Lam Thu, after saying those words, he quickly turned to face Tong Ka with a provocative expression. Tong Xie was angered by Lam Thu's provocative expression. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. This kid dares to ruin this young master's good time. After provoking his love rival, Lam Thu proudly took Chan Chan's hand and walked towards the main hall. Chan Chan blushed, obediently letting Lam Thu lead her away. After watching the two of them leave, Tong Ka clenched his fist in anger. He growled at the butler standing behind him. "You ma." Tong Ka glanced at Yuong Ba with an unwilling expression. He commanded in a stern voice, "I need specific information on that kid." Yuong Ba behind him replied respectfully, "Yes, young master." In the main hall, Lam Thu and Chan Chan were holding hands. They watched the crowd coming and going. While Lam Thu was observing his surroundings, Chan Chan shyly looked at him from behind. As for Lam Thu, after observing for a while, he secretly guessed, "I probably can't see it here." Lam Thu was still lost in thought when Chan Chan suddenly loosened her grip. She blushed and looked at him, warning, "If there's a next time, I'll chop off your hand." Lam Thu looked at Chan Chan's completely unthreatening appearance. He smirked and replied, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. That pervert was clearly lusting after your beauty. I was helping you." Hearing that, Tron Tron's face turned even redder. She said softly, "I know, but don't address me like you did just now. Thank you for what you did." Lam Thu looked at her embarrassed expression and his heart blossomed. He thought to himself, Chan Chan, she's so cute. After the shyness passed, Chan Chan returned to her usual demeanor. She put her hands on her hips and questioned, "Also, who did you just say? Was a dog?" Lam Thu scratched his head and had to admit defeat, replying, "It was just a metaphor. I take back what I said. Goodbye." While the two were arguing, Tran's mother appeared from behind to mediate. All right. There are a lot of people around." Theham gently tried to make peace. "You two, stop arguing. Let's look at the stones instead." Hearing his future mother-in-law's suggestion, Lam Thu obediently replied, "Yes, Auntie, I'll listen to you." Chan looked at Lam Thu's fawning, sycophantic appearance and snorted in annoyance. Flatterer, the three of them quickly approached the stone viewing area. There were stones of various sizes, and all sorts of colors were placed all over the ground. Lam Thu looked at the pile of stones in front of him and thought to himself, "So these are all raw materials." Note: Maoliu, unprocessed jadeite. To explain a bit, in the stone gambling trade, jadeite mines are called pits, and the stones extracted are called lu and huo. No one can tell from the outside whether there is jadeite inside, and it is even harder to determine the grade. Thus, the profession of stone gambling was born. Like the stones on the side of the road, it is called a full gamble raw material, high risk, low price. As for the stone that has been partially cut, it is called a semi-transparent material. The risk is relatively low, and the price is much higher. A stone, half green like jadeite and half gray like ordinary rock, was being carefully evaluated by two men. Lam Thu also noticed it. He speculated in his head, "This stone is probably the strange stone that the organizer mentioned. A semi-revealed piece, the exposed part with light, is already worth tens of millions. If it really turns out to be green, its value will be at least 300 million. Lam Thu's eyes lit up. He used his clairvoyant skill, which swept over the surrounding items like an X-ray beam. After clearly seeing that the thing inside was a reject, Lam Thu thought with regret, "There's nothing. Besides gold and jade, there's nothing else." Lam Thu glanced over at Lai Tran Vu beside him. He speculated in his heart. It seems the sponsor over there also has an expert. They discovered the problem early on, so they brought it out to sell. If someone buys this stone, they'll probably go bankrupt. While Lam Thu was lost in thought, Tong Ka's shadow loomed behind him. He called out with a frown, "Kid." Hearing someone call him, Lam Thu turned his head to look. Tong Xie threatened aggressively, "I advise you to stay away from Chan. A heavenly beauty like her is not someone a person like you can touch." Hearing the threat from Tongka, Lam Thu was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed contemptuously. Lam Thu sneered, "Are you saying you're worthy?" Tong Ke adjusted his tie and replied with a look of superiority, "Of course. Chan and I are a perfect match, made for each other." Lam Thu was surprised by his shameless behavior. He sarcastically remarked, "Hey, what brand of trash bag are you using? It suits you very well." Catching the sarcastic tone in Lam Thu's voice, Tong Se immediately flew into a rage. He shouted angrily, "You kid, you dare to curse people." Lam Thu picked his nose and replied contemptuously, "I'm not cursing a person. The one I'm cursing isn't a person." The crowd behind them was silently listening to the argument between the two. When they heard Lam Thu's latest sarcastic remark, they all burst out laughing. Tong Ka was humiliated. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Tong Ka, living in the upper class, didn't know how to curse people, so he could only seethe with anger and point at Lam Thu, challenging him. "Kid, stop with the useless talk. Do you dare to gamble with me? Whoever loses has to leave Chan." Tran had been witnessing the verbal sparring between the two. When she heard Tong Ka's declaration of war, she couldn't take it anymore and spoke up coldly. "Tong Ka, you." Lam Thu, standing behind Tran, interrupted her, his face showing disapproval. "Young Master Tong, Tran is not a commodity. How can you use her as a stake in a bet?" Tong Ka, having words put in his mouth, immediately retorted, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." He looked at Lam Thu hiding behind Chan, so angry he was gritting his teeth. Tong Xie boldly declared, "What kind of man hides behind a woman? Bet with me. The loser gives the winner 100 million. Lam Thu was still being cheeky, continuing to hide behind Chan. He stuck out his tongue and teased, "So what if I don't bet with you?" Tong Xie was so provoked by Lam Thu that his veins bulged. He switched to a goading tactic. Tongse said contemptuously, I get it. A poor wretch like you can't possibly have that much money. Lam Thu wasn't provoked by Tong Cha. A dark glint appeared in his eyes. Lam Thu replied provocatively, I'm not betting because the stakes are too small. At this point, Lam Thu came out from behind the woman. He stood in front of Chan Chan, proudly holding up 5 fingers. Lam Thu challenged, the loser gives the winner 500 million. Do you dare? Tong Ka's face turned pale when he heard Lam Thu's proposal. He calculated in his head, 500 million isn't nothing. But if I lose, my family will definitely not let me off easily. No, if I back down now, I'll lose all face. Despite his hesitation, Tong Ka tried to remain calm on the outside. He pointed at Lam Thu and asked, You have that much money? Immediately, Trong Ni popped out from somewhere, wrapped his arm around Lam Thu's shoulder, winked, and said, Just say whether you dare or not. If my brother loses, I'll pay for it. Tong Ka asked Wang Ba behind him with a malicious expression. Wang Ba, you're quite skilled in stone gambling. Are you confident? Wang Ba behind him replied confidently, He's just a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Hearing that, Tong Sa was immediately bolstered with strength. He approached Lam Thu and boldly declared, All right, I agree. Don't you cry when you lose later. Lam Thu was no pushover either. He sarcastically replied, We'll see who's crying then. Behind them, Thiham saw her daughter's worried face looking intently at Lam Thu and teased, What's wrong? You have feelings for this kid? Chan Chan immediately retorted, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Your daughter is still young. Thiham was still being playful. She continued to tease, You're not that young anymore. Chan Chan was helpless against her mother. She sulked and replied, Mom, you're teasing me again. Thiham stroked her beloved daughter's head. She laughed and said, Ha ha, all right, all right. After satisfying her desire to tease her daughter, Thiham seriously promised, I won't ask about your affairs anymore, and I won't interfere. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Chan Chan smiled at her mother and replied softly, Thank you, Mom. Lai Tranvu had been observing the battle between the two men from the beginning. While they were still glaring at each other, he stepped forward and suggested, It's rare for you two to be in such a good mood. Why don't I act as the witness for this bet? Without waiting for the two to agree, Lai Tranvu continued matter-of-factly. The raw stones at the scene are divided into 5 levels according to their price, from 3,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to 1 million, 1 million to 10 million, and finally, over 10 million. Corresponding to the levels, 3,000 to 10,000 is dark blue, 10,000 to 100,000 is dreamy purple, 100,000 to 1 million is blue, and 1 million to 10 million is light blue. Over 10 million is green. Chanvu stated the requirements of the bet. Each side will choose 10 raw stones. In the end, whichever side's cut stones have a higher value will win. After Tranvu set the terms of the bet, the two, Lam Thu and Ung Ba, quickly approached the pile of raw stones and began choosing the stones they liked. After a moment of careful selection, Wang Ba handed a medium-sized green raw stone to Lai Chanvu and said, I've made my choice. Chanvu looked at the stone that Nguyen Ba had chosen, his expression a bit strange. Chanvu's eyes were dark and full of hidden meaning as he stared at Ung Ma. On this side, Lam Thu chose a blue raw stone, smaller than Ung Ba's. He said, I've also made my choice. Tran Vu took the 2 stones chosen by Lam Thu and Ung Ba. After observing the 2 stones in his hand, Tran Vu silently commented, The stones Ung Ba chose, whether big or small, are relatively expensive and much better than Lam Thu's. Concluding that Yuang Ba's stone was better, he looked at Lam Thu, who had a smug expression. Chan Vu wondered, Does this kid really know about stones? Don't tell me he's planning to rely on luck to beat his opponent. Snapping out of his thoughts, Tran Vu asked, How do you two plan to cut the stones? Who goes first? Lam Thu replied with a mysterious expression, Let me go first. Just cut along the line I've drawn. The stone cutter also quickly appeared. He held a stone drill and professionally cut along the line Lam Thu had drawn on the stone. After finishing the cut, the stone cutter saw what appeared inside. He stared at it in a daze for a long time. The surrounding crowd was also surprised to see it. Someone exclaimed, We've struck it rich. It's actually an ice-type red jadeite. Tran Vu wasn't too surprised. He calmly picked up a magnifying glass to examine the quality of the ice-type red jade. After examining it, Tran Vu concluded, the jade quality is good, the color is clear, and the water content is sufficient. After concluding the quality of the jade, he showed the jade to the surrounding crowd. Tran Vu appraised it. This friend's red jade, we appraise it at 10 million. The surrounding crowd was astonished to hear this. They discussed animatedly. This kid is really lucky. The first one is an ice-type red jade. Wang Ba and Tong Si on this side witnessed Lam Thu's red jade being cut out. They didn't show any expression, just calmly stared at Chan Vu. After appraising that jade, Tran Vu quickly pointed towards Wang Ba and asked, "Next, it's young Master Tong's turn. How do you two plan to cut the stone?" Wang Ba replied confidently, "Top slice. Just cut straight through the middle to save trouble." A little explanation. Top slice. The part with the best purity in a piece of jadeite. Hearing Wang Ba's words, Lam Thu suddenly burst out laughing. He had to try hard to hold his laughter in. Wang Ba saw Lam Thu laughing and was a bit annoyed. Wang Ba approached Lam Thu and asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" Lam Thu shrugged and replied, "I just remembered a joke from yesterday and found it a bit funny. Can't I laugh?" Hearing that, Wang Ba's face darkened slightly. He didn't quite believe Lam Thu's answer. Behind him, Chan Vu had already announced, "Then we will start cutting young Master Tong's first stone." The bodyguard in black glasses picked up the cutter, his face impassive, and cut across the pink stone on the table. Lam Thu's group behind him also watched with anticipation. Lam Thu stared intently at the stone, his expression tinged with regret. Chan Chan, behind him, silently observed him, her face showing and a hint of red and suspicion. Lam Thu was focused on his thoughts and didn't notice. Lam Thu had also taken a liking to that stone. It was even bigger than the one he had chosen. It was just that he didn't expect Wang Ba's eye to be so sharp, picking it in an instant. But it's a pity. Lam Thu gave a complex smile. On the table, after the stone was cut, a sparkling yellow substance was revealed inside. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. "It's out! It's out! Yellow jadeite. It's an ice-type yellow jadeite. It's truly of exquisite quality." Tong Se saw the yellow jade being cut out on the table and was secretly happy. But when he turned to see Wang Ba's grim expression, Tong Se asked in confusion, "Wang Ba, what's wrong? Our stone is bigger than his, and they're both ice-type. We're sure to win." Tran Vu picked up the two halves of the stone to observe. After inspection, he concluded, "Although the quality of this ice-type yellow jade is not inferior, but, with the cut right in the middle of the stone, it has lowered its integrity. We appraise it at 8 million. Hearing that, Tong Ka was surprised. He immediately raised his voice and asked back, "What?" No matter how much Tong Ka couldn't believe it, Tran Vu still made his decision. He pointed towards Lam Thu and announced, "Lam Thu wins." Chan Chan behind him patted Lam Thu's shoulder and praised, "That's great." Chan Chan was excited, holding up 2 fingers and saying, "Lam Thu, we're ahead by 2 million now." Lam Thu looked at Chan Chan being so enthusiastic. He was stunned for a moment. Lam Thu thought with doubt, "Is the goddess so happy because of my victory?" Lam Thu raised a finger and suggested, "We're ahead now. How about I get Tran Tran a gift later?" Hearing this, Chan Chan pouted and refused. Your match has nothing to do with me. I don't need a gift." Lam Thu also went along with her. He said in a doting tone, all right. I'll continue choosing stones." Lam Thu looked at the pile of stones and thought for a moment. He decided, now that I'm ahead by 2 million, it's okay to be a little modest. The selection of the second stone was quickly completed. After the stones were opened, neither of them had any jadeite. Chan Vu announced loudly, "The second stone, neither side has revealed any jadeite. It doesn't count." For the third stone, 2 opened stones were on the table. Wang Ba's stone seemed a bit bigger than Lam Thu's. After inspection, Chan Vu announced, "Third stone. Wang Ba's is worth 1 million. Lam Thu's is 900,000. Wang Ba wins." After announcing the winner of the third stone, Tran Vu continued, "The final stone. Despite losing the previous stone, Lam Thu remained calm. He was not afraid and stared intently at his opponent across from him. Tong Xie calculated from behind. That kid is currently ahead by 1.9 million. The pressure isn't great. Wang Ba replied, our stones have cost us over 10 million, but Lam Thu spent a total of less than 100,000. Tong Ka was surprised to hear Wang Ba's words and asked, what? He spent so little on stones, yet their total value is 1.9 million more than ours? Despite the two on this side secretly discussing, Lam Thu on the other side was still smiling confidently. His eyes filled with provocation as he looked at the two of them. Wang Ba had a complicated expression. He pondered for a moment, then concluded, this kid is definitely a master. While Lam Thu and Tong Ka were glaring at each other, Chan Vu, standing between them, spoke up. Now, both sides can choose their final stone. Currently, Lam Thu is temporarily ahead by 900,000. Gentlemen, please proceed. After Tran Vu's announcement, Wang Ba was a bit flustered and asked Tong Ka, young master, what should we do? I'm not confident about the remaining stones. Hearing Wang Ba's question, Tong Xie thought with some concern, if we fail, the company will lose 500 million. I can't bear this responsibility. Tong Xie looked at the pile of stones, his face unwilling as he thought to himself, with the current gap, as long as we open something good, we can easily turn the tables. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Tong Ka's pupils constricted. He pointed to a large stone. The stone was emitting a faint green light. Tong Ka gritted his teeth and demanded, I want to cut it. Trung Ni, hearing Tong Ka's request, shouted indignantly, hey, a part of that stone is already exposed and worth over 10 million. What's there to gamble? It's clearly cheating. Tong Ca jumped up and down, looking smug. He put on a righteous act and retorted, at the beginning, we only said we would compare the value when cut. We didn't say anything about the value of the raw stone. After retorting, Tong Sa silently calculated in his head, even though this strange stone costs 100 million, as long as I beat this kid, I'll get 500 million. After deducting the cost of the stone, I'll still make over 300 million. Lam Thu, you're dead for sure. Chan Chan angrily scolded, shameless, to dare use the treasure of the pavilion, but despite everyone's indignation, only Lam Thu remained calm. He burst out laughing and said, young Master Tong, if you're so confident, do you dare to raise the stakes? Whoever loses, gives the jadeite cut this time to the other person. How about it? Tongsi was frightened by Lam Thu's audacity. He stammered, there's no need for you to raise the money. Why are you? The onlookers behind them saw Tong Ka's hesitant attitude and thought to themselves, he probably doesn't dare. The short-haired girl said contemptuously, with such little courage, he also wants to play stone gambling. After hearing the outsider's whispers, Tong Ka's pride took over. He disregarded everything and said loudly, all right, I'll bet. You choose your stone. Wang Ba behind him quickly tried to stop him. Young master. Unable to persuade his young master, Wang Ba felt helpless. He looked towards Lam Thu, who was choosing a stone. Wang Ba sighed inwardly. This kid's stone gambling skills are profound and unpredictable. This time, it's over. After walking back and forth, Lam Thu had chosen a stone. The stone he chose was an ordinary green one, not too large in size. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw it. An old man with a vest pointed at Lam Thu and sneered, a 3,000 yuan raw stone can't possibly have anything good in it, right? After sneering, he didn't forget to judge others by his own standards. Continuing, did he see young Master Tong cut the strange stone, feel the pressure, and just give up? Tran Vu pointed at the stone and asked, are you sure about such a small stone? Lam Thu looked like he didn't want to say much. He replied nonchalantly, I'm sure. Cut it. After Tran Vu placed Lam Thu's stone on the table, comparing the sizes of both stones, his own seemed small and ordinary compared to Tong Ka's. Seeing Tran Vu about to cut Lam Thu's stone first, Tong Se shouted, wait, cut mine first. I want to make this kid lose so badly he can't even lift his head. Tran Vu didn't argue with Tong Ka. He complied with Tong Ka's request and slowly cut his stone. As the blade slowly cut through the stone, seeing what was gradually revealed inside, Wang Ba's face was filled with disbelief. He stammered, yo, young master. The stone was cut to a third of its size. Seeing what was inside, everyone here was stunned. Wang Ba was a little sad and whispered, "This one is probably useless." Tong Se still didn't believe it. He stubbornly shouted an order, "Keep cutting, I don't believe such a big stone won't have any jade." Tong Ka was like a madman, continuously shouting, keep cutting." As he looked at the cut stones on the table, the surrounding people were stunned. Tong Ka's face turned pale. He seemed to have collapsed, muttering to himself, "Nothing, there's really nothing." Chan Vu was a professional. He quickly spoke up to comfort him. "There's a saying, even gods can't predict what's inside a jade." Although young Master Tong didn't manage to open up high-grade jade, the exposed part does have some jade. We appraise it at 15 million. Hearing Tran Vu's words, Tong Ka also felt it made sense. He silently reassured himself, "That's right, so I'm already ahead of that kid by 13 million. Thinking of this, Tong Se stared intently at Lam Thu, his thoughts filled with a competitive spirit. "I don't believe that kid's stone can produce jade worth more than 13 million. The surrounding crowd started to get noisy. Tran Vu asked doubtfully, "Lam Thu, do you still want to cut this one?" Lam Thu replied calmly, "No more cutting." The purple-haired girl standing next to Chan Vu covered her mouth. Young and arrogant. He's clearly giving away 500 million for free. This girl, the short-haired girl, also sighed and continued, "Sigh, as expected, he's given up." Lam Thu didn't care what the people around him were saying. He was still smiling confidently as if he was sure of his victory. Lam Thu slowly requested, "Grind this entire stone." Hearing Lam Thu's request, everyone around was surprised, their mouths agape. Even the usually calm Tran Vu couldn't help it, and exclaimed, "Huh? Who grinds a stone from the very beginning, unless the entire inside is jade? For example, some character." The old man said, "It's just a 3,000 yuan stone. Is this kid trying to be mysterious and waste time?" Despite the surprise and ridicule of the people around him, Lam Thu's stone was still sent to be ground. As soon as the needle touched the jade, a dazzling green light was revealed. Seeing the green color gradually being revealed, the surrounding people were even more surprised than when they heard Lam Thu's request. Their mouths could have fit a chicken egg. The young man with the two-toned hair stammered, This is..." When the stone was completely ground, it emitted a sparkling light. After a long while, the young man finally came to his senses and shouted, "Imperial, imperial green." The blue-haired crowd behind them commented, "An imperial green of this size is worth at least 50 million. Truong Ni also said happily, "Truly a case of a small investment yielding a big return." Truong Tam watched Truong Ni discuss it. "Amazing, brother. A single ring made from this treasure could sell for around 400,000, and we only spent 3,000. Truong Ni praised, "This kid is a genius." Lam Thu crossed his arms and looked at Tong Ka, who was sitting dejectedly on the ground. His tone was a bit playful and teasing. "Young Master Tong, you play, you pay." Tong Sa was sweating profusely. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. Tong Sa muttered in a daze, 600 million, it's all gone." Tran Vu approached from behind and suggested, "My friend, I'll offer 60 million for this imperial green of yours. What do you say?" Lam Thu thought he had misheard and asked again, 60 million? Someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. "Don't listen to him, I'll offer 70 million, immediately." Someone else raised the price, 80 million. "Keep going, 81 million. The fat man raised his hand enthusiastically, 85 million. Tran Vu looked coldly at the group of people. He announced in a cold voice, 100 million. After successfully receiving the imperial green jade, Tran Vu praised, "This bet was excellent." Tran Vu looked at the jades held by Lam Thu and suggested, "My friend, I also plan to acquire your other jadeites." Lam Thu readily agreed. "That would be great. It saves me a lot of trouble. I have to thank you then." After the negotiation, Tran Vu took the jadeites and left. Lam Thu watched his retreating back. Looking at the last remaining stone in his hand, Lam Thu was lost in thought for a moment. He silently looked towards Chan Chan. Chan Chan was startled by Lam Thu's gaze, and her face slowly turned red. Seeing Lam Thu approaching her with the stone in his hand, Chan Chan blushed, looking at him with a bit of anticipation. Chan Chan touched her face and kept wondering in her head, "He's still holding a piece of red jade. He's not going to give it to me, is he? What if he confesses to me? Should I agree?" As she thought about being confessed to, Chan Chan immediately blushed and covered her flushing face with both hands. She thought shyly, but I'm not prepared yet. What should I do? But the truth was harsh. Lam Thu approached, pushed Chan Chan aside, and gave the red jade to his future mother-in-law. Lam Thu fawningly handed over the red jade and said modestly, "Auntie, it's our first meeting, and I don't have anything good to give you. I wonder if you like this red jadeite." Theham accepted it without any politeness and gave Lam Thu a meaningful look. Theham praised gently, "You kid, you're really thoughtful." She didn't forget to encourage her future son-in-law. "I like you. You have to keep trying." Receiving Theham's encouragement, Lam Thu smiled so widely, his eyes crinkled and replied, "Thank you, esteemed mother-in-law. Your son-in-law will definitely do his best." A sound almost like a roar was heard. "You unfilial son," it was the voice of Mrs. Tongka. It came from the other end of the line. On Tongka's side at that moment, he was surrounded by bodyguards demanding payment. The bodyguard threatened coldly, "If you don't hand over the money, don't even think about leaving." Tongsa had to cast aside all shame and hold the phone, begging, "Dad, save me." After having his debt of 600 million paid off by Tintin, Tongcha timidly said, "Thank you, Dad." Lam Thu looked at Tongka's appearance and chuckled to himself. Looks like he got a lecture from the old man at home. Tongka's eyes were brimming with tears, his appearance not threatening at all. He threatened resentfully, "Kid, you just wait for me." The sound of money chimed. After hearing that sound, Lam Thu gave a mischievous smile. He said innocently, "I've received the money. Thank you, young Master Tong, so much money." Tong Te and Ung Ba left quietly. The cause of their sorrow, Lam Thu, didn't forget to raise his hand and wave from behind. "Take care, you two." After seeing the two of them off, Lam Thu turned up his nose and thought proudly, 600 million in one day, I've struck it rich. Suddenly, he remembered that egg of his. Lam Thu stroked his chin and calculated, happy about his good fortune. Immediately, he became sad again, thinking, but this little bit of money isn't enough for that little ancestor's spending sprees. All my spirit pearls have been eaten up. Just as Lam Thu was racking his brain, Trong Ni spoke up and praised him. "Little Thu, today's stone gambling was truly amazing." Hearing Trong Ni's voice, Lam Thu suddenly felt enlightened. He woke up amidst the chaos. Lam Thu quickly turned his head to look at Trong Ni. His tone was serious. "Second brother, I want to ask you for a favor." Trong Ni also generously agreed. "Brother Lam, just say it. Your business is my business." Hearing that, Lam Thu was not polite. He frankly requested, "I want to give you the money from this bet. I hope you can help me buy some gold-grade spirit pearls of the lightning and space systems." After hearing this, Truong Ni replied with some difficulty, "That's not a problem, but lightning-type ones are easier to buy. As for space-type, with your 600 million, I'm afraid it's not enough." Lam Thu calculated in his head. The strength of one person is definitely no match for a corporation. Moreover, Truong Ni said he might have a shortcut. Lam Thu smiled and guided, "It's all right, second brother. Just help me keep an eye out." Truong Ni understood Lam Thu's meaning and was enthusiastic. Readily agreed. "All right, if I really find anything, I'll keep an eye out for you." Lam Thu replied politely, "Then I have to thank you in advance, second brother." Time flies like a dog running in a field. Soon it was evening. The moon tonight seemed rounder and bigger than usual in the late night. There was a car parked in the middle of the road, and an unknown voice was heard. "You two can rest here for these 2 days." Lam Thu returned to his room and lay down on the soft bed. Lam Thu sighed, "I'm dead tired." 9.527 Get to work. Hearing its master call, the system immediately appeared. The system announced, "Drawing skill." After the draw was complete, 9.52 must quickly update the Jade Rabbit, the legendary SS rank beastification skill of the fairy Hang-Na. It has extremely strong combat power under the moonlight. The excited voice of 9.527 came through. "Congratulations, host, on receiving the SS rank beastification skill, Jade Rabbit beastification type." After listening to the system ramble on for a while, Lam Thu asked in confusion, "Wait a minute, this isn't scientific. I've gone 3 consecutive days without drawing an E-rank skill. 9,527 was angered by its master and cursed. Damn it, you got a good skill and you're still complaining. If not, from tomorrow onwards, Lamthu quickly cut it off. He quickly changed the subject. Don't. Haven't I already possessed a beastification skill? Why? Can I still awaken beastification? 9,527 explained. Other beastifications cannot be fused with you, but the jade rabbit can. It's possible that it and your beastification have no conflict. After explaining, the system asked, "Do you want to fuse?" Lamthu immediately replied, "Yes." Upon receiving the answer, the system announced, "Fusing skill. Fusion successful. Congratulations, skill." The host, Doraemon, evolves into the Space Moon Rabbit. Hearing the new name after the fusion, Lamthu wondered, "System, this name isn't bad, but you haven't forgotten about the lightning system, have you?" The system explained, "No, I just feel that the name Space Lightning Moon Rabbit is a bit of a mouthful." After speaking, the system displayed a notification. Space Moon Rabbit SS plus Moon Master. Awaken the inner ambition with the power of the moon. After listening to the system's presentation, Lamthu sighed and said, "Forget it, this name is quite catchy. I'll reluctantly forgive you." Open the skill panel. Upon receiving the master's command, the system displayed, "When Moon Master is released, new moon state, full state plus 100%, half moon state, full state plus 101%, negative 199%, full moon state, all attributes plus 500%. Lamthu stared intently at the last line, his face showing a hint of surprise. Lamthu commented, 500%? This skill is a bit outrageously strong. Too awesome. Lamthu held up two fingers like rabbit ears, winked, and muttered, "Let's transform and see." Then, Lamthu got out of bed. He placed one hand on the ground. Lamthu shouted loudly, "Transform." Immediately, a moon prism power was released, and at the same time, several bolts of lightning surrounded him. After transforming, Lamthu looked at himself in the mirror for a while, then said narcissistically, "The second-tier transformation is so handsome. Although the spiritual energy consumption has also increased a lot, the attributes in all aspects have increased several times." After his narcissistic moment, Lamthu turned and requested, "System, can you also help me calculate how long I can last at full power in the full moon state?" The system immediately took the order. Calculating. At the host's current level, if you go all out, you can last for 1 minute. If you don't use your full power, the duration will probably be a little longer. The two words 1 minute appeared huge on the screen. When Lamthu saw it, he turned away in disappointment. He complained, 1 minute is too short. The system angrily retorted, "It has already increased 5-fold." Hearing that, Lamthu no longer wore a long face. He grinned and replied, "That's true. A 5-fold increase. Being a real man for 1 minute isn't bad." As soon as he finished that sentence, Truong Tom pushed the door open from the outside. He called out, "Brother Lam, wake up and eat." But Truong Tam's face turned pale, and Lamthu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The two stared at each other, dumbfounded. Truong Tam immediately slammed the door shut and shouted from outside the room, "I didn't see anything." Lamthu looked darkly at the slammed door, wondering in his head, "Do I need to silence him?" 2 days later, at school. After the students returned to school, the scene looked noisy as they reunited. Truong Tom exclaimed, "So many people are back at school today," Lamthu said happily. Finally, school is officially starting. While they were talking, a girl in the distance looked towards the two of them. She shouted, "Hey, you two, come over here and carry my luggage for me." Both were annoyed by the arrogant attitude and unreasonable request, and decided to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, playing dumb. Lamthu asked Chuang Tam walking beside him, "Tam Ni, did you hear anything just now?" Trong Tam replied matter-of-factly, "No, I didn't hear anything." The girl saw Lamthu and his friend acting as if they were deaf, walking past her, which made her angry, and she shouted, "Hey!" Lamthu glanced at the girl with annoyance. The girl's name was Lam Van Hien, a third-year student, a gold 9-star dark system awakened one. Van Hien asked arrogantly, "I'm talking to you two. Are you deaf?" Lamthu, who usually had a gentle attitude, couldn't stand the girl's unreasonable behavior. He asked in a cold voice. What is it? Van Hien was ignored by Lam Thursday. She pouted angrily. Van Hien thought to herself angrily, good kid, I've been at Linvo Shanghai for so long, no one has ever looked down on me. After pouting, she started getting delusional, thinking these two were definitely playing hard to get, using this as an excuse to attract her attention. With that thought, Van Hien crossed her arms and said with a reluctant look, Fine, I'll give you a chance. Move my luggage for me. Lam Thu immediately cut her off. He asked coldly, Why? Still lost in her delusion, Van Hien was stunned by Lam Thu's icy voice. Confused, she just said, Huh? Lam Thu laid it out. Are we obligated to help you? Is this how you normally ask people for help? Do we owe you something? Beside him, Trong Tam chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Hearing Lam Thu, Van Hien thought awkwardly, what he's saying seems to make sense, but this isn't how the male students I've met before are supposed to act. Criticized by Lam Thu, Van Hien put on an apologetic look, bowing slightly in apology, and looked at them with shimmering eyes. She said coquettishly, I'm so sorry, senior brothers. Could you please help me with my luggage? Thank you. As Lam Thu walked past Van Hien, he said, If you just said that from the start, it would have been fine. Lam Thu picked up Van Hien's luggage. He smiled and looked back at her, speaking in a better tone than before. A good attitude. You know how to admit when you're wrong. Your character isn't bad. A bit hot-headed, but helping out isn't a problem. Van Hien hurried after them. She asked curiously, You two look a little unfamiliar. Are you new students this year? What are your names? Truong Tam replied, I'm Truong Tam, and he's Lam Thursday. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking for our names? Van Hien looked at their calm expressions and said in surprise, You don't know me? I'm Lam Van Hien, a third-year student. Hearing Van Hien's name, Truong Tam recognized her reputation. He turned to Lam Thu and said excitedly, Boss, I think she used to be #1 on the Linvo University beauty ranking. Lam Thu scoffed. So what if she's #1? She still couldn't get anyone to help with her luggage. Images of Tran Tran and Van Hien appeared in his mind. After comparing them, Lam Thu remarked to himself, Her looks aren't bad, but compared to my goddess Tran Tran, she's still a bit lacking. Van Hien turned her head away, comforting herself. Forget it. They're newcomers, so it's normal they don't know me. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. As she tried to calm down, the three of them arrived at the dormitory. Trong Tam announced, Senior, we're here. Van Hien turned back and instructed, I'll go talk to the dorm manager for a moment. Suddenly, a pair of underwear fell from the sky right where the three of them were standing, along with someone's scream, My undies fell. It was like a thunderclap to Truong Tam. His eyes widened as he watched the sensitive item fly toward his position at an incredible speed. The yellow underwear landed right on his face. Lam Thu and Van Hien blushed at the sight, and Truong Tam panicked, yelling, Boss, I think something's covering my eyes. After that awkward situation, a blushing Truong Tam took the underwear and handed it to Van Hien, stammering incoherently. She also took it with a beet-red face. Van Hien said politely, I'll return this for them. I've troubled you two juniors today. Van Hien waved goodbye to the two of them from behind. Truong Tam exclaimed in fear, The girls' dorm is truly a dangerous place, Lam Thu replied. Indeed. A day later, on the first day of school, the campus grounds were quiet and empty during class time. Inside the classroom, the students were sitting obediently. Lam Thu sat looking at their backs, thinking to himself, The first class is Spirit Bee Studies, huh? As class began, a nationally renowned professor of Spirit Bee Studies stood at the podium. He looked at the students below and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Truong Ting Nu. Lam Thu perked his ears, listening to two people whispering. The pink-haired one said in surprise, Wow, it's Professor Truong. The black-haired one next to him exclaimed, Such a renowned scholar Linvo University actually invited him to teach. After hearing their discussion, Lam Thu rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression, thinking to himself, Hilarious. In this world, who could possibly know more about spirit beasts than me? Except for the system, of course. Lam Thu's gaze fell upon a randomly opened page in a book. He froze. then carefully reread the content. Lam Thu mumbled, Why is this written incorrectly? Lam Thu continued to cross out other parts of the book, a stern look in his eyes. He kept muttering, here and here too. While Lam Thu was focused on writing, the professor called out to him. Hearing someone call his name, Lam Thu was startled. He looked up blankly. The professor approached him and asked curiously, What are you writing in that book? Let me have a look. Lam Thu obediently handed over the book. He politely replied, This? While wondering, when did he get here? The professor read what Lam Thu had been writing and said in amazement, This is. Then, he sat down in a student's seat. That student looked at him, bewildered, as the professor said politely, Excuse me for a moment. Tin Nagu looked at Lam Thu and asked, Student, what is your name? Lam Thu replied naturally, Professor, my name is Lam Thursday. A yellow cat was drawn on the page. It had a blue spirit stone in the middle of its forehead. The professor pointed at the book and asked, You wrote here that the crimson jade spirit cat isn't a nocturnal animal. May I ask what your basis is for this? Lam Thu answered confidently, The crimson jade spirit cat has very poor night vision. If you find one, you'll easily discover this issue. Ting Nu countered, But we've observed many crimson jade spirit cats, and they are very powerful at night. Lam Thu explained, That's because their hearing is exceptional. This is very easy to verify. In the back, the other students looked on curiously. One student asked in confusion, What's going on? Is the professor asking Lam Thu for guidance? Up front, the professor ignored the students behind him and continued to ask questions. Then what about the dark flame sparrow? Ma VM stood up and complained, Professor, we're still in class. Tin Nu looked at him and replied calmly, The teaching material has some issues that need revision. I need to discuss them with student Lam Thu for a moment. All of you, prepare for what's next. Hearing this, the students began to file out of the classroom. Ao Duongthien said in a surprised and somewhat sarcastic tone, Wow, Lam Thu, you're amazing, making the professor revise the teaching materials on the very first day. Another student complained in frustration, What is this Lam Thu guy doing? Tin Nu waved his hand to dismiss them. All right, all of you. Leave. Don't disturb me. The students quickly left, but not without looking back. They looked at Lam Thu with a mix of hostility, envy, and annoyance for being kicked out of class. Lam Thu asked, a bit awkwardly, Professor Trong, is this really that urgent? The professor replied with a grave expression, This is no joke. Every mistake we teach could lead to many people losing their lives in the spirit ruins. That would be our mistake. Hearing the professor's reply, Lam Thu looked at him, moved. He softly called out, Professor Truong. Tin Nu urged him again. Student Lam Thursday, let's continue. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for advanced calculus. The students were already seated properly in the classroom, ready for the lesson to begin. After his discussion with the professor, Lam Thu entered the advanced calculus class and saw Tran Tran sitting there. Lam Thu rejoiced internally. Lucky, there's a seat next to the goddess. Just as he was about to sit in the empty seat, Duongthien appeared out of nowhere. She shamelessly hugged Lam Thu's arm and said coquettishly, Lam Thu, I didn't know you were such a top student. Advanced calculus isn't my strong suit. Let's sit together so you can teach me. Lam Thu was dragged to another desk, looking blankly at Tran Tran on the other side. He awkwardly refused. That's not a good idea. I wanted to sit with Tran Tran. Tran Tran immediately cut him off. She turned away in a huff, not forgetting to say through gritted teeth, It doesn't matter. Just sit there. Duongthien hugged Lam Thu's arm and praised him. Amazing, junior granduncle. You can remember everything. Lam Thu glanced at Tran Tran, who was scowling on the other side. With Duongthien's nagging voice in his ear, he thought to himself, It's because I have a photographic memory skill. Tran Tran's glare is so intense. By English class, the atmosphere had grown even colder. Scorched by Tran Tran's glare, Lam Thu hid his face behind a book in fear, crying internally. Help me, Tran. Tran is really angry now. Duongthien looked at his miserable face and asked curiously, Lam Thu, what's wrong? That morning, at the Lin Vo University training grounds, the students were gathered in the training area. Lam Thu said happily, Finally, It's time for spirit martial arts class. Truong Tam walked beside Lam Thu, discussing. The teacher must be a tall, strong, and burly man. Lam Thu laughed and replied, You think so? Suddenly, Lam Thu turned his head to look at Duong Thien walking beside him and asked suspiciously, Ao Duong Thien, why have you been staring at me all day? She quickly replied, I want you to help me with my studies. Is there a problem? With the question turned back on him, Lam Thu had no choice but to answer, No, no problem. He looked at Tran Tran, who was standing not far away. She was glaring daggers at him. Lam Thu lamented to himself, But if I keep helping her, I'm going to die. A pair of red heels appeared, cutting through Lam Thu's thoughts. The owner of the heels spoke, Oh, little ones, long time no see. The owner of the heels was none other than Quan Ngung. In her usual tone, she looked at the students and announced, This semester's spirit martial arts class will be taught by me. Seeing a familiar face, Lam Thu happily greeted her. Teacher Han. Behind him, Truong Tam exclaimed, The instructor is a beauty. Quan Ngung heard him and laughed loudly, saying, Such a sweet talker. For the first lesson, everyone will display their abilities. Hearing the teacher's words, Lam Thu's heart ached, and tears welled up. He imagined displaying his ability, his rabbit form, and being laughed at by everyone. Lam Thu cried silently in frustration. With his head bowed low, Lam Thu thought in anguish. Display my ability? I have to turn into a rabbit in front of everyone? Regardless of his reluctance, the teacher began calling people up to display their skills. Looking at the lined-up students, Quan Ngung called out, First up, Tran Tran. Hearing her name, Tran Tran quickly answered, Here. She stepped forward, displaying her ice-type skills, and her form in front of everyone. Quan Ngung continued to call out, Next, Ao Duong Thien. Hearing the teacher call her name, Ao Duong Thien displayed her fire-type skills and answered, Here. Quan Ngung praised her, then looked at a listless Lam Thu and said, Very good. Next, Lam Thursday. Lam Thu put on a pitiful expression and begged, Instructor, can I not display it? I don't have anything good to show. Inside, little Lam Thu continued to cry, wailing. Telling me to transform in front of so many people is too humiliating. Quan Ngung didn't agree. She acted as if it was no big deal, comforting him. It's just transforming into a little white rabbit. What's the matter? Don't worry. No one will laugh at you. Seeing that pleading was useless, Lam Thu reluctantly replied, Fine. After agreeing, he silently shouted in his mind, Moon Rabbit Space, transform. As soon as he shouted, a ring of blue energy appeared on Lam Thu's hand. It slowly grew stronger, enveloping Lam Thu's entire body. 2 rabbit ears also appeared on his head. He took a slow step, his foot infused with blue energy. After seeing Lam Thu's beast form, the crowd was stunned. They crowded around to get a better look at his transformation. Several female students blushed and screamed. Ao Duong Thien looked at Lam Thu with shining eyes and exclaimed, Heavens, is that Lam Thu's beast transformation? Lam Thu slammed his fist on the ground. The people around him looked at him in his rabbit ears and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, he's really a rabbit. So cute I want to touch his ears. Lam Thu punched the ground hard, using the force to leap high into the air. He looked at the training dummy placed not far away. Then, Lam Thu landed a punch on the dummy. The force of the blow shattered it into small pieces. Lam Thu warily looked towards the stone dummy, putting on a cool, sharp expression. The fangirls around him saw this, their eyes unable to hide their excitement, constantly praising, So strong, so cool. Tran Tran looked at Lam Thu's beast form and commented, Lam Thu's transformation seems even cooler than last time. Behind her, Duong Thien also spared no praise. So cool, student rabbit. She couldn't hide her blushing face from embarrassment, muttering something to herself. Grandpa, thank you for finding me such a handsome junior granduncle. The 2 female students behind Quan Ngung also looked on in admiration, letting out a simultaneous wow. Quan Ngung heard them, coughed twice, and said helplessly, All right, next up is Ma Wiem. In her mind, she thought dramatically, If this continues, this group of female students is going to faint. Ma Wiem heard his name and stepped forward, glaring at Lam Thursday. He then just snorted and thought to himself, Ladies, look over here. Ma Wiem displayed his beast form, not forgetting to declare, "My beast transformation is way cooler than that rabbit." After seeing Ma Viem's bird form, the girls whispered, "What a letdown." The girl next to her chimed in, "Yeah. Compared to Lam Thu, he's just embarrassing himself." Hearing their comments, Ma Wiem was so surprised he stumbled. He glared angrily at Lam Thu and cursed, "Damn you, Lam Thu." But Lam Thu was rendered helpless by Ma Viem's glare, cursing silently. "Why are you glaring at me? How is this my fault?" Quan Gung watched the two students having a stare down. She said, "I've now seen everyone's abilities. Later, I will create a professional training plan for each of you based on your abilities. But for now, and to improve everyone's physical fitness, you will all start running laps," she said calmly. Hearing Quan Ngung, a student in a hat exclaimed in alarm, "Huh? Running laps?" Trung Tam next to him kept asking, "Teacher, military training is already over, and you're still making us run? How many laps do we have to run?" Hearing Truong Tam's question, Quan Ngung raised her index finger. Seeing that finger, the female students' faces lit up with joy. A purple-haired student asked doubtfully, "One lap?" Quan Ngung crushed everyone's hopes. She shook her head and said, "No, no, no. Run. Continuously." Quan Ngung emphasized each word. This made the students even more confused. Hearing the teacher's request, the students shouted in bewilderment, "What?" Ma Wiem also yelled, "No way." Quan Ngung glanced at Lam Thu, then said suggestively, "Keep it up. Once your physical constitution reaches the gold level, you won't have to run anymore." Lam Thu saw Quan Ngung looking at him and guessed suspiciously, "Is she giving me special treatment?" No matter how much they couldn't accept or believe it, Ma Wiem, Lam Thu, and the other students still had to get into position to start running. Ma Wiem started running his first few steps, but he noticed Lam Thu wasn't running. Ma Wiem questioned, "Lam Thu, why aren't you running?" Lam Thu retorted, "Why should I run?" Ma Wiem immediately pointed at Lam Thu and argued, "The teacher said only those whose physical constitution has reached the gold level don't have to run." Unlike the agitated Ma Wiem, Lam Thu, when questioned, just narrowed his eyes and smiled, then calmly asked, "Oh? And how do you know I haven't reached it?" Quan Ngung walked in one direction and called Lam Thu over, "Come here, I'll test you myself." Ma Wiem was instantly smug, taking pleasure in another's misfortune. Keep showing off. Let's see what happens to you in a bit." Lam Thu obediently followed Quan Gung to the side. Before the test, he said politely, "My apologies, Teacher Han." Quan Gung smiled and replied, "Go ahead." Hearing this, Lam Thu reached out and took Quan Ngung's hand. When their hands touched, a faint golden light appeared, surrounding them. Lam Thu blankly thought to himself, "So soft. Is this the legendary boneless softness?" As his mind wandered, Lam Thu's expression suddenly turned serious. He chided himself, "Can't get distracted." Quan Nung's soft hand still held Lam Thu's tightly, and the golden light from before continued to radiate around them. During the test, Quan Ngung exclaimed with some surprise, "This power, is this kid really not a strength type awakened?" The test ended, and their clasped hands slowly separated. The golden light also gradually faded. Quan Ngung announced, "It's confirmed that you've reached the gold level. I'll keep my promise. You don't have to run." Ma Wiem, who was standing nearby, looked as if he'd eaten a fly. He asked blankly, "What? This kid's physical constitution has really reached the gold level?" Quan Ngung shouted in a cold voice, "What are you looking at? Get running," scolded. Ma Viem's eyes filled with tears. He replied resentfully, "Yes." After being scolded by the instructor, Ma Wiem hurried off to run. Meanwhile, Quan Ngung suddenly asked, "By the way, Lam Thu, do you know about the Linvo tournament in 2 months?" Hearing Quan Ngung's question, Lam Thu recalled the past when Luke Chan had held up 5 fingers and declared, "The champion's prize is generous. Besides a personal platinum spirit orb, there's also a cash prize of 5 million. Lam Thu replied, "I know. Vice Principal Luke Chan gave me a spot to participate." Quan Ngung said with regret, "I was going to recommend you, but I didn't expect Vice Principal Luke to have noticed you already. In that case, I won't meddle." Quan Ngung continued to reveal, "But there's one more thing. in our class, there's another person who has a chance to participate in this Linvo tournament. Hearing Kwanangung, Lam Thu was a bit surprised. He asked curiously, "There's another person? Who is it?" Kwanangung smiled and replied, "It's Truong Tam." Lam Thu was also taken aback by the familiar name. He said, confused, "Why him?" Kwangung explained, "Because of his glory's blessing. All attributes increased by 10%. He's a very suitable support." Hearing this, Lam Thu immediately guessed. Support? Does that mean the Linvo competition also has a team-based round? Teacher, could you tell me a little about the national Linvo competition? Kwanangung glanced at him and complained, "You've already been chosen by Vice Principal Luke, so how come you don't know anything about the competition? And that old man didn't even say a word to me," the team leader. Lam Thu heard her and scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Despite her complaints, Kwanangung still explained to Lam Thu, each team has 7 members. After the one-on-one matches, there's one 5-on-5 match. Winners receive different amounts of points, and teams can also bring a certain number of substitutes. Hearing this, Lam Thu turned to look at Trong Tam and asked, "Then isn't Trong Tam's rank too low?" Kwanangung continued to explain, "It's fine. The students sent by the Linvo academies are at least gold level. During the 5-on-5 round, the support needs to activate their skills, and a winner can be decided within 2 minutes." Lam Thu still had questions. "By the way, instructor, how long can Trong Tam's support last?" Kwangung replied, "I just sensed it a little. It seems to be 2 minutes. In a situation where both sides are evenly matched, these 2 minutes can decide the winner." Lam Thu stared at Kwangung, guessing, "The ones who can match us are probably the capital's Linvo Academy." Kwangung replied mysteriously, "No. My goal this time is 2nd place." Hearing Kwanangung, Lam Thu was stunned. He asked, confused, "Why give up so easily? Are they that strong?" Kwangung replied with a serious expression, "Kwang Ho. His awakened type is the extremely rare destruction system. He's a 4th-year student, and his current cultivation is Platinum 3, star." Lam Thu thought he misheard. He asked again to confirm, "Teacher, did you say his cultivation is Platinum 3, star?" Kwanangung smiled and replied softly, "That's why he's considered a prodigy. Right now, in all of Huaxia's Linvo universities, Kwang Ho holds the top spot." She walked closer and ruffled Lam Thu's hair comfortingly. "Actually, I understand Vice Principal Luke's intention for having you participate in this Linvo tournament. It's not for you to compete, but for you to gain experience. The real stage for you will probably be in the next Linvo tournaments." After ruffling Lam Thu's hair, Kwanangung exclaimed with a mesmerized expression, "Ah, your hair is so soft, just like a little rabbit's." This made Lam Thu embarrassed. He shyly reminded her, "Teacher." So embarrassing, Lam Thu thought, trying to weigh everything. "My current rank is still silver, and my physical constitution is only gold level. The main forces of Shanghai Linvo are probably at the peak of the gold level, even if they haven't broken through to platinum." Lam Thu quickly regained his spirits, cheering himself on. "There are still 2 months left. I still have a chance to level up." After running several laps, the students were exhausted and panting. "Phew, I'm dead tired." "Teacher, we really can't run anymore." Kwangung suddenly said, "Class, you must be very confused as to why your instructor is making you run laps." Without waiting for a reply, Kwangung explained, "Only by improving your physical constitution can you reduce the side effects caused by absorbing spirit orbs." After explaining, Kwangung dismissed everyone. "All right, time's almost up. That's all for today." Then, she specifically turned to instruct Lam Thu and Truong Tam. "Oh, right, Lam Thu. Truong Tam. Come to the training ground tonight. Soon." It was evening at the training ground. Besides Lam Thu and Truong Tam, there were others present. Truong Tam wondered, "What do you think Instructor Han asked us to come here for?" Lam Thu guessed, "It's probably related to the Linvo tournament." As they were talking, a voice interrupted them. "You two." The person speaking was Tran Long, a Platinum 1, star strength type awakened. He looked at the two of them arrogantly, then asked in a loud voice, "The evening training room is our specialized training area. What are you two doing in here?" Behind him, Van Hien immediately recognized the two and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you two. What are you freshmen doing here instead of studying at night?" Lam Thu replied righteously, "The instructor told us to come here." Upon seeing Van Hien, Lam Thu lamented to himself, "It's a small world." Van Hien quickly guessed and asked suspiciously, "Your instructor isn't Han Quan and Gung, is it?" Lam Thu replied, "Yes." Tran Long's attitude softened. He said, "Since the team leader called you here, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Tran Long, their team captain. A Platinum 1, star strength type awakened." Behind him, Van Hien also introduced herself. "My name is Lam Van Hien, a gold level dark type awakened." Lam Thu introduced himself briefly. "Lam Thu, silver 4, star beast type awakened." Truong Tam followed suit. Truong Tam, silver 2, star healing type awakened. After hearing Lam Thu and Trong Tam's introductions, Tran Long was disdainful. He asked curiously, "Silver? What makes these two kids worthy of the team leader's attention?" A pair of familiar black stockings and red high heels appeared, Quan and Gung suggested. "Why not have a little match to find out?" Hearing Quan and Gung's suggestion, Lam Thu felt a bit gloomy, thinking he had misheard. He mumbled to himself, "A match against a gold level?" Little Lam Thu cried in his heart, "Instructor, are you sure you're not trying to kill me?" Quan and Gung glanced at Trong Tam and then instructed, "Right, Trong Tam. You're a support, you don't need to fight. Just use your skills to demonstrate." Trong Tam obediently listened. He closed his eyes and activated his skill. Instantly, a stream of yellow spirit energy appeared. Truong Tam extended his hand towards Van Hien's group. He used his skill, Glory's Blessing. When the Glory's Blessing skill took effect on Van Hien, her whole body was touched by a few sparks of lightning, causing her skirt to fly up. A minute passed. Van Hien's face was red, and she felt her body heating up. Van Hien could feel her power increasing. Seeing Van Hien being buffed, Tran Long walked up to Truong Tam and praised him. "A power enhancement. Excellent, we definitely want this kid." Meanwhile, Lam Thu could only watch with tears in his eyes as Truong Tam was welcomed. He cried and muttered, "As expected, healers are popular everywhere they go." Tran Long turned to Lam Thursday. He held out his hand to introduce someone and suggested to Lam Thu, "Why don't you spar a bit with Dai Tu? His rank is the lowest, and he's the top reserve member of our team." Before Lam Thu could speak, Dai Tu, a gold 5, star beast transformation awakened, stepped up with a murderous aura and provoked him, "Kid, use your strongest state, or you'll lose miserably." Lam Thu faced Dai Tu's challenge and sighed. "Sigh, with such a huge difference in combat rank, I know that even without you telling me." Just a moment ago, he was gloomily bemoaning his fate, but Lam Thu immediately transformed into his beast form. Lightning crackled all over his body. He leaped into the air. Lam Thu flew high and aimed a kick at Dai Tu, taunting, "If you want my full power, then bring it on." After kicking at Dai Tu, which he dodged, Lam Thu retreated, his hands braced on the ground. Pushing off the ground before reaching Dai Tu, Lam Thu shouted, "Reinforced rabbit fist and kick." Dai Tu was hit repeatedly by Lam Thu and was having trouble holding on. He thought in confusion, "Is this kid really just a silver 4-star? In his moment of distraction, Lam Thu suddenly appeared in front of him. Dai Tu looked up blankly as Lam Thu said playfully, "Hello there." Lam Thu's arm shot up high. Then he brought it down. As Lam Thu's arm came down, Dai Tu immediately fell to the ground. When he hit the ground, a cosmic-level explosion occurred. Tran Long's group watched in complete shock. They couldn't believe it and thought, Dai Tu is actually being suppressed by a silver 4-star. After the explosion, the dust began to settle. In the center stood the figure of Dai Tu, still standing firm. Dai Tu gritted his teeth and threatened, "Kid, I admit I underestimated you, but if this is all you've got, you should just surrender now." Lam Thu stared intently at Dai Tu, his eyebrows furrowed. He thought to himself, "His defense is too high. My attacks didn't do any damage at all." After the threat, Dai Tu unleashed his beast form, a pangolin. He declared smugly, "I won't be holding back anymore." After transforming, something like scales appeared on Dai Tu's back, resembling a suit of armor. Lam Thu looked at Dai Tu's beast form in amazement. The people behind him also stared at him blankly. Then someone covered their mouth and snickered. Pfft, so ugly. Dai Tu heard it and shouted angrily, "None of your business." Dai Tu's aura flared, and lightning crackled across his body. His eyes turned red, and he said coldly, "I'm getting serious now." After saying that, Dai Tu's feet quickly launched off the ground, and he charged towards Lam Thu at an incredible speed. Lam Thu was not to be outdone and fought back. Tranlong watched as Lam Thu and Dai Tu furiously punched each other in midair. Up there, Lam Thu's face was getting bruised by Dai Tu's attacks. He leaped backward. Lam Thu calculated in his head, "This guy's defense is too strong. There's basically no way to break it. I have no choice but to use my ace." Lam Thu clasped his hands together, and countless blue lightning bolts appeared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Take this." One of Lam Thu's hands was aimed at Dai Tu. Countless bolts of lightning followed its movement. Lam Thu shouted, "Palm thunder." A blast from Lam Thu's palm shot out as if tearing through the wind itself. Dai Tu was hit by the attack, causing his entire body to suddenly go numb. Dai Tu felt the electric current continuously coursing through his body. He was a bit surprised. My armor, even in its defensive state, was paralyzed by this kid. Lam Thu once again gathered a ball of electricity. This is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a new attack. Lam Thu leaped up, attacking Dai Tu's beast form head-on. Dai Tu just smirked, his hand clenched into a fist. Lam Thu saw him swing his fist. He immediately jumped back. He didn't want to face the warrior head-on. "Hey, you!" He brought his hands together to focus and gather electricity. Lam Thu again used a long-range attack, catching Dai Tu off guard. Then he used his beast transformation to leap up and approach Dai Tu again. Quan saw his true purpose. Immobility is the warrior's current state. Tranlong nodded. Yes, that's right. Being toyed with for so long made Dai Tu extremely annoyed. Enough. He got angry. "You stinking kid. Are you messing with me?" Dai Tu raised his hand, smiling very smugly. He curled into a ball. Immediately, Dai Tu was in a state to use his spirit skill, human bullet vehicle. Now his whole body was as hard as an animal's armor. Seeing this scene, Lam Thu couldn't help but be amazed. So fast. Before he could react, he was hit full-on by that attack. Lam Thu was injured. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Vuong Tu, who had been watching the match, also looked alarmed. She was a gold 7, star healing type. Vuong Tu anxiously said, "He's coughing up blood." Vuong Tu shyly used a healing spell. "Let me heal him." She didn't forget to mumble. Poor little rabbit. Lam Thu looked at the two bouncing orbs in front of him, feeling embarrassed himself. Quan Gung glanced at him. "Don't worry, he's fine. You don't need to interfere with this match." Lam Thu licked his lips. He pulled up his shirt to look at the scratch on his body. Close call. I'm sure I can kite him now. His eyes widened as he looked forward. Dai Tu continued with a new attack. The force from his body kicked up a cloud of dust. Lam Thu jumped back. He managed to dodge Dai Tu's attack, but things still didn't look good. This is bad. Lam Thu braced his hands on the ground. In the sky, only a crescent moon was visible. It seemed his ability to concentrate was affected by this. He gritted his teeth. Moon rabbit space. Lam Thu closed his eyes to feel the power gathering in his body. When he opened his eyes, he was in a new state. His beast form now had black lightning patterns, his lunar eclipse form. Lam Thu felt like the center of the lightning, sensing the abundant energy. All attributes increased by 120%. The two girls beside him looked at him with admiration. So cool, can't let the little rabbit get hurt. Lam Thu clenched his fist and began his strategy. The waning crescent moon transformation doesn't give a very obvious boost to my power, but 120% is enough. He planted one foot on the ground to gain momentum. Lam Thu used the power of lightning to leap up. "Senior, here I come." Despite being warned, Dai Tu still couldn't react in time to his attack. He was immediately sent flying into a wall. Dai Tu's eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dai Tu had been forced out of his transformed state. He looked utterly exhausted. "I actually lost." Dai Tu saw a hand reaching out to pull him up. It was Lam Thu's. He still couldn't believe he had lost to someone who was only a silver 4 star. But Lam Thu just looked at him and smiled. Are you okay? Dai Tu smiled. This freshman brat is really something though. He took Lam Thu's hand. Dai Tu laughed. I lost. Dai Tu looked at Lam Thu and praised him. Kid, you're very strong. Your power and speed are nothing like a silver 4-star. He also acted very humble. Senior, if you had held on a little longer, the outcome might have been different. Vuong Tu suddenly appeared between the two. Are you okay? Seeing her using a healing spell on Lam Thu, Dai Tu cried out in frustration. Tu, I think my injuries are more serious. But she paid him no mind at all. I'm willing to heal him. What's it to you? Vuong Tu took his hand with a gentle expression. She used her healing art. Hold on for a bit, I'll make you feel better soon. But his voice stammered. I'm fine. Kwanangung spoke to those who were watching the match. I believe everyone now has a certain understanding of Lam Thu's strength. Does anyone still have any objections? Tran Long also shook his hand. A silver 4-star defeating a gold 5-star. You are indeed qualified to join our combat team. Welcome, Lam Thu. Despite winning the match, Lam Thu still had a thoughtful expression. A gold 5-star was already this hard to deal with. Unless I use the full moon transformation, there's no way I'm a match for Tran Long. Quan Gung called him. Lam Thu, this is your prize for winning this match. She looked at him, showing off all her charm. Lam Thu, if you want to get stronger, you can find me anytime. I can give you special training. Lam Thu quickly waved his hands. Thank you, teacher, but I don't think that's necessary. Soon, it was the next day. He absorbed the 3 spirit orbs he had won before. The effect of silver-level spirit orbs is too weak. It feels like I'm not absorbing anything. Forget it, I'll give them to the dragon egg. Lam Thu tossed the spirit orbs to the dragon egg, but his expression didn't improve much. I'll endure it just to get this shell to break. At that moment, his phone rang. As soon as Lam Thu answered, he heard Trong Tam's voice. Boss, second brother bought you a lot of gold-level spirit orbs. Go pick them up when you have time. He was a bit confused. Aren't you going? Truong Tam looked like he was enjoying himself immensely. I'm a little busy right now. Trin Man was attentively taking care of him beside him. Come on, Tam Tam, open your mouth. In the quiet night, pink hearts floated around the two of them. It's not easy to get a break. I want to talk about life and ideals with my dear Man. Lam Thu immediately understood the situation and cursed angrily. You prioritize love over friendship. He then imagined a scene where Tran was feeding him like that. Eat first or eat me? The more he thought, the more pitiful he felt. Tears streamed down his face. Who knows when I'll be able to be with my goddess? Lam Thu didn't delay any longer. He got out of bed. Lam Thu put on a jacket. Forget it, I'll focus on my career first. I'm going to get the spirit orbs now. Chan Tu Thak stood outside, observing his every move. He immediately made a phone call to report. Uncle Yuong, the target has appeared. Should we make our move now? The person on the other end immediately warned. Don't make a move near Shanghai Linvo. There are too many experts there. Lam Thu got out of the car and entered the Truong brothers' building. Truong Ni brought out a box. He handed it to Lam. Thursday, Brother Lam. There are over 100 gold-level spirit orbs here, and 3 platinum-level spirit orbs. But there's no news yet on space or lightning-type skill orbs. Looking at the box full of spirit orbs, Lam Thu was very grateful. To be able to gather so many in just a week, you've worked hard, second brother. After receiving the items, Lam Thu said goodbye to Truong Ni. Truong Ni assured him, I'll keep an eye out. Lam Thu waved. Thanks, second brother. Immediately, he noticed something strange about the 2 people behind him. My feeling wasn't wrong. These guys have been following me all the way from school to here. Lam Thu smirked with interest. Tailing me, huh? He looked at his phone. Fatty, check WeChat. The phone screen displayed his location. His face darkened. I'd like to see what you guys really want to do. He walked straight ahead, which greatly surprised the 2 people behind him. One man quickly reported the situation. Uncle Wong, the target has entered an alley. The person on the other end directly gave the order, make your move. Lam Thu had intentionally gone deep into the alley, choosing a path that looked very dark. His shadow was blocked by a group of people. Compared to Lam Thu, they looked much taller, making him exclaim. He looked at them, his voice trembling. Big brothers, are you here to rob me of my money or my virtue? I don't have any money. Lam Thu acted cute, which disgusted the group. If you're here for my virtue, you have to be gentle with me. Before he could cause more trouble, they immediately covered his head with a cardboard box. Lam Thu struggled. Hey, where are you taking me? Is this a kidnapping? The group had brought Lam Thu before Yuang Ba. The old man gave a signal. You all fall back. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Wang Ba took the cardboard box off his head. A triumphant look was clear on the old man's face. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands. It seemed those guys didn't even bother tying Lam Thu's hands. He was seen with his hands coolly tucked in his pockets. Wang Ba, what instructions does the young master have this time? The old man threatened. Kid, don't even think about running. You can't escape. He was speechless. If I really wanted to run, could you even catch me? I just wanted to see what you guys were really up to. Tong Sa sat on the side, swirling a glass of wine. He sneered, Brother Lam is so capable. Why would he need to run? Tong Xie looked at Lam Thu and invited, Brother Lam, I wonder if you're interested in cooperating with me. Lam Thu was not one to be trifled with. He immediately sneered back. Oh? Why would you want to talk to me about cooperation? I thought this was a kidnapping. Tong Ke acted very polite. I know Brother Lam is very skilled in stone gambling. Why don't we cooperate in stone gambling? I can give you a 50-over-50 split. Lam Thu looked at him, smiling as if he were looking at an idiot. Why? Isn't it better for me to appraise the stones myself? Then all the money would be mine, wouldn't it? Tong Ka's face darkened. Lam Thu, you better understand your current situation. Yuang Ba, standing by the side, was creating pressure by releasing his power. Tong Ka didn't bother being polite anymore. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you a chance. Don't force my hand. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. I couldn't tell that this Yuang Ba is a platinum-level expert. Tong Si sneered. Lam Thu, last time you took 500 million from me and got me scolded by my old man. This time, I want you to spit it all out for me. On the surface, Lam Thu tried to remain calm. The money isn't with me. I left it with Truong Ni. If you're so capable, you can go get it. But internally, he was screaming, Trong Tam, you have to be smart about this. Quickly bring some experts here, or I'm not going to last much longer. It seemed the heavens had pity on him. Just as he finished praying, an explosion went off beside them. The underling guarding the outside was sent flying in as well. Tran Tran leaped out from the explosion. Amidst the crumbling debris, she landed lightly on the ground. Tran hurriedly called out, Lam Thu. Seeing her, he felt worried instead. Why would Truong Tom bring Tran to such a dangerous place? She didn't even glance around, directly embracing Lam Thursday. Are you okay? I heard from Truong Tam that you were in danger. As for him, he just stared blankly. I'm fine. Tran's face turned beet red. That's great. You really scared me just now. Lam Thu was also very embarrassed, thinking to himself, she was that worried about me? The two of them flirted, ignoring the world around them. Sorry, I won't make you worry anymore. Who was worried about you? Tong Ka at the side was fuming with anger. He ordered Yuang Ba, how dare you touch my Tran? Yuang Ba, eliminate this stinking brat. Yes, young master. But at this moment, Wang Ba couldn't move at all. He was restrained by a blue light. What's happening? Tong Xie looked very annoyed. Stinking brat, what did you do? Lam Thu was also very innocent. It had nothing to do with him. It wasn't me. Just then, Truong Tom and Duong Troc appeared. Boss. Wang Ba's whole body trembled. He stammered, It's true Martial Grandmaster, Duong Troc. Duong Troc looked at the young couple embracing each other. Seeing this scene, Truong Tom couldn't help but burst into tears, while Duong Troc praised them silently. What the heck was I rushing for? I thought it was an emergency, but I ended up getting a face full of their public display of affection. This kid has the same style I had when I was young. Tran's mind was spinning. You don't overthink it. But Lam Thu was a man who knew how to seize an opportunity. He quickly grabbed the beauty's hand, Tran. He pulled her into his arms. Actually, I've always really liked you. Be my girlfriend. The two looked at each other with affectionate eyes. Lam Thursday. The clown Tong Ka really liked to interfere. Lam Thu, I'll never forgive you. He picked up a chair and threw it straight at him. Tran Tran just glanced over. She sent him and the chair flying with a kick. Tran Tran cracked her knuckles and huffed. Not even a shred of strength. Lam Thu was also a little intimidated. Shall we continue? When facing him, Tran Tran switched back to her gentle mode. Ah, okay, Lam Thu. Lam Thu lifted her hand and looked straight into her eyes. Ahem, Tran Tran, will you be my girlfriend? The two joyfully hugged each other. This is great. Looking at the pathetic state of Tong Ka, who was covered in dirt, Tran Tran, how could you treat me like this? He was immediately put in his place. You're not allowed to call me that. Lam Thu stroked Tran Tran's head. Be good. I'll take care of the things not worth looking at for you. He walked over to Tong Ka, who was sitting dazedly on the ground. Lam Thu leaned down and sneered. Young Master Tong, now we can have a slow chat. At this point, he didn't care about anything anymore. There's nothing to talk about. I lost again this time. Do as you wish, kill me or cut me up. He acted as if he'd heard a joke. Very brave. Lam Thu took Tong K's phone. But I don't want your life. He operated it. I just want money, that's enough. Hearing the phone ring, Tong Ka's expression soured even more. Beep, beep, beep. What do you want to do? Lam Thu was startled by the roaring voice from the other end. Tong Ka, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you know I'm busy? I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't give me a reason, don't you dare come back to this house. Seeing the call connected, Tong Ka's face darkened. It was his father. Lam Thu smirked. Mr. Tong, your son has been kidnapped by us. If you want him to live, send 1 billion to the account I specify. After stating the price, Lam Thu and Tran Tran stood waiting. The other side was silent for a long time. She suspected, isn't that a bit too much? Even though he was taking someone else's money, he acted very casually. This money is the betrothal gift I'm preparing. I actually think it's too little. Tran Tran's face turned red. I only agreed to date you. I never said I would marry you. Tong Qian named a number. 100. He shouted again. 1 million. This unfilial son is only worth that much. If not, you can just kill him. I'll have a second child. The more Tong Ca heard his father say, the more tears streamed down his face. Lam Thu winked. No rush, no rush. We'll negotiate the price. The two of them directly treated Tong Cha like a commodity to be traded back and forth. Old man Tong, no one bargains like you. 900 million is my limit. 2 million, not a cent more. At this critical moment, someone else took the phone. Duong Trak held the phone. Hello, little Tong. This is Duong Trak. Tong Qian was also a man of status. He was the chairman of the Hoidong group. He asked back, Senior Ao Duong? Duong Trak got straight to the point. Your son kidnapped my disciple. Although the boy wasn't injured, he has ultimately disrespected me. Hearing this, sweat dripped down Tong Qian's forehead. Senior Ao Duong, it's all my fault for not raising him properly. I'll break that unfilial son's legs when he gets back. How about this? I'll compensate you with 2 billion. I hope you'll calm your anger. He looked at Lam Thursday. Only after seeing him nod in satisfaction did he continue. Fine, but I'm warning you, if there's a next time, your Hoidang group won't need to exist anymore. Tong Qian hastily agreed. Yes, 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 I'll definitely discipline him well. Lam Thu couldn't believe it and asked again, Master, do you mean all the money will be transferred to my account? Duong Trak was indeed an experienced man. These things are useless for a master to hold on to. But Lam Thu, you must understand, things like money will no longer be so important once you reach a certain level. He scratched his head and smiled. Thank you, Master. Your disciple understands. To forge iron, one must be strong first. But I haven't reached that level yet, have I? Immediately after, the phone rang with the sound of a transfer. 2 billion was transferred to your account on October 10th. Lam Thu's eyes lit up. Here it is. The notification is here. Meanwhile, Tong Ca was still sitting cross-legged, crying his eyes out. 2 billion, it's over. He felt extremely regretful. My father will never forgive me. Lam Thu tossed a gold coin down. Tong Ka's face turned black when he saw the gold coin. He curled his lip in contempt. Hey, with this look, It's a real shame not to go beg on an overpass. Wengba helped Tongte up. Young master, one should always leave a way out for others. We'll meet again. Don't be so ruthless. Lam Thu was extremely cold. I wonder if you thought of this point when you tied me up and brought me here. The old man was so angry he was speechless. He crossed his arms and continued. I know you're very angry, but don't get heated just yet. With your young master in this state, are you sure you still want to fight me here? Duong Trok looked at Tong Sei's pale, sweaty face. Wang Ba immediately led him away. With everything seemingly resolved, Duong Trok said, We should get going too. I'll teleport you back. Lam Thu rummaged through his clothes. Wait, let me confirm if I've received all my spirit orbs. He was a bit confused. Why don't you keep such precious things in your storage space? He remembered the dragon egg. Master, it's not that your disciple doesn't want to. I have a dragon egg in my storage space that specializes in eating spirit orbs. It's a bottomless pit. Duong Trok asked doubtfully. A dragon egg? He crossed his arms with some disapproval. Little Thu, you know it's a dragon egg, so why haven't you thought of a way to hatch it quickly? What's the point of hoarding these spirit orbs? He held up 2 fingers. Master, your disciple has thought about it, but these few spirit orbs aren't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. It needs 2 supreme-grade spirit orbs. Facing such a monster is impossible. Humans haven't been able to kill a supreme-grade spirit beast in decades. Who would use a supreme-grade spirit orb to hatch a spirit beast egg? Duong Trok also sighed. So there's no other way? It seemed Lam Thu was also very desperate. There is, by transferring spiritual energy, but that would take too long. He threw out another question. Then have you thought about using other energies as a substitute? It was as if a switch had been flipped in his mind. Right, why didn't I think of this before? Lam Thu imagined it for a moment. He thought about the energy surrounding the dragon egg. I've been stuck in a rut. Hatching the dragon egg requires a large amount of energy, but it's not limited to spiritual energy. He placed the dragon egg on the ground. Wind energy, nuclear energy, electrical energy, when I get the chance, I'll let this little guy try them out. Duong Trok looked at his disciple playing around. Little Thu, want to try something out? He rubbed his hands together. How do we test it? He immediately instructed. I remember you have some lightning-type skills. Try releasing them into the dragon egg. Lam Thu was eager. I can't wait to try. He unleashed lightning into the dragon egg. Immediately, the dragon egg sucked all of his skills into its core. The master and disciple looked at each other and smiled. It's working. Lam Thu discussed with Duong Trok. Master, I want to experiment with other things, but I'm not sure if the dragon can absorb them. He approached the dragon egg on the ground. Master, can you set up a spatial barrier around it to prevent any accidental damage if the dragon egg can't absorb it? He immediately agreed. Don't worry, kid, just go for it. Lam Thu took a bomb out of his space. He smiled with delight. The spoils from last time have come in handy. Lam Thu stood from a distance and shouted, Master, I'm ready. He snapped his fingers. Right after Lam Thu's command, the time bomb started its countdown. The dragon egg seemed to be enveloped by a huge amount of energy. Layers upon layers of spatial barriers created by Duong Trok surrounded the dragon egg. Thanks to the protective barrier, the explosion was completely contained. Inside, thick smoke billowed. The dragon egg was still intact, without a single crack. The master and disciple looked at this scene and couldn't help but praise it. This guy absorbs any kind of energy. In that case, in his mind, he was thinking about blowing up the egg. I have 100 ways to fry an egg. But the egg looked back at him with a provocative expression. Duong Trok quickly advised, Little Thu, we don't know if the dragon egg can absorb the energy of a nuclear bomb. If it can't, it will bring about a catastrophe. So let's temporarily abandon this dangerous method. Lam Thu thought about the explosion. He looked at the dragon egg with a mischievous smile. If I use a nuclear bomb, this little guy could be born soon. But in front of his elder, he still had to assure him, Master, rest assured, I was just saying that. At this point, he brought up the next tournament again. So, Little Thu, are you ready? He also agreed. He continued, let's put the dragon egg matter aside for now. The Linvo tournament starts in 2 months. Duong Trok smiled. As expected of my disciple, you think the same way I do. The two immediately entered a combat stance. Lam Thu shouted loudly, "Please guide me, master." Both Lam Thu and Duong Trok were in position. He gathered power in his palm. Watch this. One green, one red, they clashed, relentlessly attacking each other, but it seemed he was still very weak compared to his master. Not long into the fight, he was hit by a punch. The atmosphere inside became scorching hot due to their battle. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. The two had also finished their training session. Duong Trok quickly instructed, "That's enough training for today. After you finish absorbing the spirit orb, go back and rest." Yes, Lam Thu focused on absorbing the power of the spirit orb. Recalling the training session, he sighed with some emotion. I didn't expect Master's special training to be so intense. Just then, Tran Tran walked in. "Lam Thu, it's time for dinner." He was a bit surprised. She asked again, "Is Lam Thu here?" Lam Thu couldn't believe it. "Tran Tran, why are you here?" He hurried over to her. "Next time, you can just call me, and I'll come pick you up." Perhaps because he was in a state of absorption, Lam Thu seemed full of energy. As he ran over, the wind lifted Tran Tran's skirt. She was extremely flustered. Lam Thu quickly explained, I didn't see anything." He quickly tried to appease her. "Don't worry about it. Tran Tran, you're very beautiful. Let's go eat together." He took her hand. "Let's go." But it seemed Tran Tran wasn't used to this kind of intimate contact yet. In the evening, the scenery was beautiful everywhere. The two walked along the street together. She shyly reminded him, "Lam Thu, let go of my hand. Everyone is looking." He acted very casually. "It's fine." A passerby commented with regret. "The freshman goddess actually has a boyfriend." Lam Thu and Tran Tran walked hand in hand through the crowded streets. She was still shyly thinking to herself, "That's right, we're a couple now." The two of them chose a place to eat. Duong Thien saw the intimate couple and quickly called out, "Junior granduncle." Lam Thu was also very surprised to see her. "Isn't this my grandniece?" Duong Thien stammered. "You two." Lam Thu put both girls in an awkward situation, introducing Tran Tran to Duong Thien with a joyful expression. "Quick, come and meet your junior grandaunt." Duong Thien's displeasure was obvious, her eyes full of high alert. She cursed him silently in her heart. "Stinking Lam Thu, don't you know Tran Tran is my rival? And you're telling me to call her junior grand aunt." On the other hand, although Tran Tran wasn't happy, she still tried to keep the peace, forcing a friendly smile while thinking, "Duong Thien is my biggest rival, and now I've suddenly become her junior grandaunt. It doesn't feel too bad." In the end, it was Tran Tran who broke the ice and dispelled the silent atmosphere. "What nonsense are you talking about? We're all classmates. Why don't we eat together?" These words, however, were seen by Duong Thien as a subtle taunt, making her eyes red with anger. Lam Thu was a truly clueless rabbit, not understanding the situation, still laughing as if nothing was wrong, and laughing very loudly at that. "Grandniece, why are you so angry all of a sudden?" This made both Duong Thien and Tran Tran feel utterly helpless, sighing at the same time. This guy is so dense when it comes to relationships. The meal for three became extremely awkward. Although the table was full of food, probably only Lam Thu found it delicious. The sky had turned late, and though the moon wasn't full tonight, it was very bright, shining down on the skyscraper's peak. Lam Thu and Tran Tran walked hand in hand, romance filling the air. He said, "The Linvo tournament starts in 2 months. I have to train hard every day and seize the time to improve myself." At this point, Lam Thu's voice was filled with reluctance. He raised his hand to touch Tran Tran's cheek and said warmly, "The time I can spend with you won't be much." Tran Tran looked up at the person in front of her and said understandingly, "I understand that. You should focus all your efforts on the tournament. The tournament is what's important." I heard the opponent this time is very strong. As expected, this hit a nerve with Lam Thursday. He turned his face away and sighed sorrowfully. "The Linvo tournament has so many powerful opponents. If I lose in the first round," he trailed off without finishing. Tran Tran knew what he needed most was comfort. She spoke up, "You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself." Well, but as Tran Tran spoke, she became suspicious. The Lam Thu she knew wasn't one to worry about the future like this. Looking again, she saw him smiling at her. His attitude changed. It turned out she was being tricked again. She cursed him repeatedly in her heart. This bad guy is teasing me again. Being teased, Tran's embarrassment turned to anger. She channeled her frustration into a punch to Lam Thu's head. In that case, I suggest you don't even bother coming back, to avoid being beaten to death. After landing one punch, Tran wanted to continue venting her anger, but everyone knew Lam Thu's strength. He let her hit him because he wanted to, not because he couldn't block it. This time, he caught Tran's hand. Taking the opportunity, he pulled her wrist and embraced her. Tran was so surprised her face turned as red as 2 tomatoes. Lam Thu used a serious expression to soothe her. I know, I'll try my best. During the competition, don't miss me too much. Tran's heart was already like a blooming garden. Her face was flushed like the evening sun. There were so many things she wanted to say, but she couldn't get a word out, just stammering, I. Lam Thu was amused by Tran's appearance, laughing to himself and thinking, according to the usual situation, Tran should have pushed me away by now. Tran finally followed her heart and smiled contentedly at Lam Thursday, I'll miss you. That gentle look, along with her hand stroking his hair, was truly the image of a beautiful maiden. Lam Thu was naturally mesmerized by this image, his mouth hanging open. He could only sigh in his heart. This is truly... Lam Thu couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Tran's waist with one hand. Her fair, slender waist was irresistibly alluring. Tran fell completely into Lam Thu's arms and scolded him petulantly. Lam Thu, let me go. But of course, he refused. I won't let go. Not for a lifetime. He said that, but in his heart, he was going crazy, screaming Tran's name. She's too cute. Time flew by. And 2 months later, it was time for Lam Thu to test his strength. Lam Thu had his usual calm demeanor. The brown-haired boy walking behind him spoke up. Boss, today we have to go to the capital to participate in the Linvo tournament. Are you nervous? Lam Thu heard him and lowered his eyes, replying, We're just reserves. What's there to be nervous about? But he was thinking differently. After 2 months of training, I've reached the peak of the silver level, but I can't break through to gold. Recalling the days he trained hard with Tran, he thought seriously, but it might be because I've been training so seriously. In terms of physical constitution, I'm not inferior to a gold 3-star strength attribute awakened. Lam Thu threw a punch, his hand and foot techniques full of power. The system suddenly popped up, mumbling something about Tai Chi and Baguazhang, leaving Lam Thu completely confused. He couldn't help but be surprised. In the past 2 months, I've also drawn a bunch of intense fighting skills. I'm proficient in blades, swords, and staffs, and I've mastered Tai Chi, Baguazhang, and Wing Chun. Thinking this, Lam Thu felt much more confident, clenching his hand into a fist. Has 9,527 started getting into martial arts movies recently? But thanks to it, my close combat ability has increased a lot. At this moment, Man and Tran happened to walk over, waving and calling out, Tam Ni. Seeing someone call out, the brown-haired junior knew what to do and nudged Lam Thu's shoulder. Boss, someone's here to see us off. But he didn't look happy. Why is Tran here? He ran quickly to her and asked, Do you hate to see me go? You're already starting to miss me before I've even left. Tran didn't deny it. Lam Thu blushed and said, I knew there would be a lot of people at the school gate later. I don't like crowds either, so I didn't mention it to you. Tran seemed to have a telepathic connection with him, smiling with understanding. She grabbed Lam Thu's collar, pulled him close, and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. Lam Thu also enjoyed it, happily receiving her affection. The kiss seemed to last for centuries. The two finally broke apart, still connected by a thin thread of saliva. Lam Thu and Tran were both satisfied, their faces flushed, looking at each other lovingly. Only Tran's contented laughter could be heard. Tran is so happy. Tran finally got to say her well wishes, her eyes welling up as she told him, Do your best, and come back as the champion. This wish made Lam Thu's heart feel like it was about to explode. He was both happy and trying his best to hold it in. After speaking, Lam Thu happily watched Tran's figure as she left and ran home. A happy smile was still on his lips. Lam Thu touched his lips with 2 fingers, as if to hold on to the feeling of the kiss a little longer. emotionally reminding himself, "I'll do my best." The field was now completely full. People from all directions seemed to be flocking here. A long-haired, mature-looking girl spoke first. "Students, I hope you can all perform well in this martial arts tournament. Don't let the reputation of our Shanghai Linvo fall behind." A simultaneous yes roared through the sky. Lam Thu regained his composure and stepped forward with a smile. "Linvo tournament, here we come." The sun shone brightly above the city, the air fresh and green. Lam Thu was strolling along. Next to him was a small plane when he heard an announcement. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the city's TV station. May I ask, as last year's second-place finisher, is Shanghai Linvo confident about this year's martial arts tournament?" The reporter brought the microphone to Lam Thu and the lecturer. The topic of the interview was already sensitive, and he didn't hold back. Both of their faces held a slight smile. "I heard that this year your team has 2 freshmen. Are you planning to give up on the martial arts tournament?" Suddenly, an uncle in a formal suit squeezed in to answer. "Sorry, no comment." The female teacher standing next to Lam Thu noticed he looked worried. "Don't pay attention to these words. Don't let it affect your mood." Lam Thu replied perfunctorily, "Yes, I won't mind." But the expression on his face was not comfortable at all. A yellow bus stopped, and the others got off at the same time. The other 7 teams had also arrived. The red-haired reporter still held the microphone, his face covered by a mask, in the middle of the bustling crowd, filled with urgent voices. "Quick, let's go." Lam Thu looked towards the crowd from behind and asked, "Are these the only schools?" The female teacher behind him answered, "There are hundreds of Linvo universities across Huaxia. After fierce competition, only those who truly broke through, only 8 teams are participating in the martial arts tournament." The female teacher held up a finger to illustrate. "In that case, everyone present here is a carefully selected elite." Lam Thu was also surprised by the answer, his eyes widening as he repeated the female teacher's words. "8 teams?" The male teacher came over and listed the names of the 8 teams. "That's right. Besides the capitals Linvo and our Shanghai Linvo, the remaining 6 teams are Yingtian Linvo, Kota Linvo, Fengtian Linvo, Tanmon Linvo, Kimlang Linvo, and Jianglang Linvo. The Shanghai Linvo competition team advanced together. The 3, led by Lam Thu, walked and talked. "These people are not easy to deal with." "That's right, we can't underestimate any team. Let's go, we'll discuss the specific situation in the strategy meeting." They had settled into a classroom. The female teacher stood on the podium, looking down at everyone. She announced the competition rules. "The rules of the Linvo tournament are very simple. There will be a total of 2 rounds of competition." In more detail, she began to explain. "The first round is the point-scoring round. It's divided into 6 individual matches and 1 team match. After the 1v1 matches, the winner of each match gets 1 point. In the 5v5 match, the winning team gets 5 points." Then she raised her index finger. "In other words, in the first round, we will face all the other teams. Based on the final accumulated points, the top 4 teams will advance to the next round, which is the final. The participants for the 6 one-on-one matches are Tran Long, Lam Van Hien, Trin Ha, Wei Dong, O Dong, and Lam Thu." The students whose names were called below simultaneously raised their hands to register. Lam Thu stroked his chin and calculated. "So isn't this like Tianji's horse race? If the order of appearance is arranged well, even a weaker team can score points." The female teacher agreed with this thought. "That's right, but our goal is not the one-on-one matches, but the 5-on-5 match. I will send Tran Long, Van Hien, Thu Lam, Bien Ham, and Truong Tom into battle." The male teacher from below called out, "Tran Long is platinum level, and Van Hien also recently broke through to platinum level. With the 2 of them participating in the one-on-one S, those 2 points are basically guaranteed." The orange-haired girl in the back looked towards Lam Thu and offered a compliment. "So good," but he himself didn't understand what she was praising. According to calculations, in the worst-case scenario, Shanghai Linvo would still get 7 points, while the opponent would only get 4. That would be a win. The female teacher explained further. "Therefore, as long as we win the 5-on-5 match, even if the other 4 lose, we can still beat the opponent with a score of 7-4. The white-haired student heard this and happily added, 2 platinums, 2 9-star golds, plus Truong Tam's buff. We've basically got a 90% chance of winning. The situation seemed favorable. The female teacher, holding a stack of papers, said, "This is the information I've collected on our opponents. You can all take a look." This was also the end of the meeting. The teacher stood up to dismiss them. "Everyone, get some good rest and adjust your mindset. Just do your best." Meeting adjourned. Suddenly, a wad of paper flew straight at Lam Thu's head, making a surprisingly loud noise. Lam Thu whipped his head around, wanting to know who was so bold as to hit him on the head. It turned out to be the orange-haired friend from earlier, the one who had praised Lam Thursday. They came just to wish him luck. "Little rabbit, tomorrow is your first performance. Good luck, I'll be here to watch you fight." Then she turned to the other girl. "Let's go." They left, leaving a melancholic Lam Thu to ponder. "My first opponent is Lin Vo Ung Thian. It seems beating them won't be a problem at all. But to make the next match go smoothly, 9,527, you have to give me some power today." Lam Thu sat alone in his room, talking to the system. The system displayed, "Awakening skill." Lam Thu looked tired and drained. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the D-rank skill, Aircraft Proficiency. This skill allows you to master all known types of aerial vehicles." But Lam Thu thought this skill was utterly useless. This is so ridiculous. What's the use of a light aircraft? Thinking about himself sitting in a plane, he couldn't help but find it bizarre. "I was hoping my luck would explode. I was hoping to draw the Spirit Energy Enhancement skill and directly advance to gold level, but instead I awakened Aircraft Proficiency." Lam Thu walked back, heading towards the sunlit door, thinking, "With this skill, I guess I have to get a plane." Suddenly, a black shadow zipped past Lam Thu's nose, giving him no time to react. He only saw the beautiful back of Tham Tin as she flashed by, jumping up to hug him tightly. "Master, I missed you so much." His hands were flustered, not knowing where to properly place them. Lam Thu pushed her away and asked doubtfully, "Tham Tin, you're not with the Vermilion Bird Squad. Why did you come to the capital?" Tham Tin replied coquettishly, "I'm on a mission. The Vermilion Bird Squad is in charge of security for the Lin Vo tournament this time, so your disciple applied to come here." Seeing such a sight before his eyes, Lam Thu couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He covered his face and turned away. "Good disciple, you don't need to be so enthusiastic." While the two were catching up, a figure appeared behind Tham Tin. It was a young man in a hooded shirt, with a very strange high-top hairstyle. Lam Thu noticed him, and many questions arose in his mind. His name is Huang Ho, a destruction type awakened, extremely rare, a 4th-year student, Platinum 3, star rank. His face didn't look pleasant at all. He glared at Tham Tin and asked, "Tin Tin, is this guy your master?" Tham Tin stood between the two men and introduced them with a smile. "Master, this is my nephew. His name is Huang Ho. He is the great genius of the capital's Lin Vo." The two men, despite Tham Tin's enthusiastic introduction, couldn't be as happy. In theory, they were each other's rivals. Both were very wary. Lam Thu thought, "So he's Huang Ho, the biggest boss of this Lin Vo tournament." Tham Tin suddenly spoke up, breaking the hostile atmosphere, not understanding the situation at all. "Why aren't you calling him Junior Grand Uncle?" "Huh?" Huang Ho found it ridiculous and asked back, "You're telling me to call my opponent an elder before we've even fought? You want me to call this kid who's not even 20 years old Junior Grand Uncle?" But in the end, he was a child who listened to his elders. He stepped forward to get acquainted with Lam Thu, but as he walked, he released a huge amount of energy, wanting to show off his power to Lam Thursday. As expected, he was impressed by this aura. He broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, as expected of a Platinum 3, star expert, "This presence." But Tham Tin in the middle didn't want to see the two clash. She directly blocked him with her hand. "Stop, Huang Ho. Don't be disrespectful to Master." Huang Ho was blocked and unhappy, letting out a soft grunt. In the end, he still had to politely bow, "Junior Grand Uncle Lam." His words were a bit forced, which was natural. Lam Thu looked amused. Only Huang Ho was sulking. He laughed inwardly. "He's annoyed with me, but he looks like he can't kill me." "Good nephew. On the other side, Kwang Ho was thinking, I don't want Tham Tin to think I'm impolite. Lam Thu tried even harder to provoke him, waving his hand and saying, You can go now. My disciple and I still have some matters to discuss. Kwang Ho obediently said goodbye to Tham Tin. Tin Tin, I'll go first. She sweetly waved back. Bye-bye. Kwang Ho turned and left, looking resentful and unhappy. Behind him, Lam Thu commented to Tham Tin, This person has a very hot temper. By the way, how did you get to know Kwang Ho? Tham Tin recalled a scene of herself and Kwang Ho talking in a green forest. She recounted, His grandfather is the vice principal of the capital's Linvo, Quang Van, and my grandfather are friends. We often played together since we were young. After saying that, Tham Tin got to the main point. By the way, Master, I actually came here this time specifically to find you. Lam Thu was surprised. To find me? She pulled out a thick file. Your disciple has collected a lot of questions. Please guide me, Master. On the cover of the file were 4 words, compilation of questions. Lam Thu immediately opened it to look, exclaiming in surprise, So many, this book is thicker than 100,000 Ys. After Lam Thu finished looking, she sweetly suggested, I'll have to trouble you, Master. Let's go to the coffee shop next door. The scene changes to a building. Today is another sunny day, the atmosphere beautiful. Truong Tam had his hands in his pockets, pacing back and forth anxiously. Behind him, Lam Thu was sitting in an armchair. Truong Tam asked, Isn't that the big boss? He actually seeing a familiar face. Truong Tam wanted to go over and chat. He was just hesitant because next to Lam Thu was an incredibly beautiful woman. His inner demon took over. Truong Tam wanted to take the opportunity to mess with his big boss, so he slowly approached Lam Thu from behind. He put him in a headlock and threatened mischievously, You little brat, cheating on your girlfriend. I have to report this to the big sister. Lam Thu immediately dismissed Truong Tam's dark thoughts. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm helping my disciple with her questions. At this point, Tham Tin had also noticed Truong Tam, glancing over from beside Lam Thursday. Disciple? Of course, Truong Tam didn't know, and found it hard to believe. After all, Tham Tin and Lam Thu were about the same age, so a master-disciple relationship was a bit strange. But this was the truth. Lam Thu then introduced Tham Tin to Truong Tam. Disciple, this is Truong Tam, your master's brother. Tham Tin respected her master and, by extension, his friends. She was naturally very polite to Truong Tam, speaking friendly, Hello, Uncle Tam. I am Lam Thu's disciple, Squad Leader Tham Tin of the Vermilion Bird Squad's Logistics Department. Truong Tam calmly said hello, but inside, he was going crazy with admiration. Brother Lam is too amazing. Even the squad leader of the Vermilion Bird Squad is willing to be his subordinate. At this point, Lam Thu also felt it was time to go. He said goodbye to his student. Good disciple, your master has a match tomorrow. That's all for today's lesson. Tham Tin also turned to leave. Yes, master. Good luck in your match tomorrow. After your match, your disciple will find you. The next day, the weather was still very good. The sky was blue with golden sunshine. The crowd below was bustling like a flowing river. A loud announcement rang out simultaneously. This year's martial arts tournament will be broadcast live on TV and the internet. Please enter the arena in an orderly manner. A neatly groomed young man stood in front and shouted, raising one hand to call out. In a moment, the opening ceremony of this martial arts tournament will begin. Everyone stand up. Don't let Shanghai Linvo lose face. Yes, a simultaneous shout echoed, responding to his encouragement with soaring morale. He glanced behind him and saw a group of people. It was Kwang Ho, the team's formidable opponent. Kwang Ho's team consisted of 5 people. He taunted, Tran Long, Shanghai Linvo has lost to our capital Linvo for 2 consecutive years. You've already lost face. Kwang Ho, the purple-haired youth, called his name, his eyes sharp. He seemed calm in the face of their provocation. Who would have thought that just a second later, he would transform into a fierce beast? He roared and cursed at them. Say that again and see what happens. Believe it or not, I'll make you unable to speak. Kwang Ho sneered. I'm so scared of you. He didn't seem to want to clash. Seeing them so stubborn and unreasonable, Tran Long became even more furious. The two sides had just met and were already like fire and water. Their gazes could shoot sparks. It was clear their conflict wasn't recent, but had been accumulating for a long time. The Shanghai Linvo team saw this and couldn't help but be terrified. Their presence is too strong, I can barely stand. Seeing this, Kwang Ho pushed his advantage even further, sneering at Tran Long. Look at your people. Their legs are shaking. His face was full of malice and madness. Trong Tam was looked down upon, gritting his teeth in anger, but he really couldn't do anything but swallow his anger. His presence is too strong. Just then, Lam Thu appeared like a savior. I say, Nephew Kwang Ho, why are you treating your Uncle Tam like that, huh? This statement was a direct blow to Kwang Ho's pride. Behind Lam Thu was also Tham Tin, Kwang Ho's beloved Tin Tin. He helplessly cried out to the heavens. Why at this time? Lam Thu knew he had the upper hand and smirked victoriously. It's true that a hero can't overcome a beauty. Kwang Ho, who was like a wild beast just a moment ago, now, not wanting Tham Tin to think he was impolite, respectfully greeted Lam Thu, Junior Granduncle Lam. Lam Thu smiled happily, praising him with a good boy, which made Trong Tam's eyes widen in admiration. Tham Tin was still her charming self, dreamily asking Kwang Ho, "What happened? You're not causing trouble again, are you?" She even gave him a screen-filling suspicious look. Kwang Ho painfully denied it. "I'm not, Tin Tin." Tham Tin didn't pursue the matter further, only advising him not to cause trouble for her during the competition. Settle any grudges on the stage. Kwang Ho broke out in a cold sweat and seriously bowed his head in apology. "Yes, Ting Tin." Then, Tham Tin turned to Lam Thu, her expression as gentle as usual. "Master, Uncle Tam, good luck in the competition." At this moment, the host began their opening remarks, interrupting the conversation between the two sides. Hello, viewers watching on television. The host was a beautiful pink-haired girl with cat ears, known as the dream of all otaku, named Lu Mongni. She spoke eloquently. "I am Lu Mongni, the MC for this Linvo tournament. It is a great honor to be able to host this event. All the boys attending the event seem to have their souls stolen, their eyes turning to infatuation. It's the goddess Mongni." Mongni continued to introduce. "Now for the first item of the tournament. I invite the contestants to the arena. The first team, the representative team of the capital's Linvo." Kwang Ho was the representative of the capital's Linvo. Before going on stage, he intentionally glanced at Tranlong and snorted to provoke him. Mongni's voice rang out again. "Next, please welcome the representative team of Shanghai Linvo, Tranlong and Truong Tam." Lam Thu, from behind, gathered his spirits. His morale soared, and he said decisively, "Let's go," determined to fight to the end. Lam Thu noticed that the person next to him was acting strange. "Tam Ni, what's wrong with you?" Truong Tam stammered, I'm fine." At the same time, Mongni's voice rang out again. "The representative team of Kodalin Vo, please take your seats in the waiting area." Lam Thu sat with his arms crossed, watching the competition stage with interest alongside Truong Tam. He looked at Trong Tam and saw that he looked worried. After all, this is Trong Tam's first time participating in a special ability tournament. It's understandable to be nervous. Maybe I should comfort him a bit. Just then, Tham Tin appeared in his line of sight again. Lam Thu was also surprised. "Master, I have a question I want to ask." Lam Thu was just about to comfort Truong Tam a bit, so he wanted to refuse. "Disciple, your master is busy right now." But Tham Tin pleaded insistently, "Master, please explain it to me. It'll only take a few minutes." Hearing this, Lam Thu couldn't bring himself to refuse. Forget it. He has to go through it anyway. This is something Truong Tam has to face on his own. At this time, Mongni had approached the judges' table, introducing each person one by one. "Next, I would like to introduce to you the judges and referees of this competition. The first one is from Bak Duong Supreme, known as the Shield of our Huaxia. Bak Duong, wearing a stylish black shirt, with his blonde hair neatly combed back, had a mature and elegant look. He stood up with one arm holding his suit jacket to show himself to everyone. Seeing Bak Duong, Lam Thu thought to himself, "I didn't expect a Supreme to be present at this competition. So far, the only one I haven't truly met is Tham Tin's grandfather, Tham Tai Shung. The second one is the only true martial space type in the country, the principal of Shanghai Linvo, Ao Zhuang Trach. He was sitting with his arms crossed, deep in thought. And the third is Tu Do Wei, the principal of the capital's Linvo. Meng Ni brought the microphone closer to Tu Do Wei. Next, Principal Tu Do Wei will give the opening speech for this competition. Tudo took the mic from Meng Ni and began his speech. Hello everyone, I am Tu Do Wei. I am very happy to witness the growth of the new generation here. I now declare that this Linvo competition officially begins. After the speech, fireworks were continuously shot into the sky, even though it was daytime. Lam Thu was excited. It's finally starting. The opening match of the Linvo tournament begins in episode 3. It's between the two teams of the capital's Linvo and Tanmon Linvo. Huang Ho is up first. Huang Ho, without a hint of hesitation, began to build up a fiery momentum, wanting to eat his opponent alive. Thieu Duong, Huang Ho's unfortunate opponent and the captain of Tanmon Linvo, cursed the heavens in his heart. Damn it. I ran into Huang Ho in the first round. My luck is terrible. Another male host took over from Meng Ni, holding a mic and saying, Ready, begin. That was all Huang Ho was waiting for. He charged forward like a leopard. That Lam Thu guy has been provoking me all day. This anger, I can finally let it out. He treated Tu Duong like a punching bag, planning to beat him up to vent his frustration. Tu Duong also realized he was fiercer than usual today. Damn it, this guy seems especially hot-headed today. No, even if I lose, I must lose with dignity. Thinking this, Thieu Duong made the first move. A hand shot out a beam of light, flying towards Huang Ho, but he was completely unharmed. He casually raised one hand to block it, as if catching a small ball. Pathetic skills. Should we end the game, or do you want to keep fighting? Huang Ho asked Thieu Duong, while his hand had already crushed his attack like a cigarette butt. Thieu Duong knew he was no match for him and raised both hands in surrender. I give up. Huang Ho was proud. I wonder if Tin Tin saw my excellent match just now. Thieu Duong, having just surrendered, was completely ignored. But what he was hoping for didn't happen at all. His Tin Tin was still engrossed in a Q&A session with Lam Thursday. Huang Ho was furious. Why is it this kid again? Tham Tin's appearance next to Lam Thu was both coquettish and gentle. Her cheeks even flushed like a shy maiden. Seeing this scene, Huang Ho's head burst into flames that reached the sky. He clenched his fists, wanting to kill everyone in the world to vent his anger. Unforgivable. Lam Thu, you just wait for me. Lam Thu still didn't know he had been blacklisted. His maxed-out intuition told him, such strong hostility. Did something happen? Just then, Trong Tom pointed into the distance and called to Lam Thu. Look, on the stage, two girls were fighting, one green and one blue. The brown-haired girl fell to the floor, crying and begging for mercy. I give up. The referee announced, second match, Tanmon Linvo loses. The capital's Linvo, Lang Han, wins. She was a platinum-level ice type, her power immense. She coldly walked off the stage. Tanmon suffered a crushing defeat this time. Lam Thu couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the capital's Linvo is very strong. Quan Ngung also said, I thought the capital's Linvo only had Huang Ho as a platinum. I didn't expect Lang Han to have broken through as well. Hearing this, Lam Thu turned back and asked Quan Ngung, Is there a problem? Quan Ngung crossed her arms and explained, I originally thought that with Lam Van Heen breaking through to platinum, we would have two platinums on our side and could compete with them. But now it seems it's going to be difficult. Is Shanghai Linvo destined to be second place, forever losing to the capital's Linvo? Lam Thu looked up at the sky. The situation had become clearly difficult for them. Indeed, they are stronger than we anticipated. As expected, Tanmon Linvo, facing the capital's Linvo, not only lost but was utterly crushed. Third match, Tanmon Linvo's Thodu loses. Fourth match, Tanmon Linvo's Tu Thak loses. Fifth match, Tanmon Linvo loses. They didn't even manage a single honorary win. Quan Ngung felt worried. This is too scary. With such momentum, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for them to win. Quan Ngung reminded everyone. Besides the two platinums, the other members of the capital's Linvo are all at the peak of the gold level, while Tanmon Linvo only has two peak gold level members in total. Tanmon was beaten so badly that their entire team was bald, crying and holding their signs. Lam Thu felt sorry for them. The capital's Linvo is too much of a bully. They should at least leave them some face, not shave their opponents' heads, Meng Ni announced. Next, Shanghai Linvo versus Ongthien Linvo. The representatives of the two Linvo academies stood opposite each other, neither making a move, as if they had no intention of fighting. Suddenly, the brown-haired person clasped his hands together. I am no match for the team captain. I concede. He didn't even throw a few honorary punches. Isn't that a bit over the top? Meng Ni was surprised. What? Ongthien Linvo is full of talented people. They predicted their loss and conceded to avoid a fight. Speechless, Meng Ni announced. Well then, this round goes to Shanghai Linvo. Next is Lam Van Hien versus Duoquoc Khan, according to the records. Both are at the peak of the gold level. This will surely be an amazing battle between a dragon and a tiger. Van Hien's beautiful figure also appeared. Quoc Khan, from Ongthien Linvo's wind system, also went on stage. This shouldn't be a problem. I'm not fighting Captain Tran Long. She's a dark-type ability user, so I can give it a shot. Spirit skill. Cyclone. Quoc Khan gathered power in one hand, preparing to unleash his first move, probably wanting a quick victory against Van Hien. Van Hien was ready to face the enemy, her short sword already in hand, her expression serious. Quoc Khan struck, a huge gust of wind rushing forward, the sound of the wind cutting like a knife against the skin. Van Hien remained in place, in a defensive stance, while the cyclone drew nearer. No one could guess what she would do next. The wind blew, making her hair fly. Van Hien's eyes seemed to shoot fire. She glared at Quoc Khan, moving as fast as lightning to dodge the attack in the nick of time. Missing the target, Quoc Khan exclaimed. So fast he had thought his attack would surely hit Van Hien. Van Hien's footsteps stopped, silent and light, like a cat's paws. Unknowingly, she had circled behind Quoc Khan and leaped up to attack. Only when the tip of Van Hien's blade was near his neck did Quoc Khan realize something was wrong. As expected, Quoc Khan couldn't dodge in time and had Van Hien's short sword at his neck. Van Hien's victory in this battle was inevitable. Quoc Khan asked Van Hien in shock, "When did you break through to the platinum level?" But she, from behind him, just chuckled lightly. "You let me win." And so the battle ended. The two sides went their separate ways. Meng Ni came out from the side to announce the results. Second match, Shanghai Linvo wins. Next, the next match. Lam Thu witnessed the entire match, thinking to himself, the dark skill is truly too overpowered. Wherever there is darkness, it's basically dark. Invincible in matches of the same rank. Van Hien suddenly jumped out from behind him, just as the MC's voice announced, third match, Ongthien Linvo wins. Van Hien hugged Lam Thu from behind and asked with a blush, "Well, isn't your senior amazing?" The atmosphere between the two became incredibly ambiguous. Van Hien leaned down to look at Lam Thursday. "You have to do your best, okay?" In her heart, she was thinking something else. "This kid is blushing." He obediently replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, the fourth match had just finished. Ongthien Linvo wins. The score was now tied 2-2, so this final round would be decisive. Lam Thu suddenly became melancholic about today's match. "I drew a skill early this morning, but I awakened an E-rank skill. It's completely useless." The fifth match was again won by Ongthien Linvo. The score tilted in favor of Ongthien, 3-2. Meng Ni commented, "What a surprise, Ongthien Linvo has taken the lead. The current score is 3-2. Next is the final 1v1 match between the two sides." Meng Ni announced, "And now for the final 1v1 match between the two teams. Ongthien Linvo has sent out the gold-level lightning type awakened, Hongfam, while Shanghai Linvo has sent out Lam Thu, a silver-level contestant." After saying this, Meng Ni herself had to look again to see if she had misread it. What's going on? Shanghai Linvo actually sent a silver-level contestant to the field. Are they giving up on the match? Under Meng Ni's pitying gaze, Lam Thu stepped onto the field, open and confident. "It's finally my turn." Seeing Lam Thu holding a small backpack, Meng Ni chased after him and asked, "What's with this backpack?" From the backpack, Lam Thu pulled out a spiky, scaly ball that looked like a pangolin and told Meng Ni, This is my armor. Not only was Mong Ni surprised, but even his opponent from Ung Thien felt very curious. Mong Ni admiringly hugged it. Armor? But its appearance is a bit. Lam Thu understood what she meant and said, That's right. My egg's shape is indeed a bit special. Don't get too close. The opponent from Ung Thien crossed his arms suspiciously. What armor? This is clearly an egg. You're going to play with an egg in a martial arts competition? Lam Thu didn't back down, clutching his armor and retorting. Is there a rule in the competition that says you can't bring an egg onto the stage? Of course, there was no mention of it. He couldn't say anything, just stammering. You. Mong Ni, in the middle of the argument, announced into the loudspeaker, Indeed, there are no related rules. Then let the match begin. Lam Thu achieved his goal. He lovingly stroked the egg and sweetly coaxed it. Be good, food is coming for you soon. I'll let you eat your fill in a bit. The opponent from Ung Thien frowned and thought, It seems Shanghai Linvo has no hope left. Giving me an opponent like this is basically handing me points. I have no motivation to fight. Thinking so, he walked up to Lam Thu and suggested, You should just surrender. I don't want to bully you. The power gap between us is too big. Lam Thu misunderstood his meaning. Because he knew the big power gap was that his opponent was too weak compared to him, he replied, Yes, I know the power gap between us is very big, so you should make your move. The other side felt that Lam Thu was too stubborn, so he stopped being lenient and directly raised his hand to the sky. If you're not going to surrender, then let me send you down. Lightning strike, he roared. He summoned a series of purple lightning bolts that crashed down, scorching the space around them. Lam Thu, however, paid it no mind, still dazedly hugging the egg. It had a small reaction in his hands. The other side thought this one blow could knock Lam Thu out and had already turned away, posing. Sorry, a gold 9. Star's casual move is too much for most silvers to handle. This is a fact. But he didn't hear any sound. The lightning strike should have been followed by Lam Thu's cries, right? Why was it so quiet? Where were his cheers of victory? Hoang Pham was confused, asking himself, Did I use too much force and knock that kid out? But Lam Thu behind him was completely fine, not even a fingernail lost. He was holding his magic weapon up high with both hands. That round ball absorbed all the energy, and Hoang Pham's attack was thus gently subdued. He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. This is impossible. The blow he thought would decide the victory was countered so quickly. Hoang Pham flew into a rage. He clenched his fists, his anger soaring. He gathered his energy and shouted, You just wait for me. Lightning strike, lightning strike, lightning strike. He seemed to have lost his composure, repeatedly unleashing the same attack. He aimed to hit Lam Thu, but with no accuracy at all. Lam Thu, like a little monkey, jumped and dodged, making him even more furious. Hoang Pham stopped, blankly wondering, Is this egg made of rubber? Does it not conduct electricity? That was really the only reason he could think of. After a moment of self-questioning, Hoang Pham flared up again. Fine, I'd like to see how you dodge an area of effect skill. He was now gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was definitely angry enough to have high blood pressure. He gathered all his strength and unleashed another skill, Sea of Lightning, causing countless lightning bolts to appear. Just as the name suggested, it was a dense sea of lightning. He was confident that with this move, Lam Thu would have nowhere to hide. But Lam Thu remained unfazed, and even smiled confidently. He struck the same old pose, raising the egg-shaped magic weapon above his head. The feast is here, don't you waste it. That egg seemed to treat the spiritual energy from the sea of lightning that Hoang Pham created as food. It sucked it all up, leaving not a trace behind. Lam Thu laughed to himself. Are you kidding? My dragon egg even absorbed a C4 explosive. What's a little sea of lightning from you? So the armor Lam Thu mentioned was a dragon egg. Hoang Pham was teased into a stupor. His eyes went white, and his black pants were wrapped around him, looking like a man on the verge of death. What kind of monster is this? How can I even fight this? He was too angry to swallow his pride. He couldn't win by fighting, so he resorted to tattling. Referee, I want to report him for cheating. That egg is definitely possessed. He pointed at Lam Thu, who stood there hugging the dragon egg with an innocent look on his face. Some of the judges were also bewildered. but no one said anything rash because there really was no rule against bringing an egg. Lam Thu understood the rules and knew he wasn't in the wrong, so he confidently held the dragon egg to his chest and asked Hong Pham, "Student Hong, I hope you can present evidence of my cheating." Still no evidence. Huang Pham felt as if someone was squeezing his heart. "What evidence do I have? All my skills were swallowed by you. Doesn't that count?" Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Shanghai Linvo, it was another fresh morning. The clear sky was reflected in the large glass panels of the cafeteria building. Inside, a large screen was broadcasting Lam Thu's fight with his dragon egg live. The people below were just as confused as Hoang Pham. "What kind of egg is that? It's so invincible." "It's a good egg, but this Lam Thu is too shameless." They crossed their arms in disgust. Right. Even though he's a student from our school, I really want to punch him." Tran Tran smiled to herself. Lam Thu, his matches have never been straightforward. He always manages to bend the rules. As she was thinking, Tran suddenly felt, "What should I do? I'm already starting to miss him a little." It's true what they say about people in love. Being apart for just one day feels like half a lifetime. Over here, Huang Pham had gathered his spirits. "It's fine. My physical constitution is also at the gold level. I don't believe I can't defeat a silver like you." With that, he got into a stance, ready to strike again. Lam Thu felt he had other plans. "Not going to use skills anymore? I haven't had enough of a look at your gold-level skills yet." This successfully provoked Hong Pham. He shouted, "Stinking brat, don't be so arrogant. I'm the kickboxing champion of Ung Thien." He thought that by showing off like this, Lam Thu would be a little scared, but he was mistaken. Not only was he not scared, but he also seemed excited. "All right, you mean we're going to PK with our fists, right?" He already had a plan in mind. "My martial arts secret manual finally has a use." Lam Thu tossed his bag to the side, ready to fight. "I agree, but let's be clear, no special abilities. If you use them, I'll use my shield." Hoang Pham felt that his condition was a sign of contempt. He said irritably, "Less talk. If I say I won't use them, I won't." Hearing such a firm confirmation, Lam Thu didn't say much more and began to get into a stance. "Wing Chun, Lam Thu, at your service." His posture was indeed impeccable, a standard Wing Chun stance. Hoang Pham said nothing more, rushing forward to punch instinctively, swinging a fist with each step. His attack flew towards Lam Thu, all his frustration channeled into this punch. But Lam Thu's defense was very tight, and he easily neutralized his attack. Hoang Pham continuously attacked, punch after punch, flying towards Lam Thu like a downpour. Lam Thu had been on the defensive until now, but now he saw his chance. A good opportunity, he thought, his eyebrows knitting together seriously. As he rushed forward, Lam Thu dodged to the side, causing the punch to miss. Having missed, Lam Thu took advantage of the moment to grab his wrist and lift Hoang Pham's body into the air. Hoang Pham fell backward, only then realizing the danger. Behind him, Lam Thu was already preparing his next move. "It's over. This technique and attack power, I'm dead for sure." Just as he thought this, Lam Thu's bare hand came down. It looked like he wasn't using much force, but it was actually fatal. Hoang Pham felt that he was about to die, screaming for his life, his eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the blow to land. But in the end, Lam Thu only tapped him lightly on the back of the neck. Hoang Pham froze. He had been tricked again. "Huh?" Lam Thu stood over him, his hand lowered on Hoang Pham's body, asking sarcastically, "What the hell are you screaming about?" It turned out Hoang Pham was like a scared rabbit. A tap on the shoulder was enough to make him cry out in fear. The people below saw this scene and unanimously applauded. Lam Thu, his name echoed through the sky. "So beautiful, such amazing fist techniques," Meng Ni commented into the microphone. Amazing contestant, Lam Thu defeated contestant Hoang Pham without even using a spirit skill. This result is truly unexpected. Hoang Pham himself, a gold level, ended up losing a fistfight to a silver level. He said to himself in a daze, "I lost. I actually lost to this silver kid. It seems I'm just not as skilled." Meng Ni's announcement rang out. In the end, the winner is Shanghai Linvo. Lam Thu raised his fist convincingly. Behind him, Hoang Pham bowed and retreated into the wings. "I lost," his expression utterly dejected. The match ended, and Mong Ni announced the next match, but before she could finish, it was over. A staff member in uniform had come forward to interrupt her. The person whispered something in Mong Ni's ear. She was briefly surprised but quickly adapted. "Ah, okay, I understand." The news board flashed. "Shanghai Linvo wins." Mong Ni happily announced to the entire audience. Next is the 5-on-5 match. Because Ungthian Linvo has forfeited, Shanghai Linvo wins with a score of 8-3. Han Quan-gung came forward to congratulate him. "You didn't even use your beast transformation. I'll add 2 points for you when we get back." This encouragement made Lam Thu very happy. Next up was Ko Tu Linvo versus Kim Lang Linvo. A cheer went up, and from the stands, a beautiful figure like a swan emerged. Han Quan-gung noticed her and reminded him, "Ko Tu Linvo. Lam Thu, you should pay attention. Their team captain, Hoang Fu Wai Mong, is platinum level." Hearing this piqued Lam Thu's interest. "Is she very strong?" Quan-gung replied, "I heard she awakened the extremely rare Radiant Angel." Lam Thu was confused, repeating with many questions. "Radiant Angel?" The Radiant Angel awakened they were talking about was named Hoang Fu Wai Mong. This stunningly beautiful girl with a confident aura was indeed overwhelming. Lam Thu sensed the energy she emitted and silently assessed her. "A bit hard to deal with," Han Quan-gung added. "Besides the captain, Koda Linvo is particularly noteworthy. From their main force to their reserves, they are all female students. That impressive." Lam Thu praised them. He turned his head back to the martial arts stage, where Hoang Fu Wai Mong was charging into battle, wondering to himself, but why would they let a healing type awakened fight one-on-one? The battle had reached a critical point. Wai Mong continuously attacked, her blows a beautiful but powerful golden light. Her opponent was quickly pushed back, having to struggle to keep his body steady. He was also a Platinum 1 star, but he seemed completely inferior to Wai Mong. The captain of Kim Lang Linvo, Chu Mat, gritted his teeth and fought back. "Your damage is nothing to me. Watch this." With that, Chu Mat swung his hand, creating an incomparably powerful destructive force. Wai Mong crossed her arms to cover her face, trying to block Chu Mat's attack. A series of powerful attacks were also unleashed, their force tearing through space. Wai Mong leaped back to dodge Chu Mat's attack. Her wings spread wide, lifting her entire body into the air. Wai Mong pulled her hand back to her side, gathering a swirling mass of energy into a single point in her palm. Healing art. She raised her hand high above her head. At this moment, she looked like nothing less than a majestic goddess. Chu Mat, with his bruised face, gritted his teeth helplessly. "Damn it. This girl keeps healing herself. This fight is not going well." Just as Chu Mat was at his weakest, Wai Mong launched a relentless assault on him with 3 consecutive blows. Finally, Chu Mat's limit was reached. His knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Chu Mat's body was now covered in minor injuries. I surrender. I can't fight anymore." On the other side, Wai Mong healed herself one last time after the battle. She was still healthy and pristine. The announcement rang out, "The winner is Hoang Fu Wai Mong." The other members of Koda Linvo had gathered. "Congratulations, Captain Wai Mong," seeing Hoang Fu. Wai Mong's strength. Both the capitals Linvo and we were silent. Next, in the 5-on-5 match, with her healing support, they won without any injuries. By this point, the first day's matches had all concluded. The capital's Linvo was temporarily in the lead with 11 points. Shanghai, Koto, and Jianglang were all tied for second with 8 points. The remaining characters were all noteworthy, but the most special were Ungthian, Kim Lang, and Feng Thian, who were tied for third with 3 points. Tanmon Linvo was in last place with 0 points. Han Quan-gung chewed on her pen thoughtfully, her sharp lips uttering each word. "For the next period, you're free to do as you please." She winked at her team. "Just make sure everyone is here for the pre-match meeting at 7 p.m. Below, a chorus of yes rang out. Lam Thu stretched refreshingly and let out a long yawn, looking visibly tired. "I've been watching competitions all day. My head's about to explode. This is the perfect time to use this time." Suddenly, Lam Thu stopped his movement, as if he had seen something strange, his mouth agape in surprise. Master Thom Teen's call rang out as she rushed towards Lam Thu, her face filled with joy. Lam Thu realized his rest time was gone and asked foolishly, "Disciple, don't tell me you want Thom Tin didn't wait for Lam Thu to finish." "That's right. I still have many questions I want to ask you, Master." Truong Tam knew he would just be a third wheel if he stayed, so he turned to leave. "Well, I'll be going then." Lam Thu reluctantly agreed. "Fine, what can I do? I'm your master." Tham Tin giggled. Master is the best. But in his heart he thought, the main reason is that I can't beat this girl. Lam Thu opened the thick stack of papers and looked at it with Tham Tin. She pointed to a page. Here, and here. Why in the laboratory asking questions non-stop? Lam Thu was getting dizzy from the questions, gritting his teeth and enduring, wincing as if he'd been punched in the gut. Lam Thu clutched his chest, panting heavily. He felt a bit unwell. Is it because I was observing too seriously today? A strange realization dawned on him. Beside him, Thom Tin saw him sweating and called out worriedly, "Master!" Lam Thu was dazed, fumbling in his pockets for something. Could this feeling be telling me it's time to break through from silver and enter the gold level? He pulled a sphere from his pocket. The sphere emitted a mesmerizing green light. Continuously absorbing, the sphere in his hand radiated immense energy. I never thought that after trying so hard to break through before with no progress, I'd be able to break through after watching today's battles. Lam Thu shouted, his expression a mix of pain and enjoyment. Breaking through to gold level, 2, star. After breaking through, his body underwent a strange transformation. Lam Thu raised his hands to feel it. Reaching the gold level not only increased my spiritual power, but I also received a new skill. The energy of the space system formed an invisible shield around his body. Moreover, my defense also increases with my rank. Lam Thu clenched his fist and punched towards the space shield. He happily brought his fist in front of him, admiring it while celebrating inwardly. And I even awakened Thunder King's descent. Remembering what Truong Tam had told him before about not being able to find it, group lightning attacks are too rare. Lam Thu sighed. This group lightning attack skill, which Truong Tam searched for so long before, didn't I just get it in one step? This is great. Lam Thu suddenly turned his head back and saw Han Quan Gung's group standing there. Having been there for some time, looking at him, he asked back, "Why are you all here?" Lam Thu had been busy breaking through and hadn't noticed his surroundings. Quan Gung explained happily, "The 7 o'clock meeting time has arrived, but someone wasn't paying attention." Lam Thu knew he was the someone Quan Gung was referring to, and scratched his head, admitting his fault. Sorry. I suddenly felt like I was about to break through, so I was too focused and didn't notice how much time had passed." Quan Gung put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, "It's fine." Her charming, mature look made Lam Thu blush completely. Quan Gung continued, "You can't delay this kind of thing. Otherwise, who knows when the next opportunity will come." Tran Long, from behind him, also said, "After you get stronger, you'll be a great help to the team." Everyone was happy, except for Truong Tam, whose eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Thu, you've already broken through to gold, 2, star. I'm the only silver left in the Linvo tournament." Lam Thu was helpless. "Sorry, brother. This kind of thing isn't my problem. It's not something I can control." With everyone present, the meeting began immediately. Quan Gung spoke first. All right. Let's talk about the competition. After observing today's matches, what are everyone's thoughts?" Truong Tam crossed his arms, his attitude serious, and said, "Linvo Kotu is stronger than I thought." Quan Gung agreed and turned to look at Lam Thu, hinting, "If Linvo Kotu continues to perform as they did today, the next time we meet them, they won't stand a chance of winning." Tran Long was confused and immediately asked, "Teacher, why do you say that? Judging from today's match, Linvo Kotu doesn't seem easy to deal with." Lam Thu also rested his chin in his hand, thinking, recalling the scene of Waimong fighting today. Koto's match was indeed impressive. What the teacher said, could it be because of the number of platinum levels? Lam Thu voiced his deduction, directly asking Quan Gung. She laughed with amusement. "That's right. The little rabbit is indeed smart. Hoang Fu Waimong is very strong, but her attack power is her weakness." At this point, everyone gathered around to listen carefully. This means she can't hold off 2 platinums at the same time. As long as her teammates are dealt with, Hong Fu Wai Mong won't be able to fight back. Trong Tom looked at Quan Gung excitedly. So that's how it is. Teacher, you're brilliant, she proudly accepted the compliment. If the concerns after today's match have been eliminated, then let's start talking about tomorrow's battle plan. Tomorrow's opponent is Lin Votan Monday. The group for this match will be Pham Dong, Trin Ha, O Dong, Wei Dong, Dai Tu, and Lam Thursday. Your mission is very simple. Win at least one match. That's it, Quan Gung announced the plan. Lam Thu, from behind, asked, Leader, even the Gold 9 star isn't being sent out. Will that be okay? Quan Gung confidently told everyone, Preserve our strength. With our strength, getting into the top 4 is not a problem. That's when we'll unleash our true power. For now, this is just training. Finally, Quan Gung and Trong Tam's group waved and left. All right, that's it. Everyone go back and rest. In Lam Thu's hand was a phone. The screen showed an incoming call from none other than Tran Tran. He looked at the phone screen and thought to himself, I've gained a lot from participating in this competition this time. I should chat with Tran Tran for a bit. The call connected. Lam Thu happily looked at the phone screen. From the screen, the sound of someone falling could be heard. It turned out that on the other end, Tran Tran was taking a bath when she called. Unfortunately, the floor was slippery, and she fell. The phone was also sent flying. Only her cry of ouch could be heard. Lam Thu saw the steamy image on the other side of the screen. What is this situation? Lam Thu had a nosebleed and exclaimed, Who could possibly withstand this? But his eyes were still glued to the phone screen, not blinking for a second. Tran Tran on the other end of the line shouted, Hey, no peeking. Tran Tran was still sitting in the bathroom, not a single piece of cloth on her body, angrily blaming Lam Thursday. Honestly, calling it this time, you made me. Of course, in this situation, it was all Lam Thu's fault. He quickly admitted his mistake. All right, my bad. By the way, I have some good news to tell you. I broke through to the gold level, Lam Thu happily announced. Tran Tran's first reaction was surprise. What? So fast? Indeed, Lam Thu's breakthrough speed was hard to comprehend. Lam Thu made a V sign with his fingers and said with a satisfied smile, I don't know. I just suddenly relaxed while watching the competition and gained some enlightenment. In short, it was sudden. But before he could finish, for some reason, Tran Tran's annoyed voice came through again. Good luck in the competition. I've been motivated. I have to train hard now. Good night. Then the call was hung up, leaving him bewildered. I still had so much more to say, but his mood was still very good. He looked at his phone screen and smiled. My Tran Tran is still as hardworking as ever. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. The rest and preparation time passed, and a new competition day arrived. At the competition arena, various types of weapons were already prepared. Mong Ni took on the role of host again. Hello everyone, I am Lu Mong Ni. I believe everyone has noticed the change in the venue today. Starting from now, she paused dramatically, gesturing towards the weapon rack, adding to the curiosity. Then she suddenly pointed towards the audience, announcing a new rule. All contestants are not allowed to bring their own weapons into the arena. If you need a weapon, you can choose from here. Lam Thu's face fell. Isn't this aimed at me? I just wanted to let little Long Long have a good meal. Why is it so difficult? The people around him also glanced at him out of the corner of their eyes. The first round today is Shanghai Linvo versus Tanmon Linvo. As soon as she finished speaking, the information board lit up. Lam Thu glanced at his own. Okay, confirming today's awakened skill. Forget it, I should just awaken today's skill first. He decided to put aside his recent annoyance. The notification board displayed, Awakening skill, please wait. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the S-rank enhancement skill, Spirit Energy Enhancement. This time it was a high-level skill. Lam Thu didn't need to say how happy he was. What? 9,527? I'm serious. He thought the system was joking with him. He was too happy to believe it. He dazedly asked the system again. Before, I hoped every day to get Spirit Energy Enhancement, but you never gave it to me. I just broke through, and now you give me the Spirit Energy Enhancement skill. Are you doing this on purpose? He even made a cold face and tried to intimidate it. The system was indeed startled. It quickly explained, All skills are chosen randomly and have no connection to me. 9,527. Does the host wish to enhance now? Lam Thu didn't bother arguing with it anymore and took the initiative to make peace. Forget it. Forget it. Enhance it now. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. On reaching gold 3 star, Lam Thu really reaped a lot this time, continuously breaking through 2 levels. The people around him had also noticed the change in him. Quan Ngung was the first to speak up. Isn't that the fluctuation of spiritual energy from breaking through to the gold level? Another teammate chimed in. No way, wasn't this kid still silver yesterday? As for Truong Tam, he was too shocked and could only stare at him with his mouth open. Everyone was stunned and envious. Lam Thu, on the other hand, paid them no mind. Only Quan Ngung was silently observing him. This kid, he's too much of a freak, breaking through another level. But overall, she was still very satisfied. This was only beneficial, not harmful at all. In a flash, it was time for the competition. The loudspeaker announced, calling Lam Thu's group. Next, Shanghai Linvo versus Tanmon Linvo. Lam Thu stood opposite the white-haired young man. Meng Ni stood in the middle and spoke. I invite contestant Lam Thu of Shanghai Linvo and contestant Tran Tu Thak of Tanmon Linvo to the stage. Lam Thu still wanted his dragon egg to eat its fill. He grasped at the last straw and pleaded with Meng Ni. Miss, can I really not bring my armor into the arena? I hope I can bring little Long Long onto the stage with me. But Meng Ni was just a host and couldn't change anything herself. Student Lam Thu, you can't. All right, contestants who need weapons can choose from here. In her heart, Meng Ni felt guilty and questioned him. Do you really not see who this new rule was established for? So he couldn't bring little Long Long into the arena. Lam Thu hadn't even decided what to equip himself with yet, but Tran Tu Thak had already chosen, decisively pulling out a sharp, short sword. My beast transformation is a raccoon, gold 9 star. He held the sword horizontally, looked at Lam Thu and asked, Kid, do you dare to compete in swordsmanship? In his heart, he had already calculated. This kid has some fist and foot kung fu, but he's not necessarily good with swords and blades. I've been taught by professional masters. Lam Thu, on the other hand, was not intimidated at all and readily agreed with Tran Tu Thak. Okay, Lam Thu drew a black sword. Compared to Tran Tu Thak's sword, it was much simpler and more modest, its color not as eye-catching. If you want to serve yourself up on a platter, then I don't need to worry about how to defeat you. It turned out Lam Thu had studied a martial arts manual before, silently thanking the system. Luckily, I learned a bunch of skills from the system. Tu Thak heard the provocation and easily lost his temper, annoyed by Lam Thu's arrogant attitude. Such an arrogant little brat. Let me teach you a lesson about how strong I am. With that, he brandished his sword, one foot planted, the other stepping forward. His momentum was fierce and intimidating, facing his relentless attacks. It was as if he was just casually blocking each blow, extremely relaxed, even smirking and mocking him. Classmate, you're not very kind, are you? Tran Tu Thak had fallen into a difficult situation right at the beginning of the match. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his frustration. Then he gathered his strength and attacked again, still a relentless assault without any strategy. It was basically all brute force, no brains, so he couldn't even touch a single hair on Lam Thursday. Not a bad momentum, he said, the compliment sounding more like a taunt. Lam Thu smirked at him. Then, with a decisive blow, he sent his golden sword flying far away. Tran Tu Thak couldn't react in time. Too bad. Tran Tu Thak only had time to ask, what? Then he followed the sword in the air with his eyes, his hand already empty. Now he just had to wait for Lam Thu to put a sword to his neck and bring victory to Shanghai Linvo. That was all Lam Thu was waiting for. He flew his sword directly at Tu Thak and told him, too bad, you're no match for me. The cold tip of the sword pointed straight at his nose. Tu Thak couldn't help but tremble, instinctively jumping back, but it was insignificant. Thus, in this sword fight, Tran Tu Thak lost to Lam Thursday. He knew he couldn't turn the tables, so he dropped his sword as well, bowed his head, and snorted. All right, my swordsmanship is inferior. Let's officially begin now. Was he trying to cheat? It was clearly a sword fight at the beginning, but now he was calling it a warm-up. He even stood there rotating his shoulders, looking very annoying. Lam Thu was helpless, rolling his eyes and asking back, "Does this guy have any shame left at all?" He acted as if he didn't understand anything, very naturally getting into a stance for a new match, leaving Lam Thu speechless. Weren't we supposed to decide the winner with swordsmanship? I forgot to say whoever cheats is a dog today. My bad. Tuthak covered his forehead with his hands, and flames erupted from his body. Lam Thu didn't know what trick he was going to pull next. This is... Tuthak's body began to change. His eyes were squeezed shut, and his eyebrows were also tightly furrowed. When he opened his eyes, he had transformed into a beast. His human ears became pointed like an elf's, and a fluffy brown tail grew from his back. Ooh, a little raccoon, so cute. Everyone unanimously praised his beastman appearance. Tuthak also put on an act. "Do you all think I'm very cute? I'll show everyone." Then he beckoned Lam Thu over with his hand. "Come here. Let's see if my beast transformation is strong or not." This was Tuthak's beast transformation ability. Lam Thu covered his mouth and snickered. "I can't. This form is too funny." This made him startled. "Stinking brat, what are you laughing at?" Lam Thu laughed. Wasn't beast transformation his main ability as well? He thought, compared to me, you're just a little brother. Lam Thu also activated the moon rabbit space and quickly transformed. Rabbit ears sprouted on his head, and his energy erupted powerfully. The surrounding female students were immediately attracted. Lam Thu's appearance was too cute, like a soft, stuffed rabbit. "So cute, I think I'm in love. Lam Thu, I want to have little rabbits with you." With just this one transformation, Lam Thu had stolen the hearts of all the female students. He mouthed something to Tran Tuthak alone, nothing. To him, these words were nothing short of a challenge. Feeling his spotlight stolen and being provoked, Tuthak couldn't help but get angry. "You stinking brat." Then he charged forward to attack, unleashing his first spirit skill, 7 raccoon strikes, slashing at Lam Thu with his hand. Like a ripe red watermelon being sliced down the middle by a sword, it was mercilessly split in two with an incredibly sharp cut. Lam Thu blocked Tran Tuthak's attack with his bare hands, as easily as catching a ball, while muttering, "One round watermelon, one cut splits it in two. You get half, he gets half. You don't want it." Lam Thu just kept fighting while singing a little tune. Tuthak himself was not so calm, gritting his teeth in anger at Lam Thursday. He realized with a dark face that something was strange. This kid's movements are clearly so slow, yet he can block my 7 strikes. This left Tuthak very confused. Lam Thu closed his eyes tightly, still singing that children's song. "If you don't want it, give it to him. He doesn't take it when you give it to him. If you don't want it, then you." But his hand gripped Tuthak's hand tightly, so tight that he broke out in a sweat. "Why can't I break free? Let me go." Lam Thu suddenly opened his eyes and decisively gave the order. "Retract." His face was full of calculation and schemes. A palm strike landed on Tuthak's chest. He grunted in pain. It was clear the injury was not light. In just a split second, he was sent flying backward, several meters away, while Lam Thu still stood tall on the martial arts stage. Tuthak lay in the middle of the impact, dust and debris flying everywhere. His body was enveloped in brilliant streams of light. After finishing the attack, Lam Thu was done. He stopped and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Meng Ni looked at his leisurely figure with admiration. Absolute strength crushes the opponent. His fist technique is so cool. Lam Thu suddenly turned around, startling Meng Ni out of her daze. "Oh my, I was staring so intently I forgot to host." Then she hurriedly ran to the front. She announced to everyone, "The victory of this match belongs to Lam Thu." By this time, he had already turned and walked towards the wings. Meng Ni turned around and didn't see him. Only his black backpack was still on the ground. Its owner had already turned and left. Meng Ni felt this was an opportunity for the two of them to get closer. She quickly picked up the backpack and handed it to him with a blush. "Lam Thu, your egg." Lam Thu was a bit embarrassed. He quickly took the bag and said to Meng Ni, "Miss, please don't say things that could be misunderstood next time. You can say, 'Your spirit beast egg.'" Then he happily slung the backpack over his shoulder and left, without even a word of thanks. Meng Ni remained on the stage. In the next match, Tan Mon Lin Vo forfeits. In this round, Shanghai Linvo wins. Lam Thu happily said to himself. Easy. Fighting doesn't just rely on spiritual energy and stamina. Fighting skill is also very important with these techniques. But as he thought this, something interrupted him. Girls had surrounded him at some point, sweetly calling his name Student Lam Thursday. Each girl was as beautiful as a flower, in all shapes and sizes. They continuously asked him, "Do you have a girlfriend? Student Lam Thursday, you're so cool when you fight. Let's be friends on WeChat." "I want to too. I want to too. The little rabbit is so cute." Lam Thu was in a difficult situation, gritting his teeth and wondering, what is this situation? What's wrong with the girls here? Lam Thu raised his hands in protest, but it seemed insignificant. "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend," but they thought he was just making an excuse. "How can that be?" Lam Thu was proud. "I am a man you will never have. That is, this flower already has an owner." The judges over here were also discussing the match. The match has gone through 2 rounds now. What are your thoughts? One judge rubbed his chin. Kwang Ho is definitely not a problem. That girl Hong Fu Wai Mong is not bad either. And there's Tran Long, Lam Van Heen, Chu Mat, and Lang Han, who are also students to watch out for. What about old brother Ao Duong? The other person asked. He offered an idea. I suggest we can observe Lam Thu more. His rank is too low. But he confidently retorted, "What if I told you he broke through from silver to gold in 3 months?" This statement confused the rest. How is that possible? Is breaking through to the gold level that simple? From the aura he's emitting, he should be gold 3 star now. As expected, the judges were all sharp-eyed. Not bad. How did such a monster end up at Shanghai Linvo? The old man crossed his arms and laughed. This kid is not as simple as you think. He will definitely give you a big surprise next. Behind him, Lam Thu was still dealing with the female students. Lam Thu returned home looking exhausted, covered in sweat. It must have been hard to escape that group of female students. Phew, finally back. Remembering the scene just now made him scared. He sighed to himself. It wasn't easy to escape that group of rabbit fanatics. He lay motionless on the bed, tired as if he were about to die. Resting his head on his hand, he tiredly said to himself, "Tomorrow's match is against Feng Thien Lin Vo, and the teacher didn't arrange for me to fight. I can finally relax a bit." Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly, a knocking sound rang out, interrupting Lam Thu's intention to rest. He shot up and asked, "Master, why are you here?" He thought it was Trong Tam. The teacher stood at the door and said calmly to Lam Thu, "I have something to talk to you about." Lam Thu followed him, but his heart was full of questions. "It's so late, and Master came to find me. I wonder what he wants to talk about." He sat down first, his hands clasped on the table. "Little Thu, do you know about the world competition?" Lam Thu didn't answer right away. His master poured tea. He waited for 10 seconds before sitting down. After his master finished his tea, Lam Thu stood up and said what he knew. "I heard it's similar to the Linvo competition. The whole world will participate. It's held once every 4 years, but it has never been broadcast live, so no one knows the content of the competition." His master finished his cup of tea, gently placing it down on the table, and said, "You're wrong. The world competition and the Linvo competition are not the same. The fighting in the world competition is much more brutal." His master rested his chin on his hand and said somberly, "No one knows the content because the content of each match is different. Moreover, the scene can be very bloody, not suitable for the public to know. The world competition is a competition that can lead to death." He added, "Let me tell you, the final survival rate of the world competition is only 20%. Lam Thu looked concerned. "Master, if the death rate is so high, why is it still held?" His master replied grimly to Lam Thu, "There's no way around it. This is also the final result after discussions among the countries. Because the world competition involves many things. If there were no world competition, the final casualties could be 100 times more, or even more." Lam Thu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The competition decides a lot in terms of benefit distribution. The countries also agree to this method of distribution. If there were no world competition, the countries would fight endlessly for these benefits. Then the casualties would be even greater. His master was afraid Lam Thu would overthink it, so he comforted him. Actually, this matter doesn't have much to do with you. After all, you're still young. But, Master hopes you can participate. It seemed that this time, his master had very high expectations for him. Lam Thu was bewildered and pointed at himself. You want me to participate? Not only was he too young and inexperienced, but this competition was also very dangerous. His master explained again. The talent you've shown makes it impossible for me not to think about letting you go. But he was interrupted by Lam Thursday. Talent? Could it be the space system? He reluctantly admitted. That's right. There's still half a year until the world competition. Your progress, speed, and abilities are extraordinary, which can greatly increase the team's survival rate. But the world competition is full of dangers. If you don't agree, Master won't force you. Lam Thu furrowed his brow and thought, carefully considering every idea. With my current strength, there's a very high chance I won't be able to return from the world competition. This situation was indeed dangerous, but high risk often meant high reward. Lam Thu gritted his teeth and considered it carefully. In the end, he said firmly, Master, I grew up in an orphanage, so it's as if the country raised me. If the country needs me, he trailed off here. His master looked at him, waiting for every word. I am truly grateful to you. I will absolutely not back down. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only determination and a shining hope. His master was very satisfied with the answer, patting his shoulder in encouragement. Good, as expected of my disciple. In that case, after this competition ends, I will do my best to train you and strive to improve your survival ability. He added, but there is still one condition, which is that you are qualified to become a member, and this Linvo competition is your chance to prove yourself. Lam Thu excitedly raised a determined fist. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely do my best. His master had no more words of criticism, crossing his arms and praising him to the skies. Good, good, good. Perform well tomorrow. I still have to show off to those two old men. Don't embarrass me. The atmosphere had become much more harmonious than before. Lam Thu asked happily, but Master, the leader didn't schedule me to play tomorrow. His master wasn't in a hurry either. Oh, then the day after tomorrow. In the end, he said goodbye to Lam Thu, waving him off. I'll go talk to that girl Han right away. By the way, remember to watch tomorrow's match. The next day, at a skyscraper, the weather was clear, signaling a beautiful day ahead. On the podium, Mong Ni stood before teacher Ao Duong. Next, Ko to Linvo versus the capital's Linvo, team battle. Referee, Ao Duong Truck. Truong Tom sat in the stands, looking forward to it. Ko to Linvo is full of beauties. It's a feast for the eyes. But Lam Thu was paying attention to something else. Today, Master is the referee. Lam Thu revealed a shameless expression. I've got you. Do you want me to tell Trin Man? Truong Tam surrendered. Brother, I was wrong. I take back what I said. The two of them didn't notice someone had already stood right behind them. Vuong Tu put her arms around their shoulders. Juniors, are you discussing girls instead of watching the match? Which team do you like? Both of them pretended to be thinking, but Truong Tam's nose was bleeding. Probably the capital's Linvo. After all, Huang Ho is so strong. Lam Thu also stroked his chin in admiration. That's right, but the captain of Kotu Linvo's performance is also praiseworthy. Suddenly, Lam Thu noticed a familiar figure and looked up, asking softly, Is that golden hair, angel wings, a beautiful face? This posture was all too familiar. And those slender legs, moving as lightly as if treading on clouds and wind, all belonged to one person everyone knew. It was Wai Mong's radiant angel form. Her divine appearance was still incomparable. We have to win this 5-on-5 match. Wai Mong alone was the main force, flying overhead. Below were her 4 female teammates. Huang Ho pointed at her, losing his cool. Lang Han, don't get entangled with them anymore. Settle this quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Lang Han readily replied. Got it. The vice captain of the capital's Linvo was indeed not to be underestimated. She unleashed a move with one hand, its terrifying power overwhelming the crowd. In front of Huang Ho was a chaotic brawl. The scene was a mess, with dust and smoke everywhere. He thought without hesitation, as long as she dares to heal, I'll charge up immediately. But why hasn't she made a move yet? It seemed Wai Mong also understood Kwang Ho's attention was on her and was still calculating her moves, not acting rashly yet. She gave an order to her entire team. Everyone, get off the stage. This was indeed a strange command. Even her team members didn't understand her intentions, but Vice Captain Ho Thi Ni still followed the order, quickly replying to her captain. Got it. All four beautiful girls simultaneously abandoned the fight, rushing straight off the stage, leaving everyone extremely confused. Lang Han also didn't understand. What's going on? Are they surrendering? Kwang Ho was also suspicious, but only wondered to himself, what's happening? What is she up to? Wai Mong suddenly activated her spirit skill, Judgment of Light. The cross in her hand lit up a large part of the sky. The entire Linvo capital side was stunned. What was this? Did Wai Mong want to attack, so she had her people run first? This attack from Wai Mong was truly unparalleled in power. The cross transformed into a giant sword. It crashed down to the ground like a thunderbolt. Lam Thu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What is that? Truong Tam beside him couldn't even form a word. Pointing at Wai Mong, Truong Tam stammered, Bro, this is Lam Thu's jaw dropped. Who said Hoang Fu Wai Mong's attack power was weak? Just looking at this skill, you can tell its attack power is definitely not low. It's truly the long-lost greatsword of God. A giant sword descended from the sky. Below were the members of the capital's Linvo, standing frozen. A sky-shaking explosion stirred the space. The figures of Kwang Ho's group could be seen using all their strength to jump out of the way of the impact. Over here, in the stands where Lam Thu was, it was also filled with dust, showing how powerful it was. Cough, cough, boss. This is Lam Thu covered his nose. Damn it. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. On the martial arts stage, there was an unprecedentedly large deep pit, the ground still hot as if it had been forged. It was a terrifying blow. Lam Thu was terrified. If I could stand firm, I definitely have the ability to take that light sword. Why was I blown off the stage? In the stands above, Teacher Ao Duong announced that the result of the match was clear. The capital's Linvo, predicted to win, had lost to Kota Linvo by 1 point. Lam Thu went outside and stood by a tree, where the air was much quieter. He said in frustration, the whole sword was embedded in the competition stage, and even that Kwang Ho was blown away. On the other end was Tran Tran, listening to his every word, replying, I watched it live. Lam Thu told Tran Tran, I didn't expect the Radiant Angel to have such an amazing skill. Hearing this, Tran Tran couldn't help but feel envious. I also want to be there to experience it. The people who can participate in the competition are all talented contestants. These words made Lam Thu think of what his master had said. The ones who can participate in the world competition are all geniuses in the country. If possible, I don't want to lose any of them. He mumbled under his breath, geniuses, huh? He unconsciously called into the phone, Tran, Tran, not knowing what was going on in his head. He only heard her sweet reply, Thu then asked a very naive question. I'm saying, if I died, would you get another boyfriend? Tran Tran thought this was very unlucky, and immediately questioned him, why are you asking this question? You don't have a terminal illness, do you? Of course not. Lam Thu was as healthy as ever, even flexing his muscles. How could I? My health is very good. The other end of the line was silent, probably not believing him. Lam Thu added a comforting sentence, I just suddenly thought of this problem and asked casually. He only heard on the other end, Tran Tran say something like, I will. Tran Tran asked sadly, so, you're not going to die, right? From the sound of her voice over the phone, her deep concern was palpable. Lam Thu was extremely touched, bowing his head to hide his cheeks that were as red as the evening sun. Tran Tran, for you, I will definitely live well. I still have to teach our little baby how to cultivate. After hearing him speak, Tran Tran covered her mouth and exclaimed, little baby? She suddenly imagined the two of them holding a chubby baby in their arms. Overly embarrassed, she said to Lam Thu, okay. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to cultivate. He found it strange. She suddenly hung up again. This is the second time Tran Tran has done this today. He blushed and guessed, could it be that she's embarrassed? But even if he guessed correctly, Tran Tran would definitely not admit it. While he was daydreaming, a voice called out, "Lam Thu," from Han Quan and Gung behind him. She approached Lam Thu, flipping through the stack of papers in her hand and saying, "Your performance in the previous matches was excellent. Next is the match against Kim Lang Lin Vo. I'll arrange for you to fight." Hearing these words made him overjoyed. It seems Master has already made the arrangements. Thinking this, Lam Thu confidently winked at Han Quan Gung. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Han Quan and Gung was very amused by his appearance, covering her mouth and smiling suggestively. "I'll be watching you, rising star." This wasn't wrong. How many people could reach the gold level in 3 months like him? But Lam Thu remained humble, scratching his head and smiling. "What rising star? You're overestimating me." The rest of that day passed uneventfully. In a flash, a new day arrived. It was another sunny and dry day. Lam Thu stood before a crowd of fans. It seemed the crowd was making him a bit uncomfortable. He was standing on the martial arts stage, both hands in a ready stance, despite what he said. Standing before him was an opponent with sharp claws, his presence also not to be underestimated. His red hair perfectly matched the fire energy rising around him. Lam Thu gritted his teeth. "Even so, you can't arrange a platinum opponent for me, right?" Han Quan and Gung was overestimating him by doing this. Chu Mat advanced to attack, one hand lunging forward. Lam Thu was in a bad mood and didn't rush to counterattack, only dodging first. The red-haired guy silently assessed him. "This kid's reaction is not bad, but it's a pity. You're no match for me." With that, he landed a kick straight to Lam Thu's face. It sent him tumbling backward. This blow was not light. Perhaps because he was upset and distracted, he made this costly mistake. Lam Thu leaped back, landing on one foot. Cha! A large red mark appeared on Lam Thu's face. His mood grew even gloomier. So fast, as expected of a Platinum's combat power. "If I fight head-on, I'll just be taking hits." The other guy got more and more into it, licking his fingernails. The action looked both savage and bloodthirsty. He taunted Lam Thu, "Transform. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance." Lam Thu didn't think so. He wiped the wound on his face with the back of his hand. Even without transforming, it's not a guaranteed loss. Chumat found his words laughable. "Ha ha, has this guy been hit stupid? I'm a platinum." Unexpectedly, Lam Thu now drew his ace card, his hand forming a small cluster of lightning. "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and did some calculations. Today, someone will be struck by lightning." The sky suddenly turned gloomy, and a gaping black hole appeared. From that black hole, a long blue lightning bolt shot down to the ground. Below was Lam Thu, his body like a giant magnet, sucking up all the energy from that lightning bolt, causing the energy stream around him to surge. Chumat looked up at the sky in a daze. Just a moment ago, the weather was clear. Now it looked like a storm was brewing. What is this? Isn't he a beast transformation type awakened? This scene? Could it be? Lam Thu roared in anger. Accept the punishment of lightning, divine punishment. He unleashed an endless source of power, lightning bolts crashing down towards the person opposite him. Chumat looked up at the bolts of electricity flying towards him. He quickly leaped into the air to escape. The lightning destroyed everything in its path. The flat ground was then destroyed. Lam Thu smirked, his eyes growing cold. He continued to get into a new stance to release a move. Arbitrary gate. Open. The lightning bolts gathered to form a circle in the black sky, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Before he could recover, the circle grew larger and larger before his eyes. Chumat looked up at the sky in shock. The giant circle was like a door, sucking in the lightning in the air. He stammered, his eyes wide as he looked at the terrifying thing before him. Space system? The lightning suddenly struck him down. Powerful electrical energy enveloped him. The blue and purple flashes of light almost turned Chumat into charcoal. He let out a cry of extreme pain. Tudui felt as if he were dreaming. That kid is using both the lightning and space systems? Tu Bok Duong, watching from the side, had to admit his admiration. "Now I know why you, Old Ao Duong, recommended this kid. Just give this kid a spot." Old Ao Duong wasn't very surprised. He crossed his arms to continue watching this dramatic match. Over here, Tron Long was also gaping at this ability. He can actually use the lightning-type special ability? Han Quan and Gung looked triumphant. She smiled lightly, thinking to herself, no wonder the principal told me to arrange for Lam Thu to fight no matter what. Lam Van Heen voiced the suspicion in her heart. Did his last lightning bolt change direction? Trong Tom immediately answered, because he has a space skill. At his words, both Tran Long and Lam Van Hien were surprised, opening their mouths in unison. He's a dual system awakened? Trong Tom was startled but agreed. Since boss dared to use it, it means he's not planning to hide it anymore. This explanation should be fine. Tran Long was lost in his own thoughts. This kid's beast transformation seems to have a second stage, but if I get serious, I'm not sure I can really defeat Lam Thursday. As for Han Quan and Gung, she had a radiant expression. But as soon as she turned, she met Tran Long's not-so-happy face. She said, "What's with that pained look?" She continued with a confused expression, "This is a good thing for us. With Lam Thu as our ace, we're one step closer to the championship." At the same time, in another apartment building, in a dark room, the light from the TV screen was broadcasting the intense match between Lam Thu and Chu Mat. "Hello, this is Toa San Diu." Toa San Diu was holding his phone, calling his subordinate. He sinisterly gave the order, "Tell Thut Q to get ready to carry out the mission." "That's right, we have to deal with him." The referee's voice was still coming from the TV. Target: Shanghai Linvo's Lam Thursday. It seemed Chu Mat had completely lost. He was lying spread-eagled on the competition floor. In the arena, Lam Thu was like a celebrity, the halo of victory radiating around him. Lam Thu proudly raised his hand to the sky. Surrounding him were fans wanting to take pictures of their idol. "Lam Thu, look over here. Let me get a picture. So handsome." There were also a few people calling out a familiar name from when he transformed. Little Rabbit. He thought smugly, it's just one win. Why is everyone so excited? In front of him was his master, Ao Duong, who was looking at him seriously. Lam Thu approached him and asked, "Master, why are you here?" Ao Duong Trak's face remained cold. He patted his shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Little Thu, come with me." The two of them used instant teleportation. Before them was a large room with many bookshelves. Lam Thu looked around and asked his master, "Where is this?" Ao Duong Trak immediately replied, "This is that old man Tudui's study." A third person appeared in the room. Lam Thu looked over in surprise and asked, "Senior Tudu?" Tudo Ui and Tubok Duong appeared together. Tudo spoke first. "The space system is truly useful. You're here in a flash." Tubok Duong also offered his praise. "Little brother Lam, that was a beautiful fight just now." Tudu approached Lam Thu and said with a provocative tone, "Little brother, there's no future with that old man Ao Duong Trach. Why don't you come to our capital's Linvo? I'll satisfy all your requests." Ao Duong Trach showed a look of contempt. He crossed his arms and looked at Tudoyu. "Braggart. How can you satisfy him when you're not a space system user? Can you teach the boy knowledge about the space system?" Principal Tudu was at a loss for words. "You." Master Ao Duong shook his head. "You can't poach from my corner." Tudu snorted resentfully. Neither of them would back down, looking at each other with murderous intent. After a while, Tudo-u walked over and sat at his desk. He looked at Lam Thu standing there and said seriously, all right, let's get to the main point." Ao Duong Trak spoke first. "Little Thu, I've already told you about the world competition. You know the dangers involved. And today, you've revealed your space system ability. Do you know what this means?" Lam Thu silently looked at the two of them. He thought for a moment before answering, "I don't know." But in his heart, he was very curious. "Didn't that cunning old man tell me to go all out?" Principal Tudu continued Ao Duong Trak's words. "Little Thu, your ability has been exposed. This means your life from now on will not be easy. You may encounter any force from any direction coming to assassinate you." Lam Thu was surprised. "Assassination? Is it that dangerous?" His face clearly showed sadness and worry. Ao Duong Trak came over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry. Therefore, for the next period of time, we will assign someone to be in charge of protecting you 24/7." Lam Thu was distressed. "Even though I know they're doing it for my own good, I really don't like the feeling of being watched by others." Ao Duong Trak heard this and understood his predicament. He thought for a moment and said, "You can rest assured on this point. We will arrange for an acquaintance to protect you. Is that okay?" Lam Thu silently wondered. Which acquaintance could it be? As soon as he finished speaking, Tham Tin appeared, enthusiastically greeting them. "Master, I've received the notification." Seeing her, Lam Thu's face turned a slight shade of pink. He shyly looked at her. It really is an acquaintance. Tham Tin immediately went over and linked her arm with his. Her face joyful, she smiled brightly. "From now on, I won't leave Master's side for a single step." She took out a pair of metal handcuffs, putting one on Lam Thu's wrist and the other on her own. After doing all this, she gently pulled their hands parallel in front of them and said softly, "I won't leave Master's side for a single minute or second." Lam Thu was flustered. "You don't have to lock me up like this." Tham Tin pretended not to hear, pulling him in the direction she wanted. She held a stack of documents in her hand. "As it happens, I have a few questions I want to ask Master." He looked at her in despair, sighing in his heart. "Someone come and take this copy of 100,000 Ys away from me." Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared, with vibrant orange hair. Her beautiful mouth uttered a clear sound. "Yo, Junior Lam, I've found you." Lam Van Hien walked in through the door and saw the scene between the two of them. She immediately went over and pulled his other arm. "So you were here enjoying yourself. The team leader is looking for you for a meeting." Lam Thu glanced back. "So it's Senior Lam." An idea sparked in his mind. "Reinforcements have arrived. If I just let these two stick together, won't that solve the problem?" He turned and agreed to Lam Van Hien's words. Okay, let's go quickly." Then he turned and urged Tham Tin, come on, quickly unlock me." But Lam Van Hien seemed displeased, raising her hand and asking, "What's this?" Then she used her other hand to unlock the handcuffs, freeing the two of them. Escaping the cursed handcuffs, he quickly pulled Lam Van Hien and ran outside. Tham Tin waved and called after them, "Master, next time I'll prepare even more questions." Lam Thu ran for his life, chanting in his heart, "There's no need for that." In the room, for some unknown reason, only the sound of heavy, ambiguous breathing could be heard. After running for a while, Lam Van Hien was panting, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. She turned and questioned him, "Why did we have to run so fast?" Lam Thu replied matter-of-factly, "Weren't you afraid she would chase after us?" The two of them arrived at a crowded hall where many people were waiting. Lam Van Hien immediately teased him. "The little junior's popularity is really high, with so many beauties surrounding you." Lam Thu immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, this flower already has an owner." Quan Ngung walked in holding a thick notebook, gathering everyone to start the strategy meeting. "Is everyone here? Let's begin the strategy meeting." She stood straight and began the meeting. "Our opponent tomorrow is the capital's Lin Vo. I hope everyone will give their all in this match. Treat it like the final and fight." Quan Ngung looked at the information sheet she had prepared and began to announce the list. "Now I will announce the members for this match. The one-on-one matches will be Tran Long, Lam Van Hien, Lam Thu, Dien Thu Lam, Trong Vai, Bien Hom. And the 5-on-5 match will be Tran Long, Lam Van Hien, Dien Thu Lam, Lam Thu, and Trong Tom." Everyone listened attentively, each lost in their own thoughts. Lam Thu was concerned about the opponent's strength. Teacher Han is sending out the strongest lineup. She intends to have an explosive match with the opponent, but in terms of rank, the opponent's strength is indeed much greater than ours. Quan Ngung gently twirled her hair and said proudly, "Ko to Lin Vo has shown us the hope of defeating the capital." After speaking, she looked towards Lam Thu with hopeful eyes. "Moreover, Lam Thu's space system skill is our team's ace. If the junior has the strength to fight so fiercely, shouldn't we seniors work even harder?" Tran Long jumped to his feet, smiled brightly, and shouted, "Shanghai Lin Vo," to boost the morale of the entire hall. At this moment, Lam Thu suddenly realized something and thought, "Teacher." Tran Long and everyone else stood up and shouted, "Let's go." In an instant, everyone was filled with soaring morale. The next day, at the arena, the goddess Mong Ni was the host for the match. She stood excitedly on the stage and began to greet everyone. "Dear audience, today will be the most anticipated match between the capital's Lin Vo and Shanghai Lin Vo. Now, please welcome the members of both teams to the stage." She looked up at the blue ranking board and said, The current ranking leader is the capital's Linvo with 36 points, and just 2 points behind is Shanghai Linvo in second place. This match was destined to be a fierce battle that everyone was looking forward to. Meng Ni continued to introduce. The opponents for the first round are Kwang Ho versus Captain Tran Long. The 10 contestants from both sides entered the arena. On the stage, Kwang Ho and Tran Long stood opposite each other, both sides ready to fight. Tran Long looked at his opponent with a serious expression, thinking nervously, I know I might not be a match for Kwang Ho. Kwang Ho looked at him with disdain, his face arrogant as he declared, Tran Long, this is the third year, isn't it? This time, I'll let you taste the bitterness of defeat. Tran Long's aura flared. He raised his hands in a defensive stance, showing his unyielding spirit as he thought to himself, but I will absolutely not give up. He declared heroically, I know I might not be a match for you, but this match is not a one-man fight. It doesn't matter if I fail. My teammates will let you taste the bitterness of defeat. With that, the two sides rushed at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Kwang Ho and Tran Long threw punches at each other, the powerful force echoing. The two sides clashed head-on, unleashing the most powerful punches they had. As their two fists collided, the resulting force was incredibly intense, completely shredding Tran Long's sleeves. Quan Wang and Lam Thu watched the battle from the sidelines, her eyes assessing both sides. It's strange, Kwang Ho's power is slightly weaker than Tran Long's. But due to the rank suppression, combined with Kwang Ho's powerful spirit skill, I'm afraid Tran Long won't gain any advantage in this fight. Lam Thu also mulled over the situation, silently agreeing with his teacher. She was right. They had started with the most primal test of strength. He watched the intense battle before him. Although Kwang Ho's power was a little weaker than Tran Long's, a destructive aura occasionally radiated from his palms. Kwang Ho began to focus power between his hands, pouring all his internal energy into this attack. His hair stood on end as blue sparks of electricity gathered into a massive ball of energy, growing larger by the second. Tran Long frowned at his opponent, bending his knees to maintain his balance, his face contorted in pain from the heavy blow. His clothes were in tatters, one sleeve torn to pieces. An idea cracked in his mind. The destruction system has a unique characteristic. Kwang Ho can destroy the formation of spirit energy upon contact with an opponent's spirit skill, thereby nullifying it. Kwang Ho's power erupted, materializing into a terrifying skull, a giant blue skull. His destructive spirit energy is tearing apart my tissues. If this goes on, I'll be severely injured or even die. Tran Long was in a sorry state, his clothes torn to shreds. Looking at the technique that had just repelled him, he thought with resentment, I really can't do this alone. He gritted his teeth in resignation, unable to find the words, before finally sighing, forget it. With a dark expression, he shouted, I forfeit. Everyone knew what kind of person Tran Long was, so uttering those words was a great humiliation. Kwang Ho stepped forward, looking extremely smugly at Tran Long and said disdainfully, a wise choice. Tran Long walked past him, gravely reminding him, this tournament isn't a one-man show. My failure means nothing. My teammates will make you all taste defeat. In another arena, Lam Van Hien and Long Han were on the stage. Unfazed by Tran Long's threat, Kwang Ho replied flippantly, I eagerly await it. That match came to a close. Meng Ni continued to announce, now, let's turn our cameras to the second pair of contestants, Lam Van Hien and Long Han. She commented, both are platinum rank beauties. This is sure to be an incredibly captivating fight. Lang Han was conjuring countless sharp ice spikes in the air, as Lam Van Hien leaped back to maintain distance. Lang Han smiled and unleashed her ability, spirit skill, frozen heaven, snowy palace. The ice arrows she had just created immediately shot toward Lam Van Hien. Her feet were quickly trapped by ice, rendering her unable to move. With more ice spikes forming around her, Lang Han gave a challenging smile. With this kind of area of effect attack, let's see how long you can last. Just one more to go. Suddenly, Lam Van Hien moved with extreme speed, scoffing at her opponent's taunt. The next second, she instantly appeared behind Lang Han. She pressed her body close, pinning Lang Han while holding a sharp spear to her neck. She whispered in her ear, now how will you escape? Pinned, Lang Han blushed, unable to break free. To explain that last move, Lam Van Hien had actually placed a spear behind Lang Han at the start of the match, but she hadn't noticed. Van Hien explained softly, "The Shadow System's abilities are like an assassin's. My gold rank skill is Shadow Pin. I've already locked onto you." Lam Van Hien held Lang Han tightly, making it impossible for her to struggle, which frustrated her. Held in a tight embrace, Lang Han blushed with embarrassment. Lam Van Hien continued, "As for how I dodged you, the ice you created cast shadows large enough for me to avoid all of your attacks. Do you want to know more?" Lang Han couldn't take it anymore and shouted in embarrassment, "That's enough, I forfeit Lam." Van Hien released her as the announcer's voice rang out. 1v1. Round 2. Van Hien is the winner. Van Hien, who hadn't had enough fun yet, said with some disappointment, "What? You're giving up already?" Lang Han let out a sigh of relief. Lam Van Hien hugged her again, leaning in close and saying Meimoku charmingly. "Want to make things a little more intense?" Lang Han blushed furiously. This was the scene the people below were imagining. Trong Tam, next to Lam Thu, elbowed him and asked, "How about that, big bro?" Lam Thu exclaimed excitedly, "What an embarrassing match to watch." Mong Ni's voice rang out. "Next up, let's welcome our fan favorite, contestant Lam Thu versus Chu Tu Hang." Lam Thu, hands in his pockets, smiled as he walked out. "My turn." Stepping onto the stage, he saw a blond man already waiting. His next opponent. Lam Thu thought seriously, "It's one-on-one now, I have to do my best." Luckily, this opponent seems easy to deal with. The man in front of him gestured invitingly. He was Chu Tu Hang, a 9-star gold rank plant system user. He spoke, "Lam Thu, don't think you're so great just because you got lucky and beat Chu Mat. Today, I'll put you in your place." Lam Thu wore a look of disgust and silently added, "Doesn't seem too bright, either." Lam Thu used arbitrary door, thinking, "Let's make this quick." A smile crept onto his face as he asked Tu Hang, "Where do you get this confidence?" Tu Hang, angered by the taunt, retorted, "What? You little punk, take this." He created several thorny vines. He launched his thorny vine net toward Lam Thursday. Suddenly, he felt a space opening up above his head. From the purple portal that opened, Lam Thu appeared, poised to deliver a kick. He smiled provocatively. "What are you looking at? Big brother is here to teach you a lesson." Tu Hang frantically turned his head. Lam Thu sent him flying with a single kick. His consciousness had likely gone on a long vacation. Tu Hang was kicked a great distance, his face looking utterly dazed. He flew out of the arena, his face slamming into a wall and cracking it. Who knows if he landed on the mat or not. Even Lu Mong Ni seemed to pity him as she announced, "Shanghai Spirit Martial, Lam Thu wins. This must be the fastest match in history." Tu Hang was helped away by two of his teammates, shedding 2 rows of tears before leaving. "Lam Thu, you're not human." Lam Thu shrugged behind him, speechless. "And here I thought you'd be tough. You're nothing special." After the 6 1v1 matches, the score on the board was Shanghai Spirit Martial 4 and Jingdu Spirit Martial 2. Mong Ni announced, after a fierce struggle between both sides in the 1v1 matches, Shanghai Spirit Martial leads with a score of 4-2. She winked at the audience with a beautiful smile. In the upcoming 5-on-5 match, will Jingdu Spirit Martial reveal a new ace up their sleeve? Let's welcome the members of both teams to the stage. Mong Ni gestured to the left. First, from Jingdu Spirit Martial, we have Kwang Ho, 3-star Platinum, Destruction System. Lang Han, 1-star Platinum, Ice System. Tu Hung, 9-star Gold, Plant System. Tri Vien, 9-star Gold, Earth System. And an Amu A, 8-star Gold, Healing System. Kwang Ho frowned, thinking, I didn't expect to lose 4-2 to Shanghai in the 1v1s. Looks like we have to go all out in the team battle. Mong Ni looked to the right and introduced. And for Shanghai Spirit Martial, the members entering the arena are Tran Long, 1-star Platinum, Strength System. Van Hien, 1-star Platinum, Shadow System. Thu Lam, 9-star Gold, Beast System. Trong Tam, 3-star Silver, Healing System. At this point, she hesitated. And contestant Lam Thu, who seems to be a Beast System user, a 3-star Gold rank of an unknown system. Lam Thu thought helplessly, What the heck is an unknown system? Is it because I used both space and lightning systems before? Huang Ho stepped forward with a mocking smile. Even a silver rank is on the field. Shanghai Spirit Marshal, have you run out of people? I suggest you just obediently forfeit. Trong Tam looked a little intimidated by Huang Ho's aura. Lam Thu stepped up, tilted his head arrogantly, and retorted, "We'll see who loses after we fight." Tran Long, not to be outdone, added from the side, "Exactly." He signaled his teammates, "Formation." The people behind him immediately responded, "Yes." Huang Ho also turned to remind his team, "Be careful, they're about to make their move." The Jingdu Spirit Marshal team got into a defensive stance, their power radiating an imposing aura. Looking ahead, the Shanghai Spirit Marshal team just stood there in a single line. A crow could be heard cawing somewhere in the silence. Huang Ho couldn't help but shout in frustration, "Where's your formation? Is this some kind of joke?" Tran Long smiled. Truong Tam immediately nodded. Yes, he stepped back and used his skill, Glory's Blessing. He shouted, "Blessing!" A powerful golden light enveloped the four people in front of him. This was a skill that increased their power. After Truong Tam finished, Tran Long immediately ordered the group, "Go," and they all charged forward at once. The Jingdu team, not to be outdone, also moved forward. Huang Ho ordered, "Take out their backline, I'll kill the healer." He created a ball of energy in his hand and leaped in front of Truong Tam. Just as he was about to attack, Truong Tam jumped off the stage, forfeiting. Huang Ho immediately retreated. Truong Tam smiled innocently and waved at him. "Mission complete, bye-bye." Huang Ho was so angry he gritted his teeth, only managing to let out a grunt. He turned around with a dark expression. "You're lucky you ran fast. But now you're one person down." He turned back to see the Shanghai team standing casually behind him and cried out, "Where is everyone?" He saw all his teammates had either been knocked out or thrown off the stage. Huang Ho frowned in shock. What just happened? Back when Huang Ho was attacking the healer, Truong Tam Van Hien had grabbed Long Han, pressing a knife to her face and smiling. "We meet again." Long Han looked at the approaching blade in fear. Meanwhile, Lam Thu sent Tu Hang flying out of the